Okay, I think we are live.
Cool.
Yeah, we are live, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome to a new episode of Casual Chats. This is episode 175. This is the Old School Lane 10th anniversary live stream. For those who are just new here and probably wondering, what is this about? Well, my name is Patricia Miranda. On this day in 2011, I started a blog with my good friend Kevin Guglielmo, and we decided to discuss about interesting pop culture news. We decided to talk about our personal opinions on things, did top 10 lists and all that kind of stuff. And then we have been continuing on since then, having a YouTube channel, having a podcast feed, and discussing about pretty much the same things, but we have definitely upped our ante since then. At least I hope that we did, considering that we still have been going on for 10 years and we have over 10,000 subscribers, and we are still very, very thankful for them. But yeah, I'm just super excited that you guys are tuning in. And with me is my wonderful co host. We have Aaron Mehta from The Aaron Mehta Show, and he has been in numerous podcasts that we've collaborated on, such as Pixmix, where we talk about all the Pixar movies and shorts. He's been on Dream Machine, where we talk about all the DreamWorks movies. He has been in the Roald Dahl retrospective, where we talk about all the Roald Dahl adaptations. And we do a weekly podcast together called Aaron and Patricia, where we talk about various pop culture news. Welcome, Aaron.
Hey,
I just was wondering, how are you feeling about Old School Lane celebrating 10 years?
I think it's wonderful, and thank you for giving me an introduction. I would have thought I'd been part of the furniture by now, but yeah, I'm still, qualified to get an introduction, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, old school lane's been so cool, and it's been going on for such a long time. And I mean, was before it was old school lane, wasn't it like, unless I'm mistaken, wasn't it like the Slimecast or something like that,
Oh,
or was
no, no,
that
no,
something
no, no.
different?
Okay, I guess I should correct that.
Yeah.
The Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast was a podcast that I did when I was one of the admins of the Reopen Nickelodeon Studios Facebook page. I was part of that in 2013, and then I left around 2017. So I was there for a couple of years, and I decided to do that series of podcasts. I'm sure that's where a lot of people probably know me from if they followed me in my early years, at least, because before then I was fairly small. You probably, maybe even people who didn't know me from that probably knew me from like the manic expression community, where about a few months after I started Old School Lane, that's where I went over to. And Manic Expression has been still running. It's going to be celebrating its 10th anniversary, I think, in February. That's gonna be a really exciting one for sure. But I've still collaborated with Manic Expression, with podcast plays and collaborations, and I was briefly the host of the podcast that they had, which was the Manic Expression Digression session. But unfortunately, I never got to finish that because I was just overwhelmed with a lot of things, and I just had to drop it after like 2 episodes. Yeah, no, the Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast is something completely separate from Old School Lane.
All right, cool. So it doesn't really surprise me then that everyone keeps bugging you to do Nickelodeon stuff all the time because that's kind of where you kind of began. So
Yes,
it
it's
was
true. In fact, in just a moment, I'm going to be looking at the poll that people have been filling up, because I told them about a month before we were going to be doing this live stream, answering various questions regarding about what have been their favorite podcasts, what have been their favorite videos, etc. But we'll talk about that.
yeah.
But yeah, I think that I mean, it all started for Kevin and I when we decided that we were going to do Old School Lane. That we were, I guess it's kind of depressing now, but we were kind of we didn't have really that much to do. I mean, it was like 2011, and we were trying to find work at a time. It was very hard to find work. It was known as the Great Recession. And the Great Recession was a time in which when there was not a lot of jobs in the market. And so a lot of people were either waiting on the unemployment lines over at the offices so that they can get employment, or they would be taking odd jobs just so that they can be able to make a living, or at least a halfway decent living. We were both unemployed, and we were saying, we need to do something. And I guess we kind of like hit our quarter midlife crisis at that point. And so we were like, yeah, let's just talk about the stuff that we grew up with. And so that's kind of like how Old School Lane formed. And yeah, believe it or not, and I'm sure that only our, old fans would know about this, but we started in Tumblr. We did not start in Blogspot, like we know a lot of our fans probably are familiar with. But I decided for the first time in over almost a decade, I decided, okay, I'm going to look back on my old Tumblr page. And what I'm going to be sharing to you guys on the screen is the old Tumblr page. And I'm kind of cringing myself to even think about this. So
I think most people on Tumblr are cringe at some of the stuff they post over there. So don't worry about that.
Well, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I know it's crazy, but okay. Well, if any of you guys are even remotely interested in looking at, where Old School Lane literally first started. So all right, well, prepare yourselves, everyone. So here we go. So yeah, back around 2011, this is where Old School Lane first started. And we even still have our old motto, pass on by, where the discussion of classic to modern movies, TV, video games, and everything else in between is nonstop. So yes, this is where it all started.
Cool.
And I haven't been posting anything since like 2012. As you can see right here, in April 16, 2012, that's when we said, yeah, we decided we were going to move over to Blogspot, because this is when it started to change. Like Tumblr started to change in a way that I had no idea that it was going to be shifting in the way that it was. Like when it first started, it was just for posting mini blogs. And so I just posted like mini discussions of, how we had a huge love of various pop culture stuff. And so we decided, we're going to do kind of like the similar thing, in which like Tumblr was starting to become really, really huge. And so, yeah, this is where it pretty much started. So I'm going to scroll down all the way to the one that pretty much kickstarted Old School Lane to where it is. So for those who don't know, what was like the first big thing that Old School Lane had ever posted, I'm just going to scroll all the way down, and I'm going to go over to page number 5. So yeah, oh man, first impressions. That was a short-lived thing, by the way. So first impressions, for those who don't know, was we would take a look at something that's coming out that's brand new, and we would give our first impressions of it. So yeah, I know we didn't exactly last very long into that. I think we stopped around 2012, but yeah, we would like look back on various things, and we would just say, oh yeah, this thing's coming out. And oh well, we have another guest who's going to be joining us, so let's bring him in.
And I was looking like I completely forgot about those Epic Mickey games.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, they came and went, didn't they?
Yeah. Okay, so we have our second special guest who's coming in. Hello, Clancy.
Hey, Clancy.
Hello. How are you doing? Happy 10th anniversary.
Thank you so much. So for those who don't know who Clancy is, he does his own podcast series, and we've known each other for, I would say, maybe like 6 or 7 years, because I think that the first episode of my podcast you were a guest of was, we did the Naughty Dog podcast together when The Last of Us first came out.
Yeah, the podcast, I believe we had to record that one twice, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we did. Yes. Yeah. So funny story about this one. So the first time that we recorded it, I had to record it on my phone because my computer had completely crashed. And so I had Skype on my phone, and then I turned on the speaker so that, the audio could be coming up. And then I use like a voice recording audio to like record the whole thing. So the reason why it probably sounds a little bit shaky or echoey the first time that we try to do this is because that's why. And then finally, after a while, I think when I got my sister's laptop as like a hand-me-down, or maybe that was like one of the computers, maybe like my first like real genuine computer that I had gotten after a while, then I started recording some of the episodes of Casual Chats over there. So yeah, and one of the many, many times in which I had to record an episode of my podcast twice. So yeah, I know it was like kind of rough for me when I first started. So
And now you got the big gaming laptop and all of that is history.
Exactly. Yeah. It's been a long journey, that's for sure. And then I guess because I know that you were personally busy with a whole bunch of things, Clancy, and so we didn't exactly connect with one another until about a few months ago when we talked about the Mighty Ducks franchise.
Yeah, that's correct. I've had some personal stuff I really won't get into going on, but got reconnected in with the Manic Expression group and the just blogs and podcasts in general. And yeah, been fun every time I've been on the show. Thank you for having me all those times.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And while we're on the topic, why don't you discuss about what your podcast is about?
So my podcast, it's called On the House, where we talk about movies, TV shows, and video games. It's the co-host is Dave, who you may remember as Breck Club from Manic Expression back in the day.
Yeah. He was actually he was my first reoccurring co-host on my podcast. He had been in at least maybe about 10 or almost 15 episodes of my podcast right before he just went on a massive hiatus. And unfortunately, we've lost contact since then.
Hey, Patricia, you still got the shared screen going, by the way.
So yeah. I'll get to that.
Turn that off.
I guess I'll just take that down. I'll share that point later. But yeah, we have some people coming in. So hi, everyone. So Kamen Rider.
Yeah, Sophie says hi, by the way. So hi, hello.
Oh, hello. Kamen Rider 64, hello. And hello, Sophia. Glad that you guys can be able to make it, especially this early in the morning. So
since we got you on here, I'm someone who kind of maybe fell out of the Disney crowd after, before Mighty Ducks became a thing. I just thought the cartoon show was ridiculous when that first came out. So, I mean, how would you describe the Mighty Ducks to somebody who's kind of vaguely familiar with it, but not really got so intensely into it?
Well, saying this as someone who's kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum, because the Mighty Ducks were kind of my gateway drug to hockey. I mean, as you can see, I got a bunch of signed hockey pucks and whatnot behind me here. So kind of a big hockey fan. But basically the sales pitch I would use is, if you remember the movie The Bad News Bears, it's that, but for hockey.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah.
It's not
I mean, baseball is not huge in the UK.
Hockey is it's kind of weird because in the 90s, I think when Space Jam first came out, basketball started kind of becoming a thing. I think when the Mighty Ducks then came out, I think hockey then sort of became a thing. I'm not as somebody I'm only somebody who has never fell into the franchise like many people do. Again, there's some people in this world who don't watch The Simpsons even to this day. So I'm probably one of those people who I'm aware of the Mighty Ducks, but wouldn't say they kind of went out of their way to kind of do it, if you will, right. to kind of get involved in it. Really, it's one fandom I've never kind of strolled into. So
I can understand that. I mean, I guess it depends on what country you're from. I mean, certain sports will be more popular than others. Anyway, we have another guest with us. So hi, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Hey! Sorry, that took me so long. I couldn't hear you guys at all.
No, that's okay. Don't worry about it. So yeah, for those who don't know, this is Michael, aka Fusionator, and we have collaborated a couple of times, especially more in recent years. I know that we've done a lot of Manic Expression stuff together, but just recently you were on the Adventure Time and Owl House podcast with us.
It was a tremendous amount of fun. Speaking of, I've been watching the podcast for a few minutes now. The Manic Expression 10-year anniversary is on January 24th. We will probably be doing something, I imagine.
Awesome.
Oh, it is on January. Okay. I thought it was February. Yeah. Oh, no. Now I remember why. February was the month that I came in. That's what it was.
Hey, don't tell James that. He gets it wrong every year.
Really?
Given the fact we have 3 people who have been following the whole Owl House phenomenon, I think maybe we should probably comment on the recent news that just came out, which is kind of took me by surprise, and that is that Rebecca Rose is now production associate of the Owl House team.
Oh, that news!
Yeah, I've heard about that. I think I retweeted it I posted a congratulations last night. Yeah.
I've not done the Tim Allen for a long time, but when I saw that on Twitter, I was like, It's like, I just That was incredible to watch, actually. And this, I'm really happy for Rebecca, first of all. I think that's awesome. I think if you look at her videos and you look at all the stuff that she's done, she's worked really hard to, get to that point. And so no one can say she hasn't earned it. And also, I kind of get like Sonic Mania vibes from like, if she's there, well, the Owl House is still maybe, I don't know where they're up to right now. I know 2B is currently being wrapped up from what I understand. And now.
Yeah, maybe she's part of season 3. So for those who don't know what a production associate is, they're the ones in charge of doing like consistency checks and cleanup to make sure that everything is flowing narratively. So I guess because that she's done a lot of analysis videos on the Owl House, then they thought that she would be the right one for the job, which super deserved, by the way.
This is going to make those analysis videos a lot easier, though.
I probably wouldn't think that she would, considering that maybe she is stuck in an NDA contract saying maybe she can't discuss about it. Maybe she probably knows too much about it. I wouldn't be surprised if she can't do it.
But mind you, the one thing I'm a bit worried about, though, is that, by the way, I'm really happy for Rebecca. I'm really glad she got that, but I'm a little bit worried now that every author on fanfiction.net is now going to say, I'm in with a chance. My BDSM pregnant fan fiction is finally going to get noticed by the higher ups, and I'm going to get to be able to hire get hired there or something like that. It's going to be like.
Well, you know what? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I even did an entire video almost a few months ago discussing about how the fans became so integral to their favorite shows that they eventually became a part of their favorite shows. If I would have done the video later, I would have definitely included Rebecca in it because, she was a fan of the show and now she's officially a part of it. So, yeah, I'm really super happy for her and I wish her nothing but the best of luck.
And you never know, like, just because, we're coming to the end of, like, this, story within the Owl House world doesn't necessarily mean that we might not get more, Owl House related content in the future. So, maybe they'll make a rec around for that, maybe.
That's true, yeah. One never knows. If they were able to save, like, Futurama and Family Guy and Kim Possible from being canceled, then anything's possible. Even recently, Tuca and Birdie was canceled in Netflix after season 1, and then Adult Swim picked it up. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. So,
I got a comment from Common Writer 64. I remember your Nick Smissel videos. Oh yeah. So Nick Smissel was a series of podcasts that I did every summer with the Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast YouTube channel, where we talk about canceled and rejected Nickelodeon projects, movies, spin-off series, pilots that eventually never happened. So every single year we would always have a theme. So year 1 was just like your basic stuff, like the ones that everybody knew about. Everybody knew about the cancellation of Constant Pain, which, by the way, has gotten more recently relevant considering about the whole strikes that have been going on in the animation industry regarding about having the animators being union. So that's been, going all over the news. By the way, hashtag pay animation writers. There's also the Modifiers, which is another infamous pilot that was canceled because Nickelodeon didn't want to have a female protagonist, which is stupid. And then I think that we kind of ended it off with like what was it? Gibby. That's what the last episode was, where they wanted to do a spin-off series from iCarly about the character of Gibby. That was originally supposed to happen, where Gibby was supposed to lead off 4 teenagers who were deemed uncool, and he was supposed to make them cool. Like, okay, then. I guess the reason why they canceled that was so that they can be able to make room for Sam and Cat. And, well, look how that turned out. Anyway, but yeah, so year 2 was canceled Nickelodeon project spin-off series that eventually moved over to other networks. So we talked about the Fox version of Double Dare, which was hosted by Caitlyn Jenner back when he was Bruce Jenner. Then there was the
Clarissa. I've heard of that one.
Yeah, that's a very obscure one. They had 2 versions of it, I think. Both of them were for adults, which nowadays that's kind of like the precursor of what happened with Legends of the Hidden Temple. But one of them had celebrities in it and the other one did not, but the format was pretty much the same and it looked really cheap. It's terrible. Then there was the Clarissa Now, which is the pilot that was featuring an adult Clarissa from Clarissa Explains It All. And that didn't happen. And then eventually, like plus years later, we would have the book Things I Can't Explain, which I did discuss about with my friend Christina, who is Kevin's at the time fiance, but now wife, and we discussed about like the craziness of that book. I even try to do like a chapter reading of it, but then after 2 chapters, when pretty much it had pretty low views, I decided just to stop. And then other ones I can think of, like probably the one that's the most infamous, obviously, is the Adventure Time one. I think that was like one of the last episodes we discussed about where, they canceled it. The information that we knew at the time was they canceled it twice, and then Cartoon Network picked it up and it became a huge success. This was like, I think we discussed about it in 2015. I think this was when Adventure Time was in its 5th or 6th season. I don't remember, but yeah.
I want to ask you, did you ever go with the Patakis?
Yes, the Patakis was the first Nick Smithsell series, because that's definitely one of the more infamous rejected. The Jungle movie. Yes, I know. We're still waiting on the Patakis. I mean, I'm hoping that because that.
Just want to say, if this is possible, the Patakis is possible. Don't rule it out.
What would the show be about? Just Helga's miserable life?
Pretty much, yes. It's like Daria, except even more depressing.
The premise is that Arnold would basically be with his parents and would then move away, and he would like go on adventures with like his parents and stuff like that, and that would leave Helga to be like the protagonist of the show. So the idea would be that the character progression will be that Olga then falls out of favor with her parents, and then she tries to get back in their good graces. Miriam then starts 12-stepping to like get out of her alcoholism, and I think Big Bob kind of like goes like on a starts to kind of like mellow out a bit more, I think.
Yeah, he starts mellowing out a bit more, because I mean, one of the things that Craig was talking about was that he mellows out a bit more because he starts looking into himself, he starts receiving help, and also his beeper empire starts growing. It starts selling cell phones. I know, right? Wow, cell phones now, the future.
Well, and then one important thing also was that if you remember the episode Helga on the Couch, I mean, there was going to be more of that going on. So
Dr. Bliss was going to be a reoccurring character in the Patakis. Yes.
Yeah, and that's one of the best Hey Arnold episodes. So we'll go more of that. So I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense because I think Craig even mentioned that that's his personal favorite episode of Hey Arnold, and so I wouldn't be surprised if that would have been like massively a part of the Patakis. And also, I think that Olga would have graduated from college, and then she would have been in a part of like off Broadway plays.
Yeah, and that's how she would like fall in that with her parents, because it's like, oh, I'm not going to like take up any like the best things I could have done after that. I'm just going to basically just kind of be an actress and be a struggling actress at one part. And
yeah.
Like yeah.
So yeah,
it's a bit weird for Olga, really. Like I would have had that for Eugene, but I wouldn't necessarily have had that for like for Olga per se. Like
of Eugene could have definitely benefited, but not Olga. Okay, so yeah, Nick Smithsell one was where we discussed about the Patakis. Definitely one of the more infamous of the rejected Nickelodeon projects that never happened.
I have to say, I'm still angry about the modifiers. The modifiers look so cool. I love the modifiers. I love that pilot.
It was a great concept. I am just so sad that the modifiers will never happen, especially since the unfortunate tragic passing of Chris Riccardi, who was one of the creators of the modifiers. And you probably know Chris Riccardi for his years in the animation industry, worked on Ren and Stimpy and various other projects. So him and his wife, Lynn Naylor, worked on the modifiers, and we knew that it was probably never going to happen, but now we know for sure it's definitely never going to happen, unless of course Lynn Naylor decides that she wants to revive it in some way, but I doubt it.
I think it's sort of the same fate as like the second season of Sonic Satam, where like we
at least Sonic Satam continued with the comics. This one would just be like that one pilot that only hardcore Nick fans would even know exists, and then it'll just be like living in the shadows of certain memories.
Yeah, but still, it's a tragic shame that that never happened. And well, the one thing about Nick Smithsells, I think, is just that it's no surprise that this series of podcasts exist, because Nickelodeon are notorious for just throwing away good ideas. Whether it's
there have been some bad ideas that have been thrown away, but for good reason. Like when we discussed about Nick Smithsell 3, which was canceled movies. We talked about, you remember Jared Hess, the guy who directed and co-wrote Napoleon Dynamite? He wanted to do a massive 90s crossover movie featuring all of the Nicktoons. And he wanted to kind of like be like the Avengers, except that number one, he would have gotten the original creators involved. Number two, he was going to do it by himself. Number three, he didn't even ask permission to get the creators' blessings. I mean, people like Joe Murray and Bob Camp hated the idea.
Wait, was he planning on kidnapping them to make it happen?
Maybe if you
Number four, and
how would you write this?
Yes, it's kind of like the most glorified fan fiction. Number four, and this is what killed it. Nickelodeon said no to the idea, and then he said, "Screw it, I'm gonna announce it anyway." And then they had to like kind of sweep it under the rug, saying, "It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen."
I mean, like, I guess, like you say, is when Nickelodeon did something right, but I mean, like, let's face it, they've done a lot wrong. I think,
sure, they have done a lot wrong. Yes, I mean, but some of the ideas that would have been like picked up if it was picked up, especially, I want to go to Nick's Missile 3 because some of the ideas that they wanted to do were weird. Probably the most weirdest one, and I'm not even kidding. Are you guys familiar with the show Kablam?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, that show has had it's kind of like a reoccurring thing that show has had the most ideas that they wanted to pick up, but they were all scrapped. Like I have talked about Stewie the Dog Boy in the first one, which Nickelodeon wanted to have as like one of their main Nicktoons, but then a show on Disney Channel called what was it? Teacher's Pet came out, and so they decided not to do that. Then there was what was it, like Nick's Missile 2? I think there was the Henry and June show. Yeah, that's what it was, where Henry and June were going to have their own show together, and then that never happened. And then number 3, which was the movies, they wanted to do a Prometheus and Bob movie. You know, the one with the awesome alien and the caveman. Yes, they wanted, and here's the thing: it was going to be a live action movie. It was going to have Chris Farley as Prometheus and David Spade as Bob.
Nah,
I am not joking. This was a real thing.
I wouldn't have been sold on that. Like, you know, Wall-E, the Pixar movie, and the fact that that gets through with very little dialogue. I mean, how groundbreaking would Prometheus and Bob be if they did an entire movie with no dialogue and it was just them basically just kind of doing physical comedy?
Exactly.
That would be good.
I mean, especially since this is like Chris Farley and David Spade. I mean, they did Black Sheep, they did Tommy Boy together, they were in SNL, like they banter with each other. How are you going to have characters that practically don't talk into a live action origin story of how Prometheus and Bob first met?
I mean,
I could almost see Chris Farley just because he was very good at the physical comedy, but David Spade, his entire thing is one-liners and quips. It's like
exactly, and that is not Prometheus. The whole point of Prometheus and Bob is that Prometheus is an alien who travels 900,000 years into the past, where he meets up with a caveman and finds out how he lives, and then in between there's a monkey that messes up everything. So how do you have David?
How long ago when that was pronounced? How long ago was it when Chris Farley passed away when he was doing Shrek?
Okay, so that the Variety article, when I first learned about it, that was released around 97 or 98. So this was probably around the time in which when Chris Farley had passed away.
Yeah, so I mean, they say that movie got greenlighted. They got Chris Farley for it, and then he like died during production. Like, you know, that would have been terrible. Like, you know, they've been scrambling to try and find somebody, and it's not like a Shrek situation where, you know, they could easily reach out to Mike Myers. Like, you know, Nickelodeon, as far as I'm aware, probably would have struggled. I think probably to replace somebody. I think that would have been helpful in that situation. I probably would imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they would have just canceled it altogether. I probably imagine. So.
Right. Anyway, I actually have the article where I first learned about this. So here's the thing that maybe people are wondering and have been asking me questions. How do you know about all this stuff? Well, I am a stickler for research. I mean, even though that some people would be probably saying, oh, just go to Wikipedia. I never use Wikipedia unless, of course, if they have the link to the source. That this is something that you always learn about. This is like research 101. Never, ever, ever use Wikipedia as your number one source. Because I mean, even college and high schools nowadays they'll know when you use Wikipedia as like your main source. So yeah, I'm gonna pull out the article
Patricia?
where I first
Slightly more accurate, never admit to it.
Exactly. Never admit to it. Anyway, so let me just pull out the article where I first learned about it. Okay, this is it right here. This was dated September 18th, 1998. And it says it right here, hoping to do with an alien and a caveman with Viacom sister MTV did with two snickering teens, Nickelodeon Movies will be bringing its popular animated series Prometheus and Bob to the big screen. Amy Heckerling and Twink Kaplan will produce it. And Beavis and Butthead Do America scribe Joe Stillman will pen a feature based off of the stop motion shorts. So yeah, this is where I first learned about it. And then I had gotten in contact with Will McRobb, who I had on episode 50 of Casual Chats, where he told me about, Joe Stillman was writing the script and that they were planning on this, elaborate origin story on them. And then I messaged Joe Stillman saying, hey, who was going to be Prometheus and Bob? And then he told me Chris Farley and David Spade. And I was like, well, wow. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense because it was the mid 90s. So sure. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so yeah, we've reached 8:30. So every hour or so, I want to take a look into videos featuring my followers and even some special guests who I decided to ask to give congratulation videos to. So I just want to thank you guys so much for all of your amazing support and congratulations. The fact that we've been doing this for 10 years has been overwhelming to say the least. So I just want to say, thank you for that. I'm going to pull up the first one, which is done by our good friend, Jim. So let me just pull out the video just really quickly. It's on Twitter, so I couldn't download the video. I'm sure that somebody's going to be like, Patricia, you do it like this, but I didn't have the time. So, okay, we're going to do this really quickly. So here we go.
Hey, Patty, it's Jim. Just wanted to congratulate you on 10 years of Old School Lane. I've enjoyed watching all your work this time, and I'm honored to have gotten to know you as a friend. Once again, congratulations, and here's for another 10 fantastic years.
All right, well, thank you so much, Jim. And we will be sharing another video within the next hour. So cool. Yeah, I'm just really thankful for that. I got a question from Kelsey. Oh, no, a comment. With Nick's Missile, I don't know if you have watched Ned's Declassified, but they planned a sequel with them. Oh, yeah, that's actually one that we did. That's one of our first episodes of Nick's Missile 1. Ned's Declassified High School Survival Guide. And apparently, and I didn't know this until my cousin told me, but there's this YouTuber who did a video discussing about like, oh, these are the canceled projects that never happened. And apparently it gotten the Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast YouTube channel blowing up. And then my cousin told me, hey, did you know that you're famous? And I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? And then she showed me the video and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. Apparently that somebody actually saw my podcast discussing about it. And well, here it is. So I was like,
you're
oh, wow.
Famous,
cool.
Patricia.
Yeah. I forget what the name of the YouTuber was, but seriously though, thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it. Anyway, so yeah, I want to show you guys where Old School Lane pretty much got started. Like where did it first became like massive in terms of like, oh yeah, this is where we first started. So back around New Year's Eve of 2011, I had written a Tumblr post discussing about what had been my top 10 Pee Wee Herman moments of 2011. And then I decided that I was going to just, willy-nilly just share it to Paul Rubens's Facebook and Twitter pages. And I think nobody's going to see this because if you ever follow him on social media, he doesn't post that kind of stuff. He just posts like weird, idiosyncratic stuff. It's kind of silly. But then the next day, I had received an email from Tumblr saying, hey, guess what? He tweeted it. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And then I saw on Twitter that he did post my article. And I met Paul Rubens a few years later, and I got him to autograph this, by the way. Yes, this is his tweet that thanking him for the blog that I posted. And here's his autograph. Here we go. Yeah, here's his autograph right here.
Oh my God, I remember this when it happened now that I see it.
Yeah. So yes, Doug Walker can say all he wants. Oh, I got Roger Ebert's tweet and I have it hanged up right there. Well, did you have him autograph it? Well, there you go. Awesome. Anyway, I actually pulled up the original post, so I haven't read this in years, so I'm actually prepared to find out what am I going to do. Okay, I'm actually going to take a look into seeing what I wrote 10 years ago and how was it. So here we go.
This is from God, I was a genius.
Yeah, this is the original Tumblr post from December 31st, 2011. Okay, here we go. It's New Year's Eve, the last day that 2011 will grace our normal routines before fading into obscurity with our history books 50 years from now. My last post of my top 5 video game comebacks in 2011, it made me think about the celebrities that made such great comebacks. Well, I could write down about Jennifer Lopez, Britney Spears, or Robert Downey Jr. That would be too obvious. Here at Old School Lane, we try our best to stray away from the predictable. So I decided to do this, and here are the top 10 moments according to 2011. The first one was the SNL digital skit that he did with Andy Samberg, where they both got drunk and they just got all over the place. And then there was that one moment where Pee-wee actually hit Anderson Cooper with a chair right behind his back. Then let's see what the second one was. Oh, the Creative Art Emmys, when the Pee-wee Herman Show on Broadway was nominated for a few Emmys. Then there was the last episode of Batman the Brave and the Bold, where he plays as a character called Batmite, which, by the way, one of my favorite roles he's ever been a part of. He's hilarious as Batmite. He's kind of like this fourth wall breaking, very self-aware character who knows about Batman. He's just really obsessed with Batman. There's this one episode that is really hilarious where a bunch of angry Batman fans are gathered in a convention discussing about like how Batman is strayed away from how he is with the show is mostly lighthearted and a comedy when everybody just wanted it to be dark and serious because the Nolan trilogy was hugely popular. So they knew about it and they made fun of it. Number 4 was the San Diego Comic-Con 2011. I saw the panel. And this was when he was discussing about like the movie that was going to be coming out, which, by the way, ended up being Pee-wee's Big Holiday that came out 5 years later. Then the influences with the NFL. Okay, I remember this because I saw Jared Oderick from the Miami Dolphins, Pittsburgh Steelers, Ziggy Hood, who did the tequila dance when they scored a touchdown. So I just decided, okay, well, there you go. The next one was when the show turned 25 years old. And then the seventh one was Inside Pee-wee's Playhouse. That's actually where I first mentioned Cassine Gaines's book. And this is the first out of like 4 or 5 books he would write regarding about pop culture over the past 10 years. And Cassine and I have become close acquaintances since then. Every time that he's releasing some new project, then I would have him over on on the podcast to discuss about it. I have not had him on the podcast to discuss about his newest book yet, but I'm sure that at some point when he's not too busy, then we'll be able to talk about it. I mean, in addition to him being a pop culture writer, he's also a high school teacher. And due to COVID, I'm sure you know how difficult it is to be a teacher during this time. The next one was the Simpsons episode. Okay, this is one of the very few times in which I saw modern Simpsons. The episode is called The 10% Solution. It was written by Dan Castellaneta and his wife, Deb Lacusa. The episode is about Krusty's show being canceled. And so he meets up with an agent named Ann Dubinsky, who's played by the late Joan Rivers. And he starts actually getting himself a big comeback. And it's modeled very similar to the Pee-wee Herman Show on Broadway, where he's like calling back to like his original roots. And the first thing that he did was like he dressed up as Pee-wee. The show is modeled after the Broadway show. And then he just yelled out to everybody, "Who here loves nostalgia?" And everybody's just cheering on. And then the audience reaction was, "Wow, there's so many jokes that I didn't know about when I was a kid." It's like, of course. The episode just pretty much just goes downhill from here, where him and Annie start having their like relationship and then just doesn't work out. So yeah, that's the only reason why I even talked about it in the first place. Number 9 was the Spike TV Scream Awards, back when Spike TV was still around. He won the award for visionary and for his creative mind and a vision to create one of the most iconic characters of all time. And how he did it was that he actually rode his bicycle on the stage, which of course you do. And then number 10 was his appearance on Jimmy Kimmel, which is a recurring thing that he does every Halloween. He would dress up as a character. I mean, I guess he did that back with David Letterman, but yeah. So yeah, that was pretty much it. So the following day when I posted it, that was when everybody else knew about what I did. And so, yeah, that's pretty much where I first got started.
You know, besides the theater incident, I've never really heard a bad thing said about Pee Wee Herman.
Well, there was the 2001 or 2002 incident where they found a lot of stuff in his house. Some of which
and that's the reason why he had to do like the drug PSA.
Oh, that only makes me like him more.
The theater incident was the reason why he had to do the drug PSA. The 2002 moment was when they went over to his house because somebody called in saying, hey, you know, this guy has some weird stuff in there. And it just turned out that it was just like really weird 1950s, you know, weird kind of like homoerotic stuff. Like, you know, there's like a bunch of magazines with like guys with their shirts off and stuff like that. It was kitschy, odd.
Wow,
they thought it was,
what a crime.
I know, they thought it was porn.
What?
Yes, I know. It's stupid. It's
I know.
really, really stupid.
Tragically, it was
besides those two instances, like I've yet to hear someone like go on an interview and say, you know, this guy is either, you know, said anything negative about him in an interview. I don't think. Like, I could be wrong. Like, I'm sure someone's going to bring up something or probably as we speak. But Pee Wee Herman, as far as I'm aware, is just one of those nice guys in business. Like, he's up there with Craig. He's up there with some of the other people, I think, in who we have in nostalgia and in media and stuff like that, where they say, "Oh, I can't say a bad thing about him," because you know he's always been.
I met him in person a few years ago in a convention, and I had to wait in line for almost an hour, mostly because he was interacting with the children. The children just absolutely loved him, and I was like, you know what? Even if I'm waiting in line, I'm just so happy to see the children just having fun with him. They'll be asking a bunch of questions, and he will be responding to them very, very nicely. And I was like, that's very sweet, you know, that today's kids were able to gravitate to him. I think that was one of the main concerns that I had when I discussed about Pee Wee's Big Holiday on Netflix. It's like, are today's kids going to gravitate to him? And when I went to that convention, I was like, wow, I was completely wrong. I thought that, you know, it was only going to be like for a specific generation, but no, like if the kids were able to like really be lured in, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, granted, he was just regular Paul. He wasn't in his suit or anything like that. He was just himself, but he was still talking as the character, and the kids loved him. And then finally, when I met him,
it's a testament to the character, because I mean, Mr. Bean to this day, you know, he's played by Rowan Atkinson. Like, people still know him to this day. And he could probably do a movie tomorrow, and people will pick up on it, and you know, find that he's a fun character to be around.
Sure,
you know, like when you have an identity that everyone can instantly recognize and people can instantly fall in love with. I mean, like you're never going to go wrong, regardless what generation you're at. Like, look at Big Bird, for example, from Sesame Street. Like, you know, can we say that there's been a generation of kids that's not like Big Bird? You know, and it's not because like he's a preschool character. He's the fact that he's got an iconic presence on and Carol Spivey for many decades provided that, and now his predecessor provides that too.
I by the way, check out Matt Vogel's podcast, Below the Frame. Wonderful podcast where he was able to bring in various puppeteers from Sesame Street and the Muppets and everything else in between, discussing about what it's like being a puppeteer. Really good podcast. I have not met Matt yet, but I hope so in the future when, you know, COVID starts calming down and I can actually go to conventions again, which is something that I just desperately miss, by the way. Speaking of, you know, I guess we're going over to the discussion of Big Bird, Carol Spinney. I actually have this post right here on Instagram where I actually met him and his wife, Debbie. I took this a few years ago when he was at a convention in Florida. It was Florida SuperCon. And this was back in 2014. And he was nothing more than just the sweetest guy. He was just absolutely wonderful. And his wife was really sweet too. And I just said, you know, thank you so much for everything that you do. And he's like, you know, you're welcome. I mean, this all made it, you know, worth it. And I think this was like about 2 years before he decided to retire. And then a year before afterwards, he passed away. So I have his autograph somewhere in this room, but yeah, just the fact that I even got to meet him was just nothing more than just amazed. I'm still just amazed by it.
I think no one has Carol Spivey is Binney is another person no one has a bad thing to say about. I think he's just he's had a wonderful legacy, and I think he's had some of the best performances. I think on Sesame Street. I think probably the hardest performance he's ever had to do was Jim Henson's memorial service, because you see how emotional he was even in the suit when he did. It's not easy being green, and this was at the time when they were still deciding whether they're actually going to bring back the Kermit character or not. So
right. And then they found Steve Whitmire to do it, and then he's been doing it for a long time. Yeah,
exactly. So you can probably imagine that poor Carol has had to deal with a lot as the Big Bird character, and it's I think I definitely would tell everybody to check out the documentary, because it tells you some of the behind the scenes stuff he was going through, and it doesn't do massive justice. But I'll tell you what, actually, HBO Max recently brought out the new Sesame Street documentary.
Yeah, I remember. Recently. Yes,
yeah.
I have not seen it yet, but I definitely am curious to checking it out in the future.
I'm hoping it's going to appear on Sky Atlantic, because if it does, then I'll definitely be checking it out, because it's they actually go into the couple of days that the state of Mississippi actually banned Sesame Street for having colored characters in it. So I really want to know what all their thoughts were about that. So
yeah. Stewie17 asks a question. What do you think of the new Legends of the Hidden Temple? The most recent episode featured an engaged couple making it to the temple run, but they did not get the artifact. Okay, I did see the first episode. I have not been catching up to it because I've just been really busy. I mean, it's like, what do I do? Legends of the Hidden Temple or passing my exams and my homework and my classes for the semester at school? Which
not
one?
Enough hours in the day.
Yes. Especially since I had to write, I took my minor is English, focusing on professional writing, and I took so much time into writing a lot of papers. I wrote a 17-page paper on John Steinbeck. I wrote 25 pages worth of poems and short stories and sonnets for my creative writing class. I had to do a 12-page paper of I had to do a proposal for a subject that meant a lot to me for my professional writing class. So yeah, I had to write a lot of papers. So sorry, I didn't have the time to watch the new Legends of the Hidden Temple series on CW. I did see the first episode.
I'm currently in the process of trying to get my Microsoft accreditations, and also I can't see Legends of the Hidden Temple in the UK. So
right.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, but I did see the first episode, yes, and it's really good. It's probably next to the recent revival of Double Dare with Lisa Koshy as the host and Mark Summers as the co-host. It's the best revival of a Nickelodeon game show I have seen. First of all, they have it outside, so it's much more challenging. They have adults as the contestants, which I know it sounds weird at first, but they actually are able to make it work because the challenges are way more difficult. They have D. Bradley Baker back as Olmec. They have a new host. I'm still trying to warm up to her. I think her name is Christy something. I don't remember what her name was. And they actually do some pretty smart things to it. They actually were able to tweak up the temple games, and they were able to have the contestants win at least one pendant as opposed to a half pendant, so that they don't have to scramble around and try to find the other half. So, and also in case of a tie, they're able to receive a full pendant as opposed to just having nothing. So they do some smart things to it. And I really want to check out the other episodes, especially with one of them actually has Kirk Fogg coming back as a guest host. So yes, I have seen that one episode and I'm genuinely impressed with it. It's not the worst one, people. It's not a My Family's Got Guts or Wild and Crazy Kids 2002. So check it out.
My biggest concern about the modern revival though is that imagine being also being Christy, if that's that ending her name, and that's you never had any type of relation with the show. And you're brought in as the new person, and you're kind of you're it's kind of like you being the new kid in class, her
name is Cristela Alonso. Thank you, Terrell. By the way.
She's the new kid. We don't like her.
But no, I mean, from the first episode that I did see her on, she was pretty decent. So yeah. We have a question here from let me just see if I can pull it up really quick. Common Writer 64 who asks, what's your favorite decade?
My favorite decade, I think, has to be the 90s. I think, even though I think I will. The thing with me is I was born in 1985, so I saw like the latters of the 80s, and then I grew up officially in the 90s, and so I think that's where all my cartoon shows are. That's where all my favorite movies are, and that's where I grew up. So the 90s definitely.
For entertainment, I definitely have to say the 2010s, just because I'm a big fan of animation and cartoons, and in my opinion, ever since their inception, they just keep getting better. So I imagine I'll have similar feelings about the 2020s once we've gotten enough of it to have a full opinion.
But I would argue with you, Michael, how much of how great cartoons are now are not inspired by what came before.
I imagine that's every form of media ever, so
Yeah,
yes,
that's very
you're
true,
correct.
Every generation built up on the previous one. How about you, Clancy?
I mean, it really depends what it's for. Like in terms of, say, if it's comic books, I'd say 80s, just because if you're looking at the whole decade, it's before they went full ultra dark with, well, like Dark Knight Returns and whatnot. Like that stuff had just started but hadn't been overplayed yet. But I don't know. I really like the decade we're in now. It's like Dave and I keep talking about doing a podcast on the DuckTales reboot that recently wrapped up, which was excellent. And then you get stuff like Gravity Falls, which is just amazing shows like that.
Yeah. By the way, Aaron and I had just finished watching Gravity Falls together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, awesome.
I have to say, yeah, brilliant show. One thing I want to do is that it seems to me, I mean, I saw a screenshot from one of the by the way, if regards to Amphibia spoilers, I'm kind of like, I'm just been bombarded with people like telling me, oh my God, this happened in season 3. So I'm kind of already spoiled on Amphibia already. But I saw one screenshot which seems to give the idea that all the worlds are linked, like from like Star vs. the Forces of Evil up to now. So like even including the Ghost of Molly McGee. So I'm kind of like, like, you know, I want to catch up with all these shows now on Disney Plus, and I want to see if I can like try and find a way of like tying them all together into like this whole, like, you know, whole other world that seems to like built up. And that,
There's definitely a lot of theory fodder there, but all we've gotten so far is stuff that might just be construed as this is a fun little reference.
Well, I know, yeah. I mean, I got to be honest though. The one striking thing that keeps coming back to me is when Stan Pines once referenced Marilyn as like his ex-wife that he got involved with, and Marilyn is the pseudonym of Ida, the Owl Lady from the Owl. So at one point, it's suspected that Ida might have traveled, you know, across America, has bumped into Stan Pines at one point, stole his car, and then gone back the other way again. I don't know. But I don't know. Like I kind of having the feeling that all these, you know, start from Star vs. the Forces of Evil up to you know, Amphibia now. I'm kind of thinking all these worlds are linked somehow. And like you know, one of my dream things I would like to see, which I don't think is going to happen because it's already happened before, is that you know, I don't know if it's either going to be like the finale of Amphibia or whether it's going to be the finale of the Owl House. Like all the heroes just get together and just have this massive like battle of like, you know, for like you know, supremacy of like this whole, you know, universe.
Star Butterfly tries to ruin everything about the magic in both shows. It'll happen.
Yeah.
No, I don't get too excited about that kind of thing because I think even if it is the plan, I'm worried they're not going to pay off on it because look at what's going on with season 3 of the Owl House that's getting cut short. I don't think that they want to build on these shows in the way that would actually be a satisfying conclusion for the people who are fans.
But it would be a fun little thing just to, you know, because remember when Butch Hartman did the whole, I mean, it wasn't in canon or anything like that. I remember they like brought like Fairy Odd Parrots, Tough Puppy, and Danny Phantom all together for like that.
Yeah, I
just
remember.
that thing, like, I mean, just have it as a one-off, just for to say, you know, to give a nod to the fans. I think like you say, oh hey, they all got together and they all like, you know, like they've done the table reading before. Remember at Comic-Con, and that went down like a real treat with everybody.
Oh yeah, that's right. The
table.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and now there's like loads of animations coming up for it, and so I think they definitely should go in that direction. Or at least have like, you know, at least one of the comic conventions have like a massive table read of like all your favorite characters, at least, and you know, how they all meet up and, you know, did this whole thing. That'd be kind of cool to see.
Yeah, that'd be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think that also another thing that would be pretty interesting is just the fact that if it's possible that these worlds are connected with each other, then I mean I wouldn't be surprised if maybe like they'll do comics of it, very similar to how Adventure Time when they did their comics, they also had a crossover episode with the regular show characters and Adventure Time characters where they crossed into the same portal where they swapped dimensions or something. So it's like at this point, I mean, if they were to do like a crossover thing, I wouldn't be surprised if they just relegated to comics.
Yeah, well, it's I mean, if the Disney don't fill that void, I guarantee the fans will. I mean, like, shout out to Maureen Mark, who like does these incredible, like, you know, Gravity Falls, Owl House, and you know, even stuff for the Source of Evil comics on Tumblr, and they always end up on the subreddits as well, which you know he does incredible work in that. So don't be too surprised if you end up seeing. And also, shout out to actually all the fans of like the modern cartoons as well, like Amphibia, the Owl House, and that, because you know not only are they doing like you know just like fan art and comics and you know fan fiction, they're just doing animations and they're doing like other stuff as well. Like it's incredible to watch these fandoms kind of like you know evolve in their own ways. Like I you know back in the back in the 90s, you'd be lucky to get like you know a fan fiction to load up on your dial-up internet, like you know to get over interact with fans like on message boards and stuff like that. But this is huge.
Yeah, or heaven forbid if like a fan art were to be leaked onto the computer and then people would think, is this canon? Kind of like what happened with the what was it, Dragon Ball AF, where they thought that one person's fan art of like Super Saiyan 5 Goku was like a legit thing.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm thinking about. That might be a bit of an issue because I know that people have started getting so good at editing that they can actually edit like out certain things out of like shows that I don't particularly like. And there's been a whole controversy recently that people who don't like you know the whole Lumity ship is that they've been like editing the dubs to like you know say different things and things like that, which is kind of.
Oh, speaking of dubs, I'm sure that you probably know about this, Aaron, but oh my God, Reddit has been going crazy about the Taiwanese dub that has been spreading out.
Well, there's some new news to that. Apparently, that dub might not be authentic. Apparently, that again might.
Yeah,
be
I've been hearing
fake.
about that too. So I'm just take it with a grain of salt.
Well, the whole idea of like them dressing up and traveling together, and that's how like they've done a whole like you know it's so random like you know, but they still think you know. Apparently, according to one person who picked up on that, they said that technically still means that they're gay. So like nothing really, even if they did change that to make them, you know, not a couple, that still kind of insinuates that they are.
Yeah.
So
And by the way, this is go ahead. I'm sorry.
I saw bits for the Polish dub for the Owl House, which for the Lumity ship spoiler. In one episode, literally, they have it. They do it right. Will you be my girlfriend? Boom, they pull it off. Next episode, I will be the greatest best friend ever.
I don't know if that was
never fail.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a mistranslation or if that was. I'm still looking into that.
My understanding is that one episode was produced before the other. They did them out of order for the dub. Gotcha. So it was. I don't know if it's an honest mistake or whatever else was going on there.
Possibly, I don't know.
Given the fact that Poland has LGBTQ free zones, I think I wouldn't be too surprised if you know something like that would happen. But
yeah. And speaking of which, here's the thing: the dub, from what I understand, if it is authentic, the Taiwanese dub is not from Taiwan. It was originally from Singapore that was translated over to Mandarin, and then it was showcased in Taiwan. From what I've seen, the Taiwanese fans actually know about this and they've been joking about it. And they say, no, you know, we are very progressive here, at least a lot of us in Taiwan. And so even we find this to be kind of funny.
This is the Sailor Moon cousins all over again.
Oh my God, yes. Yes. I never thought that we would ever have this again. It's like, yes, this is Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune being cousins all over again.
Which just made it so much worse.
But you know the weird thing is about like this particular like apparently the Arabic dubs, which you think in the Middle East you think would not be very LGBTQ friendly, they still keep in the fact that Lumity is a thing. So which is so strange. Like how is it that you know certain dubs like edit out the you know, edit out the Lumity storyline, but other dubs that you wouldn't think would keep it actually kept it.
I think weird. The one that has been altered is Rain's pronouns. From what I've seen from Avi Roque, who plays as Rain Whispers, they said that Rain's pronouns has been he, him, as opposed to they, them. And a lot of the fans have been saying this is what happened, and Avi was saying, well, I mean, that's how it is sometimes, but for those who have been really supportive of Reigns' pronouns being they them, I thank you for that. And yeah, I guess it depends on what country it is that tends to happen.
Yeah, I just think one thing also you got to keep in mind is there's also the danger of mistranslations, I think, in this as well, because I mean, Disney, I mean, any company, as far as I'm concerned, never really, take good care of their dubs or anything like that. Like apparently when the Jungle movie came out, when they did the Spanish dubs for that, apparently Helga sounded really terrible, and so they don't like the Helga in the Spanish version of the Jungle movie. But also keep in mind, there's also the classic line where Nintendo was trying to tell I can't remember who it was, like the names of all the characters, like all over over the phone, and they mispronounced Monkey Kong as Donkey Kong, and therefore now the rest is history, and now he's been forever known as Donkey Kong. So these mistranslations and these miscommunications happen all the time, and
yeah,
so
they do.
yeah,
and,
so,
and they also become officially canon to the series, like for those who are Metroid fans. The Varia suit, which is the suit that Samus gets to protect herself from the heat and from acid, has been mistranslated. It was originally supposed to be called Barrier suit, but they mistranslated Varia to Barrier, and so it's been stuck as the Varia suit ever since.
Yeah, Varia sounds cool anyway. So
it does sound cool, yeah. Even though that was a mistranslation. And of course you have your silly translations, like from Japanese to English, that is like broken English, like, where you have a zero wing, all our base are belong to us, and someone set us up the bomb, and a winner is you, and you are winner, and congratulation. This
congratulation.
Congratulation, yes. Yeah. I mean, some people Patricia, find that funny, but there's some who just accept it because
oh, it's a kitty.
Oh, hello, kitty.
Oh, yeah, when you bring a cat onto the internet, it's the first thing that
That's yes.
Michael.
This
you've relegated yourself now thanks to your cat.
1,000 likes.
No. I had to go for a moment because I kept hearing like loud noises, and I'm thinking it's just someone just banging on the outside of my house. I don't know how he was pulling it off, but this was the guy.
He's a big guy, I tell you.
Wanted to be on the show.
Yeah, cool.
That's why I had to go. I was like, that doesn't sound like door knocking, but it's so loud. So I'm gonna find broken stuff later, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name?
Monty.
Hello, Monty.
Hey, Monty. Hey.
Hello.
I know that Clancy, you have 2 dogs, right?
Yeah, I'm sure Quigley will stick his nose in here at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Quigley and Raisin, I believe, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
By the way,
which I have seen your dogs before, and they're adorable. I just have a thing for smaller dogs, even though that my sister has a golden retriever who's sleeping right now. So,
by the way, Patricia, just to get off the translation subject, I just wanted to say that in front of the entire world, I want to dress up and travel with you.
Thank you. All right. We have a question from Terrell Eugene Bellinger, who told us about the name of the host for the Legends reboot. By the way, thank you. What do you think of the upcoming new Reading Rainbow reboot? I have heard about it. I have not really sought out for it too much. I mean, I did hear that LeVar Burton wants to bring it back. I think that LeVar Burton even did it briefly as like a podcast during COVID, but I'm genuinely curious about how it's going to turn out, because I remember the original Reading Rainbow where, you had LeVar Burton. I mean, this was around the time where he was Geordie LaForge in Star Trek, the Next Generation. And he was, presenting books to kids, and he was, visiting various people, discussing about, all these like interesting things. And there was like a theme to each book. And they also had like various special guests who, by the way, we actually had on our podcast. One of the guests who was a recurring person in Reading Rainbow was actually, our good buddy, Ken Michael, if you remember, who is Darren in As Told by Ginger. He actually appeared a few times in Reading Rainbow, discussing about various books. And I've always enjoyed watching Reading Rainbow. It had an awesome theme song that you couldn't get it out of your head. And I'm hoping that today's kids will gravitate to it. I mean, I know that a lot of people are more into like audiobooks and stuff like nowadays, but I'm actually curious to see how this reboot turns out.
Yeah, and I'm not growing up with Reading Rainbow, but I have heard some really good things about it. So I mean, if as long as it just keeps the classic, idea of the concept, then I can't see why we wouldn't go down a treat with the current generation of kids.
I'm actually curious. Is there an equivalent to Reading Rainbow in the UK? Like you have a host who talks about like books.
Oh, good grief, babe. We have a whole channel dedicated to stuff like this. Like here in the UK, we have something, used to have something called Children's BBC. And then that sort of turned into two things. It turned into CBBC, which is now the kids like channel that is now broadcast by BBC, and now we have something called CBeebies, which is like the preschool channel, which you can set your kid in front of, and then they with regards to CBeebies, like there's a conveyor belt of like people who will like sit down and like read books and things like that. So like it's not a new concept in regards to British children's television that they would have something like this. It's something we've had for a long time and has been produced by very many people. Andy Peters, I think, is one person that comes to mind. The guy who was in Red Dwarf, what's his name? Who played Cat in Red Dwarf, and he's one person giving story makers. He did that, and Danny John Jules, that's his name. And I'm trying to think of other people who, there's been funny enough though, a lot of people who did that shows would then later on appear in like mainstream British television shows, like The One Show, and on like be on BBC One, BBC Two, and do adult kind of like shows. So if anything, CBeebies and things like Reading Rainbow has been a great stepping stone for younger talent who cut their teeth in children's television and then go on to like be big stars on British television. So if you land a gig on CBeebies, reading a book to kids, then I think you've nearly made it pretty much.
Right. What about you guys? What are your thoughts on this upcoming Reading Rainbow reboot? Say that 3 times fast.
To be perfectly honest with you, I have no real thoughts on the Reading Rainbow reboot. I haven't, until now, actually heard that they were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm basically in the same boat. I hadn't heard they're doing it. I mean, if it gets kids to read more, I'm all for it. I mean, growing up, it was a great show. I mean, PBS was the channel that had like, at least that's what it aired on for me personally. It's like it had the great block of it. Had, I want to say, Sesame Street, Reading Rainbow, and Arthur would come on one after another for me. So that was always one of my favorite blocks. So it's like, hey, I hope it does well. And especially if you're a child's author, like getting your book on that show back then was like a huge deal for any author. So hey, I hope they do well with it.
Doesn't the UK still have a very similar show that's still ongoing, like ever since its inception?
Wait, you have to describe it to me.
Well, they bring on a different celebrity for every reading, and I believe it's a public broadcast show.
It is, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it, but I'm sure it'll come back to me somewhere in the next couple of hours. So
yeah. I think that when it comes to PBS programs, I mean, you have Reading Rainbow, you have Ghost Rider, you have Carmen Sandiego, you have Beekman's World, you have Bill Nye the Science Guy, and you have like that generation of like various PBS programs. And then afterwards, I mean, I know that you have your Sesame Streets, you have Arthur, you have a lot of the PBS Kids blog, which was like way above like when I was watching it. So I knew there's actually a person when I discussed about the I remember this now. I remember when I had one of the co-hosts of the Arthur podcast coming on by to the show as a guest interview. I think I received a comment from somebody saying, "Hey, will you ever discuss about Rough Ruffman?" And I'm like, "What is that?" And so I had to look it up to see what Rough Ruffman was. And apparently it was a PBS show from the 2000s about a cartoon dog, and they had a game show. And I'm like, wait a minute. This sounds familiar. This sounds like Tuned In.
Oh.
Tuned In was a rejected Nickelodeon game show from the 90s where there was a talking dog and they would be asking various questions. And I'm sure that the today's kids are probably like listening to this and they were like, wait a minute, isn't Tuned In that show right now that it was about Nickelodeon trivia? It's like, yes, but they wanted to do it back in the 90s and it would have featured an animated cartoon dog as the host.
Yeah,
So
I mean, like, there's been like versions of like that been done before. BBC did like something like that previously, like on CBBC, and then Cartoon Network, I think in the UK, I think in Canada, did their own version called Skitoony, I think. So they have done like the game shows in that regard. But I mean, yeah, as far as I'm aware, in America, I mean, I'm not familiar with them. And probably there must be some obscure.
I'm not.
show
I mean,
that
I
must be
wasn't
going
familiar
on.
with it either, but because I was like, I mean, I was in my anime phase in the 2000s. So speaking of which, somebody actually asked me a question about that. So
Yeah, some people go through their goth phase, and then the people go through their anime phase. You know, like it's,
I never went through the goth phase, but I did know people in high school who did go through the goth phase. That's where every time that I talk about Invader Zim back in the 2000s. That's where a lot of my goth friends from high school were. It's like, this is when I was familiar with Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and Squee and I Feel Sick. And
that's where they all had the exact same shirt.
Yes, they all had the exact same clothes. There was black clothes surrounded by chains and with like kind of like hoodies in their in their heads. They had the long sleeve shirt on top of the shirt with whatever band was really popular, whether it be Good Charlotte or Linkin Park or Green Day. Yes.
Oh, Green Day was the massive one. Like everyone I knew who was going through that phase was wearing a Green Day shirt. Always.
Yeah. And every single AMV in the 2000s featured a Linkin Park or a Offspring song, because edgy and emo, because of course it is. But yeah, speaking of which,
I remember all the jokes used to go on about Linkin Park. Like, imagine if they did a Christmas number one or something like, rolling down the chimney.
Oh my gosh, no.
Yeah.
And then Evanescence became really popular for like a brief minute, and then everybody was just like obsessed with that.
Did you know anybody who got into Nightwish?
No, I never knew anybody who got into Nightwish.
Yeah, well, my sister was into Nightwish.
Never heard of them. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny because, I think that I would have expected that somebody would have been, but no, I don't. Okay, so by the way, we have another question from Common Writer 64, who asks, what anime have you seen and do you have a favorite anime? I've seen a lot of anime. I mean, as mentioned before, I went through anime phase around the 2000s. So when Toonami and Adult Swim were like really, really popular when they were just first starting, I saw all the ones that were featured. I saw Cowboy Bebop, I saw Trigun, I saw Outlaw Star, I saw Gundam, I saw Inuyasha, I saw Full Metal Alchemist, I saw Yu Yu Hakusho, I saw Fooly Cooly. As for like a favorite anime, I mean, that's really hard to say because there's a lot of like really good anime out there. I mean, I've talked about Azumanga Daioh in one of my episodes of Casual Chat, which is my favorite slice of life anime of all time. I mean, a lot of people have been asking me that question for years, saying, what are your favorite slice of life cartoons? And I always say the same thing. If it's an American one, it's Hey Arnold. If it's Japanese, it's Azumanga Daioh, which I know some people would be like saying, oh, but there's a lot of better ones. Like, what about Lucky Star? What about K-On? It's like, those are good too, but Azumanga Daioh was the foundation of that. I mean, all the other ones that came out afterwards would not have happened if Azumanga Daioh didn't come out. So, yeah, that's my favorite one. As for like other animes, I mean, I've always been a huge fan of Cowboy Bebop since I was in high school. And I was genuinely curious about how the Netflix version was going to happen. And lo and behold, it got canceled after 10 episodes, which I know I have to talk about it at some point. But yeah, there's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is also a personal favorite of mine. I really love the story. I love the characters, and I love just the world building that it has and the unique sense of alchemy. I remember when the original and then Brotherhood were kind of like wrapping up around the same time, and then the Quest of Shambhala was happening. So I remember that I didn't watch Brotherhood until finally, all of it came out, because I thought that it was just going to be the same thing. It's like, oh, they just maybe have like, I heard it was going to be like closer to the manga. It's like, oh, but we already have the anime. I did not know how much of a massive difference it was, because they pulled off a Sailor Moon in which, like, okay, the anime and the manga are going on at the same time. Just write whatever story that you want. And the story just went on a huge turning point in which it was like, okay, looking back on it now, it's like really weird. Like certain homunculi are different, and the ending is completely different. So yeah, it's out there. But yeah, I'll definitely talk about that show in the future. I remember when Bleach was out, and I was like really obsessed with Bleach, and then the show just kind of went in a different direction that I just didn't really care about in both the manga and the anime, that I just pretty much stopped. Now, I have read the last chapters of the manga, and I knew that from the recent announcement at Jump Festa that they're going to be bringing back Bleach, and they're going to do the final chapter, which means now I have to finish watching the anime and reading the manga, because I now have to catch up. Yeah, so those are some of my favorites.
In regards to myself, I got to be honest, my anime is very light. It's of course it's Akira, and of course it's Ghost in the Shell, and of course it's there was a third one that was in my head, and I completely forgotten it now.
Oh, by the way, remember when we went to the Morikami Museum and there was this huge exhibition exhibit on Ghost in the Shell?
That was incredible. I loved that. And yeah, but I never really said that I really got into anime at the time. Like my whole stick at the time was just Western animation, and probably the occasional Japanese cartoon, but nothing much more besides that. And so I wasn't really exposed to it until someone either had a DVD from like some obscure place, or as far as I'm aware, I don't think even some of the major channels, I think here in the UK, were actually airing anime at the time. I think until Channel 5 came around, at least.
Interesting.
So I think I've had limited exposure to anime, I would say, but if someone put on Ghost in the Shell and someone put on Akira, or if someone put on something that I found engaging, I think I would definitely take it out. But I think it wasn't until Vega, until I interviewed her, and who's Linkara's wife, by the way. I think I don't think I would have got too much stuff into anime.
The guest starring of Vega is one of my favorite episodes of the Aaron Meta show, especially with when we saw the weird stuff that she talked about. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
She was a blast.
I kind of feel bad because I felt like if I could do that episode over again, I probably wouldn't have done the hentai episode. I think I probably would have I would have probably done something that she probably would have enjoyed a bit more. But the only reason I ended up picking up that episode and we analyzed it is because it was the most popular one on the YouTube channel, and yeah, maybe I should have probably have thought a bit more thoroughly, I think, before going through some of the stuff.
Ranking video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Uh-oh. For myself, shoot, I'm just like you, Patricia. I've seen hundreds of anime, and my favorite anime definitely used to be Cowboy Bebop. Which is weird for me. I'm not really a big fan of the general space fantasy, space opera style stories. But it's such a perfectly balanced cast, and it just manages in its like 26 episode run so well.
And the movie.
The movie too, actually. I only saw that a few years after I'd first seen the show because I didn't know about the movie, and that was just fantastic. Ever since I've seen ReZero, though, that instantly became my favorite, and I only realized this a few years ago, but it actually kind of reflects my entire entertainment palette. See if you can see the pattern. Okay. My favorite video games are The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Undertale. My favorite movie is Groundhog Day.
Oh, nice.
My favorite anime, as I said, is ReZero. My favorite Tom Cruise movie is Edge of Tomorrow. I enjoy a very, very, very narrow scope of time travel story. It's very specific.
That's perfectly fine,
I have no problem with it, but I just realized a few years ago, I was like, wait, do I like other things? Am I sure?
Can I ask you two questions while we're on two subjects that you just brought up? What do you think of the Cowboy Bebop revival on Netflix? And have you seen the demo of the recent mod of Legend of Zelda, the Helix Blade? Have you seen either of those two?
The Cowboy Bebop on Netflix, I've not seen it yet, of course, but I was super interested in it because it looked like they were trying really hard to match the aesthetic of the show. I've not heard that that went great, but I'm gonna try and go in with an open mind when I do watch it,
Yeah.
just to see. As for the Helix Blade, I hadn't heard of it at all.
Hmm. How about you, Clancy? Favorite anime?
I'll be honest, anime is just when you're forming your taste, it's like you kind of pivot one way or another. I personally more pivoted towards like American comic books and whatnot. So it's like
Sure.
I've seen like some of the big name ones like Akira and whatnot, but it's not something where I ever felt like I know enough to really talk about. But growing up, I'll say the one that I was the biggest fan of was the American version of Digimon,
Oh yeah, sure.
especially season 3 there. I think it's called Tamers or something like
Yeah,
that.
Digimon Tamers. I've heard a lot of people have been requesting me like crazy to talk about Digimon, and I'm like, I never grew up with it. I mean, I grew up with Tamagotchis, but never with
Mhm.
Digimon. And then they always say Digimon Tamers is the best one. Go watch it. And I'm like, do I have to watch the other ones? And it's like maybe, but not really this one because it's so good. So
Amongst my group of friends, I mean, like we were first exposed to Pokemon. So when Digimon first came out, we were kind of like, is this just them trying to cash in on Pokemon?
well, it's kind of like a yes and no because I know Digimon is based off of like the Tamagotchis, sort of, and then because Tamagotchis came out first, and then when Pokemon became a hit, they were like, okay, now we need to kind of like, see if we can catch up with this craze. So yes and no, it's complicated.
I
Yeah.
compare it kind of to 80s slashers where Michael Myers might have been the first one, but then Jason came around and they kind of would steal from each other for
Yeah.
decades and decades to come.
Yeah, it's you have your good contenders, like you have like your Pokemons and your Digimons, but then you have like the ones that only a handful of people would know of, like Shaman King and various other ones. I mean, think of the ones that Kids WB used to air back in the day. So yeah, I've never seen Digimon in my life, but I definitely know that my fans love Digimon and they want me to talk about it. So maybe someday. Anyway, so your question, Aaron, regarding about the Netflix revival of Cowboy Bebop. Now, I remember when I first saw the trailer, I was like, this looks really promising, and they even got the composer from the show to do new music for it, and I was really promising. But then when the episode where they introduced Ed started popping up, that's when everybody just like flipped their minds. They were like, oh, this is terrible and blah, 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 blah. And that didn't exactly want me to like check it out. And I'm like, okay, maybe when all the seasons start coming out, maybe I'll check it out. And then that was when they announced were canceled. And I'm like, okay, at some point I need to watch all 10 episodes.
It sounds like they would have got a more positive response if they had introduced Ed as like one of like either the Ed, and Eddie, cartoons.
Ed is not really like that, but I get what you're trying to say.
I think Ed was definitely going to always be the hardest part of the Cowboy Bebop
Ed is
show
a very
to adapt.
quirky character. She's a little bit out there. You have to pull it off really well in order for you to have Ed be very endearing, because she is weird. She is always tinkering with things. So yeah, it was going to be hard to pull it off live action. Yeah, and as for like all the other ones, I mean, from like the pictures wise, they looked really, really cool, but I haven't seen their performances, so I cannot say how they did. But I'm actually curious. Comment writer says you cannot forget about Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh yes, that's right. So
I love the Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I talked about Yu-Gi-Oh twice. I did the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise podcast with our good friend Eli Stone, aka the Hero of Tomorrow, and Isaac, aka the Media Hunter. I had only seen the first series. I had not seen GX. I had not seen 5Ds. I had not seen Zexal. I had not seen V Reigns or whatever the new one is. I have no idea. So I have not seen any of them. And then I just had them talk about it. And I'm like, Z summons. Dimension dueling. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Cool.
There was also a lot of awful clones of Yu-Gi-Oh, just like there were of Pokemon and Digimon.
Yeah. So I'm familiar with the fact that it was based off of the manga, and then it was like really, really dark, and then it focused on different games, but then the card games became really popular, and so they focused on that one instead. I've read the manga when I was in college, and then I saw it in Japanese to prepare myself for that podcast. I did not see the English version until I actually saw Dark Side of Dimensions, which I decided to genuinely go to the theater to watch. And there was 3 anime movies at the time that were out. There was Dark Side of Dimensions, One Piece Gold, and Sailor Moon R. I decided to watch Dark Side of Dimensions, and I loved that experience. Even though it was a small gathering, that gathering nonetheless was filled with fans who carrying their old dual discs that they got from Toys R Us, had shirts, they were carrying their cards, some of them even cosplayed as the characters. And I was sitting behind the biggest Seto Kaiba fan in the world, who was squealing every time that she saw Kaiba in the screen, and every time that Jonochi, or Joey Wheeler as you know him in America, would come onto the screen, everybody was just laughing. I was genuinely so surprised on how well the English voice acting was. I mean, it was so great to hear Dan Green again after his semi-retirement, which happened shortly after his wife sadly passed away when giving birth to their twin son and daughter. He went through a rough time. I think he had, sporadically going in and out of various projects. And then finally, when I heard him as both Yugi and as, well, I can't say the spoilers for those who haven't seen it, and the Pharaoh in flashbacks. So hearing that again was just so great. And the voice acting in it is the best that they've ever done. I'm so genuinely surprised on how well that turned out. And they were kind of able to keep it into the original Japanese script, which I know that they've been doing recently. And the movie is just so funny. Like, all the moments with Seto Kaiba in it are just hilarious, which I know that they did not have that in the Japanese version, because I saw that about a year after I saw Dark Side of Dimensions, which is Kaiba more serious. But then the jokes that they had was like, when he was drinking the bottle and then he just crushed it with his hand, and then he said, "Fire whoever made this bottle. This is not Kaiba approved." It's like, that was so great. I loved it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm hoping that Dan Green would be very similar to like more other voice actors who were living in New York and then go over to California, very similar to like Lisa Ortiz or Veronica Taylor, in which they have since moved to California and are doing more anime as well as Western cartoons. And because Dan Green deserves it, by the way, he deserves to be like right up there. But I think he's focusing on his family, which of course is very important. Anyway, so yeah, okay, we're almost we're about 4 minutes into our next video. So let's see. Burning Exter says, from what I've seen, they didn't pull off Ed in the live action, which sucks because their actor wasn't all that terrible. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you can have really, really good actors, but if they're given bad direction or weak material, they just come across as bad. And then you blame the actors, and then, it's not their fault because they were given that direction. So yes, I understand. And I just hope that the actor who did play as Ed, I hope that she will go off and do bigger and better things.
I'm pretty sure she will. I think, given the fact that this only lasted 1 season, I think they've already said they're going to move on to something else. So yeah, this will just be on the shelf as far as they're concerned, and they'll move on to do something else.
Yeah. Common Writer X64 says, you guys should check out Ramna One Half. I have heard of Ramna One Half. I have never seen it. I knew people from college who were really into it, but I have not seen it. I definitely will check it out at some point. There's a lot of anime that I have never seen before that I definitely do want to check out. I mean, there's a lot of movies that I have not seen. I haven't seen a lot of the Satoshi Kon movies. I haven't seen Millennium Actress. The only ones I have seen have been Tokyo Godfathers, and I saw Paprika. Paprika was huge when I was in college, where it was like that trippy, weird movie about a girl who goes over to a different dimension and everybody just looks weird. Everybody was like talking about it in like in forums saying like, what is this movie? Why is it so weird? So yeah. Made by the same person who made Inuyasha. Yes, I am familiar that it's the same person who made Inuyasha, but I have just not seen it yet. And by the way, I haven't seen the sequel to Inuyasha yet either. I know that's the sequel series where it focuses on Inuyasha and Kagome's child. Spoilers, by the way, what the sequel series is about. Which, by the way, it's kind of like a reoccurring thing that's been happening over the past few years. It's like, if you're going to have a sequel series to an anime, focus on the kids. They did the same thing with Boruto, and I think they also, I mean, they didn't do it necessarily with Dragon Ball, because I know that Goku's still the main protagonist, but, you know, we had some scenes with Gohan and Goten, and Pan has started to become really popular in some parts of Dragon Ball Super. And now there's going to be a major, you know, little part in Dragon Ball Superhero. That's the name of it. I'm kind of like, what? Oh, Japan. But I just see the trailer of it and it looks pretty cool. I'm actually interested in checking it out. I remember when I first saw Resurrection F and I saw Battle of Gods, and I was just like so amazed with those movies because the new characters worked, and the performance of Christopher Ayers as Frieza was just absolutely great. So I have not seen Broly yet. I know a lot of people say it's really, really good. I definitely will check it out. So yeah, I need to catch up with Dragon Ball Super in order for me to kind of understand what's going on in the story, because Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods is kind of like where it first starts, and then Resurrection F is kind of like also where it kind of first starts as well. So yeah, I know there's like over 100 episodes of Dragon Ball Super that I need to catch up to, so I'm going to see how that happens. Let's see. We have another question. JDC Man 894 asks, when it comes to the best animated feature category, Oscar voters refuse to vote due to their disinterest in animation. It has to be because of Disney's loose adaptation of certain books, correct? Well, I wouldn't say so. I guess it depends on who is the person who is on.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, babe. I want a source on that. Like, where did they get that from?
I have no idea.
Generally, it's probably just relating to the stigma of animation that it's just for kids is a big part of that.
Well, given the fact that I mean, yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I think just for kids, I think is. I think we're starting to slowly start to move away from that now. I think, and I think. I mean, I got to be honest. I would need a source on like that bit of news and see where people are at, because I mean, like. In regards to animation, I mean, like if we've seen like some of the categories and that's of so some of the contenders that have come out, you know, recently, I think.
Aaron and I read about that a few weeks ago about some of the contenders, and some of them are pretty serious. I mean, a lot of the reoccurring ones that we've seen for movies that are out of the country have been about people fleeing away from a country because of something happening, whether it be because they're with a forbidden lover, or whether it be because they want to get away from the war, or because of something like that. So yeah, it's becoming a lot more serious, and I hope the stigma goes away too, because I'm just so sick of it. It's like the whole animations for kids kind of thing, which is not true. I mean, it's an American stigma, and I'm sure that some of our international followers are probably saying, what are you talking about? Like, some of the stuff is like for everyone. Europe and Asia are huge when it comes to like animations for everyone. Here in America, unfortunately, that stigma of, you know, if it's animation, it could either be one of two camps. It's either like directly for kids, or if it is for adults, then it has to be crude and disgusting and vile and stuff like that. So, I mean, we're starting to step away from that too a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it's sometimes that I hope that, you know, it will be treated a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, well, to the Oscars in particular, I'm sure you've also heard the stories of certain voters choosing what is the best animated feature based solely on what their kids thought of the movies that year, which I just think if you're going to be voting on a movie award show, it isn't the way to go about things.
Sounds like the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, actually.
At least it's in the title, at least.
When me and Harry were doing the Aaron Meta show, you know, Harry Dyer, well, you know, shout out to him, by the way. When we were doing the show, like he always hated the Oscars because it was just like it was based on, you know, narrow-minded views of people of like, you know, within, you know, a certain group of people. But you know, when we did the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, we felt like that was more representative of people because, you know, everyone who had a vote could vote, and you know, so I think that the KSAs I think had a better barometer of where the public was than the Academy was at the time.
People's Choice Awards is also another one as well, where people get to vote on what they personally feel.
Yeah. So, but in regards to how the Academy feels, but I mean, again, like we don't know any of these people, so I don't know what the Academy
No,
thinks.
we don't
But
know.
I mean, but in regards to I will admit though, like if it's going to be one of the nominees is going to be a Disney movie, one of the nominees is going to be a Pixar movie, and I guarantee you, like one of those two is going to win it, and that's going to be the end of it. So,
What was it
yeah.
that Jack Black
Yeah.
said when he was in like a
Oh yeah, Jack Black once said when he was nominated, when he was asked to announce one of the awards, he basically said, "How do I make my money?" He basically says, "I do a DreamWorks film, then I take all the money I made off the DreamWorks film and I bet it all on Pixar winning Best Animated Feature," and that's how he makes his money. And but yeah, unfortunately, Disney and Pixar currently, I mean, if you look through all the winners, I mean, your likelihood is you're going to see a Pixar film and you're going to see a Disney film. So they've always been dominant in regards to the Oscars until, attitudes either change at the Academy or unless, something comes in that is truly, utterly groundbreaking and has, no way of being ignored by the members of the Academy. I think Disney and Pixar are going to be there for a considerable amount of time to come. I think
Spirited Away was the only one that even remotely shook that up when it won,
and that's Miyazaki, so that shouldn't be too surprising.
Didn't Secret of the Kells win though?
Yeah, exactly. I think Secret of Kells also as well. And then recently, Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse. I mean, I remember when somebody tweeted about the nominations with either this or Ralph Breaks the Internet was going to win. And then somebody said, guys, I know that you love Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse, but it's never going to win. This is Disney. Disney's going to have a major up. Please stop getting your hopes up. And even shared a picture of like a display on Walmart or something about like Wreck-It Ralph. It's like the Academy Award winning animated film. And then Spider-Verse won. Beautiful.
Well, I mean, one thing you could argue is that Spider-Man has been, I mean, a fixture in American culture for decades. I think at that point. Yeah. So I think Spider-Verse, I think definitely stood a chance in regards to that. And let's be honest, I mean, like besides the Disney princess team up, I don't think Ralph Breaks the Internet is just such a forgettable movie.
Yeah, Aaron and I, it's kind of funny because Aaron and I, we both saw Ralph Breaks the Internet, and then afterwards we saw Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse back to back.
Yeah, and we definitely knew what our favorite movie was. And the only argument I was making for Ralph Breaks the Internet existing is that this should have been like the test pilot for whether they thought that a Disney princess team-up movie was going to be, a crowd winner, which I think it would be. I mean, if they did a movie where they took all the Disney princesses, put them all together, and had them like just defeat some like massive villain, I don't know, Chernobog from Fantasia or something like that. If they did that, I think they would have a box office winner. I think it would break $1 billion easy. Like
make
in the
first Kingdom Hearts movie where the princesses matter for once.
Ooh, they were almost planning on doing a Kingdom Hearts animated series, but then they decided to focus on the games or something. But yeah,
I think unless something changes in the next couple of years, I think Kingdom Hearts is going to be specifically a video game thing. I'd be very surprised they even get an animated series on Disney Plus, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure that they have to go through legal issues. Like, okay, we have Disney characters and Square Enix characters. I'm sure that the legal issues will be, all over the place. It's like, okay, I know that some of it is going to be union and non-union, or, we have like this character for Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X, and then we have these Disney characters from like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast and Frozen and Big Hero 6. Like, how are we going to be able to make it work that it's, we don't have to deal with like legal issues? I think the fact that their main character now is in Smash Brothers, I think they have a pretty good idea of what Kingdom Hearts should be, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I don't think, but that's just me.
Yeah. All right, we've already passed the 9:30 mark, so I'm going to put up another video to congratulate. Now, I have not seen any of these videos. I'm going to just take it like completely random. So I actually put it on a a folder. So I'm going to be reacting to it just as much as you guys are. So I'm just going to click on a random one, and let's see how this one turns out. I'm just going to share it on the screen, and I'm going to put up the volume so that you guys can be able to check it out. So, okay, volume up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here we go.
Hi there, my name is Martin Olson, and I want to congratulate Patricia and Kevin for 10 years of Old School Lane. I think it's the best channel on YouTube. Interview with Patricia, and she was so knowledgeable and so fun to talk with and so intelligent. After the interview, I looked up all of their videos and I couldn't believe it. They've been doing it for 10 years of podcast videos, reviews, interviews. And the subject matter was so vast and knowledgeable about the field. So I wanted to just say a congratulations to you both. It's quite an accomplishment. And here's to 10 more years.
All right. Well, that was Martin Olson. For those who don't know, he's a writer on various TV shows. You may know him for his stuff on Rocko's Modern Life and Phineas and Ferb and the voice of Hudson Abadir and Adventure Time. And he's written a new book, by the way, Encyclopedia of Heaven, which is his sequel to the book Encyclopedia of Hell. So go check it out. And thank you, Martin, for the congratulations.
Very cool.
All right, so we got another question here from Taylor Clark, who says, "Learning with Pibby, have you seen it yet?" We've seen the trailer. Yes.
I think Adult Swim should jump all over this immediately and start producing episodes. And I think this has potential of being something pretty big for Adult Swim to sink its teeth into and to really, go all sorts with. So I would be very sad to see if this was only just going to be a trailer. I think it's got a lot of potential. And
wasn't that the one that was like the spooky Cartoon Network crossover that it looked like they were doing?
Yes.
Yeah,
The one that starts off as like a cute little preschool show, and then this huge dark void comes and swallows up all the animated characters, and then it turns into like this post-apocalyptic kind of thing. Yes, that's the one.
Which
So
I think is
Fusion
really cool,
Fall, but animated.
I think there's a really cool concept because you've got a protagonist who's never had to actually be like a hero before, and has only kind of like been teaching kids to learn to spell and like learn to share and like doing like all the basic stuff like a preschool character would do. But then she's pushed to a limit to like save the world and like put it into like that is the underdog story. Like, forget like the whole stupidity of it all. Like, just think about it. It's the underdog story. Like, and everybody loves the underdog story. And like, so I think this type of concept, I think is really good. And I really hope that they run with it and do something good with it because I think, and also you got like the side characters that they've got. They got a sidekick who's never had to be anything but be a sidekick to like the hero, and then you've got someone who has spent her entire life being a villain, has never had to do anything heroic in her life. So I think when you put these three misfits together, and they have to basically be in charge of like saving, it's kind of like the episode like Imagination Land from South Park, except if it wasn't like being joked around with. I think. It puts it like in that concept, and then it introduces three characters who I think are basically people you would never, bet on to actually do something, and then they go off and try and save, the animated world. I think it's a great concept, and I think Adult Swim would be stupid not to pick it up.
I hope they do. I mean, it looks really promising, and especially since a lot of their shows have been ending. Like Squidbillies has ended after over a decade of being on the air.
Yes.
We can see that somebody is not a fan of Squidbillies. To be fair, I've never seen the show.
I'm going to be very controversial here. Is everyone starting to get tired of Rick and Morty now? Like it's been going on for so long.
I'm a couple seasons behind, but I still think it's funny for what little I see of it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just think I don't know. Like I just think now that it's now had a cameo in Space Jam, a rotten legacy. I think I don't know. I think Rick is not the is not the character that I thought he was when he first came in like the first season, and now I just think it's I don't know. I just think it's been going on for too long now. I think somewhere down the line it's got to stop.
I've gotten a lot of requests for me to talk about both Rick and Morty and BoJack Horseman, which I will in the future. I just need to sit down and watch it. I definitely want to talk about F is for Family as well, which it's in the final season is going to be airing on Netflix pretty soon. Gotten a lot of requests for that. So one bit at a time, everybody. So
as for me, like I really enjoyed the first two seasons of Rick and Morty, but since then it's kind of been, I wouldn't say it's gotten bad, but it's been a lot of diminishing returns for me ever since the first two seasons.
Okay. So what you're trying to say is that Adult Swim needs something badly because, a lot of their shows are starting to wrap up. I mean, they just finished airing Family Guy episodes after over a decade, and I think it's going to be replaced with King of the Hill now, I think. And then also
Dang it, Bobby.
which, by the way, I know about the rumors, and I don't know if it's 100% true or not, about like King of the Hill is going to be coming back with a 15-year time jump, and it's going to be focusing on what's going on nowadays politically. So I don't know. I mean, I just know about the Beavis and Butthead revival again. So we'll see what happens with Mike Judge.
Well, I guess we're going to finally find out if, Hank Hill actually would be a Trump supporter or not. And because his creator said,
this man didn't like
wouldn't
George Bush after a bad handshake. We know it's not going well for Trump.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, remember how much he hates New York? Like, why would he support a Republican who hates New York? I mean, if he hates New York,
I'm more worried about Peggy liking him.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, imagine here's the thing. Like, any character that basically, it makes a nod to Donald Trump, or like, talk to him like within a sentence, I think is just, you ruin that character pretty much at that point. Like, I can't see. I mean, maybe there's two like unlikable King of the Hill characters I could probably imagine being Trump supporters, but the rest of them, nah. Like, it'd be all right if you're like, oh yeah, I voted for him in 2016 because I thought, he was going to be like, but if you can have him continuing on supporting him after that shit show, I think you've got to say to yourself, like, you can really ruin a character by doing that.
I mean, if we're gonna mock the real world in doing this, which they would be, it would absolutely be sensible against all odds for Dale to end up being a Trump supporter, just because that's what ended up happening in the real world.
I just hope that he does not become a QAnon. That's what I hope.
Well, yeah, because I mean, like they're gonna go around these things, and I guarantee you, King of the Hill, if you think it was representative, I think they would go around like QAnon and like conspiracy theories and like anti-vaxxing and things like that.
Yeah.
I think I mean, it is what's happening in Red Country in the United States of America. You can't walk away from it, and my biggest fear is that King of the Hill might take that and they might make that into like a bit of a joke, really, rather than kind of like a serious issue, which I hope they don't do. Because I think trivializing it in that way, I don't think is a good way forward, given the fact that we're in a massive pandemic and we need to, get people vaccinated, and we need to, take this thing seriously rather than turning it into, lampooning it in a cartoon show, which, ended, many decades ago.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, not only that is the Beavis and Butthead reboot is being worked on, but also it was recently announced that Mike Judge and Greg Daniels, the creators of the show, are working on a Disney project. So I'm genuinely curious about what that's going to be about. So we have another question from Burning Exter. What do you guys think is the worst, Dragon Ball Evolution or The Last Airbender? It's the former for me because at least The Last Airbender tried to actually look like the show, while Evolution did not.
Ooh, I have similar but very opposite opinion. I think there were a couple actors in Dragon Ball Evolution that were trying. They failed. They dramatically failed, but they were trying, and that's what makes the difference for me.
Okay.
I've not seen Dragon Ball Evolution, so I can't comment on that. I have seen bits of The Last Airbender. I mean, that's the M. Night Shyamalan movie, isn't it?
Yes,
that
it
we're
is.
talking about. Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, it is a terrible movie. I will say that. Like, it is awful, but I can kind of, like, when I'm looking at it, I can kind of see what he was going with. Like, I think if you see some BBC dramas here in the UK, I think it has that type of style of storytelling that he was trying. But the problem is that you're selling this to an American audience, and that you're selling this to people who are expecting action and expecting far more angst and expecting more story. You're expecting more than that in a show like Avatar. Like in the animated show, you were treated to all sorts of delightful, more living characters and better animation and great graphics and things like that. And there was no way that a live action Last Airbender was going to be able to compete with that. And so I guess M. Night Shyamalan decided, okay, well, I can't compete on that. I will not do that. I will then try to do a BBC style kind of like storytelling kind of narrative. But for things like Avatar, that doesn't work. I mean, for like, for Downton Abbey and for like, other British shows that we're accustomed to, which, is more based on the narrative than it is like, watching a bunch of like flames or like bunch of ice, get thrown around across the place. It works with those types of things. But for like the Avatar, no, you totally wrong-footed that. You should have seen it coming. And as far as I'm concerned, any type of Avatar movie should have been animated from the get-go, and 3D at least.
Even in the best case scenario for the last Airbender movie, where he had the general tone down, he still tried to fit an entire season of plot into one movie, and it would just ended up them going place to place without hardly any characterization for any of them. Like a third of the way into the movie, they're like, "By the way, what's your name?" It's Ong. Like that just didn't matter before then. Like that's how badly they tried to tie this all together from an entire season. It's just
a lot of the characters are not nearly as developed, and there's even some that never even made it into the movie. I mean, Suki and the Kyoshi Warriors are not in it, which are very important. Jet and the Freedom Fighters are not in it, which are really important. And I think that the generalization of who the characters are just really, really limiting. I mean, even like plot points that were like crucial to the story are just completely changed to the point in which it looks ridiculous. I mean, everybody knows about the episode Imprisoned, where Katara is arrested and she's taken over to a prison boat so that she can be able to rescue Haru, his father, and all the people who have been arrested in this particular village in the Earth Kingdom. And so you have to remember, this is before metal bending was invented. She is in a metal ship where the Earthbenders cannot bend Earth. And that is a clutch to why they couldn't escape. In the movie, when the characters are being arrested and taken over to a prison camp, it's all made of dirt. And the only reason why they didn't bend is because they lost all hope. And it wasn't until Ong came along and said, "You can do it. You're Earthbenders. You have to fight off against the Fire Nation." And then they start Earthbending again because they found the hope to do it. And it looks ridiculous.
Yeah,
because if there's anything we know about prisoners of war, they love
guns are laying on the ground everywhere. Just ridiculous.
Jeez. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Clancy.
Oh, I haven't seen either film in full. Like I've just seen bits and pieces of them, and it was every time I've thought, well, maybe I'll give them a shot. It's been like, no. But just referring to the Earthbenders in particular, it's like if there's one thing we know about prisoners of war, they love being in prison and don't try to escape immediately.
Like if look, here's the thing. If they want to bring up the message of that they're emotionally scarred, then go for it. But that's not exactly what they did in the movie. I mean, they weren't like tortured. They weren't manipulative. They didn't go with the whole hypnosis thing that they would do in Ba Sing Se. No, they didn't do any of that. They just had him in prison, sitting down on the ground, and they were just feeling sad.
As an aside, all of the bending. Sorry.
A lot of people ask, well, who's the biggest antagonist in, the whole Avatar, thing is like, is it Fire Lord Ozai or is it M. Night Shyamalan? And I think M. Night Shyamalan, I think, is a close first.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, we already know in the first season, the main antagonist was going to be Admiral Zhao. And he wasn't exactly like the best antagonist. I mean, so they had to definitely work hard to like flesh him out. And they didn't exactly do that. I mean, even his death is ridiculous, where in the animated series, he's taken down by the water spirit. And we wouldn't know until Legend of Korra that he's actually alive. And his mind has been so fragmented into saying, I need to catch the Avatar. I need to catch the Avatar. And when he saw Tenzin, he thought that he was Aang. And so how are you going to explain, if you ever completed the series, that in the movie, Admiral Zhao was killed by 4 waterbenders? How are you going to do a live action Legend of Korra and have that explained? It's like,
the one thing I remember now from that whole thing was with the live action Airbender was Remember the episode where in the animated show where they had like the house time plays or something like that, like the
Oh yeah, the fire.
They did all of that. So
The
they
Ember Island
basically
plays.
they edit it where they edit it where like they put like the live action like movie like on the theater, and like then they're them all walking out like saying how terrible it all was. And
But the
like,
effects are decent.
yeah, effects are decent, yeah, of course. But again, I've not seen Dragon Ball Evolution, but I mean, in regards to the Last Airbender, yeah, I can understand why the Avatar community despise M. Night Shyamalan and hope that he just never approaches them ever again. And
the greatest thing about the Last Airbender was that it was so awful that they never had a chance to ruin Toph. That's it.
Oh, imagine Toph. Imagine Azula. Like season 2 was like, much bigger and better than the first season. I mean, in my personal opinion, but they had so much that they were going to probably screw up. Like, what was Toph going to be called? Toof or something?
Yeah,
to make it more authentic. Yeah, tough. Yeah, exactly.
Was that movie like before or after? I mean, I'm trying to remember in the timeline. Like, I mean, the M. Night Shyamalan did that movie, and then did you do After Earth after that?
Yes,
and,
After Earth was after that, yeah.
Oh, good grief! And they kept his involvement in the movie a secret until like the ending credits. So like when everyone realized how terrible that movie was, and like they were all asking why is the Wolves this movie terrible, then they saw like director M. Night Shyamalan. It was like, and there's massive groan in the theater. Good grief, poor people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm actually curious about how they're going to do the Netflix series, because I've just been seeing reports as of yesterday that they have casted Azula and they have confirmed a few other actors as well. So we know who's going to be Aang, and we know who's going to be Sokka Katara and Zuko and Iroh. So we know about those people. Azula was announced yesterday, I think. And so I'm genuinely curious how this is going to turn out, especially when Michael DiMartino and Brian Konietzko had actually stepped down from the project and are focusing on Avatar Studios, which is a studio that came out shortly around the same time when Avatar: The Last Airbender became huge on Netflix. And Nickelodeon was like, wow, hey guys, I know that we treated you like crap when you guys were doing The Legend of Korra. Can we try to see if we can bring Avatar back? And they were like, sure. And so I guess, the bridges had started slowly getting rebuilt as time goes on. So I'm actually more curious about how that one turns out, because they just announced also that they want to do the first Avatar project as an animated movie, and it's going to be in the style very similar to like 2D mixed with 3D, like how Spider-Verse was. So it's like, I'm genuinely curious how this one's going to turn out.
I'm excited for that, actually. Given how Spider-Verse turned out, I think we've got reason to feel like this is going to be something really cool to watch. So,
yeah,
for the Netflix series, I'm both pessimistic and optimistic about it. The casting all looks good, and it looks like they actually care about making this good. Yeah. But when the creators of the original show stepped down, I almost lost all interest. So I'll probably watch it when it happens, but.
Yeah, and also the fact that they decided that they were going to have 10 episodes as opposed to 20, but the episodes are going to be lasting about like over an hour long. Yeah, so they said it's not going to be like a shot-for-shot copy of Avatar: The Last Airbender, which I think was also a problem for the movie, where they try to copy it, but they didn't simply have the time for it, and it was just filled with exposition about what's going on. So let's just hope that it, turns out much better than the movie. Oh, Burning Extra is giving us a whole bunch of interesting facts about this movie, by the way. He says, apparently in Shyamalan's original script for Last Airbender, it was actually going to be a giant metal prison where the Earthbenders are chained. Blame budget for cutting it all down. I guess
you have green screen, man.
I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure there was a lot that happened. I mean, I'm sure that they had to go like to various locations, and I'm sure they had to like do all the effects. I'm sure that was like eating away at their budget.
I think the only positive thing you can say about the locations of Last Airbender is that they didn't end up going to the Xinjiang province that Mulan movie went up to, where they were torturing all those poor Uyghurs. So at least that's one thing you can't say about Airbender, at least.
It has its own problems, but at least that wasn't one of them. The next one that he posted was I just want to run this trivia by you. Shyamalan's first draft of The Last Airbender was 7 hours long because it covered all 20 episodes of the first season. Oh, geez.
I want to see that movie. I would hate it, but I want to see it.
You know, if people can be able to watch the full director's cut of Snyder's Batman, what was it, like Justice League, then it was like over 3 hours long, then I'm sure that 7 hours will be perfectly fine for the fans. They'll just have to take a lot of
the
bathroom
night
breaks.
cut.
I told a story on Old School Lane about the what I did to the Disney subreddit with that Mulan news that came out.
I think we talked about it in Aaron and Patricia, but I don't think we ever talked about it in an episode of Casual Chats.
Okay, so basically, Mulan live action movie came out, and as you probably imagine, it's probably inferior compared to the animated show. And I was gonna go on the Disney subreddit and kind of like talk about my disapproval of it, but then I was looking on the morning. I was looking through the news, and then the news came out that apparently Disney had done a deal with the Chinese government to shoot some of the movie in the Xinjiang province, where the alleged torture is currently going on of Uyghur Muslims in the area. So I put that news up on the Disney subreddit, and keep this in mind, like the Disney subreddit had like all the Mulan stuff, like like all the graphics and like all the changing like all the the up and down and things like that on the Reddit. So I put that up. It immediately explodes on the Disney subreddit, and it's up there at the top for everyone to see. A couple of hours later, the admins take down like all the Mulan stuff. Like they put it back to the generic Disney stuff. It all just goes. That's the day I broke the Disney subreddit, basically. But for good reason too. What happened was disgraceful, and it's. I don't think. And also, I stay consistent with this. I'm not looking forward to the Beijing Olympic Games, and I'm not looking forward to the Qatar World Cup because it's been built on human rights abuses, and we should all not take part in these things. Same thing would be with any these movies where we fully all know that abuse and is taking place of people in those areas. And so, I just think, we should be, decent in saying that these things are unacceptable and shouldn't be taking place. So,
right.
Yeah.
I think that's the bare minimum, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that there's a lot that we don't know of, but until the information is revealed, we'll just take any rumors that are going on with a grain of salt.
Imagine cue all the comments about saying, where Lion King was made in North Korea and all this other stuff.
Oh my God, no. Please no. I do not want to hear another Kimba the White Lion and Lion King comparison. Please, no more. I've heard too much of it. I mean, I know that they're similar, but they're different at the same time. And no more. Anyway, so I think it's about 10 o'clock, and I'm actually going to ask the chat. I want to do a commentary on one of my videos. I'm actually curious, which one do you want me to do a commentary on? Even if it's a video that I haven't done in years, I'm going to look back on it and I want to genuinely just like say some interesting behind the scenes stories or what was I thinking when I said it. So now here's the thing. If it's a video that I did a commentary on, I will not do it. So I will not do one on the top 10 comic book adaptations with Comic Uno, and I'm not going to do one on Halcyon Days. I already did those. So if there is a video that I did that you want to hear commentary on, please let me know.
I mean, you got to do the classic YouTuber thing and just going back to the first or one of the first ones you ever did.
Oh, no. I know which one it is. It was
in a few hours' time, if people are interested, I'm going to order a pizza. So he'll get to
I'll
see
enjoy that.
He'll get to see what type of pizza I order, and we'll just see what happens. And I promise to all the people who are about to rage, I'm not going to put pineapple on my pizza. So don't worry about that.
I will, just to upset people. Don't worry, we got that covered.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? Since you brought it up, Michael, I will do that. I will look at the very first thing I've ever posted. Now, you're probably wondering, wait a minute, wasn't it the top 10 comic book adaptations with Comic Uno? Well, no. Technically, even though that was my first video with clips in it, it's not. I actually did one where it just had pictures in it. So I'm going to watch it and I'm going to cringe. I haven't seen this in almost a decade. So I'm gonna play it right now, and I'm gonna cry. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it up right now. This is the top 10 Nickelodeon shows that need to be remade back on October 30th, 2012. I haven't seen it since I posted it, so I am just genuinely curious how this turns out. Okay, so backstory on this. This was originally a an audio discussion that I did. I posted it up on Podbean, and then I didn't have the money to pay for Podbean, and so I decided to just start a YouTube channel. And so then I posted this, and I've gotten mixed reviews on it, but at the same time, people were actually genuinely curious about what I thought of it. So
really, all I can see is 68 likes.
We're here for you, Patricia.
all right, here we go.
That's today's word of the day, and don't worry, you don't have to scream real loud.
Okay. I have an explanation for this. So you remember that I did the top 10 we remember was of 2011, so that was still on my mind. So that's the reason why I said it. Oh God. Okay, continuing.
Whether you like them or hate them, they are everywhere.
The reason why the audio is very low is because I used a $10 microphone, you know, the ones that has like the webcam and microphone. That was literally the first one that I've ever done.
The first half
my
of
first
my
microphone
experience
was
on the
a-
internet, I used a Hey You Pikachu microphone for everything. It
Nice.
was surprisingly good.
Anyways,
my
the
first
reason
microphone
why
was a
I-
USB, was like a USB, like kind of dictaphone microphone, and so like kind of like plugged in, and like it problem is it wasn't grounded, so it used to make this really.
Oh yeah,
nasty,
I remember that's that was when James was doing his what if they remade series, which is why I did it in the first place, where he did like blogs back then about like what if they remade this movie in 2011, like what if they remade what was it, like Ghostbusters. This was like before the Ghostbusters reboot happened, where he had like what was it, like Robert Downey Jr. and various other people, you know, saying like, oh yeah, we can have this here. So yeah. You know, Common Writer 64 says you sound exactly the same in that video as you sound like now. I mean, I was like 26, so my voice hasn't exactly changed since then. So I mean, if I was like younger, maybe, but yeah, I still pretty much sound the same.
So you discover the fountain of youth.
Your cadence and presentation
Oh, we
style has
actually went to go
obviously
see the Fountain
improved.
of Youth.
Yeah,
My audio.
Some of
has
you are gonna get that reference.
Yeah, my audio has improved dramatically since then because I actually have a legit microphone, as opposed to like a, you know. Yeah, I that's what I did with like the comments saying like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And I sounded like that. It's like, I don't do that anymore. I mean, if I were to say like, oh, what the comments would say, I would say like, but you know, you can't do this because of this reason. So I definitely toned it a lot down since then. So yeah. Anyway, I guess that is true, by the way. You can't use nostalgia to fuel your argument saying that, oh, you know, you can't remake these shows because they're good as the way they are. This was like when the remakes started becoming like more rampant. So let's see what I said. I completely forgot what I even said in number 10, to be quite honest. I talked about variety shows. Did I talk about all that? I think I mentioned all that in one of them. So, oh, that's right, Cartoon Planet. I remember Cartoon Planet. That was where you had like the Brack Show and Moltar and all that kind of stuff, and Space Ghost Coast to Coast. I think I was like, hey, what if they had this? So I thought that maybe
Space Ghost Coast to Coast here in the UK was that on Adult Swim. We never had Cartoon Planet, to be honest. So
it was like a brief thing that happened. I think that it did kind of like come back briefly when I discussed about cartoon. Oh, it is Kablam. Okay, so the reason why I said Kablam in my number 10 was because I was genuinely curious about like, oh, we need to have like different animation styles. Wouldn't that be really cool? But I think when I did that, I think the advent of like animation on the internet was just starting to become like really big. So you had, I mean, like Homestar Runner was starting to become really big, and then Ed's World was starting to become really big. So I mean, it was like slowly coming in. I mean, I'm sure if they did like a variety show nowadays, I'm sure it would only be like for the sake of, oh, you know, these are up and coming animators, and let's see if we can give them a show. And I know that that was kind of like Kablam's thing as well, even though that it didn't really go anywhere compared to a lot of them. But I think that nowadays, I think that we can have animation on the internet. Like if you post it up on online, I'm sure that it'll gain its own audience. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. When Cartoon Planet did come back, so that's the reason. That's the only reason why I put Kablam at that because Cartoon Planet came back. So maybe Kablam would come back. I think that we've gone a far way in 10 years where now animation can be seen just as much on YouTube as it is on any other streaming services. I mean, you even talked about what was it, like Hell of a Boss, right, Michael?
Yeah, I've done a few videos on that.
Yeah,
I'm even wearing the right shirt for
I see
it.
Raisin. Hi, Raisin. And there's Raisin, by the way. That's Clancy's dog. How old is Raisin, by the way?
Let's see. I think let's see. My wife had him before I was in the picture, so he's like 12 or 13 now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Good on him.
And he still beats up on the 3-year-old puppy right here. So.
Well, that's Quigley, right?
Yeah, that's Quigley. Yeah, Quigs.
Very nice. Okay, so this is number 9. This is Wienerville. Like, okay, here's the thing. I know this was before Mark Wiener started posting up his skits on his YouTube channel, where he would have like ask Boney questions, and now he does his own like music videos to promote things such as like bringing clean water into the Hudson River and various other things. So it did kind of come back, sort of, but this was kind of like, oh, what's an obscure pick? Because you always have that one obscure pick in your top 10 list. It's like, what is the show that nobody has ever heard of and you yourself personally want to see it come back? This was mine. And so I decided, okay, I want to see Wienerville come back because this was around the time in which I interviewed Mark and his in our Old School Lane blog, and it was still kind of fresh in my mind. And I'm like, you know, I would love to see Wienerville come back. And you know, only a handful of people even remember the show to begin with. So, I mean, unless of course, if Mark is willing to do it, then I doubt that Nickelodeon would allow him unless it was like a Paramount Plus exclusive or something. But I'm generally curious. But in the meanwhile, go watch Don't Ask Boney on Mark Wiener's YouTube channel. You probably saw that because I did a clip of it referencing that in the Wienerville Election Day special, where Boney was talking about like what would happen if Donald Trump was president. So there you go. That's the only one.
I think I would love to see a remake of Rocket Power, and not because
really interesting.
Not because I want to see the show come back, because I hated Rocket Power.
Sure.
But I always thought that there was something there that could be a great show if they just did it a little differently, and I'd love to see them try again.
Oh, by the way, I'm still not a fan
Power.
of Jeff Dunham, by the way. I'm sorry. For those who like Jeff Dunham, I'm still not a fan of him.
I'm a fan of him. But in regards to Rocket Power, I mean, like, if you remember the original push, I mean, like, it wasn't as successful as some of the other shows that they did. Because do you remember they did the whole Rocket Power, like, stunt skating show? That's probably like, I think they did like 3 shows, and after that was canceled.
God! There's a reason why I brought up Twilight. This was when Twilight was everywhere because I was just so sick and tired of people just talking about Twilight. So I was like, you know what? Remember when vampires and monsters used to be scary? And so that's why I justified saying, why don't we bring back Are You Afraid of the Dark? And so who would have known, like almost a decade later, Are You Afraid of the Dark would come back? So that's actually one of the things that I actually predicted that came back.
On the subject of the Rocket Power specials, Noah had never seen those.
I've seen them, and there was the let's see, there was the one where they went to New Zealand. There was the other one where it was the island of Menuhine, where they went to Hawaii. And then there was the third one where it was like the skateboarding competition in Ocean Shores, and Otto was punished because he did something bad and he couldn't compete in the tournament. So yeah, those were the ones that came out. And Let's see. I think that the New Zealand one is probably the one that everybody remembers the most because it was the first one and it had like, you know, what you would expect in Rocket Power. And I guess the other ones are too, except for Island of Minuhina, which actually continues on the story where Ray actually finds an old flame of his from back in the day. And so that was when, hey, let's do the Klasky Chupo tradition of adding in additional characters because our stuff is getting tired and stale. And so let's add a stepmom into the group because they did that with Rugrats. Let's do it with Rocket Power. And that is how we got Tito's cousin as Ray's wife. Yes, that is exactly, and that's what they did in the last season of Rocket Power.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
never got that
I
far.
remember that being the finale, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, spoilers.
No.
Sorry, I guess we can't do a reaction of it because now you already know the ending. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
For Twilight as well, this is just a nice tie-in to what was from before. There was a movie premiere of The Last Airbender, which I think is hysterical. It was one of the red carpets, and they have their video of a fan saying, because they came out relatively close to each other, I should have seen Twilight.
I saw the last of the Twilight movies because my sister and I went to go see it in theaters. So I've never read the books, but at the same time I was just getting sick and tired of the fandom was just either like hating Twilight or loving Twilight. I was getting sick and tired of Team Jacob and Team Edward. I was getting sick and tired of that too. I'm just glad that it's already over, to be quite honest.
I read the first 2 books because I tried desperately to understand why anyone would be a fan of it, and I still don't get it.
Oh, by the way, this is actually something that kind of happened when they brought back Are You Afraid of the Dark? I had wanted it to be very similar to this episode, which was called The Tale of the Night Flash, in which they actually did incorporate the characters of the Midnight Society into the story, and that's what they did in both of the revivals. And I wanted that so badly, and we got in it. So it's like, this is another thing that I predicted like almost a decade before it even happened. So maybe Nickelodeon was actually listening to me when they did the revival. I don't know. I doubt it at this point, but I just think it was like a funny coincidence. Anyway, so yeah, as for like a Rocket Power reboot, they have to work really, really hard in order for it to work because I mean, when Rocket Power first came out, this was when skateboarding was like really, really popular. This was back when, you know, Tony Hawk did the 900, which was a move that was considered impossible. This was when the X Games became popular. This is when, you know, you knew about the names of Bob Burnquist and Bam Margera and P-Rod and various other people. This was back when the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games were coming out. So, you know, I mean, skateboarding is still really, really popular, but only in like very specific areas. I mean, especially in California, which obviously that's where the show took place. But, you know, I think that if Rocket Power were to come back, I think they definitely need to make some massive tweaks, like try to make it like less cool and in your face, like all these like ridiculous slang terms that they used to say, like, oh, you know, here comes a shoebie, or calling Sam squid, or the term beef, which by the way is not what we know of today. Beef in Rocket Power means you fell down. Beef nowadays means you're angry or you're having an issue about something. So yeah, they definitely need to change the terminology a lot. And yeah, I think that as for like other things, I mean, it's actually funny because my friend Casey from the Friday Night Nicktoons podcast, when he and his co-host Ashley watched the first episode of Rocket Power, they actually did a discussion about how when the kids were making fun of Sam because he was a geek who just sat on his computer all day and he couldn't skateboard. And he's like, wow, you know, I'm sure that back then the kids were kind of like Otto and Twister and Reggie, where they were like the skateboarders and everybody was like making fun of the geek. It's like nowadays it's a complete reversal. It's like, I'm sure that if they ever do the show to get today, then maybe the athletes will be considered the weird ones because everybody's in their computers. And it's like, I never thought of it that way, but you make an interesting point, Casey.
Rocket Power is about a bunch of hackers now.
Yes, we're gonna have Code Lyoko mixed in as well.
Oh, that show! That you're bringing back so many memories just bringing that up. I always wanted them to try doing another American version of that show, not American dubbed, but
yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
Yes.
I've heard about from our friend Eli that they actually did bring back Code Lyoko, but it was a live action French series, and it wasn't really good.
I tried watching a couple episodes of it, and it was a disaster.
Oh, Tale of the Silver Side. Thank you, Terrell. That was the name of the Are You Afraid of the Dark 7th season episode. That's one of my favorites. It's in my top 3. Thank you. I was still trying to remember the name. It's been so long since I've seen it, but thank you, Terrell. Okay, so I said Clarissa Explains It All because I was just sick and tired of Dan Schneider being the one in charge of like all of these live action shows featuring girls, and I just felt it was really unrealistic. So I just said, hey, why don't you bring back Clarissa Explains It All? I think this was even before the revival of Full House happened. So they did bring Clarissa back, but they brought it back in Things I Can't Explain. Now, there's been rumors for years saying that they were going to bring back Clarissa Explains It All. I even discussed about it in the Hollywood Reporter that they were actually thinking about bringing it back. But it has not happened yet. I don't know, maybe because maybe they pulled off a Lizzie McGuire where the creator wanted to go more serious with the show, but Disney Plus was saying no, and they decided to cancel it. Or maybe Melissa Joan Hart is too busy with something, or maybe they can't find the right Clarissa for it. I'm not sure, but there has been no new announcements regarding about the Clarissa reboot. But if you do want to see a proper continuation of the character of Clarissa Darling, then check out Things I Can't Explain. If you're interested in the audiobook on audible.com, it's actually narrated by her sister, Emily Hart, which I own, by the way. I own both the digital book and the audio book as well. Both really good. I talked about it with my friend Christina, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, go check it out. Terrell mentioned Clarissa Explains It All as the original Lizzie McGuire. It's actually funny that you mentioned that because I mentioned this in my Clarissa Now discussion that one of the writers of that Clarissa Now pilot was the creator of Lizzie McGuire. So I guess maybe because of her time working with Mitchell Kriegman, she decided to do her own version of it, and that's how we got Lizzie McGuire. So there's your fun fact for you.
Lizzie McGuire was always my favorite of that style of that era of shows.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised to learn that Clarissa was the progenitor, so to speak.
Yeah. I have not seen Lizzie McGuire. I've seen clips of it online, and I have seen people watching it over the years, and it looks fun. It looks like what Clarissa was in the 2000s. I mean, in the 90s, I meant. Except that, you know, you have like, instead of the neon colors in the background with like the little fonts, it's just an animated character. And instead of, you know, with Clarissa and Sam just staying friends. I mean, does Lizzie end up dating Gordo? I don't remember. Maybe in the movie. I don't remember.
I think that was like the end of the season finale wrap up.
I wouldn't be surprised. Because I think they did that with like Kim and Ron and Kim Possible, where they decided to date afterwards. But yeah, Clarissa and Sam never end up dating. And if you're wondering if they're going to do it in Things I Can't Explain, spoiler alert, no, they don't. They just stay friends. So sorry. Let's see. Oh, that's right. This is when I talked about like, ow, my hand. This is when I actually talked about like how they can be able to update Clarissa. And I even mentioned this in the SNCC podcast with the guys who hosted the podcast, Are You Scared of This? Which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark podcast. I thought, okay, here's how we can be able to update Clarissa Explains It All. What if the mom, instead of cooking tofu dishes, which, you know, at the time was deemed like terrible, we've come so far into how people prepare vegetarian dishes. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she were to do something like purchase her foods on like HelloFresh or something like that. Or maybe if she were to go into like the keto bandwagon or something like that, like try to make it a little bit more updated. I still felt that there are some things that could be worked with Clarissa, but they just need to tweak it up a bit to make it more modernized. But I think that people still kind of find the ironic charm of the way that Clarissa Explains It All was looking. I don't know how you can be able to pull it off in 2021 or in 2012 when I did this video of how they can be able to do it without being cringy. So I have no idea. Oh yeah, that's right. I was talking about like how they can be able to change the dad around. Like, you know, the dad was always like this goofball. It's like, hey, you know, how can we be able to change him around? Because you know, he was always like the goofball. It's like, hey, how you doing, sport? And he would always like make all these really elaborate figurines of houses because he was an architect. So
I might be wrong about this, but in the pilot, did they have a different dad compared to this one?
The pilot of Clarissa Explains It All?
Yeah, I thought they had like a different dad.
Maybe they did. I haven't seen the pilot in a while. I have to definitely re-watch it again and find out. But I think that there were, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some character changes, but maybe there was. And by the way, spoilers for how the parents end up in things I can't explain. They go in a direction you would have never expected. It is both hilarious and really, really sad. I'll just leave it at
Are
that.
they superheroes like in Moody's Point? Or
No, not superheroes. And by the way, they were acrobats, and according to what Moody's real parents were. But no, no. Okay, here's what. Okay, so spoilers, by the way, for those who haven't read Things I Can't Explain. And okay, so Clarissa's mom is a millionaire because she was able to find a way to make tofu into glue that she was able to sell to NASA.
oh,
Yeah. I know.
That sounds very Nickelodeon.
Yes. And as for the dad, well, he ends up broke because nobody is interested in purchasing his services as an architect. And somebody actually decided to find his models and make more money off of that than he ever did when he was an architect. So he ends up living in a hotel room where he's completely broke while his wife, well, I'm sorry, ex-wife is a millionaire. By the way, they got divorced in this version. So yeah, there's your spoiler. Sorry. Oh yes, Mystery Files of Shelby Woo. I mentioned this before, and I thought, hey, you know what would be? I think it would be interesting if they brought this show back because I actually did like a lot of the ideas in Shelby Woo. I just felt that some of the execution was a little bit off, especially in the last season where they decided, hey, we're going to move to Boston because we want to change things up a bit. And the characters were nowhere near as good as her old friends. And I like the mystery parts of it. I thought that those really held up. I think that with a lot of mystery series that are going on nowadays and people doing like fan theories on the internet, I think that a show like Shelby Woo would be a really interesting idea. Let's see what we got. Would you please consider discussing about Nickelodeon's first and only soap opera 15 with a very, very young Ryan Reynolds? I actually did back in 2012 and in my blog. Don't read it, by the way. It's pretty outdated. I do need to rewatch the show and I need to do an analytical discussion if I want to do 15 again. Very interesting show. By the way, it's a Canadian show for those who don't know. And it's kind of like their version of Degrassi. So I think that if I really want to rewatch it again, I definitely need to I think they have it on Paramount Plus, or maybe they have it on DVD. I'll definitely need to rewatch it because when I watched 15, I only was able to find like most of the episodes on YouTube with like really, really poor quality because it was recorded on VHS. So that's actually how most of the viewing was because a lot of them were not genuinely available. I had to either find it on YouTube, I had to actually dig out my DVDs to find it, and I had to just like sit down and just like jot everything that I was able to find. And especially Pinwheel. Pinwheel was impossible back in 2012 because we
would have had a lot more lost media if it wasn't for VHS.
Exactly. A lot lost media has been up since the past decade. Pinwheel was only like 2 videos and they lasted for like 4 minutes. And I only had to rely on that. And I had to rely on the shorts that featured on Pinwheel, like the British cartoons that were featured and also the drawing segments with Bill Cosby. I just had to rely on combining all of those together and try to make a cohesive discussion. And that was literally all I had back in 2012. So basically I had to just do the same thing with 15. So if I want to do 15 again, I have to watch it all, then write it down, and then maybe give like a full context of how I went to be. Okay, this is where I discussed about all that. This is one that actually did come back. So I did a series of videos discussing about all that during all that month, where I was really genuinely curious about how they were going to do the reboot. And it turned out better than I expected. It's really, really good. It's good for a new generation. And I genuinely enjoyed the season that I did see. So this is another one that I actually did get predicted correctly. I was genuinely curious about how they were going to do all that when I first discussed about it, because the only sketch comedy show that was out at the time was Saturday Night Live, and they brought Mad TV for a brief short stint. And that was pretty much it. I mean, those were like pretty much the only sketch comedy shows that were out. And I was like, hey, this, I think, was this around the same time that Nick Studio 10 came out? I think it was, because I think that was like my major complaint is like, Nick Studio 10 is terrible. Why don't we have all that come back? Because that was way better than Nick Studio 10. Or maybe it came out before Nick Studio 10. I don't even remember. I'm still trying to like wrap my head around it. TV shows featuring Asian American leads in the 90s were truly ahead of their time. Yes, they were. I'm glad that we're able to see more of it nowadays. It's becoming much more available for Asian Americans to actually enjoy watching shows that they can feel proper representation. So yeah, I'm really happy for that. I'm just hoping that we get more representation as time goes on. I'm sure that there's other nations and other countries that haven't gotten their representation yet. But yeah, I definitely want to say for Shelby Woo that yes, it was ahead of their time that they were able to have that. So I'm really happy.
The two shows that we recently been talking about has been Amphibia and Molly McGee, and both of them have one. Anne Boonchoi is Thai, and Molly McGee herself is I think also Thai as well.
Yeah, she's half Thai and half Irish or Scottish, I think. Yes, and it's actually funny because I actually read an interesting article about when Molly McGee was first picked up. The creators of the show didn't know what nationality Molly McGee was going to be until they brought in Ashley Birch, who was the eventually the voice of Molly McGee herself. And she herself is half Thai, which is exactly why they decided to make her half Thai, because of Ashley Birch. I'm sure if they would have casted anybody else, I'm sure that they would have maybe had a different nationality. But it's really interesting, like what would have happened if maybe we would have had a situation where they would have had like a different person come in and do Molly McGee, and what nationality would have been? I mean, most likely they probably would have kept the Scottish one, because obviously Molly McGee. I know it was called something different when the pilot was being presented, which by the way, it was originally supposed to be proposed to Nickelodeon in 2007, but guess what? They rejected it. That would have been definitely something we would have talked about. Yeah, I know. That would have been something I would have talked about if I continued on with Nick's Missile. That it would have been a show that was canceled and then moved over to another network. And I would have definitely talked about that one if I would have continued it.
But along with Phineas and Ferb are two great musical shows that apparently Nick looked at and were like, nope, we don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel that it wasn't the right time, because Phineas and Ferb, I mean, would it have worked alongside with like Rocko's Modern Life? I mean, maybe it would have, because Rocko did have musical numbers, but would it have, I mean, it's kind of like an interesting what if scenario. Like, what would have happened if Phineas and Ferb was picked up around the same time as Rocko and Our Real Monsters and all that kind of stuff? I mean, it would be really interesting.
I would have been curious to see how they would have animated it, because at that time, Nick's animation style was obviously very different from how Disney generally does things. So we would have ended up with a very different show regardless.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I brought up Space Cases because I had said, man, when it comes to sci-fi shows, Nickelodeon suck, because other than Invader Zim, they don't have anything good. But here's the thing, a lot has changed since then. I've heard The Astronauts is really good, and also they have acquired the rights to Star Trek. And this is something that you're probably not going to believe, but my dad is currently watching Star Trek Prodigy because he's a huge Star Trek fan. He doesn't watch anything animated. He's not really into animated shows, but the only reason why he's watching Star Trek Prodigy is because he's a Star Trek fan. And so him seeing Captain Janeway talking with these other characters and going off into space to try, all that kind of stuff, he's like, I really am interested in. So he's been watching this, Discovery, and Picard around the same time. Yeah, I know. It's anyway. So you're probably wondering, what is Space Cases? Okay, I will explain to you what is Space Cases. Think of it like Star Trek meets Lost in Space meets Kids. It's basically about these kids who are going to this academy and they stumble into this ship and it takes them away far into the galaxy and they're trying to get themselves back home. That is what Space Cases is. It only lasted for 2.5 seasons before it was canceled due to low ratings. So there's a reason why you probably have never heard of this show. It came out in 1996. And 1996, I'm sure everybody knows that was the year that Hey Arnold came out. And so They actually did feature this briefly on Snick, and then they featured it around in the afternoons. But there wasn't a lot of advertisement for it. They didn't really air it a lot on television, especially in its second season. So yeah, that is what Space Cases is, for those who are wondering, what is this show? So that's exactly what it is. When I saw this show, I just thought, man, this idea is such a great idea, but the execution is terrible. They had such a low budget. The acting sucks. Some parts of the story, it could have been fleshed out so much better. I really want to see this show actually still come back. I mean, I know that we have more sci-fi shows nowadays, but man, this will be like a massive loop. This will be like a She-Ra Princesses of Power situation. It's like nobody really talks about She-Ra because they only think about He-Man, and then when it came out on Netflix, everybody loved it and saying like, oh, I want to do like my own theories on She-Ra and stuff like that. I think that it could work for Space Cases. Yes, you're right, comment writer. It did have Walter Jones, who played as the main character. Walter Jones, who you may know as the Black Ranger from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. This is what he did shortly after he was done with his stint on Power Rangers. He was in this show. I actually went to go see Walter Jones in a convention, and there was one person who brought up Space Cases, and he's like, wow, you're the first person I've ever seen who's actually brought up Space Cases. And he just talked about how much fun he had working on the show. And Jewel State, who you may know for Firefly, was also in the show too as the fan favorite Katrina. That's the one with the rainbow hair, and she has she has an invisible friend named Susie, but it turns out that Susie was just a person from another dimension, and they actually swapped characters in the second season, where now Katrina's trapped in the other dimension. They have Susie, who's like their main technical person. Yes, complicated, I know. Go with it. It's space. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, with what you gonna do with the popularity of like sci-fi series nowadays. I mean, we have like Lost in Space, which I heard on Netflix is like really, really good. I mean, my dad's been watching it, so I'm actually curious about how if Space Cases were to come back, and how that would turn out. Anyway, so fun fact, Bill Mumy was the co-creator of Space Cases. Yes, I know he was the co-creator of Space Cases, and so was Peter David, who did a lot of comic books, and I think he also worked on a sci-fi series in the 90s. Yes, they also co-collaborated together to make Space Cases, which is why, Bill Mumy tried to do a Lost in Space kind of show for kids. I think that would have been an interesting idea about his personal take on it. I'm just sad that budget-wise, time constraints, and all that kind of stuff just didn't it didn't catch on. So I'm really sad that it didn't happen. Oh, Nick Arcade. Okay. I was saying about how much I would love to see Nick Arcade come back because I thought it was such a really cool idea for it. They actually tried to bring back Nick Arcade twice in a Kickstarter, and they were nowhere near close to filling up their Kickstarter campaigns. One of them was going to be Nth the Level, and the other one was going to be another one that actually had Phil Moore involved, and both of them just didn't catch on. I'm surprised of that because I knew a lot of people who actually grew up with Nick Arcade. So yeah, I mean, this was like years even before I talked about the Nick Arcade pilot that Bilal Smith was so nice to showcase to me, and we even did the collaboration video together of. So I still want to see it come back. I think that is still a great idea, and I know that they try to do like versions of it, but I don't think it really like caught on. But I would love to see Phil Moore come back. I would love to see. Oh, hold on.
I think things like this will be very hard to come back. I think because now we got Twitch and we got various other streaming of gaming platforms and things like that. So I think it's going to be very hard for kind of justify saying, okay, well, let's dedicate some TV time to something that you can just watch on the internet, whenever you want. So I think it'll be harder, I think, to justify these type of shows. It was harder to get back Games Master. And that's recently just comes back. And,
that's right. Games Master. That's kind of like that's like for you in the UK, that's like our equivalent of Nick Arcade.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought you were talking about Captain N, and I was like, that came back?
No. It'll be a very, very chilly day in the fiery underworld before that comes back.
Oh yes. Watch this video get dated when they announce a Captain N reboot. It's like, hey, we're gonna have let's see, we're gonna have Mario, we're gonna have Link, we're gonna have Samus finally, we're gonna have the Inklings from Splatoon, we're gonna have the characters from Pikmin, we're gonna have the Animal Crossing characters, all in this video game world featuring a kid.
Maybe they can probably concentrate on the LGBTQ representation and call him Captain N the Gay Master. I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
They did for Smash Brothers when they announced Palutena. They had an animation of a Link fighting Pit, and I'm just like, just make that movie with anything like that. There's your video game movie right there.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome if they were to have like a Super Smash Brothers type movie. But I think you'll have to really build up the characters because there's like how many of them, like over 60 80 of them, and each of them needs to have like their own interesting backstory. So yeah. Oh yeah, you're on. Anybody remember that show from like the late 90s? That was like Phil Moore's second game show he was a part of. It was like, hey, let's have a game show mixed in with Candid Camera because people would love that. I love to see Nick Arcade make a comeback now that G4 TV network has recently made its own comeback. I mean, I've heard about G4 coming back, but again, they tried to bring back Nick Arcade twice, but it didn't succeed in Kickstarter. But hey, if Nickelodeon is like, hey, let's see if we can have our own version of it. I mean, they'll have to definitely do some major tweaking because I'm sure they'll have to get like, copyright issue, go around copyright issues. It's like, okay, we're going to feature Konami, we're going to feature Nintendo, we're going to feature Capcom, we're going to feature all of these companies. It's like, I'm sure that they'll probably need to get like their own, fair rights issues as well. I mean, I don't know if, they can be able to do that. I mean, I don't know how expensive it's going to be because remember they had like state of the art blue screen at the time. So I'm sure that they have to like definitely like try to tweak it up. Oh, by the way, I think I even mentioned that one of the things I would love to see utilized more is that I always felt that why are you doing a video game show and a lot of the questions are not about video games. I think that was like my major issue. It's like, hey, why don't you have a theme on your video games? It's like if you're going over to like a jungle, ask questions about Jungle Hunt, ask questions about Uncharted. Or if you're in a space theme, ask questions about Star Fox, ask questions about Metroid, ask questions about Mass Effect. I think that was like the thing that I really wanted to see happen. I think that Phil Moore did do that in one of the conventions, but I'd love to see that happen if there was a reboot.
That's the biggest shame about there being a reboot is that the games industry has expanded out so far that the scope of trivia you can actually talk about is so huge that I don't really think you could reasonably do a proper game show on it.
Yeah, I guess that's true because when I did a poll on my Twitter account discussing about, hey, when did video games become huge according to your opinion? When did it hit the mainstream pop culture? And a lot of them said the early 90s, especially with like the likes of the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, this is when it became more mainstream. And then around when the PlayStation and Nintendo 64 happened, that's when it became like wider mainstream with like Final Fantasy VII and Banjo-Kazooie and all that kind of stuff. So you're right. I mean, if you do have to make a trivia game based off of game shows, you have to make the questions a lot harder.
So, is our first cubicle crazy?
I need to really fix up these ads.
I was like, wow, your show took a turn.
I don't know. I mean, it's actually funny because I remember when like, my YouTube videos were like starting off. The concept of like, hey, let's put in some ads into here. It's like, I mean, usually it would like be like really jumbled up. So I didn't know like when it was the right time to put ads. Okay, this is one that I actually did discuss about with my friend Comic Uno, who might be coming into the stream later on. So I talked about Thomas W. Lynch, in which I felt that he was such an underrated creator, where he did Caitlin's Way, he did Journey of Alan Strange, he did Secret World of Alex Mack, and then later on he just kind of like, stumbled off and did other things as well, but he didn't really come back to it afterwards. And then I thought, wow, wouldn't it be so great if Alex Mack would come back? Like tweak it up and make it more modern, because I love the idea of Alex Mack. I just felt that it would have been so much interesting to have like an anti-hero, who didn't want powers, surrounded in a town where it was controlled by a power plant who gave her the powers in the first place. I just felt, man, this show would be so amazing if they didn't focus on the Clarissa stuff. Like, hey, there's a good balance between having, your characters go to school and having superpowers. They did this so well with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I guess maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. It's like, hey, let's see if you can do that idea. But there's a lot of things in Alex Mack that hasn't held up, which is why I decided to put it in number 2. I would love to see it come back. I mean, if they can do it, but they'll have to definitely keep the original concept, but definitely do some major tweaks to the story. Like make it less Clarissa and more its own story, which they did do in seasons 3 and 4, which were a massive improvement. But the first 2 seasons were rough. This show was like pretty obscure for the longest time. And the only reason why they released season 1 on DVD was because, if you remember, Jessica Alba was a character on the show where she played as a bully, and she was only in that 1 season. And they even featured on the cover starring Jessica Alba in this show. And that was the only reason why they released it on DVD in the first place. And this show was like, they didn't release the other seasons until like a little later on. And I think it's on Disney, Paramount Plus now. So yeah. The fact that the only reason why this show was on DVD was because Jessica Alba was in the show, but she was there briefly, and she was like the bully character. She wasn't even in a lot of episodes, but it's ridiculous. It's like, hey, we're gonna have this show out because this celebrity was in it. Remember this celebrity from this one movie that was out for the theaters a little bit and became really popular? There you go. Oh, our buddy Antoni is here. I'm going to sound sentimental, but your top 10 Nick shows that need to be remade is what inspired me to reflect on certain forgotten shows of the past that need a fresh coat of paint. Oh, thank you, Antoni. By the way, I hope to see you on the stream soon. That way we can talk about various things. So yeah, I really did.
Yeah, this video you were worried about now has a sentimental value to somebody.
I don't know how I feel about that, to be quite honest. I don't know whether I should be happy or I should cringe.
To be honest with you, babe, this is 2012. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm sure there's some stuff that I can probably bring back in my, stuff from like years ago, which I'm not too proud of. But
I guess that's true. I mean, it is true. I guess this is where I did get my start. So it's like, hey, you have to remember where you came from. So look back on it, even though if you feel uncomfortable about it. So yeah.
I don't even know if the first video I ever properly put online is still online. It was awful.
Oh, really?
I saw it sometime last year, and it's the style of me sitting in a chair interacting with text. It's supposed to be funny. It was a Christmas thing, actually, topical. I was in middle school. It was I could not act in middle school to save my life. I still can't, but I can at least pretend I can now.
Yeah.
How crazy is it that we've been on the internet for so long that some of the content we did from like a decade ago is still kind of like
it's still there,
it's
yes.
just now hidden from time. Like it's crazy to think about.
I mean, I'm just even surprised that people were like saying, hey, that thing that you did 10 years ago? I was inspired by that. And I'm like, really?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've always been amazing.
I knew I could do it.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, but okay, sure.
If you took something good out of anything any of us did, I'm assuming that's a good thing, I hope.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you took something good out of it, then I'm happy for you. But the fact that it was this thing in particular, I've done a lot better since then, right? At least I hope I did a lot better.
To be honest with you, though, I'd rather take that comment than like, someone who just puts a comment on saying first, or like, next person saying,
I've gotten a lot of those. Yes. I've gotten a lot of first comments. Yes.
Like, hey,
congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much for being the first one to comment.
Yeah. It's like, hey, buddy, do you want to take part in this pyramid scheme that I got going? I promise it's not corrupt.
Or hey, I'm a Nigerian prince and I need $1 million. Yeah, just.
Hey, my name is Don Bluth and I need to make a cartoon. Please give me some money.
I promise I'll make you the executive producer.
Yeah.
I feel like that would actually happen.
Anyway, so yeah, I think the reason why I went really long on this is because I was just wanting so badly to see a female protagonist with superpowers kind of like be an anti-hero who just wanted to be a regular kid. But I think we've gotten a lot more shows since then. I haven't seen Invincible yet, which I know it's not the same thing, but I've heard some really good things about it. And you know, superhero shows have come a long way, so I'm really really happy about that.
Alex Mack like Buffy.
As far as long
That's what I said. The
videos go,
Buffy thing, yes.
as far as long videos go, I think there's only one properly scripted video on my channel. It's a Star versus the Forces of Evil video, and it's
cool.
like 35 minutes, and I just don't know how to make a short video. Every time I try and sit down and write a script, it's either I can write nothing or I write 200 pages.
Everything.
There's no in between.
Yeah. And in just a moment, after I show the next congratulations video, I'm gonna show off one of my earlier scripts that I've ever written on something. So I'll show that in just a moment. So
I really want to see Star versus the Forces of Evil at some point. Like,
yeah,
it's on my to-do
that
list.
too. Yeah. Oh yeah, Danielle Atron. Yes, I was saying, man, Danielle Atron is such a really cool villain. You know, the fact that she is controlling this entire town because of this power plant. She practically owns everything. Why isn't she like the main focus? Because she would send her lackeys out to capture Alex Mack. So it's like, why isn't she the main focus? I want to see more of her. They did so in the later seasons, but I was like, remove the lackeys. I just want her. She's the interesting one. She's the complex
it's kind
one.
of like, well, you know, it's kind of like, well, I don't know. I think that was actually a really smart thing to do, because you don't want your main antagonist to be, you know, overexposed. Like you want them to be this kind of like, you don't know what to expect. So,
I guess it's true, but I mean, the lackeys that she hired were kind of stupid. So I've always been a stickler for those kind of things. They did hire a more competent one.
Well, didn't Alex Mack come out at the same time as Power Rangers did? So, like, you know,
Yes.
And also the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, and
All of
you know, there's plenty. The idiot, lackeys were just like, you know, was a trope at that time. You know, like a Bulk and Skull from Power Rangers. You had you know, Scratch and Grounder from Sonic the Hedgehog. It was a thing at the time.
I know.
You can't really hold that against Alex Mack. Really, all shows did it.
Yes, that is very true. Okay, this was my number one, Roundhouse. Now, the reason why I said Roundhouse was because I know that there is a fan base of Roundhouse. I'm not one of them. I actually don't like Roundhouse, but I like the idea of Roundhouse. Like, hey, let's have a sketch comedy show that features like just us interacting with all the others, and let it have it continue, and let's have dance numbers, and let's just have like these crude effects so that we can be able to showcase it. It's like, let's do that. But I just hated the execution, and I didn't like any of the cast members. I mean, like, as in, like, I felt like they have no chemistry together. If they were their own separate thing, then sure. But the whole point of like sketch comedy show, I mean, obviously you have your one person that you always like, but there has to be like a connection. You always have to have like people who work well together, and I didn't feel anything like that in Roundhouse. And also I did like the dance numbers. They were pretty cool. Not a lot of the songs were memorable, but I thought that they were pretty cool, that they were able to pull off dancing and singing at the same time, as opposed to like a typical sketch comedy show like Saturday Night Live and all that would just invite the celebrity singers to come in while they did themselves. And but that's the thing, they all did the same thing, that none of them stuck out. Like, everybody can dance, everybody can sing, everybody can act. What makes you different? Are you the funny one? Are you the straight one? Are you the one who does gags? Are you the one who does the quick jokes? And speaking of the quick jokes, the jokes go so fast in Roundhouse, you can't even process it. They can either be really immature or they can be pretty dirty. There's no in between. And a lot of it was kind of unfunny. So that's why I don't like Roundhouse. I know people who do. And for those who do like Roundhouse, good for you. I do see potential, which is why I put it at number one. If I were to remake this list again, I mean, first of all, more than half of it actually did happen. So if I have to like redo the list again, I'm going to be like, okay, I want to see this show come back. I want to see this show come back. We'll see what happens. So yeah, I definitely do see potential in Roundhouse. I know that once all that came out, Roundhouse became instantly irrelevant. I mean, I even heard that they wanted to do like a huge national tour of Roundhouse. They wanted to travel around, and they wanted to have it all in multiple cities and all that kind of stuff. But then when all that happened, all those plans were canceled. So yeah. I feel bad for the fans of Roundhouse because I know that there's people out there who genuinely love the show. I want to love it too. I just feel like the execution just wasn't my thing. Maybe that's just the thing. It's just not my thing. But if it's your thing, then good for you. Anyway, so yeah, that was my commentary of it. I mean, I know I didn't really speak about like my performance because I don't even want to even acknowledge my performance because it was terrible. It's like no, let's talk about something else instead of just me because I don't want to. But yeah, I mean, I just cannot believe that people who see this is like, I want to follow you now. It's like I feel just genuinely just amazed that people are able to like see this and saying like, I'm gonna subscribe to you. So thank you. All right, that was my first video ever. Yeah, that was my first video I've ever done. Oh my gosh, there's so many things that are wrong with it. The audio is terrible. I use like bad 240 by 320 pictures, and I probably used like Windows Movie Maker to put it all together. So
to be honest with you, babe, that was pretty much YouTube at that time. Pretty much. So like
yeah, if you weren't James Rolfe, or if you weren't Doug Walker, or if you weren't anybody from Screw Attack or any of those other people, then your stuff's gonna look like crap.
Basically, if your stuff was good at the time, congratulations, you owned a MacBook.
Yes,
like,
yes.
Yeah, good
I'll
for
tell
you.
you what,
Kudos.
For that era of YouTube, there was so much worse quality than yours. So take that.
Yeah, that's very true. But you know what? I mean, I'm just genuinely happy that people were able to see this and saying like, yeah, I would watch you again. So yes, thank you very much for going through 47 minutes of that cringy stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna play off.
I think we can safely say that that's probably like the one of the the better videos like that was on YouTube at the time. Compared to like
no, it wasn't.
Compared to the
Top 5.
Compared to the low informed, low quality, not very, very graphical videos that were out there at the time. Irate gamer. But yeah, so I just yeah, so that was a good video actually.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, I know that's back in like around that time. If I really wanted this to be popular, first of all, I probably would have done videos. I should have been a lot more angry. Like I would have yelled out saying this thing sucks, or bring this show back because the 90s were better. If I wanted to be more popular, I probably would have done that with a lot more effects and maybe
I'm glad you
skits in
did.
between.
You have to wear the backwards baseball cap the whole time.
Yeah, it's a backwards baseball cap. Oh, by the way, I should have been wearing this shirt if I wanted to do that. This is a gift from Chris, by the way, aka Rowdy, who might be coming in. I should have worn this instead. 90s nostalgia is my superpower. I could have worn that.
Great.
I love that.
It looks like a Vote Pedro t-shirt.
It probably is, knowing that Chris is actually a huge soccer fan, so I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I could have probably had like my own like outfit. I mean, I know that the closest outfit that if you were to see me is my Wienerville shirt, which is right here, by the way. Let me just pull it up.
Let's be honest about this for a second. I mean, like in all the like goofy like reviewers that were there on YouTube at the time, like who's actually stood the test of time besides AVGN?
Like, that's a really good question. I'm not sure.
In terms of the ones who had the hardcore persona, it's obviously Doug Walker's still around.
Yeah,
but I mean, he's tainted now pretty much. I mean, like
the only one from that guy with the glasses days that I still really follow is Linkara.
Yeah, I follow Linkara. He's
so do
I make fun of him from time to time, but his comic book reviews actually are very good. So
yeah. I mean, I follow, Lupa and Phaelus as well. And I also followed Lindsay Ellis when she was posting up.
Oh, I take it back. I also follow her.
Yeah,
but I mean,
I also followed Mars Girl as well. And
but there's all those people there. They're not as flamboyant as they were before, and which I think is probably for good reason. And also, Lindsay Ellis can't be nostalgia chick anymore because that guy was
copyright. Yeah,
she doesn't want to, so it works out.
Exactly. Yeah, she's past that already. Anyway, so yeah, a lot of people would probably know me for wearing this. This is the Wienerville shirt. So that's like the only outfit I would ever consider wearing that's consistent because I was doing like my Wienerville discussions at the time, and so I thought, I mean, hey, what's an obscure thing I could wear that would make me feel like, oh, I'm a 90s kid. Look at me, lol. It was that sort of. But also the real,
I'm still wearing this shirt.
Yeah, but no, the real reason why I decided to wear this shirt was because I am thankful for Mark. He was like one of our first major supporters for Old School Lane. He even gave me this on Christmas, and he gave me the Winterville poster as well, which I still have hanging up on my wall. So he's been nothing but supportive, and that's the reason why I wear the shirt. So as for like my character, you know, my enthusiastic self for when I did Halcyon Days and when I did the April Fool's Day video, I wore it because, hey, 90s kid, love the show. That's the reason that character wears it. But as for me, I just wear it because I'm, you know, giving my love for Mark.
Yeah, like I don't know. I never really took to like the whole like, you know, we put a character together and like, you know,
yeah, me
be this
neither. I
character
just
do the-
I just
yeah.
was me. I mean, the only reason why I did Halcyon Days and made those separate characters was because it was my inner self. I was
Yeah.
going through a lot at the time, and so that's the reason why I decided to do that. But as for me, I mean, I've always introduced myself as my name. I've always introduced myself as, you know, like I didn't like wear anything like a particular outfit that was like distinctly my character. I didn't have a personality that was that character alone. I was always myself. I always kept that way because I had literally nothing else. I had nothing to hide. I had nothing to showcase.
I ended up doing my character because I just thought it was something different that was being done at the time with what I was doing, and then after I got into radio, then my radio producer basically took me to one side and said, "Look, you might want to drop this. Like, you know, no one's taking to it," and I was like, and that's how I ended up becoming me. So, you know, I think radio rescued me, I think, from, you know, the pit that was YouTube, I think, at the time. So I think, you know, I'm pretty grateful for that in a way. So.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I know we're way past the hours, but I'm just going to play off the next congratulations video. So I'm just going to pull that up really quickly.
I'm going to hop off. So thanks for having me on.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Clancy, for coming on by. Once again, please promote your podcast one more time.
The podcast is called On the House. Actually, just posted an episode. I think it was scheduled to come up earlier today, depending on which platform it is, on the Muppet Family Christmas special from the 80s.
Okay,
so
cool.
Check it out. And we're going to be kind of taking a break until the new year, in which case we'll probably be looking at some more horror films here in a bit.
All right.
So.
Hey, listen, if you get a hold of David, aka Brett Club, tell him to come here because I definitely want to talk to him about various stories that we've done together.
Oh, yeah, if you want, I can send him the link to the Zoom chat.
Oh, please do so. Yes, I would love that.
All right, cool. Will do.
All right, thanks a lot. Catch you later, Clancy.
Happy 10th anniversary. Bye.
Thank you, too. Bye. All right, so let's see what the next congratulations video is.
Cool.
I wouldn't even be mad if it was just someone you didn't know, just putting it on. Hey, you're terrible. Bye. I'd be like, all right, you got us. Okay.
Yes.
We've
you
been
pick puppies for fun. How did you know? All right, here we go.
Happy anniversary from me, Johnny Crush 40. That's all I could come up with. I've been working like a crazy man, but I wanted to congratulate you on 10 years. Amazing. 10 years of hard work. Old School Lane, your blog and your podcast. Patricia, congratulations. I'm sorry I'm late with my video. I'm stuck in the studio making albums so that I can please the world with music, or at least try. Congratulations to you. Be well. Happy holidays. Congratulations. Wow. 10 years. Good job.
Yes, thank you so much. So that is Johnny Gioeli. If you guys know, he is the main singer behind Hardline and Crush 40. For those who don't know what Crush 40 is, it is the band that has done a lot of the Sonic the Hedgehog music. So I had him on a podcast about a few months ago. And so I asked him, hey, would you mind just doing a congratulations video? And he said, yes, I just need to post it up really late. And so there you go. So thank you so much, Johnny, for the video. Really do appreciate it.
10 years. That's almost a whole decade.
I know, right?
It's like one consecutive year after another consecutive year, like times 10.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. All right. So I think that I definitely want to ask all of you guys, when it comes to like how you first got introduced to me. So, I mean, I know how Aaron and we first met, but like Michael, I mean, we knew each other like even back in our Manic Expression days. Like, when did you first learn about me?
I want to say that when I first started following you in general was when you did a bunch of your As Told by Ginger reviews and retrospectives.
Yeah.
I think that's really what introduced me to that show, but made me go back and appreciate it more than I initially had.
Right.
That would be my guess. I remember at one point we did a text review of one of the Pokemon movies together.
We did. Yes, we did. I remember it was Pokemon the movie 2000. And I remember I didn't understand the joke on the Vikings. And remember when Team Rocket was dressed up as the Vikings and they said they must live in Minnesota. And I said, wait a minute, Vikings didn't resonate in Minnesota. They did in the Midwest of the United States, but it wasn't Minnesota. And then you had to correct me saying, no, it's based off of the football team. And I'm like,
I only know because my stepdad is the biggest Vikings fan ever. I've never been a football guy.
Neither have I, but I had no idea.
Obviously not.
Yeah, so that's the only time in which you ever did a blog collaboration together, was just
as far as I recall. Yeah,
that was the only one we ever did. I did a few blog collaborations with other people. I think I did one with Brett Club 85, David. I did one with Les. I did one with a few other people on Manic Expression, but yeah, I do remember that Pokemon the movie 2001. Yes, it's oh geez, those were the days. I'm actually curious, do I even have it up on my blog? Because sometimes I would post up my old Manic Expression blogs on my I actually do.
Oh,
you know what? Here we go. We're gonna look at it. So you know what? You suggested I need to look at my old video. We need to look at our collaboration together. So this is what we're going to do.
I haven't written a blog in so long. I'm a little scared.
I'm scared too. I don't know what I wrote. Okay, so here it is. May 23rd, 2012. Okay, so this was on my birthday, believe it or not. I was turning 26. So I don't know if that was the exact day that we did it, but here we go. Hey everyone, welcome to another movie review courtesy of Old School Lane. I participated in a special Pokemon movie review done by Fusionator from Manic Expression. You said, I guess you should
do this part.
Yes, you do this part. I'll read my stuff.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to Average Internet Reviews. It's finally time. I can finally break my streak of 4 collabs in a row, with the exception of my April Fool's article. In doing this, I will finally review Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension. Yes, to start.
Okay,
something zapped for some reason. I don't remember why. Huh?
PP Miranda steps out of the teleporter looking pissed. Fusionator, we have to still review the first Pokemon movie. What's taking you? Oh, it was the first. Yeah. What's taking you so long? Go ahead. PB Miranda grabs Fusionator and drags him into a Pokemon-themed room. Because apparently you have one of those. Okay, Pokemon the first movie.
I think it's your room. That's what it said. I don't know where it is.
I don't know. Let's get this started.
All right.
Look, I know you don't want to do this. I don't either. Kevin and I have a bunch of reviews to do this summer, and I barely have time to do posts on our blog, let alone do a collaborative review. However, you have a responsibility to take care of. I think it's time you tackle this thing head on until it's super effective. Okay, I would have never written this, by the way. I think you told me to write this.
I think we tried like collabing on the actual writing factor, but I don't recall coming up with all your lines.
This. Yeah,
I think we were trying to make it a story out of it, and neither of us did a fantastic job.
No, we both sucked.
Fine. Fantastic Pokemon references aside, it's great to have you here, and I'm looking forward to reviewing this movie with you.
Okay, let's begin, shall we? I'll start off with a brief history of Pokemon, how I was introduced to it, the short that came out before the movie the first time I saw it, and my overall impression of it then and recently. Then you can say your story. Does that sound good?
That does sound good. My story might not be that good, though. Goes to the drawing board. Whatever.
All right, here we go. During the late 90s, Pokemon was one of the most popular shows on television. It was based off a video game series for the Game Boy of the same name, created by Satoshi Tajiri. Everyone couldn't get enough of Pokemon. They had Pokemon fever, including me and my friends from middle school. We would play our Game Boys during lunchtime and battle each other or trade off Pokemon. They would battle or trade Pokemon with their trading cards. They had t-shirts, toys, anything you can think of. It became a worldwide phenomenon that is still popular today. Now, when there was an announcement, yeah, exactly. When there was an announcement about a Pokemon movie coming out, you cannot imagine how excited we were. Pokemon, the first movie, was released in theaters on July 18th, 1998 in Japan, and on November 10th, 1999 in the US. I was able to go see this movie with my classmates as a school field trip. Yes, that is very true, by the way. We did go see it as a field trip. I've mentioned that many times in my Pokemon podcast. We went to a huge cinema in Manhattan. We collected the card that was given to us before the movie, and we sat down to see our favorite characters in Pokemon on the big screen. Back then, I had loved it and had never seen anything at theaters at the time. You have to remember, this was, I don't think I've ever seen the Dragon Ball movies, and I've definitely never seen the Sailor Moon movies. So I've never seen any of those, but like, I think this was like my first anime film that wasn't like Akira or Kiki's Delivery Service or anything like that. Like one that was based off of a show. That was then and this is now. I'm not much of a fan as I was before. Oh my God. Okay, this has completely changed since then, because a year after I posted this blog, Pokemon X and Y came out. And then I started getting back into the fandom again. Well, little bit at a time, I started seeing more of the recent stuff like Pokemon Generations and Pokemon Origins and stuff like that. I haven't played any of the games when I was talking about that. So this was before that happened.
X and Y was when Serena got involved, right?
Yes.
I remember that's where I tried getting in again, because Black and White's actually where I stopped, because it was just awful and it was so sad for me.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about that. It was like, there's no reason for me to go back to Pokemon anymore. I mean, I was already like, I think I stopped around Battle Frontier. When it was first starting, I was like, okay, I'm done. And I funny enough, I never even played Ruby and Sapphire. Anyway, but I never got back into it until I saw Jay Witz do a gameplay of X and Y. And then I know about the Mega Evolutions. And I was like, wow, this looks cool. And this was the 20th anniversary celebration. So Pokemon Go was coming out, and then all that stuff was happening. And so I was decided, you know what? I need to get back to it a little bit. I mean, so yeah, that's me. Anyway,
I want to point out an aside here that I've got it pulled up myself. Looking at this whole thing, I can already tell that like you're really good at coming up with what to write down for your little segments here. I can feel myself struggling here. Like I need to make words.
I've already written blogs for about a year before we did the collaboration, so I had some experience. And remember, this was before we even did the videos. And here's the thing: May 23rd, 2012. This was before Casual Chats even came out, because Casual Chats wouldn't come out until November. So this was all I was doing: blog articles. That's all I did. So yeah, this was like so I had an idea on what to write and how to structure it. So I had some idea on doing it. Anyway, so yeah, let me just finish reading this, because I know people are so excited about what we have to say.
Oh, good God.
Hey, I had to go through my cringe. Now it's your turn.
It's my 10-year anniversary. It's close.
The cringe.
Okay.
Let's suffer together. Let's do this.
Suffer together. Okay.
Don't try and pawn your writing off on me again, though.
Don't worry. Mine is blue. Yours is green. So they know who is who.
And I had no part in this, so I'm totally exonerated.
I mean, we didn't meet until 4 years later, so you're off the hook for now. Anyway, I had not seen Pokemon in many years since the ending of Pokemon Johto region, which is not true, by the way. I did see Pokemon Advance. I stopped at Pokemon. I stopped at Battle Frontier. So that was, I was still trying to, this was back then when I used my memory alone to go back into like talking about things, which I don't do anymore. I actually do research now. So yeah. Anyway, now that I've watched the first movie again for the first time in almost 15 years, does it hold up today, or does the phrase "gotta catch 'em all" seem ridiculous now?
We shall see. I was born after the time when Pokemon was at its peak, which is unfortunate, as I know I would have thrived in it. I cannot stress enough, I love Pokemon, no ifs, ands, or buts. Of course, there has always been problems with the games and the show, more so the show, to be honest, though I think the games have caught up on those problems over the years. But I have always pushed past them in my never-ending nerd love for it. For me, this movie was my first introduction to Pokemon, admittedly not the best place to start, but I went on to other things and I soon became a true fan, and I don't think we talked about it in this blog, so I'll mention it here. I don't think I ever got around to reviewing it, but Pokemon Forever was always my favorite individual piece of media for the Pokemon franchise.
Oh, okay.
the anime always tried to get those emotional moments, especially the ones where Ash is upset about giving up a Pokemon or just something genuinely bad happening. And I always thought the story with Celebi and Professor Oak coming back in time, which it was a spoiler. Sorry.
Yeah, spoiler.
I always thought that was the best hurrah for the whole franchise as far as just the confining the core themes down to one story.
Yeah. All right. So, continue.
I think it's you.
Oh, yeah, you're okay. Okay, my turn. Before we talk about the actual movie, let's briefly touch on the shorts that showed up before the movie. The first one was Pikachu's Vacation. It starts off with Ash, Misty, and Brock's Pokemon walking into a Pokemon resort for a little rest and relaxation. Most of the Pokemon leave to do their thing with the exception of Pikachu, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Psyduck, and Togepi. Togepi starts crying and the gang try to cheer it up. Finally, getting it to sleep, a gang of Pokemon called Cubone, Raichu, Snubbull, and Meryl walk by with the same path, laughing and joking. Okay, I remember when this movie first came out that they actually called Meryl Peekaboo, and they actually featured it in one of the cards. I remember that so distinctly, and everybody called it Peekaboo for a brief, short stint until they found out it's Meryl. So,
thank God, it turned out that way.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like
with enough clones of Pikachu.
Yeah, exactly. Like plus Laminen and Pachirisu and Dedede and we've had too many clones.
Obviously, Mimikyu.
Mimikyu, yes, Mimikyu.
I'm thinking Peekaboo was a name for another character somewhere, and that wasn't Pokemon.
I have
honestly,
no idea.
It sounds like Sonichu to me. Like,
oh no, we do not talk about the Sonic shoe.
Oh.
Okay, moving on. Looking at this blew our minds to the moon! Exclamation mark! This was the first time we saw Snubbull and Meryl, and seeing them on the big screen.
I just found it. Peekaboo is a character from the She-Ra TV series.
The new one?
Really?
No, I think Peekaboo is. Oh yeah, she's in the new series. Yeah,
okay.
Peekaboo is a character who first appeared in She-Ra Princess of Power. The character is a possessed peacock feathers that granted the power of clairvoyance.
I need to watch She-Ra then. I mean, I don't remember. Here's the thing. I don't remember the. It's been a long time since I've seen the original She-Ra. I mean, I saw this and He-Man kind of like in back to back, and also with like Gem of the Holograms and Strawberry Shortcake and My Little Pony. So it's been so long. I mean, I was like a young kid in the 80s, so I have to like re-watch She-Ra to find a character named Peekaboo. But okay. Okay.
As you brought up Gem and the Hologram, so I have to say it is entirely because of you that when the live action movie came out, that I was the only person I knew that had any idea what Gem and the Holograms was.
What? Really? I thought it would be like creepy. He's the one who did all the Gem and the Hologram reviews. I think I just mentioned it briefly, like once. I mean, funny thing. Here's the thing that probably not a lot of you guys know. I was originally supposed to do a Gem and the Holograms podcast in preparation for the movie. I actually got into hold of both the creator and the person who voiced as Gem, but they said that they were busy because they were doing filming of the movie, so they couldn't talk to me. I think I dodged a major bullet.
I think the podcast would have been better than the movie, to be honest.
I would have had Creepy on by talking about like, yeah, remember this show that was kind of like pre-Hannah Montana where it's like you have this Barbie-like character who dressed up as like a different person, and she was going through like living in like this home that belonged to her dad with a whole bunch of other girls, and then in the meanwhile she was lying to her boyfriend saying that she wasn't Gem, and there was this whole crazy thing going on. And then the Misfits, remember that? Oh man, I'm glad I never did that podcast. Now people are going to be saying, do that podcast.
Yeah, get them on. They're not doing the movie anymore. They'll never do another movie again. That's mean.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the comics are good. So I'm just going to say that. I heard the comics are really good. Anyway, we're being delayed.
Let's
move on. Okay. There's a bit of rivalry going on between the two Pokemon gangs. Squirtle and Snubbull have a holding breath contest. Bulbasaur and Snubbull twirl each other's eyes until one becomes too dizzy. Squirtle and Meryl have a swimming race, and Pikachu and Raichu run for some reason. It's called having a race! It kind of drags on after a while and becomes tiresome. While the short continued on, you see a bunch of transitions of different Pokemon during the short. They're a bit pointless, but they're a tad bit trippy and somewhat fun. Which, by the way, I mean, I know that I think the transitions are a very Japan thing. I mean, I didn't know because this was before I even saw the Japanese version of Pokemon, the first movie.
These shorts, though, they definitely weren't great stories or anything, but I think they capitalized on the thing that Pokemon often did best, which was just cute creatures doing cute things.
Yeah, I mean, I did like the Pichu Brothers shorts that they did. I did enjoy that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just for the Pokemon just to have fun. I mean, it was kind of like a way to kind of like transition between that and the movie. So sure. Okay, when Charizard gets his head stuck in a pipe, the two gangs reconcile the differences and work together, freeing Charizard. In the end, they become friends. The day is over and they reunite with their trainers. When I first saw it, I thought it was a cute and interesting concept. However, looking at it again, it's pointless, trippy, and it shoves the message of working together as friends down our throats too quickly. It's not really as good as it was. The only time in which there was a segment dedicated only to the Pokemon was in episode 17, Island of Giant Pokemon, which was wrong, by the way. I didn't see the other shows at the time, so I'm wrong. The second short was only shown on VHS of the movie. When it was released on video, it was the origins of Mew and some backstory of the scientists experimenting on creating the perfect Pokemon from the DNA of Mew. It's a nice backstory, but a tad bit short and boring. Oh man, if only we had gotten the Japanese version, it would make so much more sense. We didn't know about the Japanese version at the time. So yeah, we knew about the, I mean, when we heard about it, it's like this was an audio play that was eventually animated. And then they decided to flesh out the story of Mewtwo more. So it actually makes more sense. We didn't
like
know
an additional
that.
3 minutes of dialogue changes the whole movie too. It's crazy.
If only we had gotten it. Anyway, let's move on. It's a nice, let's see, it should have been in the original screening of the movie for those who are not aware of the series, which is true, by the way. There's always that one person who's watching this movie who are only doing it for their kids, and I'm sure they would have gotten a nice little backstory to kind of like help catch up a bit, you know? Anyway.
Why is this thing trying to kill everybody? I thought this was just about regular animal violence.
Oh my God.
Anyway. Yes, Pikachu's Vacation, something that's been permanently etched into my memory with my many viewings of it. The plot being simple as it is, and with PB Miranda's glowing explanation of it in the text above, I won't go into detail. All I can really say for this short is that when all is said and done, it was really pointless in the grand scheme of things. It didn't serve any real purpose, and may as well have been an episode from the show rather than a short from the movie. The second short, however, is perhaps the saddest thing Pokemon has ever done, painting the scientist in a brand new light. He is not simply the lackey of Giovanni, he is an upset father trying to bring back a lost daughter through the cloning process. And he ruins his marriage because of his obsession with this.
Yes, and again, we don't know that unless you've seen the Japanese version. So, yeah. Without further ado, Pokemon, the first movie.
Yes, it is now time to do a review, good God, once and for all.
Literally, we have not changed since then.
At all.
The movie starts off with an unknown Pokemon waking in a test tube surrounded by scientists. The Pokemon wondering where it is and who it is hears the scientist speaking and breaks the test tube. The scientists, astonished, see their creation awaken. The Pokemon question on what is going on. The leading scientist explained that it is a clone from the legendary Pokemon called Mew. They decided to clone Mew. They decided to call the clone Mewtwo because creative. Mewtwo questions now the experiment was a success, which is going to be its fate. The scientists said that their experiments on Mewtwo have just begun. However, Mewtwo is not happy. Feeling unappreciated and isolated from its human creators, Mewtwo decided to destroy the lab and its inhabitants, which, by the way...
You mentioned it, the not creative name. I really think if we're doing a real, like, this is science, this is what science can do story, it would have been like Mew 67 before there was anything usable.
Oh, yeah. Mew 64.
Oh.
Yes, because it was out when the Nintendo 64 was out, so... Yes. Rising from the ashes from the destroyed lab, a helicopter arrives and lands on the island. It's none other than Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, and his Persian. He offers Mewtwo to be his partner, and together, they will work together and be equals. Mewtwo accepts. Giovanni puts Mewtwo in a mechanical suit for a more controlled usage of his powers, which, by the way, great foreshadowing, I have to admit. Great foreshadowing of what we saw in the anime when They went over to
when
the
he
Viridian
was
gym,
yeah.
and
When
we
there was
saw
that one gym
Gary
battle.
fighting off against Mewtwo. So I love the foreshadowing there. That was like one of the very few times in which Pokemon has ever done that. They wanted to do it for Pokemon Forever with the GS ball, and then it was eventually gone into Celebi, but then they were hoping, I hope they forget about it. We haven't.
Oh, apparently I just left all the summary stuff to you. I wasn't having none of that nonsense. It would be like, the movie's good. Bye, guys. What's interesting about this scene is unless you've seen the short showing Mewtwo's childhood, it all feels very sudden seeing Mewtwo destroy the humans after one thought came to mind. In my opinion, this falsely sets up his character and makes him seem like he's an insane killer rather than a sympathetic one.
Yeah. We see a montage of Mewtwo assisting Team Rocket capturing Pokemon and fighting off other Pokemon at the Viridian Gym, including Gary Oak. When Mewtwo learns from Giovanni that its purpose was to serve humans and use its powers for their needs, Mewtwo destroys the Viridian Gym, destroys its mechanical suit, and returns to the island where the lab once was. Mewtwo then vows that it can trust no one, no human or Pokemon. It will be controlling its destiny, and it vows to rule the world, which doesn't happen in the original Japanese version, by the way. Now the movie begins, and yes.
He can trust no one, yet he wants to rule everyone. Great guy. What's terrible about these scenes is that when Giovanni tells Mewtwo this, he can't possibly have been speaking to the most powerful being in the world. This is the first series. The likes of Dialga and Palkia didn't exist yet. I suppose you could argue that Giovanni believed Mewtwo to be weak-minded simpleton. A weak-minded simpleton, good God, that wouldn't rebel, but I still think this is a low point for a character that's supposed to be a successful criminal mastermind. But that's just me, and I take all that back. The low point for Giovanni was losing to a 10-year-old like 4 times in the games. So yeah. I'll give you one. Like, it was a very impressive 10-year-old, but...
yes, a 10-year-old was able to stop a massive criminal, organization. Just unbelievable. I know they did it in the games. I know they didn't do it in the anime, but still, I mean, pretty impressive. Okay.
I think Giovanni has only actually met Ash once, and he got his ass handed to him.
And they never met again. And the theories of him being his father to this day are still fluttering around the internet.
That's Mr. Mime is his father. What are we talking about?
Sure. I mean, I think in Diamond and Pearl, they even mentioned that in the Japanese version, Pokemon were once married, so sure. Anyway, moving on. From what we can gather at the beginning of the movie, this story takes place shortly after the events of episode 61, Battle of the Badge. Okay, I did mention that, yeah.
Ah, yes. Remember the cameos Mewtwo briefly had in the series before the movie came out? They were marketing the hell out of this movie in the best way they could, and I applaud.
Before Ash enters the Indigo League, Ash is feeling tired and lazy from lack of food and is sitting around doing nothing. Misty is complaining about Ash's laziness, and Brock is busy cooking lunch, which, by the way, I looked up Japanese cream stew, which is what they were making. There's this really nice YouTube video that was making it. It looks so delicious. I've always wanted to try it, and I was like, what is Lazy Boy No Chew stew? I tried to look it up on the internet like many years ago. Couldn't find it, and then I found out it's called Japanese cream stew. It's kind of like a chicken soup with like cream and various other vegetables. It looks delicious. I need to try it. I'm sure binging with Babish will probably make it in the future. I don't know. Anyway,
speaking of delicious, I've been looking at my phone the entire time. I've just ordered a pizza. So
I'm not asking you to suffer this with us. Don't worry.
But yeah, once it gets here, I think we'll sample what comes through the door. So
okay, here we go. A Pokemon trainer named Raymond challenges Ash to a battle, and he accepts. The first Pokemon he calls out is Donphan, which also has its first appearance on this movie before the season involving with the Johto region begins a few years later. Ash summons Bulbasaur, and one Solar Beam later, Donphan is defeated, which I think is true because isn't Donphan like a rock type? I think.
I thought it was a normal type. But
it is a normal type. You're right. Yeah. So yeah, I guess they just wanted to show off Donphan and how cool it was by doing rollout. But I guess, boom, Ash's Pokemon are OP. There you go. Next, Raymond summons Machamp and Ash summons Squirtle. Same thing happened with Squirtle. Squirtle uses Bubble and the Machamp is defeated, which I still don't understand how that even works. Like, you have to have a really weak Machamp if it was able to get down by Bubble Beam. Okay. Next, okay, I have to address this. Now I can understand why Dawn Fan was defeated by Bulbasaur so easily. Okay, I did say the ground type. I have to look it up. I'm sure it's a normal type. I probably said this wrong.
No, I feel like you would have gotten it right at the time.
Maybe. I mean, they've always changed up the types.
That's
like
true.
I remember, remember when like Jigglypuff and Clefairy were like normal types, but then they introduced the fairy type, and so yeah. Yeah, I think that's at the time we didn't know about what the types were. Anyway, so I even mentioned it. Like, why does a Mob-champ get taken down so quickly by a Squirtle? Okay.
Wait, hold up. That Squirtle was a member of the Squirtle Squad. He should have been more unstoppable even then.
I guess that's true, yes. But against a Machamp, it's like I think I did actually point this out. It must mean one of two things: the people who wrote this movie forgot about that, or Raymond's Machamp must just plain sucks. I think I did write that actually. Yes.
Oh,
okay,
man.
So yeah, you're next.
Yeah. Going back through the Pokemon movies, though, I've rewatched most of them, especially since then.
Yeah.
These opening scenes, they almost always have some kind of actual Pokemon battle going on, which is relatively rare to just see an actual battle play out in the show. Usually, it's the anime thing where they have commentary over it the whole time, and it just
exactly.
It slows things to a halt. These scenes end up being my favorite in the movies overall, just because it's what we want to see from Pokemon. The Pokemon battling, it's the big win for the hero, and I honestly think it's the part of these movies that holds up the best, even though it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, you're next, by the way.
Yep. Well, Raymond did try cheating later on, so he can't have been all that good of a trainer.
Okay, finally he summons 3 Pokemon, and Pikachu uses his Thunderbolt to defeat them. With no more Pokemon left, Ash wins the battle. While Ash and the gang enjoy lunch, Jesse, James, and Meow from Team Rocket think of a way to swipe Pikachu to give to Giovanni.
Well, you have to at least hand that to the filmmakers. No matter where Ash goes, Team Rocket will always be close on his heels.
And that's still very true to this day. Along the way, they meet up with a group of Vikings willing to give them okay, so we decided to just skip off. Okay, so instead of talking about them going over to, the port, so that because they received a message from the Dragonite saying, hey, you've been invited over to fight the greatest Pokemon trainer, we've completely skipped out on that because I guess we didn't care. I don't know. Anyway, so yes, oh my God.
We met another Nurse Joy. It was okay.
Yeah, it was another Nurse Joy, and it's like, oh, wait, I think I even pointed it out, I think a little later, but right now we're going to point out to the moment where I just need a face palm myself, but...
This Picard right here is me the entire article here.
This is actually me because I had no idea about the Minnesota Vikings thing, so I'm going to read it and get this over with. Along the way, they meet up with a group of Vikings willing to give them a ride to the island, but it's really Team Rocket in disguise. They row them all the way to New Island through the roughened storm.
And that is something I never got. It's outright dangerous any other way in the storm, yet a canoe, it might be another type of boat, I'm not really that confident in my boat terminology, can get as far as it did before it finally capsized. The way they were hyping up this storm, you'd think sticking your finger in the water would immediately cause you to go under, let alone jumping in an old canoe.
Yeah. Common Rider 64.
Burning Exeter in the chat has just said that Team Rocket are really total losers when you really think about it.
I mean, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be like gag characters. They're kind of like the Peel-Off gang from Dragon Ball when you can't really like treat them seriously. It's like, oh, they're supposed to be like the fun gag characters where they're so incompetent in doing their job. So that's the point.
It's absolutely necessary suspension of disbelief for Team Rocket for you have to really believe them when they say this Pikachu is the best. Okay, it's the best Pikachu.
I'm usually asked like who would win out in a fight between Team Rocket and Bulk and Skull from Power Rangers, and I said, well, at least Bulk and Skull managed to fight off the putties from at least some of the people that the Power Rangers at least struggle sometimes to fight off. So at least you got to give that to them at least.
The sad thing for Team Rocket is every time they do a crime that's unrelated to Ash and crew, they succeed.
Yeah.
Just stop.
I know, but they will never stop. I mean, it's actually funny because Takeshi Shudo when discussing about like, hey, we're gonna have Pokemon Johto ending, and they didn't think that there was going to be another Pokemon series because, as you guys know, Pokemon Gold and Silver was supposed to be the last ones. They were supposed to like wrap everything up because they said that Pokemon Gold is kind of like the finish line. And then when they found out, oh, we have Ruby and Sapphire coming up, and so they were going to do Pokemon Advance next. And so when there was the discussion of, okay, who are we going to replace in this series? Are we going to take away Team Rocket and replace it with their respected bad guys, or are we going to replace Misty with somebody else? And so the ending was Misty, and then I think Takeshi Shudo said you can't have the anime without Team Rocket because they are like the heart of the show. And so, yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we still have Team Rocket to this day, and they haven't been replaced by like Team Aqua or Team Magma or Team Skull or whatever team that we're on right now. So there you go. Just keeping the legacy of Takeshi Shudo-san.
To be clear, have you ever heard the reason they often gave Ash new companions?
Yes, I do.
That's awful.
It's genuinely awful. I talked about this in the Pokemon anime podcast with Malik and Devontae, where we talked about this. And apparently the reason why they decided to change the female protagonist in every single season was because, and I quote, they wanted to have Ash have new eye candy because girls are so interchangeable.
Don't they know Brock was enough eye candy for us? And they got rid of him too.
Exactly. And speaking of which, I mean, Brock was almost removed from the show entirely because they thought he was a racist stereotype. And that's when they brought Tracy into the show.
And that's when people got upset. It's like, wait. Bring him back. They thought there'd be some huge backlash to him existing in the first place. It was him being gone that was the problem.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I even said this in my Cyber 6 video that I understand where they were coming from because at the time, this was around when Jinx was considered to be like a racist stereotype and they were doing like the changes of Jinx. And the episodes that featured Jinx were banned from ever showing. And I think in Majora's Mask, they changed the design of Skull Kid. If you see the original Japanese version of Skull Kid where he had like a black face, that's why they changed it up and they put it in
wood texture.
Yeah, the wood texture, yes. So yeah, this was happening around the same time. So I can understand context-wise, but idea-wise, it was terrible. Nobody wanted.
I at least understand. Brock was just a terrible plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, for those who like Tracy, good for you, but none of us did.
I think if you ask anybody who remembers the original Pokemon show, they'll always say it's Ash, Brock, and Misty.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I think it was Black and White that Brock got replaced with the dude named Silent, and
he was like their gym leader in Black and White. Yeah,
he was worse than Tracy, and I couldn't believe it.
I mean, I guess they tried to make him like Brock, where he was a chef and he carried around his cooking utensils all the time.
Like it's kind of like imagine if you had Avatar: The Last Airbender, and the original three has always been Katara, Sokka, and Aang. Imagine if you started interchanging. I mean, obviously they added on Toph, later on in the second season, but imagine interchanging those people. Like not saying that they haven't done in certain story arcs, but when you think of an adventure with Avatar Aang, you think of Katara, you think of Sokka, and you think of Momo, and you think of
What if they replace Aang? What if they replace Katara and Sokka with the Swamp Benders?
No, it's Aang, Gran, and Haru.
Yes.
Yeah, it's I mean, people like the Pokemon show, but I think they really were testy with the characters that they switched out and changed out. I think that was unnecessary.
Yeah, that was very unnecessary. Anyway, let's continue the cringe. It's your turn, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, the way they were hyping up this. Oh, did you read that one? Oh, yeah,
yes.
It's my turn. I know, that's ridiculous. I know how to sail a boat, paddle a canoe, a kayak, and control a small motorboat. Riding a canoe in a big storm like that is complete suicide, especially one that is old-fashioned. And by the way, I still do know how to ride a boat. I've been taught to ride a small sailboat, at least a personal one. I had dabbled into sailing like larger boats, but I still need a little bit more practice. I paddled canoes before. I've done kayaking, and I did control a small motorboat when I was getting my training. It's been a long time since I've gotten it. So Yeah, I need to like I there's not a lot of lakes where I live, unfortunately, so I need to find somewhere I can get proper touch-ups of my practice. But yeah, I still know how to do that. For those who don't know, that I do know how to actually sail a boat. Anyway,
I know how to float.
nice. Okay. Oh, here, this is the scene. Okay. There's one line in this scene that really bugs me. I didn't know they had Vikings. They must live in Minnesota. Okay, here's the deal. As far as traveling is concerned, when the Norse explored lands in, the closest to America they found was Newfoundland. Everywhere else they settled in was mostly Europe, especially Iceland and Greenland. So from an educational standpoint, it's inaccurate. If they were trying to make a joke, it doesn't work. It's very confusing.
Well, actually, it's a reference to the football team, the Vikings. I don't know all that much about sports. I just happen to know someone who's a big fan, the stepdad. So yeah, big waste of historical analysis in this movie, PB.
I know, big waste of time. I feel, even still to this day, I feel like an idiot. Okay, I completely missed that because I grew up watching baseball, so I know nothing about football. Even still to this day, I know nothing about football. So I am sorry for you, all you football fans.
As an aside, this is just confirmation that Minnesota, as we know it, exists in the world of Pokemon, and this raises so many problems.
You know what? Even in like the games where Mew was found in South America, and what was it like? Arcanine was like seen as like a god in China. So it's like there have been references to our world in Pokemon. So this isn't a surprise. This is just the anime's version. No, I don't know how this makes sense. I think this, to be fair, I think this was when they were first starting in Generation 1. I think that since then they just focus on their own universe with their own world. So they don't reference our world ever. They didn't ever again. So to be fair, that's how it was. But still, it's like
it's too little, too late.
Okay, Band-Aid ripped off. Let's continue. Okay. So afterward, a big tidal wave crashes the boat and leaves our hero stranded in the sea.
At last.
Yay. Misty summons her Staryu, and Ash summons his Squirtle to swim them through the storm and arrive at New Island safely. I'm not sure how they were able to do it since they're small water type, but trust me, consistency is pretty much thrown out the window from this movie. Get used to it. If only they had the Lapras. That would have been many easier.
That was the one good thing about the Tracy period on the show, is the Lapras was fun.
Yes, I like the Lapras. It was a good Lapras.
Yeah, didn't they specifically say that their water type Pokemon were too weak to swim through the storm earlier on? Oh well.
Which we never mentioned this moment earlier on because we completely forgot it. Moving on. Now the main points can start to begin as we enter into the mysterious Pokemon Master's lair. Here's our first mistake in the movie when it comes to the name of the Pokemon. Okay, this is something that I, even still to this day, they still have. One of the 3 trainers named Corey, who have made it to the new island without the assistance of Officer Jenny, and the owner of the boat docks, thanks to his Pidgeotto for flying him there. First of all, that is not a Pidgeotto, that is a Pidgeot, the evolved form of Pidgeotto. So he said the incorrect name for this Pokemon, which, by the way, in the new version of this movie, Pokemon, what was it, like Mewtwo Strikes Again or something?
Yeah, the 3D one.
Yeah, the 3D one, they actually did correct this problem. So anyway, continue.
I would have been like, that's a magic car.
I keep mistaking them for, Pidgeots in Mario, Super Mario. Yeah, I keep mistaking them for that for some strange reason. Don't know why.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. You would think a big shot Pokemon trainer who's apparently so good to train a Gyarados, it only takes me 10 minutes in the games, chump, would at least be good enough at this to get the names right, wouldn't you?
When Team Rocket enters the cloning room and see the Pokemon on screen, they name 2 of them wrong. They call Corey Scyther and Sandslash as Alakazam and Sandshrew, which are nowhere near close to it. First of all, a Scyther has scythes for its claws. It does not have spoons. And also, a Sandshrew is very tiny because it's based off of a pangolin. So the fact that you have this gigantic, sand monster thing, it's like Sandshrew. Okay, then. According to the audio commentary of the movie, 4Kids decided to leave those mistakes because, quote unquote, it would give kids something to notice, and because in context that Team Rocket could make a mistake. Bullshit is what I said. How stupid do you think kids are?
Wait. They were trying to who's that Pokemon with hey, we got it wrong. Shoot.
Yes, that's exactly what the commentary said.
Oh no. Oh, I can easily buy Jesse and Meowth screwing up a few of the Pokemon's names, but I have a hard time swallowing James doing so. He's practically Team Rocket's Pokedex. But if 4Kids wants to cover it up as some sort of lame Easter egg, then so be it. You flailing, when sucking is your only option.
I just needed to find a perfect picture for that. I mean, in every single episode of Pokemon, during the middle of the episode, there's a segment called Who's That Pokemon? Are you trying to say that you purposely put that mistake in there to get the kids' attention? I mean, how bored do you think kids would get when watching your movie?
Well, to be fair, Who's That Pokemon is pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Japanese version, is pretty entertaining too.
There's been a lot of art and memes of Who's That Pokemon, but they're all just Pikachu doing its little faces. And it's
remember Gurugamesh? I remember the Gurugamesh one. That's a hilarious one.
I know what you're talking about.
There's this like goth-looking kid, and it's like, who's that Pokemon? And it's Pikachu, and then it's like reveals like Gurugamesh.
Yes.
Do you remember that video of that guy doing Donald Duck's voice and like who's that Pokemon? And he goes, "It's Pikachu," and then then he's like, "What the?"
It's Batman.
Oh, it's just Jigglypuff turned on its side. Okay, we're done here.
Superman.
Yes. Okay. Also, Jesse and James work for Team Rocket, an evil organization that decided to steal Pokemon, both rare and common, so they should know each Pokemon's name and their characteristics. Making a mistake of misnaming a Pokemon not only once but twice is unacceptable.
As I said, this is a forgivable mistake for Jesse and Meowth, but not for James, and I stand by that. James is the GOAT of the entire franchise.
Just say that you screwed up, 4Kids. Be honest with us. Don't give us these lame excuses. We're better than that.
Oh God, 4Kids was just awful, wasn't it? Like, it's no longer around now, isn't it? It's like, is it?
Well, I mean, they're around as 4K Media, but they're mostly focusing on Yu-Gi-Oh stuff now.
I kind of what
they
they did with
actually.
Yu-Gi-Oh
There's actually a phone
Pokemon
call that I need to take.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Kevin, how you been?
I'm doing pretty good. I've been trying to do that Zoom thing. You young whippersnappers with your technology and all your crazy things, I can't even get on it. So I wanted to try to call you to see how to, what to do. I'm on my way to work, and I wanted to drop in a line.
Okay, well, here's what you do. I'm going to send you the Zoom number. You type it in on your app, and then you can come on in, okay?
I can't even get on the app.
Oh, you can't get on the app. Okay, well, just go over. Just try going onto the Zoom. Go on the Zoom website and see if you could just log in. I'll send you the link, and then you can try getting in, okay?
I'll try, yeah. I got to be in work in a few minutes, but I'll try my best. I just wanted to call you to touch base with you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, catch you later.
Talk to you.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
All right. Well, I sent Kevin the link. So, what was I? Oh, yeah. When the clones in the original Pokemon fighting, the trainers can't help but look in shock and begin to realize that fighting violently is wrong. By the way, this is the American version. They do not say this in the Japanese version. They're sort of ironic since the whole point of Pokemon series video game training cards is fighting against other Pokemon. Train your Pokemon to fight other Pokemon to get stronger and use them to get badges and enter the leagues to defeat the Elite Four, your rival. Become the master. That's it. The end. So yes, this is only in the American version. They do not say this in the Japanese version.
I'm starting to wonder if 4Kids was secretly just PETA in disguise.
I bet you there are all sorts of terrible things in disguise. Unfortunately, the one thing they couldn't imitate was a good animation company.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I even said this in the Pokemon podcast. I think it's not due to, I don't think the company was doing this deliberately because they hated the anime. They were doing this because they were being dictated by a bunch of corporate people who were higher up saying, okay, we think that this is, very similar to how Western cartoons are for kids. Let's see if we could just go to the lowest common denominator. Like,
I rest my case.
Okay, so
I think One Piece is the greatest example there, but
yeah, One Piece. We never.
Do you remember when they went to I can't remember who it was, but I'm sure one of their guys, I think, a good couple of years ago, one time went to a like I think it was like a reading kind of conference or something like that, and I think one person asked him that why can't they just keep like the Japanese dub of the four kids shows and and encourage kids to like read the text underneath. And I think one of the 4 kid representatives turned around and said kids don't want to read, which like got a really negative reaction from like the group of people there.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean, here's the thing.
That you can change that. You have the power.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I mean, I understand that you didn't have a lot of like dubbing companies that were like massive. I mean, you had Ocean, you had Funimation, and you had like a few other people in between. But yeah, I mean, this was like for a mainstream audience. I mean, if it wasn't Dragon Ball or Sailor Moon, a lot of people got into Pokemon as like their first major anime. So they were saying like, okay, how can we be able to make it cater to a Western audience that we're trying, and especially this is the 90s. You have to understand that. I mean, if it was done today, I'm sure that they would keep to the original stuff like they do in today's anime. But back then, okay, we need to change the names of the characters to make them more Americanized. We need to remove references to violence and blood and guns and sex and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think that
remove all the fun stuff.
Well, I mean, depending on what fun stuff you define it as, but anyway, but I think that with that context, I mean, the writers, they try to do the best they could with the limitations that they had, and also the voice actors especially, they performed the best that they could as well. So yeah, I mean, I think that they were just trying to do what they could, and I commend them for that,
I think that was the major thing Pokemon had going for it, that even a lot of modern anime that get dubbed don't, is that the voice acting was rather stellar for what it was.
Yeah. And that's another thing I even say for like Cowboy Bebop as well, is like the voice acting in that is excellent, especially since you have like older anime and even video games, which has cringy voice acting. I always point to Resident Evil as like one of the worst voice acting I've ever heard in my life.
You were almost a Jill sandwich.
I think one of the strong things they had is that they did actually get talented people when so I guess that's one positive thing I think you could say about that. But I mean, like it's not like other places that just said, oh, let's just get this random person just to translate into English. Like,
yeah, exactly.
At least there was some care and attention done to the voice work at least.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's like these people are really, really good people. It's just all a matter of the material and the direction. If it's not done well, then it's going to be presented as not done very well. So yeah.
Oh, I do have to. If we're talking about Pokemon so much, I do have to mention that guy with the glasses person I'm still following because I'm an idiot and can't remember anyone when it matters. Suede. He does his Pokemon Journey videos, and I think they're excellent. Reviewing each individual episode.
Yeah, I have not seen those. I've heard a lot of people talking about it, but I definitely do want to check it out in the future. I know that I think from what I understand, he has like changed his mind on some of them since then because he didn't like what his opinions were back then. So that makes sense because, I regret this. Sorry, Michael. It's not you, it's me.
It's me. Let's know it can be you too, but it's definitely me.
Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I know a lot about like, hey, I did back then was terrible. I need to redo it again. So I know how that feels. I definitely need to watch those videos, by the way. Anyway, so yeah, it's your turn, by the way.
Oh, did you do the with the
clones? I did. I did.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
It's all a very simple plot when you think about it. Yet the movie tries to sell the entire selling point of the game as a bad thing. But ignoring that, it's still a rather lazy moral, especially when they try and shove it in your face like you can't possibly get the point.
Again, this was only in the American version. This is not in the Japanese version. So anyway,
well, Japanese people don't count.
Oh my god, we don't mean that, people. Now you can argue that those fights in the TV show and games were for training purposes, not to kill them, but still fighting is fighting. The message that they're putting in the movie that fighting is wrong isn't executed well enough, so it sort of falls flat. Again, Only in American, not Japanese.
In the games and the show also make very explicitly clear that Pokemon just love fighting. That's why they keep attacking 10-year-old boys in the grass. we capitalized on this problem. We didn't cause it.
Okay, let's move on. Now that Ash has been revived by Pikachu and the other Pokemon tiers. Oh, what we didn't even mention
we
that.
skipped that entirely.
We skipped that part entirely. I guess we were just.
Well, it was too stupid.
It was so idiotic. We completely skipped out on the part that everybody still to this day say they cry on. We were like, let's just finish this. Let's just finish this. We're done. Mewtwo sees the error of his ways and decides to take the clone Pokemon to a place where they would be safe. He also takes Ash and the gang back to the docks with no recollection on what happened. Not until Mewtwo returns, at least. So that would make it that the lesson that just learned about fighting being the wrong solution to many problems is pretty much thrown out the window. The message that this movie tried to teach when watching it is even more pointless. It's like the ending of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 edition.
So I was wise to not buy that game. Go me.
I rented it though, and I still regret it.
Ugh.
Oh, I skipped it. Oh, hold on. Absolutely. This was
someone in the comments just said, yeah, Samurai Pizza Cats was a real show. Yeah. Where else are you going to go when you want some pepperoni?
Absolutely. This was back when I was a naive gamer who didn't read the reviews online before purchasing video games. Ugh, worst $60 I've ever spent. Oh, I actually bought it? I couldn't even sell the game back for even half that amount. Oh, I actually bought the game. I didn't rent it, huh? I guess it was...
And you had to pawn it off.
Yes, I had to pawn it off, yeah. I think at GameStop or something. I don't remember. Oh, well, who cares? As long as our heroes are alive and safe, but we don't have to worry about petty things like that.
Go Philistinism! Thesaurus.com claims this is a synonym for ignorant, and it looks fancy, so I'm using it.
In the end, Ash and the gang move on and continue their adventures to accomplish their goals. The end. Whew! Overall, looking back on this movie many years later, this is not a good movie. It's a shame too, because for the first Pokemon movie, it has a lot of potential to be good. I liked Mewtwo as a main villain, the animation is nice, and there were some moments in which you try to feel emotion about. I mean, admittedly, I cried when I saw Pikachu try to resurrect Ash for the first time. I did, I'm guilty. And yes, that is very true. By the way, go ahead.
Okay, me too, but let's face it, the bravest of the brave would become weak at the sight of a crying Pikachu. It's simply an unavoidable occurrence. It's like a 4-year-old reading Romeo and Juliet and not being confused. It just doesn't happen. There are 4 truths in life. Hitler sucks, surprisingly a statement that is growing more controversial year by year. Oh god. War is bad. Again. Don't eat the yellow snow. We're still good on that one. And Pikachu crying is damn sad. This makes total sense.
Well, but other than that, this movie is an inconsistent, pointless mess that was hated by the critics. Again, because the dub is completely just rewrote everything to make it really incoherent.
It's not my least favorite of the movies, but it is down there a ways.
Yeah, I mean, I saw most of the other ones, and the Jirachi movie bores me to hell. I'm sorry for those who like the Jirachi movie, but I could not stomach it.
The Jirachi movie works if you really like Max as a character.
Which I don't. Okay. Also, another thing to mention, the soundtrack on this movie is beyond god-awful. Okay, this is a thing that happened again in the American version, not the Japanese.
I wanna be the very... That's all that the entire franchise needs.
Not that one. No, I mean, that's the only good American version of the song, because I listened to the Japanese one, and yeah, it's good. It's good. The American one is just an iconic theme song for me. I'm sorry. Anyway... The majority of the songs in this movie are bubblegum pop music. People like Christina Aguilera, NSYNC, and Britney Spears, not to mention forgotten pop bands like M2M, Bewitched, Vitamin C, and 98 Degrees. Yeah, this was back then when, hey, we have this popular anime, let's put in a whole bunch of pop songs that don't even fit into the movie or even in the franchise itself. I'm glad they don't do this anymore. They only do it for DreamWorks movies now. Anyway, that makes the music in the Pokemon, the first movie, extremely outdated and for the wrong reasons. According to Norman Grossfeld, the then president of 4Kids, The choices of the songs for the soundtrack would better reflect what American kids would respond to. Okay.
Oh, I was like, that's not me. That's still
No,
blue.
no. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the statement.
Yep.
That really, I mean, you don't think that kids in America would appreciate the Japanese songs that were featured?
That's what they thought. It probably tied into the whole kids don't want to read.
Oh boy, why?
Anyone want to see the pizza?
Please show me anything else than this. I need to go out of my mind to not read stupid comments.
I'm gonna have to order my own pizza to satisfy me now.
Okay, what do we got today?
I'm sorry, I can't circle from here. It is a pepperoni, cherry tomato, cheese, mushroom, olives, and onions.
Very nice, very nice. Okay,
That's
so
the reason why I'm going to be quiet for the next couple of next half hour or so.
yeah, please go ahead.
Well, that's about how long it'll take us to finish this article.
We're almost done anyway. Or thank God.
However, you did this.
I know I did this, and I hate myself. However, the original motion picture soundtrack is a tad bit better. It has the orchestrated songs from the movie, and some of them are pretty good, which of course they're good because they're from the Japanese version. If anything, check it out sometime.
I've always found most Pokemon music to be pretty forgettable, save for a couple opening themes. I didn't really pay attention to the soundtrack as it never really jumped out at me in a good or bad way, but that's just me.
If you stay at the end of the credits, you'll see the trailer of the next movie called Pokemon the Movie 2000, but that's for another time.
Another time that is long away.
Another time that we never did.
Thank God.
I know, thank God. Which, by
At least
the way,
I was right. We still could.
I already talked about the Pokemon
The follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up that took almost a decade to do. Yeah. Okay. I want to thank Fusionator for inviting me to work on this review. I had a great time. Well, back then I did. And I hope that we get to do this again real soon, which we'll never do. Until then, I hope to see you around Old School Lane soon. Thank you for reading.
That one did happen eventually.
Yes.
Thank
Hold on.
goodness.
We got another phone call. Let's see who it is this time.
Ooh.
Okay, let's see who we got.
Yo, Patricia.
Hello, Antoni. How's it going?
All right. So,
I'm calling about your car's extended warranty.
excited to partake in this particular live stream. And by the way, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On making it to 10 years on Old School Lane.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it, Antoni.
Pleasure.
So, are you able to join us pretty soon?
Yeah. Do you have the link, the Zoom link?
I send it to you on Twitter. But I can send it. I can send it to you right here if you want. I can do that, no problem.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
I believe it's me. You're very welcome. Maybe next time I'll be on one of your blogs. LOL.
Which you never did.
Damn it.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I was pretty much done with
Your
blogging.
blogs were good.
I was pretty much done with blogging when I discovered podcasts. So at that point, yeah. Let's see. PB Miranda steps back into the teleporter, leaving the building.
She's gone. She's gone. Oh, she's gone. She's gone. She's gone. Fun working with her, but now it's time to get down to business. Ahem. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Average Internet Reviews. I know there have been some delays, but it's finally time. Bang, bang! Oh, who is it now? Goes to the door, answers only to find Dale standing there. Ah, that's right, I remember. I did do a couple more of the Pokemon movies, but it was with a couple different people. I never got through all of them like I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that was our collaboration together. My God.
So we've done better things, I hope, since then.
Yes, I hope that we've done better things. Please let us know. If
Like,
we
even
did.
marginally, I'll take it.
Yes. Oh my God. I just, wow. I'm so sorry for everybody who had to like sit down and listen to us talk for about half an hour about the stuff that we did back then. Just
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's been longer than that. Oh no.
oh,
We had to pad this podcast out somehow. Okay,
yeah.
live stream.
It's cool. I got pizza. So
Well, at least you're happy. We had to
I had
sit
to-
down and just look back on ourselves saying, what were we thinking? All right. Well,
You've always been perfect, Aaron. It's okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Well, I'm going to play the next congratulations video. So let me just find something. I'm going to pick something random again. Please let it be good. Oh my God. I want to get rid of this cringe. Okay. I've got the next one. Okay. Here's the next one. Let's see who it is. Oh, it's Lisa.
Hi, Old School Lane. This is Lisa Foyles from All That, and I just wanted to congratulate you on your 10th anniversary. That's such a huge milestone, and you should feel very proud of yourselves. I know I'm proud of you for keeping the old school, nostalgic, good stuff alive for the kids today to learn all about. And here's a big All That sign behind me. Congratulations again.
Oh, thank you so much. So yeah, for those who don't know, that was Lisa Foyles. She was a cast member of All That from 2002 all the way to 2007. And since then, she's done a lot of other things. And she's done like video reviews on video games. And you may know her as Jocelyn the Intern on Death Battle. And she's actually written her own book. Please go check out her book. You just type in Amazon and just type in Lisa Foyles' book. I think it's like Ash Ridley or something. It's kind of like a sci-fi fantasy thing. So yeah, please go check it out.
She is the reddest redhead I've ever seen. It was magnificent.
Yeah.
I like a jumper. Jumper's nice.
Yeah. She has like really incredible red hair, just fantastic. So yeah, Lisa has been really, really nice. I did invite her over for the All That Month discussion when we looked back on the show and her experiences working on it. So yeah, that was actually a really cool opportunity to do so, because I hadn't interviewed an All That cast member since 2013 when I got a hold of Alicia Reyes and Angelique Bates and Brian Hearn. Those were the three that I got a hold of. So it was actually really cool to talk to them, talk to Lisa, because I hadn't had anybody from the revival of All That. Now I just need to find somebody who was a cast member from the reboot of All That to kind of like go full circle. And I know that people have been asking me for the long time, hey, can you ever get Keenan and Kel onto the podcast? And I'm like, that's going to be quite impossible considering of how busy they are. So yeah, it would be crazy.
It would be so awesome.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, so yeah, I am actually going to take a quick restroom break. But in the meanwhile, I'm actually going to do a preview of the next episode of Casual Chat, which is about the Disney post-Renaissance era with Chris, aka Roddy Seymour. So yeah, I will be right back. I'm just going to play off a little preview of what's going to be coming up next week. So all of you guys can be able to listen in to our discussions about what we thought of the post-Renaissance era, at least whatever that I have. So everybody, I will be, let me just post it up really quickly. Just play this up. Yep. Again, I will not be posting this up until next week. So I'm just going to skip over to like the intro. I'm not going to go through like what I usually do is like old school and casual chats. I'm not going to do that part yet. I'm just going to play off the intro. So let me just see if it goes through here. Yeah, it goes through here. Let me just, okay. So everybody, you guys sit back, relax, and I will be right back. So. All of the different eras of Disney. So about, well, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me just go a little bit more back. Here with Chris, aka Rowdy C. Welcome back, Chris.
Yo, and hello, everybody.
So, as you guys know, over the past few years, we have been looking at all of the different eras of Disney. So, for those who are new to this podcast and are wondering what are we talking about, well, Disney fans like to compile all of these movies and divide it into 7 different eras. We've talked about the Golden Era. We've talked about the Silver Era. We talked about the Bronze Era. We talked about the Renaissance Era. And the only eras that we have not talked about are the Wartime Era, the Revival Era, and now we can finally scratch one of them off of our list because today we're going to be talking about the post-Renaissance era, or some people like to call it the Second Dark Era. So these are the films that came out from 1999 or 2000, depending on when this particular film that we're going to be talking about in just a moment came out, all the way to 2008. I know some people debate it's 2009 because of Princess and the Frog, but a lot of the Disney era fans who put together these particular lists always cite that Princess and the Frog is the first of the revival era, so we will not be talking about it, so I deeply apologize.
I am going to make let you know in advance that this definitely was the era that, up to this point, I had probably the least amount of knowledge and information about. You gave me the list in advance of all the films we will be talking about here, and I will admit that at that point, there were still quite a few of them I had not watched at that time. Now, I did manage to spend the past days up to this point of this recording, watching and adding to as many of them as I could. The two things you need to point out about that is one, the first 2 on this list, I unfortunately still did not get around to, so I'm probably not going to be able to have much to discuss on them. Everything else I either had watched before you contacted me about this, or was able to watch in the days up to our recording right now. The other thing to point out here is that this is kind of a teaser. After watching all of what I was able to, and even taking into account the 2 that I didn't get into, I may have a different name perhaps for this era, which I'll get to probably later on at the ending of this podcast.
A lot of changes had happened in the world of animation. The rise of 3D animation with the likes of Pixar with Toy Story. And I'm sure that you guys know about the story about Jeffrey Katzenberg, and we've mentioned him a couple of times in our retrospective. But the direction of Disney was not going in which he wanted to. He wanted to be like the main boss behind it after the previous one had passed away in a tragic helicopter accident. But Michael Eisner, the president of Disney at the time, did not like him very much. So after some disagreements involving with Toy Story and some other projects, he had left and he decided to start off his own animation company, which was DreamWorks, alongside with Steven Spielberg and David Geffen. Now, Steven Spielberg had his toe dipped into creating his own animation company with producing films with Amblimation, but that shut down shortly after the release of Balto. And then afterwards, I guess, with the combinations of somebody who worked on Disney and such. So they decided to create their first animated feature, which was Ants. And that was a project that Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted to do for Disney, but didn't exactly happen. Yeah, so with the rise of 3D animation and the downfall of 2D animation, and a lot of people who had formerly worked at Disney had left to do other projects for DreamWorks, and some left for Warner Brothers when they were doing like Quest for Camelot and the Iron Giant and various other things. Some people left to work for Fox Animation Studios with Don Bluth, right before a lot of them left to work on Blue Sky Studios after that company shut down when Titan AE became a flop. So this is the point in which when Disney became very experimental. This was the time in which when they started releasing a lot of different films that weren't usually their contender of the stuff that they had been releasing prior, and seeing if they could be able to hit a new audience. And so we're going to be talking about one that was on production since the 80s. We're going to be talking about Fantasia 2000. So now the story behind this is that, as you guys know from the original Fantasia, this was like Walt Disney's magnum opus project that he wanted to work on so much. And there were plans for a sequel, and then due to the war and due to the project languishing for a few decades, it never really happened until 1984, in which when two animators decided that they wanted to come back to this project. And so it was going to be called Fantasia Continued. And then Michael Eisner was like, I don't think we should really bring this back. But then something interesting happened. When Fantasia was released in direct-to-video in 1991 to coincide with the film's 50th anniversary, it gained a massive audience once again. And so that was when they decided, okay, we're going to do this project on Fantasia. So it was changed over to Fantasia 2000 when the movie was released in June 16th, 2000, or if you saw it in 1999 when this premiered, depending on where you saw it at. And so basically they wanted to combine all of the stuff that they have learned from the original Fantasia and do a new spin on it. And so there are a few animated segments that were able to make it and others that were eventually made into its own individual shorts. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it off right there. So you guys are going to have to tune in on Monday on Anchor, or if you want to check out on the YouTube channel, you have to wait until next Wednesday, which is on, I believe, the 29th. So yeah. So yes, there is your little preview of what is to come for the discussion on the post-Renaissance movies.
I might have missed it from you guys talking about it, so sorry if it was there, but what was the movie with the lady with the butterflies on her face? Was that from Fantasia?
That is Fantasia. I'll show you again. That's Fantasia 2000, and that is their last segment called Firebird.
I couldn't think of any other movie that came out around that time that would make sense.
Yeah. So this one right here, this is they're the last short that was featured in Fantasia 2000. It's about a forest spirit who was revived when a deer had blown his air into an icicle, and then it formed into the forest spirit when it landed on some grass, and then a flower grew. And so then she decides to beautify everything, but then she resurrects a lava monster who pretty much destroys everything, and then she feels defeated, and then she has the encouragement to bring back beauty into the world again. So I guess this is kind of like Fantasia's 2000's equivalent of Night of Bald Mountain, Ave Maria, where everything is like really, really dark, but then it starts becoming lighthearted in the end. So
it really does sound like Moana for 2000.
Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. It does kind of, maybe that's where they kind of like brought the inspiration to make it come back from. Maybe, like, hey, like, that spirit from Moana, let's see if we can have that. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yeah.
Hey,
anyway,
Patricia,
so yeah.
I don't know if you're keeping tabs of this or not, but the Annie Awards nominations are currently being announced at the moment.
Oh, really? I definitely want to take a look into that for sure.
Okay, so just let you know, Ghost of Molly McGee is currently up for Best Storyboard.
Nice.
And the Amphibia is currently up for Best TV Media Children, Best Direction TV Media, and Best Editorial TV Media.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, yes, thank you very much, Sakura Full, that you enjoyed the preview. And don't worry, we will be talking about this more on Monday if you follow me on Spotify or Anchor or Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts and more. And if you want to wait for the YouTube version, wait until next Wednesday. So, yes, this is the movies that we talk about in the post-Renaissance era. Fantasia 2000, Dinosaur, Emperor's New Groove, Atlantis the Lost Empire, Lilo and Stitch, Treasure Planet, Brother Bear, Home on the Range, Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, and Bolt. This was the most amount of movies that Chris and I have covered in this retrospective so far, because usually there would be like 8 or 10 films. With the golden era, there were 5. So yeah, this is I mean, when we get to the revival era, oh man, that's going to be double. That's going to be like at least over like 18 films if they decide to continue the revival era with the current movies that are out right now. I mean, I don't know how the Disney fans are going to divide this into a particular era, but we'll see. But in the meanwhile, yeah, it's going to go all the way from Princess and the Frog to Encanto. So, yeah, we'll see how that turns out.
So, actually, I'm just looking at this now. Apparently, all of the nominees of the Annie Awards have now been announced. So, do you want me to go through them all? And
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Cool. All right. Best feature, guys. These include Encanto, Luca, Raya and the Last Dragon, Sing 2, The Mitchells versus the Machines. What do you pick?
Okay. So, I had a feeling that these were going to be nominated. So, I've seen Raya and the Last Dragon. I think that's the only and Luca we've seen. Yeah, those are the only 2 out of the 5 I've seen. So I definitely really like Luca. I I liked Raya okay. I mean, there were some really good things about it, but I felt that there were some things that they could have done better. I have not seen Encanto. When it comes out on Disney Plus, I'll definitely check it out. I have not seen Mitchell's versus the Machines, which I know everybody. That was the movie that you requested me to talk about in 2021.
Everybody's raving about this movie now. I
Yes.
think. I think we'd be stupid to ignore this as a potential winner of this.
Yes,
this
we
award.
will talk about it. I promise. And we will talk about Candace Against the Universe as well, which was the movie that you wanted me to talk about for 2020.
Well, that's not been nominated for Best Feature. So.
I mean, obviously not.
Yeah.
Oh, Mitchell's versus the Machines. I have an inherent bias towards anything that's different and creative, which Mitchell's versus the Machines definitely was. But in that vein, it was kind of a worse Spider-Verse just for the animation style with that creativity they were bringing to it. I'd really have to go with Luca among these five, and Luca has become one of my favorite movies. I was gonna call it just a Pixar movie, but that's gotten confusing over the years. But yes, it's Pixar.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to Encanto, but I've come across a spoiler, I think, for the movie that might give an idea of who the villain is. So I don't know. I'm sort of kind of
doing another one of those.
Yeah, I'm not saying any further than that, but yeah, that's kind of spoiled it a little bit for me. But
well, okay, for the sake of me only watching 2 of the 5 movies, I'm gonna say Luca's my choice.
Well, I think we'll definitely say Sing 2 is not going to be a winner in this. I
hope.
I hope not.
I hope not. Yeah, like as you know, like don't get me wrong, like I'm probably one of the very few people who still like Bono, but I mean, like I don't think Sing. I don't think he's Annie award worthy. I don't think.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. Right. No. Okay. Second one is Best Indie Feature. These include Belle, Flea, Fortune Favors, Lady Nikuko, Pompo, the Cinephile, and the Summit of the Gods. So
yeah, we did talk about this in Aaron and Patricia. You probably know about the descriptions if you've heard about us talking about it. A lot of these are foreign films. Some of them are independent, and they have been unanimously praised. I mean, I think that Belle is a Hosada film, and I've heard a lot of people praising Hosada, so I've heard a lot of good reviews on that. I've been seeing a lot more people talking about Flea recently, saying about how good that movie is. And yeah, I'm genuinely, I mean, if it would probably be one of the 2 for me personally.
Okay. I have not seen any of them, so I can't comment.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of them either, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of them won, though.
Yeah.
I've only seen one short film that I can think of this year, and it's not on the list, so that's not gonna win.
All right, then we'll move on. Okay, none of the above. Let's move on. Number 3 is Best Special Production. These include for Old Ang Syne, La Vie de Chateau, Mom is Pouring Rain, Nambu, and The Witcher: Nightmare of the Wolf.
I haven't seen any of those, so I can't say anything.
Either, yeah.
None of the above.
Is Namu just like discount Shamu?
Don't know. Okay. 4th is Best Short Subject. These include Bestia, Easter Eggs, Malbeak, Night Bus, and Steakhouse.
Again, I have not seen any of those. Sorry.
No. Okay. Best Sponsored. A Future Begins, Fleet Foxes, Featherweight, A Good Guest Guide to Japan, Tiptoe and the Flying Machine, and WandaVision, Don't Touch That Dial title sequence.
Okay. No, I haven't seen any of those. Sorry.
I haven't seen any of those either.
I've seen WandaVision, so I guess that wins.
Sure.
Okay. Right. This is an interesting one. Best TV Media Preschool. These include Ada Twist Scientist, Muppet Babies, Adu, Stillwater, or Xavier Riddle and the Secret Museum.
The only one I'm familiar with is Muppet Babies.
I'm very biased towards Muppet Babies, so I probably have to pick them.
Yeah.
Muppet Babies, I've actually seen because of my niece, so I'm gonna do what the Oscars folks do and choose it because she seems to like it.
Sure, why not? I mean, that's...
By the way, the reason why Muppet Babies has appeared in the categories because of the controversial episode Gonzarella, which is the
I remember.
By the way, I want to point this out to everybody. This isn't the first time Gonzo has gone in drag. Okay, Gonzo has done this multiple times.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Next one is Best TV Media for Children. These include Amphibia, Carmen Sandiego, Doug Days, Maya and the Three,
Maya and the Three.
Maya and
Okay.
the Three, and We the People.
I was
Oh,
going to be a
man.
little upset that Owl House wasn't on here, but it seems this is on an individual episode basis, and I haven't seen three
Yeah,
of
the
these.
reason
So
why Amphibia is on this list is because of True Colors, the one
Yeah.
where you know what happens.
and the Carmen Sandiego episode was also excellent. I don't know if you've seen it.
The Himalayan Rescue Caper.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Next one is by the way, I'm picking Amphibia for that one, by the way. So
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have another choice there.
Yeah.
Carmen
I mean,
Sandiego,
listen,
I think, is,
I've only seen the first season of Carmen Sandiego on Netflix, so I really need to catch up.
I mean, I haven't seen Doug Day. We even Patricia haven't seen Doug Days yet for Pix Mix, but I got to be honest with you, I'm not looking forward to it. You know, like it's.
I mean,
Doug
to
is
be
not my
fair, we
favorite
were
Pixar
kind of
character.
disappointed with Monsters at Work, so that's why we were not excited about Doug Days. But you know
again,
what?
I'm not engaged with Doug in any way as a character, so not really. I'm not really looking forward to this one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's all patty mayonnaise. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the reasons, well, I mean, other than us being obligated to watch it because it's a Pixar property, but, you know, it is one of Ed Asner's last roles. So, you know, respect for the guy, you know.
Right. This next category is best TV media general audience. Like, you know, like not 30, 40 something year olds are watching the Owl House Amphibia and, you know, all these other shows. You know, the nominees include Arcane, Bob's Burgers, Love, Death and Robots, Star Wars Visions, and Tucker and Bertie.
All right. I love Bob's Burgers so much. It's one of my favorite shows. My sister and I, we watch it all the time. I have a Bob's Burgers shirt in my drawer somewhere. I have heard so many good things about Arcane, but here's the thing. I have never played League of Legends. So I don't know if I need to play the games in order for me to get into this animated series. I have no idea.
I highly
They've
doubt
always
it, but I
sucked.
haven't seen Arcane yet either. My excitement for Arcane rests solely upon the fact that I've always loved the character designs of League of Legends. I
sure.
don't play that kind of game, so that was never going to get me on that level. So I'm kind of excited for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if I had to make a choice, I think I'll have to go with Bob's Burgers with this one because Bob Burgers is on a roll at the moment.
The movie's coming out next year, by the way.
Yeah, also as well, that too. So
yeah, and one of the last films that Tucker worked on right before he passed away.
Okay, next category is best student film. Like, come on, guys, we don't even get a chance to go past the professionals, let alone the students.
Hey, give the students credit. You know, they're trying to get their.
I'll give them credit, but yeah, there's only 24 hours in a day to watch so much stuff, and so we've got enough content already on Netflix and Disney Plus to last us a lifetime, pretty much. So, okay, I'll read them out anyway. These include a film about pudding, Hope, I Am a Pebble, Night of the Living Dread, and Slouch.
I've never seen any of those, but they sound pretty cool.
The title of Slouch the most, so I'll give it to that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Then the student director is Michael Bugenstingel. So yeah,
must be from Europe or something.
Yeah, in Germany probably.
Yeah,
German.
Reads as German.
Next one is best effects, TV and media. The nominees include Arcane, Castlevania, Mayor and the Free, Shaun the Sheep, The Flight Before Christmas, and Troll Hunters: Rise of the Titans.
Oh, those are excellent, by the way. You have a stop motion animated series. You have an animated series based off of League of Legends. You have an animated series based off of a video game with Castlevania. I mean, I know League of Legends is a video game, but you know what I'm saying. You have Shaun the Sheep, which is stop motion. You have Maya and the Three, which is done by Jorge Gutierrez, who you may know as the creator of El Tigre, and he also did the Book of Life. The one that celebrated Dia de los Muertos before Coco. I mean, I know that there probably were other animated films that had featured Dia de los Muertos, but one that was more mainstream I'm talking about. Anyway, and also Troll Hunters. I've heard nothing but excellent things about Troll Hunters done by Guillermo del Toro. That's really hard, by the way.
Who's gonna win? I'm gonna say, I mean, I've not really seen Castlevania, but I gotta be honest, I could probably imagine it being pretty epic, so I probably will go with Castlevania just for
I'm
nostalgic
a huge
purposes.
Castlevania fan. I am so sad that I never got the chance to watch the series, but I've seen the clips of it and they look amazing. And even going back into Owl House again, Spencer Wan was a major animation director behind it, and he also did a lot of the stuff in Owl House. He did the fight with Lilith and Ida in the Convention episode, and he did the Grom Night episode, and he did the fight over in the last 2 episodes of season 1. So yeah, he's excellent with that. And
so basically he did all the great fights. I bet he did the one in season 2 that anyone who's seen season 2 is thinking of with
possibly
great fights.
maybe he did that. I'm not sure, but yeah, I know that he did a lot of the stuff on Castlevania, which is not too surprising because I've seen the clips of it and how excellent those look. And as for the other ones, that's really hard because they're all good in their own different ways. I don't know. I mean, I'll say Castlevania for me.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I love Aardman as well, but I don't know. I never really took to Shaun the Sheep all that much, really. Like, the last time I saw Shaun the Sheep was in the A Close Shave, which was the Wallace and Gromit, like, 3rd special.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've not really seen, like, many Shaun the Sheep, things.
Considering how
I've never
Shaun
been
the
big
Sheep
on
is.
Shaun the Sheep either, but the last thing I saw with him was the feature movie, and I thought that was really good. And if The Flight Before Christmas was anything like that, I can imagine it being
Last
a lot
time I
of fun.
recall, like, I think the Shaun the Sheep movie was one of the very few, preschool movies that actually got certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Like,
This is not Peppa Pig.
Yeah. I mean, Peppa Pig's rotten on Rotten Tomatoes. The Peppa Pig movie was terrible. All it was basically just a bunch of seriously. All the Peppa Pig movie was, I don't even know why they did it. All they did was just like say, okay, you're gonna see Peppa Pig in the movie, but it's just gonna be like a bunch of shorts, kind of like slapped together, like for like 1.5 hours. Like, how do you get your kids to sit down that long?
Oh, jeez.
Like when my 2-year-old niece watches Peppa Pig, she's running around the living room while she's on the TV. Her attention span's not there yet. So I don't know how they expect the other kids just to be like, watching that screen the entire time.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the time that we watched. You remember we watched Coco and there was the Frozen short that came in?
Well, I was gonna bring that up actually. Me and Patricia. If I think was it the first movie we saw together as a couple?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, Coco was the first movie we saw as a couple, and funnily enough, it was the first movie that came up in the Pixmix podcast. So. We went there, and this was at the time when they were still showing the Beast, the Beast special, which was the Frozen, Frozen Fever.
No, it wasn't Frozen Fever. It was Olaf's.
Olaf's whatever.
Yeah, Frozen Fever was something else. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like Olaf's, Christmas or whatever it was.
Olaf's Frozen Adventure.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I have seen it too many times.
Yeah, so, good grief. Yeah. So you don't understand where we're coming
from. We
saw
it once, and we were like done.
Yeah, like I was at one point. I was offering to Patricia, like, do you want me to go get some snacks from the lobby while this is going on? And because I think we hadn't got anything, at that point. But
no, we didn't.
And so we made fun of like what was in the trailer like before, and I was just making jokes about it as well. But one thing I noticed is like you think the way they were trying to get kids to watch Coco was to put Frozen in front of it and get all the kids in. But during the whole thing when Frozen was on, all the kids were running around in the lobbies. They were talking with amongst themselves. They didn't really care. And the only time they were quiet was when Coco finally went on the screen, and that's when they were quiet. And then I think a week after that we saw that Disney actually announced they were going to take Frozen off the screen and just have Coco just playing with, because lo and behold, Coco itself actually stands out as a good movie. Who would have thought? But I think I have to go for a choice in this. I think I'll go with Castlevania just for the nostalgic factor. But I won't be too surprised if Shaun the Sheep also gets a nod as well.
Sometimes Disney surprises me when it seems like it's not confident in its ability to make good things, and it's the strangest thing.
I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Next one is Best FX Feature. These include Belle, Encanto, Raya and the Last Dragon, The Mitchells versus the Machines, and Vivo.
Okay. I have seen clips of Vivo, and they do have a lot of moments where everything is like really popping up. I mean, and especially with like the song segments written by Lin-Manuel Miranda. So I have seen those. I think there was even one segment of the song where it had Missy Elliott performing, which was also like really, really bright and colorful. And as for Encanto, I mean, we did see clips of it online where everything is like really bright and colorful.
It looks so
Dental,
vibrant. I have to say, it's probably one of the best looking Disney movies. I think,
Agreed.
it probably, I think Moana, I think was probably the last, best looking movie. I think before that, and then we got Encanto, and like it's just wow, like I
Yeah.
just think that
yeah,
they've really
and
turned it up.
I mean, Ryan the Last Dragon. I mean, it is visually stunning as well, like with all the different worlds and all that kind of stuff. But I think Encanto looks better, in my opinion, because everything is just so bright and colorful and magical. I mean, it just. Yeah, well, Ryan the Last Dragon, you have parts of it where it gets kind of like somber and depressing, especially with Raya traveling around the desert. And then you have like I mean, I have to say that the thing that was like really visually stunning for me was when they reached over to the castle. That was like really, really amazing looking.
I think Rhea gets atmosphere right, but I think if you asked, I think Encanto gets vibrancy right, and I think Mitchell's versus the Machine, I think gets action right. I think so. It's really depending on like what style everyone's kind of after in this feature. What are they aiming for? I think to say that this is the best in a way. Like you could make arguments for all these movies. Really, it really depends on what people's tastes are at the time.
I'm sort of exactly in the same thought process because I've only seen images of the characters from Encanto. They're definitely gorgeous looking. For Ryan the Last Dragon, it was a stunning Disney movie. It was great, but nothing wowed me in it like it did in Mitchell's versus the Machine. So that's definitely.
Have you not seen clips of the Lin-Manuel Miranda's music? Heard the music numbers from Encanto yet?
I've heard them. No.
Oh, good grief! They are catchy. They are very, very catchy. Like
absolutely. I mean, they are very. I mean, it's Lin-Manuel Miranda. Of course, it's going to be catchy.
Yeah, well, so there's one where what's the name of the main character of Encanto?
You're talking about Mirabelle.
Mirabelle,
yeah, the green glasses.
Yeah, she's singing about her family and all the bit. It's so I can still remember some of the lyrics as well. Like, and then there's
absolutely. And here's the thing that I also was mentioning about with Encanto as well is that I just was watching all of the reactions from people on how they felt about the trailer for it, and especially when they found out that it took place in Colombia, they were like really, really excited for it.
Well, like I mean, it's a really kind of interesting, it's really glad that Disney's actually doing Colombia because what's the thing we think about when we think about Colombia? Like it's not positive when you think about it. Like all the news you hear about, like all the stuff that's happening there right now. It's nice to have a movie where it's kind of like, okay, this is the positive.
Here's some good things that come out of here.
Don't worry. Colombia, so.
Yeah, but we don't want to make it like. I mean, there's a way of showing it positively, but then at the same time, you don't want to make it like propaganda. Like, remember when we saw?
No, I don't think they're doing propaganda.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like remember the DreamWorks movie that we saw together, Abominable, and you were talking about like the way that China was presented. You were thinking like, oh, with all the things going on in this particular part, they kind of like want to try to hide it. So. Yeah, I think I remember when we saw Abominable together, and it was like, oh, this is how, this part of Shanghai was being presented, and then we're like, oh yeah, but remember when Shanghai was going through this at the time? So
yeah. So like it was. I mean, I wasn't expecting like Tiananmen Square to be like president in Abominable or anything like that. I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, it was some bits of it were a bit uncomfortable for me. Like it was just like, yeah, I don't know, like you wouldn't. I mean, like the way that I don't know. Again, like I don't plan to go to China anytime soon. Like it's not on my schedule. But I mean, I don't know what like young millennials are like in China. To be honest with you, like I don't know if they are kind of like us in a way where they're obsessed with like taking selfies and like where various other Western tropes. I think I would say like I mean I don't know if they actually are portrayed the way. I'm not sure is the portrayal of them in Abominable actually accurate to the way they are in in real life. I mean it's a DreamWorks movie, so the likelihood is probably no. But I mean, it's I don't know. I don't think it's an accurate portrayal of like where China would be. I don't think that's just my opinion. So
now going into Colombia's portrayal in Encanto, I'm sure that would be featured a lot more positively at that point.
Well, it's a Disney movie, so of course.
Yeah.
So like, I don't think Disney was going to like show like the FARC rebels or anything like that. I don't think so. I think it's I think they've. I think what they've done is they've taken, the Colombian culture and they made it into this musical, masterpiece in a way. So
Yeah.
I think, it's but I mean, looking at the other ones, I mean, Mitchell's versus, again, it really depends on what your taste is in regards to effects. Are you looking for atmosphere? Well, then you look at Rhea the Last Dragon. If you're looking for action, then you're looking at Mitchell's versus the Machines. And if you're looking for, atmosphere, and if you're looking for, presence, I think you're looking at Encanto. So if I had to, it is a eeny, meeny, miny, mo situation here. I got to be honest with you, but I will go with. Given that the Mitchells versus the Machines have been such a surprise, I think I'll select them just as like, oh wow, this is a production that went through so many stages of hell that you thought there's no way it can be replied, and then all of a sudden it's beating Encanto with the New York Critics Awards. Not saying we should read too much into that. I mean, like, we still got the Golden Globes, we still got the Oscars to go to say that the Mitchells versus the Machines is like, the big, underdog contender against, against Disney. And keep in mind, like, it's still Sony Pictures, so it's not like it's a small, backyard production that's, it's just got a couple of like tablets and a couple of like an old MacBook on its side. Like it's still Sony, but again, hearing the stories and hearing the the backstage shenanigans that the Mitchells versus the Machines went through, like it would be incredible to see it beat out well-oiled machines that these are in here.
Yeah,
I think it'd be quite
especially since now Sony has started becoming a contender for animated movies that have been coming out over the past year. I mean, when they started off with when back in 2004, I think, when they did like Open Season, it's like, oh, okay, we have this other animation company that's trying to rival off against DreamWorks and Pixar and Blue Sky Studios. And yeah, nobody really treated them that seriously. I mean, I didn't really either, to be quite honest. And then you have like the Sticking Point, which a lot of people were really upset about when the Popeyes, movie was canceled, and then they brought in the Emoji Movie.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, moving on. Best character animation, TV media. The nominees include Arcane, Love, Death and Robots, Namu, Ultra City Smiths, and We the People.
I can't speak to any of these.
I would have thought one Disney animated TV show would have been in here.
I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of them are like really elaborate. I've heard a lot about Love, Death and Robots, which is supposed to be like an anthology series, and it plays around with like different animation styles. And obviously Arcane, definitely taking advantage of like League of Legends, and then all the other ones are like really like elaborate. So I think maybe that's why the direction they were thinking about when nominating them.
Maybe, because that's what I'm thinking is a lot of the Disney cartoons any of the other networks have very simplified designs these days. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, with
the other thing, I mean, look at the Owl House, for example. Like, that fight scene between the Golden Guard and Amity was brilliant, I thought.
Yeah, sure.
But there was the emotional connection between Ida and Rain in that ballad. I thought that was quite good to watch.
It just really depends on what their priorities were when they were nominating this.
Maybe. Anyway, if I had to go with one, I think let me have a look.
And I've already been through all these categories. Owl House got snubbed.
Yeah. Well, mind you, I think maybe just because they're in mid-season hiatus. I don't know. Actually, like it's kind of weird, really. But I mean, they won a Peabody Award, so like they're gonna be proud of that. So
sure.
Yeah. Best character animation feature. The nominees include Encanto, Luca, Raya and the Last Dragon, The Boss Baby Family Business. Are you kidding me? And Wish Dragon.
I heard the Boss Baby movie was a lot better than it had any right to be. I haven't seen it though.
It's the one I'm absolutely dreading when we do Dream Machine again. Like we got to do we got to do The Crude's a New Age. We got to do Spirit Untamed, and then we got to do The Boss Baby Family Business at the end of it. So
yes.
It's like I'm not looking forward to these Dream.
I'm not looking forward to this either. The reason why it took us so long to do this was because Cruise a New Age kept getting delayed for Aaron's release in the UK.
Yeah, here in the UK, because of the pandemic, they refused to release it on streaming, and they just kept putting it back and back and back. And it was only until probably about maybe a few months ago they actually released a Cruise a New Age, like in theaters. And like, so I've basically just sat here saying, well, I can't do Dream Machine because I can't see the movie.
I forgot there was another movie, so that's
exactly,
where I was at.
So, but right now, I mean, I talk about DreamWorks and Dread at the minute, but given the fact that we've seen the trailer for the bad guys and everyone seems to be liking that, I think maybe there's some hope yet. I think for DreamWorks.
Yeah,
So,
because
we'll
they
see.
haven't had a major success since the last How to Train Your Dragon movie. I mean, we saw Abominable, as we mentioned before, pretty middle of the road, mediocre movie. Then we saw Trolls World Tour, and we loved the bad guy. Everything else was terrible.
It was like I was disappointed with like they basically just got Ozzy Osbourne just to do groaning noises, and I'm just sitting there like, why would you waste Ozzy Osbourne just to do groaning noises? And like like we actually did like Barb, and we did like the antagonists in the movie, and it was the point where I was like, look, just do a Rock Trolls movie, and like get into all these bands, get Jack Black would be great for a Rock Trolls movie if they did that, and so just bring in like all these old rock legends and like just do a movie about them. And like just have them all as trolls, and I think they'd all really love it. I think if they got to do that, and like I'd love to see Whitesnake in there. I'd love to see AC/DC in there. I'd love to see some of the all the old rockers in there, like just being rock trolls, and like they're having to like teach Barb the ways of like heavy metal and stuff like that. That would be so freaking awesome. I would pay a premium ticket to go watch that movie, and I wouldn't be ashamed to admit it.
Yeah, the only other scene that I also liked, other than with Barb, was when they went over to the countryside, and you had Kelly Clarkson singing that amazing ballad of that classic country song, and then when Poppy tries to make it all pop music, they throw them in jail. That was so wonderful. I was like, thank you so much. Yes, I don't
there's a problem with your movie when you dislike your protagonist so much. Like it was just, I describe the Trolls World Tour as a colorful mess. That's basically the way I describe it as.
The only thing I remember for the entire Trolls franchise right now is the "killed your grandma" line.
I remember.
I barely remember that. I barely remember the first one. Like I remember Justin Timberlake. This is a funny thing. Justin Timberlake's performance always seems to, kind of pull me back. Like when I think there's something bad's gonna happen. Like I liked him in The Social Network, and I like Justin Timberlake in a few other things as well. But I don't think his performance in Trolls World Tour was enough to pull out anything good from Trolls World Tour, besides the fact that we like Barb and we think she's had her own movie.
Yeah.
Anyway, what we're gonna go with here for we're definitely not going with Boss Baby. That's
absolutely not.
Freaking not. I'll go with. I mean, I was commenting Encanto before, I think, and again, I was talking about Rio and the Last Dragon. Maybe I'll go with Encanto on this one. I'm
going with Encanto too.
I'm thinking of giving this one to Ryan the Last Dragon, mainly for how well they have Sisu moving around in that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against that either, because like you get like the effects. It really depends what you're in the mood for. Are you in the mood for atmosphere, or are you in the mood for like things just being so animated and being so fruitful? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on. Best character animation live action. The nominees include Flora and Ulysses, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, The Suicide Squad, The Tomorrow War, and The Last Man.
I haven't seen animation in The Tomorrow War. I don't recall.
Apparently there is.
So I think this is just live action. So I haven't seen Shang-Chi. I've heard a lot of people talking positively about it, and I haven't seen all the other The Tomorrow War or anything like that. So I can't say anything. So sorry.
I've heard a lot of people say good things about Shang-Chi, so maybe I'll probably go with that one.
Okay.
I'd have to go with the Suicide Squad. The big shark dude was awesome, so that's what I got.
Well, you never know. Best character animation in a video game. The nominees include Disney Wonderful Worlds, It Takes Two, Kena Bridge of Spirits, Madrid Noir, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Now, I'm going to go with It Takes Two because it absolutely stole the Game Awards this year. And so I will not be too surprised if it walks away with an Annie as well.
I'd have to go with that one as well.
Yeah. I don't shout out to also secondary to Ratchet & Clank, but again, it looks very similar to all the other games in the series, but I mean, It Takes Two has been sweeping up the categories left and right. So
which got me and Patricia by surprise, by the way, because we thought Metroid Dread was going to be the one that.
I thought Metroid Dread was going to win. I mean, by the way, it did win for best action/adventure game on the Game Awards, and also was Game of the Year according to Time Magazine. So I'm happy.
Okay. I mean, well, keep in mind, Time Magazine also made Elon Musk the person of the year, so I think we shouldn't celebrate.
Give me my moment, Aaron.
Right. Next one is. By the way, did we actually make a pick on? Yeah, I'm gonna go. We said It Takes Two, didn't we?
Yeah,
So
we did say It Takes Two. Yeah.
All right. Best character design, TV media. Nominees include Arcane, Batman: The Long Halloween Part 1, Kid Cosmic, Mayor and the Three, and Yuki 7.
Okay, I've heard a lot about Kid Cosmic. This is Craig McCracken's Netflix series. It looks really, really good, by the way. I've heard nothing but positive reviews of it, and people have been asking me to talk about it. I will, especially with I think season 2 had either aired already, or maybe it is going to be airing. So I know that that's going to be happening, or it already happened. I don't know. I mean, somebody told me F is for Family aired a while ago, so I'm behind. I'm sorry.
Well, eventually I'm going to get a Netflix and then my own Disney Plus account. So eventually I think Kids Cosmic will be on the list. So.
Yeah. So Maya and the Three, also a really amazing looking show as well, as well, because, Jorge Gutierrez, genius. And then Arcane, again, I've been seeing a lot of people talking about it. I'm not familiar with League of Legends, so I've just seen it from afar. It looks, I'm not a big fan of real-time strategies, actually, but I've seen clips of the show and I've seen the art style of it, and it looks pretty cool. So I'm probably gonna go, I don't know. I mean,
I'll go with Kid Cosmic.
I'll probably go with Kid Cosmic, yeah.
I do want to mention Batman: The Long Halloween for how great of a movie it was. However, the DC movies of late largely, I think, have uninspired design decisions for them. I think they're trying to create too much of that comic book feel that also has kind of an anime mix in there, weirdly.
I gotta be honest, I've never got into DC movies at all. Like, I've always felt, I just feel like my loyalty's always been to Marvel for whatever reason when it comes to superhero movies. I just feel like
right.
Yeah, I probably have, and it's I can't justify myself sitting down and wasting a few hours watching a DC. I mean,
the only time in which I have seen like or the Batman movies, obviously, it's like the Tim Burton movies and the Nolan trilogy. But if we're talking about animated, I mean, Mask of the Phantasm, and also with don't
get me wrong, the animated ones are great. I want to eventually see the one where like they're in the Victorian age, the Gotham by Gaslight one. Like
that one. I thought you were talking about Batman Ninja for a second there. And I was like,
Batman Ninja.
Batman Ninja looks weird. I don't think I'd get Batman Ninja, but
Batman Ninja is so strange and so bad that I love it.
Yeah, I've heard of Batman Ninja, but I've not had a chance to besides watching a trailer, I've not really got into it as of yet. But Gotham by Gaslight actually looks, pretty good. So
yeah, Project Gaslight does look really good. And by the way, if you are interested in checking out a review of Batman Ninja, go check out Decker Shadow's YouTube channel.
Yeah, but you know what they really need to do? They need to do if DC movies really want to do something right, they should do Batman Beyond and try and bring Terry McGinnis into that. I think it would be a great movie. I think Batman Beyond.
I just want them to put Paul Dini in charge of the DC cinematic universe. That's what I want to happen.
Okay, I remember when the comic book cast discussed about this in their Crisis Week, which, by the way, this is where Nick Smissel came from, where they dedicated an entire week discussing about comic book movies that never happened. That's where I got the idea for doing Nick Smissel, where I talked about, hey, I know a lot about canceled Nickelodeon projects. Let's have that. So anyway, they talked about a canceled Batman Beyond movie that was going to be coming out around the late 90s. And they were saying about let's have this be like Fifth Element mixed with Blade Runner. And they hadn't had an idea on who was going to be Terry McGinnis yet. They said whichever popular actor at the time was going to probably be him, which was most likely going to be Leonardo DiCaprio. And Paul Dini actually wrote the first draft of the script, but then DC was like, no, they didn't treat Paul Dini remotely as seriously because they just thought of him as cartoons and such, not for
what the hell are you doing, Warner Brothers?
Yeah.
I mean, they hired Marvel hired Joss Whedon after he did Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and if anyone looked at that and thought that wasn't silly but also awesome, I don't get it.
Also, Alien Resurrection.
Oh, it's Warner Brothers has put itself in such a rut. They got no one to blame but themselves. They really do. There's no excuse for why things have to be this bad. There's no excuse at all.
I do have to get rolling out of here, guys. It's been a grand old time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on by, Michael. Right before you go, plug and promote your stuff.
Well, I do reaction videos and Let's Plays occasionally over on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fusionator, or... No, that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming on by, Michael, and you have yourself a wonderful day, okay?
Hey, it's been great. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
See you later, Michael. It's really cool when he comes on the show.
Yeah, we definitely need to invite him over more often.
I you know, when the Arrow Message show comes back, I really want to have him on the show. You know,
that'd be great.
Just to geek out over stuff, you know. So
yeah, that'd be fun.
That'd be
All
cool.
right, so what are our next nominations?
Well, so we're in agreement. We're going to go with what was his face? What did you say? What have I got? Oh yeah, Kid Cosmic. I think we're going to go.
Yeah, Kid Cosmic. Yeah.
Okay. So next one is it was best character design features. So it's Luca, Ray and the Last Dragon, Ron's Gone Wrong, The Mitchells versus the Machines, and Vivo.
Okay.
So best character design.
Ooh, okay. We know about the character designs because I've seen clips of it a lot. So Ryan the Last Dragon, very typical for Disney. Same thing with Encanto. Luca, very similar as well because they always keep to the same style. Mitchell's versus the Machines and Vivo. Okay. Yeah, Vivo looks what you would see for Sony. Mitchell's versus the Machines is completely different. I would vote for that one because it looks so unique compared to everything else that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, one strength I give to Luca is that you're not just designing one character. Keep this in mind, like these are sea monsters, so like they have to have human forms and they have to have like fish forms as well. So maybe you could say that's a creative twist that you have to design like two different characters and have them like acting in the same. Also, you have to animate them as well into those same things. That must not be too.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I give Luca a little bit of credit, but I think I do have to agree. Mitchell's versus the Machines, I think, has a unique factor to it, and also one of their characters is now an icon for the LGBTQ plus community. So I think I think she's going to be with us for a very long time to come. So
yeah.
Next one is best direction, TV and media. The nominees include Amphibia, Arcane, Crossing Swords, Hilda and the Mountain King, and Mia and the Three. So Amphibia.
Okay, this is a tough competition. I mean, obviously you have Amphibia, which has been hitting it out of the park lately. Maya and the Three, obviously with Jorge Gutierrez. He's no rookie in this. I mean, he's a veteran who's been around for a long time. Does amazing work and. So it's a tough competition, I would say, because they all do their direction.
I'm biased towards Amphibia at this stage. I think I'll probably go with Amphibia. So
okay, that's fine.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess Amphibia for me, but all the other nominations are they're hitting it off really well.
Yeah, I mean, in this next category, I have to say best direction. I mean, I'll just go through the nominations: Belle, Encanto, Flea, Luca, and the Mitchells versus the Machines. Just the fact that the direction drove it through production hell and got it to this point, to the point where now it's like up at 90% on Rotten Tomatoes and like it's winning awards already. Like I would just automatically give it to them and say, hey, you've done a really good job pulling it through this this destructive path and through Mad Max land and drove it to the other side. Seriously, this Mitchell versus Machine could have had the same type of quality that Duke Nukem Forever could have had. Food fight for
or Delgo.
Exactly. Yeah, it could have easily have been one of the sad, sorry stories that we tell on this show. But no, look at it. I'd have a very hard time to saying you can't put their best direction onto Mitchell versus the Machines. Don't get me wrong. Encanto looks brilliant, and Luca is almost Miyazaki-like in some ways. But I mean, you can't fault what Sony did here. It did good. So Mike Ryder and Jeff Rowe did.
Yeah, it did good. It did good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next one. Good grief, we got. How many we actually got? Actually, we've got only a couple left. So okay. Best music, TV and media. The nominees include Blush, Hilda and the Mountain King, Mia and the Three, Mila, and Mira, Royal Detective.
Okay, so Hilda and the Mountain King, I've heard a lot of people talking about. This is supposed to be a film based off of the Netflix series. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Maya and the Three, obviously, we talked about this before. Let's see, what were the other ones again?
The other ones were Blush, Mia and the Three, Mila, and Mira, Royal Detective.
Okay, I haven't heard about the other one, so I'll probably either go with Hilda or with Maya.
Yeah. Well, we have. I mean, Maya and the Free. I think we've heard some positive things about. So, I mean, in
Yeah,
regards to
I've heard
best
positive things
music,
about both of them.
I'll go with Mia and the Free just to kind of like balance
Okay,
things out a little
okay,
bit.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Right. Next one is Best Music Feature. The nominees include Encanto, Luca, Bombell and the Chimney Town, Raya and the Last Dragon, and Vivo. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, like, Lou Miranda is the heavyweight here. I think we can all agree.
Yeah, he's the heavy. He did both Encanto and Vivo. And yeah, it's like the Disney thing. It's like,
which one am I gonna get awarded for today?
Yeah. Okay, we're familiar with Luca, with the music that they featured. I've seen a few clips of Vivo, so I know some of the music that they featured, and it looks stunning. I haven't listened to it in full, so I cannot tell you how the music is in context to the movie, or even on its own standalone thing. So I guess the only one I can say is probably Luca. I mean, again, I haven't seen Encanto yet, so when that happens, then I'll maybe talk about it. But
I've heard the songs in Encanto, Welcome to the Family, and We Don't Talk About Bruno. I've heard of those two, and they are very catchy. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the score, to be honest with you.
Man. Oh man, it's been a big year for Lin-Manuel Miranda. By the way, for those who are wondering, no relation.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder. Like, I wonder if we'll be talking about Lin-Manuel Miranda the same way we'll talk about Hans Zimmer. In probably a decade's time.
Possibly,
he just he just knocks it out of the park every time you want some atmosphere in a movie.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, he did a lot this year. I mean, he did In the Heights. He did Vivo. He did Encanto. And I think he did also a few other things in between. But yeah, I mean, this was a good year for him.
Okay. Best production design, I think we're up to now.
Okay.
The nominees include Arcane, Aereo and the Alligator Boy, Love, Death and Robots, Maya and the Three, and Yuki 7.
Okay. Here's the thing. I have heard a lot about Arlo the Alligator Boy when this year started. It was a Netflix movie that is actually the pilot of what's going to be a possible Arlo series on Netflix. I've heard a lot of people talking about it and saying that it's a very charming movie, about an alligator boy, and he's just wandering around and meeting up with a whole bunch of people. So I've heard a lot of people talking about it earlier this year, but I haven't heard a lot of people talking about it since then. I don't know whether it's because maybe it's begun overlooked with a bunch of other things that came out this year, or maybe it's just a good movie, but not as good as maybe some of the other ones that happened. I'm not sure, but I've heard people talking about it. And as for the other nominations, I mean, that's tough because you have something just stack. Yeah.
By the way, someone in the chat said that Batman Beyond Return of the Joker is a good animated movie. Yeah, I never disagreed with the animated movies being good from DC, but in regards to the live action ones, they need a heavyweight. And actually, a live action version of Return of the Joker actually wouldn't be a too bad way to try and bounce things back again.
That they actually tried to do that. They actually did when they were doing the idea for the live action Batman Beyond movie. They were actually going to feature Jack Nicholson back as the Joker. But I think that they decided to take the idea of the canceled live action Batman Beyond movie and put it into Return of the Joker. So yeah.
Okay, so amongst all of these, I mean, Arcane, the some people in the chat are actually really happy with Arcane, so I'll give Arcane.
Oh, cool. I mean, maybe they're huge League of Legends fans, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, okay, we'll give that one.
Sure.
Next one is Best Production Design Feature. Nominees include Belle, Raya and the Last Dragon, Ron's Gone Wrong, The Mitchells versus the Machines, and Vivo.
Oh man, all good. All good,
yeah. I mean, in regards to the production design, I mean, once again, I'm kind of biased towards Mitchell's versus the Machines, hearing the stories, but I mean, Raya and the Last Dragon is, very well put together. It has a very good atmosphere to it, and as it's, I can imagine that there was a lot of, thought put into, production and into design.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll give Raya and the Last Dragon for this one, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, so okay. Best storyboarding. We already talked about one of the nominees already, but the nominees include Arcane, Invincible, Kid Cosmic, Love, Death and Robots, and The Ghost of Molly McGee.
Oh man. Okay, here's the thing. I took a storyboarding class when I was doing my classes during the pandemic, and it is brutal, especially since I suck at drawing. What you need to do is that you need to look at the script and you need to draw out what the segments are going to be so that it actually brings it to life. And then they would take it and they would animate through those storyboards. Because I suck at drawing, I did like the most crude drawings possible, but I made up for it by putting in camera angles because I have been trained a lot in camera operating. So I put down, this is a close-up shot of the character staring at something. This is an establishing shot of a house. This is a wide shot of this thing. And I had to do this for a music video as one of my projects. So storyboarding is hard, very, very hard. It is not easy. So the fact that any of these are nominated for storyboards, and by the way, especially with like, you know, something that involves with a lot of action, like Invincible, and with Mitchells versus the Machines, where they have a lot of action set pieces, that has to be done by excellent people. Like, I know Invincible is based off of a comic book, and I'm sure that they did a lot of that with the panels. And we're familiar with a lot of the people who did the storyboarding for Mitchells versus the Machines. A lot of them who worked on Gravity Falls did that. So yeah, it's probably one of those two for me.
Mm-hmm. So I think I'll probably go with. I mean, I gotta be honest. I like the Ghost of Molly McGee, but I gotta be honest. I mean, you look at some of the other ones on here. I mean, Invincible, Kid Cosmic. I mean, like, I'd have to go with Invincible because everyone's like, really raving about that at the minute. So I think I gotta imagine that's the best storyboarding. Also, some of the action sequences on there are absolutely breathtaking.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Best storyboarding feature. The nominees include Encanto, Raya and the Last Dragon, Spirit Untamed, the Addams Family 2, and Vivo. Oh. I would not. If they give it Spirit Untamed or Addams Family 2, I think I'm just gonna decide that we're just done here. Like I'm sorry, but like.
Hello, Anthony. How are you?
I'm all right. I just finished editing a look back video on a Power Rangers Christmas episode that I just caught. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers one. I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger. Okay. I don't know if you remembered that.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Let's just say that I caught it. It was okay, but it wasn't anything that's overtly spectacular.
To be honest with you, I mean, like, besides Arnold's Christmas, I mean, like, a Christmas episode's really supposed to be like, besides, it's either about the spirit of Christmas or it's about, like, family or something like that. Like, I couldn't imagine Power Rangers kind of like, delving too much into, like, the emotion, really. Of like,
oh man, especially when I had to do.
If you asked me about a Power Rangers Christmas special, it probably would be like a giant monster candy cane being like, being fought off by a Zord. Like that would probably be like how it would end for me. But that's just yeah. So I don't fault you entirely for not looking too pleasantly on a Christmas special.
Oh, I remember when I saw the Power Rangers Megaforce Christmas special. Oh my God, that was insane. So I know a thing or two about looking back on some Power Rangers Christmas specials.
Yeah. Anyway,
for the record, it wasn't really that bad. It was just that, well, spoiler alert, the Rangers, the Rangers, Tommy, Adam, Billy, Rocky, Kimberly, and Aisha, they don't morph. They don't morph into their final battle.
Nice.
Excuse me, their final battle armor.
Nice.
They just post snowballs at Rita Revolto, and it's like, what? And then the elves
surprised?
Do like a whole trap thing, and I'm like, that's a letdown. That's a freaking letdown.
Oh man.
Well, that's Christmas specials for you, Anthony.
You have to watch the episode yourself. And
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Yeah. Well, I think once I go through like the other 150 shows that everyone else wants me to watch, I think I probably will get to the Christmas episode.
And as soon as I'm done with my requests, which are over like a bunch, then I'll probably get to that too.
Yeah. Okay. I just got to share with Anthony. The Annie Awards have just been announced, so we're just going through all the categories, and so we're just getting what everyone thinks.
Yeah, right,
we'll get through them quickly. So if you want to chime in, you can do. So
No worries.
right,
Well,
we're up to best storyboarding, and the nominees include Encanto, Raya and the Last Dragon, Spirit Untamed, The Addams Family 2, and Vivo. So I was just saying that if Spirit Untamed and Addams Family 2 walk away with an Annie Award, I'm just going to be done. And I'm just going to walk away and just say that there's no hope for humanity. And I think that's just going to be it. So, but I don't know about you, Anthony. I mean, like, I guess it's for me, if I was realistic, I think you're probably going to end up being between Encanto and Raya the Last Dragon.
I think Raya and the Last Dragon would be a contender for me, because even though I have not really watched the film in its entirety, I did hear a lot of great things about it. And I've seen a lot of fan art. Mind you, I post a lot of stuff on DeviantArt.
Yeah.
And coming from someone like me who has ventured into some Raya fan art, I think why people love it is mostly attributed to the world building.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, then I'll go with Raya and the Last Dragon too, because I've been pretty much thinking Encanto or other ones this time. So
Okay.
I'll give Raya and the Last Dragon a shake.
I think Raya and Encanto are definitely going to be the big contenders in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, given the competition, quote unquote, I think I'll probably agree with you on that one. So, okay. Right, 26 best voice acting in TV and media. So this is the voice actors.
Okay.
So the nominees include Arcane, Arrow the Alligator Boy, Centaur World, DC Superhero Girls, Troll Hunters: Rise of the Titans.
Okay, this is the first time that we actually heard both DC Supergirls and what was it?
Centaur World.
No, Centaur World. I've heard a lot of people talking about Centaur World. I have not seen it, but I heard people talking about it. Let's see. I mean, DC Supergirls. I mean, I do know that a lot of people who have done a lot of Lauren Faust properties like Grey Delisle and various others are in that as well. Let's see. That's really hard because I'm sure I've heard a lot of people praising Arcane as well with their voice acting. Yeah, not sure though. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I'd go with DC Superhero Girls or any of the. I never really caught Arcane.
Yeah,
but I think DC Supergirls would stand a chance. I mean, it is all-star quality.
Possibly.
Well, the chat seems to be going with Arcane at the minute, so I think I'll probably go with them. So,
okay.
I think I can understand why. I think a title like Arcane, based on my guesses, there's not just the great amount of star quality, but let's just say that the story and how it's built, well, you can't really underestimate it.
Yeah. I'm actually wondering, for those who have actually seen Arcane, are the voice actors from League of Legends in this series as well? Or did they get new voice actors for this? Please let us know.
I'm pretty sure we've asked that question previously to them. I don't know if
maybe we did? Okay, then I don't remember. I'm
maybe deja vu all of a sudden. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm sure we asked about everyone.
Maybe we did. I don't even remember.
Yeah, we can't remember, but yeah. Okay, we'll try and get through these next couple of ones pretty quickly. Okay, best voice acting in a feature film. The nominees include Bruno from Encanto, Maribel from Encanto, Alberto from Luca, Raya from Raya and the Last Dragon, and Katie from The Mitchells versus the Machines.
Ooh.
Well, Encanto is definitely a favorite here. I think we can all agree.
Yeah, I think Encanto, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's definitely a major contender, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll go with one of the Encanto ones then. So it'll either be Bruno or it'll either be Maribel. So one of the two.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Best writing, this includes Arcane, Mia and the Three, Muppet Babies, The Mighty Ones, and Tuca and Bertie.
Ooh.
Oh, geez. I mean,
interesting to see Muppet Babies in there. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of like the '90s show, but in regards to like the new one, like besides some notable episodes, I've not really like heard about anything else really from the show. So,
well, I think this is quite interesting because we also have various genres. I mean, you have a couple of action entries, comedy, and something that's mainly targeted towards kids. So if I were in that position to choose, I'd mainly stick with the action entries.
Okay.
Not just because I'm an action cartoon junkie myself, but because what I recognize, especially when I tread back to a lot of the shows I've watched, like Justice League, the animated series, and He-Man 2002, you recognize that the writing in each of those shows is stellar. They're not just meant for kids, but grown-ups who can watch that. So I'd rather put my 2 cents on the action entries,
Yeah.
bar none.
Well, I mean, one thing we were actually talking about this before, I think, when we talk about the Oscars, and that is that I mean, there's still this attitude within the Academy that animations is for like families and children, and I think it's going to be quite a few generations until we can like knock that out of people. Pretty much, it's like I mean, how do you get onto the Academy anyway? Like, has anyone actually asked about that? How do you get into like voting for the Oscars and stuff?
Yeah.
Do you have to pay a fee or something like that to get in or something like that? I'd be very interested to hear about that. I'm not too sure. It's the reason why we give more prevalence to like the People's Choice Awards and the Kids' Choice Awards, because they actually are voted on by regular people. And so
definitely.
Yeah, exactly. So
really says something when I can take Kids' Choice Awards, and I think to some extent Teen Choice Awards, a little bit more seriously than the Academy Awards. Although I do enjoy the Academy Awards, I mean, take a look back at 1976. I mean, you have a film that was so quotable and immensely intelligent, like Network, that lost to Rocky for Best Picture. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Rocky. I enjoy the story. It's inspirational, but Network story is a lot sharper. The writing and dialogue are much more rich, and the performances are just as intricate. So why on earth would a film that satirizes the media lose to an inspirational story about a boxer?
I think I think the answer's within the question. I think the fact is that I mean it's a lot like I mean if you go against the media narrative or like the infrastructures, if you will, you're not gonna have a good time. So the reason why all these politicians are so concerned about like keeping Rupert Murdoch on side. Like it's exactly the same thing. And by the way, Network pretty much told the story of like how the future of media is now. Look at what we've got now. I mean, I don't want to get political in this live stream, but it's a Network. I do agree with you. I think has a far more reaching narrative to tell in modern day media than I would say ever Rocky ever did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it says something. I mean, of course, my experience with Network also dates back to my time in acting school. I have some colleagues, well, one colleague who said a monologue from Network, and that was Beatrice Straight's 5-minute monologue, the one that earned her an Academy Award. And from there, I was so curious to see what it was. And when I saw the film in its entirety when I was 20, I was immediately sucked in. And every time I did research on Network, I was still so disheartened that this film bleeping lost to Rocky. Of course, it managed to have garnered a lot of other awards, like Beatrice Straight, for example, winning Best Supporting Actress, although her scene was only 5 minutes. And Faye Dunaway, who won Best Actress. In fact, I would even go out of my way and say that a lot of the actors and actresses would have garnered both Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress. I even would have loved to have Marlene Warfield, who portrayed the role of Lorraine Hobbs, win Best Supporting Actress, because she had a lot more of the lion's share of screen time than Beatrice Straight ever did.
Yeah, but there's a lot of politics in these things, Anthony. I mean, like, you remember what happened with The Godfather when that won Best Picture, and they got like a Native Americans to come and accept the award and say, talk about, maybe rant at the Academy about how there's negative portrayals of Native American characters. Do you think if the Academy knew that he was going to pull that stunt, that they were going to allow him to like win an award? Like, I guarantee you, they probably wouldn't done. Like, there's some really dirty politics that go on in these award ceremonies, and unfortunately, that's just part of it. So, anyway, are we going to Muppet Babies?
Fine.
No, it's all right. Well, I think we'll skip that one and just say that it's none of the above because we're not too sure about that. Okay. One person actually in the chat said Tuka and Bertie. So, okay, let's just go with that then, I guess.
All right, then.
Right. Only 3 to go. Best writing feature. Nominees include Belle, Flea, Luca, Raya and the Last Dragon, and The Mitchells versus the Machines.
I'm going with Raya.
Okay.
I'll go with Raya.
World building for the win.
Yeah.
There you
Okay. Best editorial, TV and media. The nominees include Amphibia, Arrow and the Alligator Boy, Love, Death and Robots, Tom and Jerry in New York, really, and What If. And you know what? I'll give What If some credit. Like that's taking a lot of people by surprise. So I think the What If stories actually do hold some weight. So
Amphibia for me.
Me too.
Yeah, I would go with Amphibia too. But I already gave Amphibia to a few other ones, so I thought I'd ease up a little bit this one. And finally, we have Best Editorial Feature. These include Encanto, Flea, Luca, Raya and the Last Dragon, and The Mitchells versus the Machines. I have been sure this one's going to be a hard one, I think, to decide who's going to get this one. And I know, Anthony, you're going to go with Rhea again, no doubt.
Exactly.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. Mitchells versus the Machines, given the fact that it's been through so much, treacle, I think we can definitely say that, if this comes out on top, it's going to surprise a lot of people.
Right.
So, yeah. So, okay. Right. Well, that's the Annie Awards. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Cool. All right. So I know that we've way past the hour at this point, so we're sorry, but let's play off the next congratulations video that we had gotten. By the way, since you're here, Antonio, might as well watch yours.
Thanks.
Yeah. So let me just pull yours up right now.
Totally.
Yeah. I mean, might as well just have full circle moment. So why not?
Sure.
Let's just. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay, here we go.
A very blessed 10th anniversary and an equally happy holidays to Old School Lane. Patricia, Kevin, I want to thank you guys for creating such awesome content, especially when it comes to your reviews of Nickelodeon shows of the past. I have definitely learned a lot from each of them, and let's pray that Old School Lane will continue to stay awesomely golden.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that, Antonio. Really do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Cool. So as I said, do you think Patricia traded up when she got me instead of Kevin?
Oh, come on. It really doesn't matter. I mean, I basically stumbled upon the site when I was just a 20-year-old vacationing in London. When I first got into my acting school in Berlin, and I was morbidly curious, for lack of a better word, and I stumbled upon the very first video. Yeah, the top 10 Nickelodeon shows that needed to be remade.
Oh, yeah.
That was the first gateway, and I did not regret it ever since.
I'm glad that you didn't leave.
By the way,
why on earth would I?
I looked back on it for the first time in almost a decade, and I just wanted to just cringe at every moment. It's like, why did I do that? Why did I say that? I could have done that.
I can totally empathize with you. I can. Totally
by the way, shout out to Kevin. By the way, I was only joking. So
yeah, it's okay. I mean, yeah, Kevin. By the way, people have been asking me for the longest time, how did you and Kevin first meet? So yeah, we met about 25 years ago. We were classmates together. So I had just moved in from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all the way back to New York. And then I was transferring over to a classroom, and he was there, and he said, hey, would you like to have the 25-cent tour? And so then I looked around the classroom. He was telling me about all the Goosebumps stuff that he had, because he was a massive Goosebumps fan at the time. And so then we just became really fast friends ever since. We would go to field trips all the time. We would pair up to each other during lunch periods. And it's actually funny because going back into the whole drawing thing where I suck, every time that we would go to a field trip, we would always do a comic of every field trip that we ever been to. So if we were going to a museum or if we were going out somewhere, he would draw the pictures and I would just write the thing. So yeah, well, we would our relationship just kind of like connected over time, and then finally when the internet started coming out, then we started just connecting with each other via online. It was really helpful considering that, you know, that was when I had to move to Florida, and kind of ironic that now he's in Florida and I'm here in Alabama. So yeah, but no, he has been wonderful, and we've been really, really close friends ever since. You know, now you know, he's doing really, really well. You know, moving to Florida recently with his wonderful wife, Christina, who has been on the podcast a few times. And yeah, I just amazed that we were able to stay friends for this long. So yeah, as for like the next thing that I want to do, I definitely was looking into like, I want to see personally. Now, I have no idea about how this is in terms of like my videos. I'm genuinely curious what have been my most popular videos I've ever done. I'm actually really curious because I've never had the chance to look into this. So here we go. I'm going to take a look into what have been, according to YouTube, my most popular videos. So I'm just going to pull it up right now. So, okay, I'm just going to do like the top 10. I'm not going to do every single video because that would be ridiculous. Okay, so here we go. According to my own YouTube channel, here are the most popular videos. Let's see, we have the top 10 Ren and Stimpy episodes, which by a large margin, by the way, 339,000 views. That is unbelievable. Like, it's by a long margin than anything else it's gotten the most views. Now, I did this during 3 Original Nicktoons month when I was just wrapping everything up. I had discussed about how Doug was able to be influential with its simplicity. I did the From Pilot to Final Product on Rugrats. And so I didn't do anything on Ren and Stimpy other than just this one video. And it blew up apparently. The next one is Top 10 Angry Beavers episodes, which I did this shortly after the 25th anniversary. Or was it the 20th anniversary? No, it was the 20th anniversary of Angry Beavers. So I posted this up, and apparently it's gotten a lot of people watching, which is actually interesting considering that of how much of a cult Nickelodeon series it is. Then top 10 worst as told by Gingers episodes part 1 with over 135,000 views, which I guess it does make a lot of sense. Once you put top 10 and worst, people are going to watch it, which was not intentional, by the way. I was just saying, hey, you know, I did top 10 as told by Ginger episodes, which I already have right over there. And so I decided
if it was intentional, you would have put it in capitalized letters, top 10 worst, you know.
Yeah. And I probably would have done that. It's like top 10 worst episodes with all caps. Yes, I would have done that. Then that was part 1, because here's the thing. I was running out of time and I needed to put something out really, really quickly because I had just been delaying this for too long. So I decided to make it into a 2-parter because it was just way too overwhelming. It wasn't because of copyright claims that people were thinking about, because the same thing happened for my top 10 Hey Arnold episode, top 20 Hey Arnold episodes, when that video was taken down 5 times by Viacom. So I decided to split it into 2, and then I had to rearrange the footage. This is not what happened with Ginger. I did not get any copyright claims from Ginger, actually. The reason why I had to do it from 10 to 6 as opposed to like the entire list was because I was running out low on time. And so I had to just get out something, and I was going to release part 2 about a few days later. So there you go. Next one is top 15 as told by Ginger's episodes. This was during As Told by Ginger month back in 2015. Fun story about this. So because that I had no access to my microphone and to my computer, I had to record my audio via my phone, and I had to be really, really quiet because everybody was napping. And so that's why you hear the popping noises, and that's why you hear my voice kind of like a little low, was because I had to be quiet, kind of like my early videos back then. So that's why the video is the way it is. But yeah, this list was very, very difficult to do because I was like trimming down on what have been my all-time favorite episodes. It's sort of a remake of my top 10 favorite episodes that I did a few years ago, where I was like, okay, this is what my list was back in 2012 or 2013 when I did it. Now it's completely changed since then, and I did it 15 because it was the 15th anniversary. Number 5, History of Harold the Jungle Movie, which I thought that this would have been a lot higher considering on how much work I had to put into this. This video was delayed multiple times because my dad was sick. And so I had to wait on this for a long time. And it wasn't because of like last minute research or anything like that, like the Cyber 6 video. It was because my dad was really sick and I just didn't have the time to sit down and finish off the video like I wanted to. So that's why it took longer than anticipated. It was supposed to come out during Hey Arnold month, but then it came out a few weeks after I wanted to. But yeah, I did a lot of research on this. I looked into all the Hey Arnold archived forum posts that are on the Hey Arnold wiki, which by the way, that is the only time in which I can do that. If the website doesn't exist anymore, but if they're able to archive it in a wiki, I will use that as a source, not just Wikipedia as a source saying, okay, this is the source alone. Don't do that. By the way, I mentioned this earlier. Don't do that. But yeah, I'm glad that the Hey Arnold fans were able to archive all of the interviews from Craig Bartlett when he would just go over to various fan forums and fan sites and then just answer whatever questions that they had. So I mean, this is like before even Reddit came out. So that was kind of like an amazing thing that Craig was able to do.
Kelsey's asking in the chat, is there going to be a Q&A in the live stream? I mean, are we just going to just taking questions as they go? And,
yeah, I mean, if you have a question, Kelsey, then you're more than welcome to ask. That's not a problem.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm really, really proud of this video, by the way. I think that it was like one of my most proud videos that I've ever achieved, considering on how much work that I put into it. I think that this was about a year after I started actually posting videos full time, as opposed to just doing blog articles. So yeah, I'm super proud on this, how this turned out. I mean, I know that there was actually one person who actually was very nitpicky and saying, oh, you got a whole bunch of stuff wrong. And they actually gave me a 15-minute video of all the stuff that I said that were wrong, which, you know, I mean, I understand about critiquing, but still, I mean, I don't know.
It could have been more constructive.
Yeah, exactly. All right, number 6, is Disney's Doug really that bad? Now, the reason why this video exists was because of my followers. I was doing a live stream playing off various video games because I wanted to help raise money for the Manic Expression movie when the Kickstarter was just happening. And I was just playing around with the idea, okay, I was thinking about like one of two things, and this was the one that I really wanted to do. I wanted to do a review on Caitlin's Way. But then when I said, I also have this one for Disney's Doug, is it really that bad? Overwhelmingly, everybody said, is Disney's Doug really that bad? And so then I decided, okay, I need to do research on this. Before it came out on Disney Plus, I found it on a website which had about 2/3 of the series. I watched it all. I jotted down notes. I watched some parts of the original Doug. I did a lot of research on, like, you know, how did this came to be? Like, okay, how did Disney's Doug happen when it was originally supposed to be a direct-to-video movie? Okay, this is what happened. And so I did my fair share of research, and you know, this is how it came to be. I think that, you know, not counting the top 10 worst as told by Ginger's episodes, which is actually slightly longer, this is my longest video that I've done to date. It's over an hour long. It's a lot. But I had to put in so much of my pros and cons and my personal thoughts of it. And it took a long time, but I think it was like well worth it. I still have the script of it if you want to go check that out. I actually still have the script for a lot of these if you're interested in looking into what I've started writing. There was even some things that didn't make it into the video, so I'll definitely get into that at some point. This is one that has actually been getting the most views recently, especially now that we're in the holidays. Number 7 has been the top 5 best and worst Rankin Bass Christmas specials. Oh man, I've gotten many comments on this recently, especially with them saying Nestor the Long-Eared Christmas Donkey was good. What are you talking about? It's my opinion. Just remember that I personally feel about these. This is not objective. So if you like that, perfectly fine. I'm just not. So I never did, even when I was younger. But I think that you know, all the other stuff, like, you know, saying like, oh, Frosty should have been higher on the list, or maybe you know, all these movies should have been higher on the list, but what you expect. Number 8 and then numbers 9 and 10 is all Hey Arnold stuff. The origins of Arnold. So I've gotten a lot of requests from people saying, please do a from pilot to final product on Hey Arnold. But I couldn't do it because up until that point, when I ever did from pilot to final product, I always talk about the pilot of a TV show and talk about their similarities. the pilot of Hey Arnold is very similar to 24 Hours to Live, and I just didn't want to do a comparison of it because it's pretty much the same thing except different animation. So I decided, hey, how about if I just do an origin story?
Judy Daniels was the first voice actor before Torrin Cadell took over. So
yes.
That's just the only difference. And let's not forget about Justin Shankaro's voice as Harold before he went through puberty.
Right. Yeah, they were able to keep Justin Shankaro, Jamil Smith, and Francesca Smith in their respected roles, and obviously Dan Castellaneta and Tress MacNeille, of course. But yeah, J.D. Daniels was the only one who was like changed, and they were then he was replaced with Lane Torrin. So I needed to talk about more than that. So that's why I decided, okay, I'm going to talk about where he first started, when he started off as claymation shorts. Then I was going to talk about Simpsons Illustrated when the comics featured, then Hey Arnold, and then like, leading up to, where the show became at that point. So I knew that the Jungle movie was announced, so I was going to do a follow-up to that. And then that was when Halloween happened. That was when Veterans Day happened. And I decided to just write those really, really quickly. I wasn't going to do the veterans. Oh, hold on. Timothy, are you with us?
Yeah, I believe he is.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Great. So this is Timothy from A Look at Disney. So how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're good. So yeah, he was recently on our Owl House podcast discussion. So yeah, it was great to have you there on the podcast, and it's great to have you here on the live stream.
Well, thank you. It was blessed to be there for the Owl House podcast discussion.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Owl House, I believe Disney's just released the top 25 streamed on Disney Plus, and I believe the Owl House is 21 at the moment.
Oh, cool. That's nice. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. But yeah, I think that.
Okay, well, I'll get the sad news out of the way. The Simpsons is number 1 at the moment.
Well, again,
I'm getting tired of The Simpsons. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I understand.
I would only accept The Simpsons being number 1 if it had a breakdown of the seasons. If it's everyone's streaming like seasons 1 to 7, I think I'll accept that. That's the reason why The Simpsons is so popular on Disney Plus. If it's anything beyond that, then quite frankly, they've lost their damn minds.
Well, I mean, again, I mentioned this in Aaron and Patricia, but I did hear the news regarding about a new showrunner or a new writer who's actually improved on The Simpsons. I've just heard about it. I haven't seen the show myself, so I can't really say for sure.
I know, probably sat down and watched the Simpsons episode since Who Shot Mr. Burns. That was probably like the last time I watched The Simpsons. I gotta be honest.
I'd rather stick with Futurama. Thank you very much.
Me too. I love Futurama. All right. So yeah, next ones, the last ones, 9 and 10 are the top 20 Hey Arnold episodes, which by the way, I had to upload and re-upload 5 separate times because Viacom kept taking it down every single time I try to upload it, which is why there's some moments in which there's some cut audio and some videos that just end really, really quickly. That's the reason why, because Viacom did not make this easy for me to upload this.
Viacom took down some of my clips of me interviewing Craig Bartlett on my YouTube channel, and I just said, you know what, I've had enough of this, and took all my videos down off YouTube. And so now, if you want to listen to the Craig Bartlett interviews, you have to go on the podcast feed to go find them. So
yeah, so
screw you, YouTube.
Anyway, but yes, so basically, from what I've seen in this top 10. 5 out of the 10 videos that are the most popular on my channel are top 10 episodes. I am surprised I have not done any more since then. The last one that I did was the top 5 best and worst rankings best specials as a video. I know we did like top 5 best and worst picks mix shorts that we did about a few months ago. I'm talking about videos. And I'm surprised. I gotta
be honest though, like I'm kind of a bit tired a little bit of like, the top 10, top 15, top 20, top 50. Like, now they're starting to get to the point where they're doing like, there's no videos on YouTube now, which are like 6 hours long, and they're like reviewing like every single episode of like The Simpsons or Family Guy or like, just some long-winded show. Like, I can't wait for the guy to turn up and says, I've watched every single episode of Arthur, and this is what I think of every single one of them. You know, what is there going to be like a 20-hour video of like oh hey, I watched every single episode of the Sesame Street and this is what I think of every single episode.
I was just thinking that same thing.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised.
The top 10 it's just died out. I think people are more interested in like hearing about one particular subject rather kind of like a rapid fire
or
here's
just
top 10
like an individual episode. Because what I'm doing, or what I have been doing every Christmas season, nearly every Christmas season, is talk about Christmas specials from cartoons. And these days I'm expanding my boundaries to live action, which is why I edited my Power Rangers Christmas special look back.
Yeah.
And say my opinion, say my 2 cents about them. Not just opinions, but what I enjoyed about them. Well, the tributes are the ones that I thoroughly enjoyed and what made them stand out. The look backs are those that were okay at worst and good at best in some areas, but had some problems. Whereas the slams are the ones that deserve my overall ire.
Yeah.
Sometimes it does feel kind of old to say a top 10 greatest episodes, top 10 meh episodes, and top 10 worst episodes, because sometimes it does seem formulaic. I mean, I went through that particular phase myself, and I also had some commenters saying, especially when it came to my Grizzly Tales for Gruesome Kids episodes list, I had some commenters saying, "Oh, what happened to some of the other episodes and all that?" And I was thinking, these are the ones I really liked. So if you have these lists of your own, please fill. These are my opinions.
Yeah,
you want to know,
just Patricia? Remember when we did we went episode by episode of the Owl House on Aaron and Patricia, and then you brought out the combination episodes. How have they done in regards to views?
They've done okay. I'll show you in just a moment. They've done okay. Pretty much what I would get for a typical decent episode of Casual Chats. If it's a topic that's gotten overwhelmingly positive. By the way, these are just videos. I haven't shown Casual Chats episodes yet. I'll get to that in a moment. But
the reason I'm getting at that is because it seems now the trend now seems to be for YouTube videos seems to be more analysis of a character, analysis of a story. For example, Rebecca Rose did How to Write a Bully for Amity Blight in the Owl House, and then they've done some stuff like Amphibia too. So I think more analysis videos, I think people are more kind of getting into, rather than here's my top 10 opinion on etc.
I mean, I did that when I was first starting off on my blog. I talked about analytical things as well, but I just didn't have the technology to do it as a video yet. But I was. That's where.
Look at some of the top. I mean, you got.
And I think that's also what's so fascinating about these analysis videos. I mean, I have some personal favorite ones. Jose, who did some videos about the Cosby Show, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Malcolm in the Middle, and what was that? Home Improvement, Cheyenne Lynn, Harriana Hook, Joshua Fagan.
Okay.
I could definitely recommend these content creators to you guys. I mean, Joshua Fagan mostly talks about Avatar related content, but he also has expanded to doing content related to Amphibia and the Owl House. So he's really got wonderful stuff on there.
Cool.
If there's an opportunity to take an element of the world and expand it as much as you can, and probably explain it in greater detail, then those videos are definitely going to take off because people want to know more about this stuff. And you can definitely tell with the fact that they want to see more Owl House content, they want to see more Amphibia content, they want to see more of this stuff, and so they're gonna, those are the videos that are going to get the views. So
Well, I mean. Even if they don't get the views, I'm just happy posting them up anyway. I mean, yes, it's true that there have been moments in which I would put so much hours and weeks into it. Why didn't it get anywhere near the amount of views that I'm hoping for? I mean, I'm just hoping that, I mean, I'm not doing it for notoriety or anything like that. I just want people to take a look into that and see if they can be able to resonate with it. So the fact that, you know, my analytical videos, such as like the ones that have reached on this list, such as the history of Harold the Jungle Movie and Is Disease Dog Really That Bad? I'm glad that those were able to gravitate to some people. Speaking of which, you were talking about, oh, why isn't this episode on the list, Antoni? I remember when I posted up the Ren and Stimpy episodes, every other comment I had gotten every day when that episode, when that video came out, was, why isn't Sven Hoek on the list? I cannot tell you almost every single comment was, where's Sven Hoek? Where's Sven Hoek? Where's Sven Hoek? How dare you not put Sven Hoek? Sven Hoek is number 11, if you're wondering. Okay. I mean, I did enjoy some parts of it, but I mean, especially everybody talks about like the infamous, you know, rant that Ren says that was eventually like cut off from the show because a lot of people were just really disturbed by it.
It was more than a rant. It was a freaking threat.
I know it was a threat. I know, but yeah, I mean, everybody remembers that part.
I was looking back in the chat. Kelsey's actually asked, well, that's an interesting analysis video to do. Is Helga's relationship with Phoebe toxic in Hey Arnold?
Ooh, interesting. I'll definitely have to rewatch Hey Arnold and definitely talk about that. I think that one, you know, a great example on that was like, remember when Phoebe broke her leg because she was trying to help Helga out with all of her tasks and deeds, and then you know, she was like taking advantage of her, and she was not very caring about her well-being until when she did break her leg, and then Helga did care. That would be a very interesting topic. I'll definitely have to like really delve into it, but you know, then I'll have to delve into like psychological stuff, and I'll have to delve into like, you know, all that kind of things. And yeah, that's probably going to take a lot of time to research, considering I have to go through like psychology books and like also like, you know, that kind of stuff. So yeah. But interesting suggestion there, Kelsey. I'll definitely maybe consider it, but that's probably going to take a long time for me to have something like that.
And some people in the chat are asking you about Oh Yeah cartoons. Are you going to be covering them at some point?
Ooh, that's a good question as well. I've always wanted to cover Oh Yeah cartoons. One of the things I wanted to do in the summer for the Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast was look back on every single Oh Yeah cartoon short. But around that time, a lot of the admins had left. And so it was just James and I. And so then we said we couldn't do it, and we decided that because a lot of people were just leaving and it was, you know, the page was kind of like declining pretty quickly, we decided that the Nyx Missile 4 was going to be our last one, and I just decided to just leave the site afterwards and focus
I don't know, like I hate to ruffle a few feathers, but I mean, I never really rated Oh Yeah cartoons all that much. Like, I mean, like it was yeah, we got the Fairly Odd Parents out of it, but I mean, like,
Chalk's on In My Life as a Teenage Robot, yes,
and we got those things out of it as well. But I mean, in comparison to the What a Cartoon Show on Cartoon Network, it's a pale imitation compared to what a Cartoon gave us. I mean, What a Cartoon gave us the Powerpuff Girls, it gave us Johnny Bravo, it gave us Dexter's Laboratory, it gave us you know, Cow and Chicken, it gave us you know, various other shows that pretty much carried cartoons and Cartoon Network for like over a decade. Like I mean, but Oh Yeah cartoons, I mean, it basically only gave us like those three. I think we could argue it didn't really give us all
they try to bring back Nina and the Count from What a Cartoon into Oh Yeah cartoons. Robin Zeddy tried to do a second attempt of that, but that didn't turn out very well. And then there was like Jamal the Funny Frog, which I feel really bad for Pat Ventura. Every time that you try to pitch a cartoon, whether it be on What a Cartoon or Oh Yeah cartoons or even random cartoons, they never got picked up. He tried to pitch Jamal the Funny Frog multiple times, but nobody was interested. So yeah, you know, there's some, I mean, there was a lot of Butch Hartman ones, obviously, because, you know, he was like a major contender. This was like shortly after he left Hanna-Barbera to work on Nickelodeon. Then there's also a lot of Bill Burnett ones, like he did Tutu the Superina, which was about a ballerina who was a superhero who had really long legs. And then there was like Enchanted Adventures, which is kind of like their attempt of having like a a fantasy animated series.
I don't know why, but that ballerina one
Enchanted Adventures. I feel so sorry for that darn thing because, or excuse me, that particular short, because every time I watch and rewatch it, I think to myself, this could have been the next best thing for Nickelodeon. way before Avatar: Last Airbender.
Mhm.
And while Cartoon Network was expanding and spreading its wings,
Yeah.
probably the same thing I could say about Disney Channel. What on earth was Nickelodeon doing in terms of its animated content?
Throwing
other
good
than
ideas
SpongeBob?
away. That's what they were doing. Like,
Yeah, it seemed like for the most part, they were sticking to something that was comfortable, like the animated comedies. Come on, you have your slice of life cartoons like Hey Arnold and Doug.
Yeah.
Why not try something out like action, just like your contender Cartoon Network is doing?
Yeah, they try to do
Well,
this
Anthony,
with My Life as a Teenage Robot, Danny Phantom, and
you know why they
Avatar.
didn't try? You know why they didn't try all these things out? Well, let me ask you a question: who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
SpongeBob SquarePants, buddy.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the reason why no one gets over on that network anymore. Like it's just
yeah.
it's
Unless
always
it's
about
the
the
Loud
sponge.
House.
It's always about then there's the Loud House, and but mind you, like it almost feels like the one I guess if Nickelodeon was bought out, I guarantee you that whoever buys it out will probably be more interested in getting it for SpongeBob SquarePants than they would be any other property on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, kind of like what Disney did when they bought off Blue Sky, and they're just utilizing the Ice Age property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to do the same thing with Fox, where they were just going to say, okay, we just bought it for The Simpsons.
Right now.
Go ahead, Timothy. What were you saying?
Well, look at how Disney bought Garfield, but they barely done
Oh,
anything.
yeah, that's very true.
And now somehow he's ended up in Nickelodeon All Stars Brawl.
I'm baffled that Garfield is in Nickelodeon All Stars Brawl. I mean, fighting wise, it doesn't make any sense. He's a lazy cat. He's not a fighter. The only time in which I've seen him fight was kicking Odie off of the table. And maybe like some imagination scenes, but other than that, that's it. I mean,
It's
I know
amazing that isn't it amazing that in a fighting game,
freaking phlegmatic.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing in a fighting game that we would be seeing Garfield before we'd see the other two Ninja Turtles? Like,
no. Hey, where's Donatello? Hey, where's Raphael? Garfield.
Well, according to some leaks, apparently the Shredder is DLC for the game.
Oh, good.
Well, that makes sense, but why would you not include the other two Ninja Turtles? That makes,
Well, we need to have a bad guy in here.
They got them in Injustice too. Why would you not have them both in All Stars Brawl?
Logic. Anyway, but yeah, I'm actually. Go ahead.
I get having Aang and Korra, but you'd think they'd want more Avatar characters too.
Yeah, like where's Sokka? I want to see
Zuko.
Sokka in there. I want to see
Same with
Suki in there.
I want to see Katara and Zuko.
Yeah. Yes, Katara and Zuko need to be on there. I want Iroh.
Power couple. Yes, Zuko and Katara, the ultimate power couple.
Why not just give them their own fighting game? I mean, like they have Aragni Kai. Yeah, Avatar Aragni Kai. Like it's got an amazing title, and it's got amazing characters that you can all fight with. Like it's I think throw in DLC in there if you want to. I don't know if RoboCop can turn up there if he wants to, but I mean, you could do something with that. So
if the Power Rangers can have their own fighting game, why not Avatar?
That's very true. You're right.
Imagine if they had an Avatar game and the Power Rangers were DLC, and he's like, you had Tommy just turning up there and like just mouthing off with Zuko before they started like kicking the hell out of each other. That'd be incredible.
And now Warner Brothers is coming out with their
my
own
look back
fighting
video
game.
on I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger is being uploaded.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna check to see what have been my most viewed episodes of Casual Chats because I'm genuinely curious because I don't know myself. So let's see what we got.
Here we go.
Okay. Apparently, wow, my most popular episode of Nick Jukebox was the one about Chalk Zone. I guess that's not too surprising. So I know a lot of people like that. Wow.
Everybody in the chat's been asking about Chalk Zone recently. So yeah, you might want to address that at some point. So
of what?
I think they want you to do more Chalk Zone content at some point.
That would be a interesting idea. I definitely need to do more Chalk Zone content, especially since next year is the 20th anniversary. So for sure.
Well,
okay.
I'd be interested to listen to it because I've never seen Chalk Zone. So Chalk Zone just kind of like been one that passed me by.
Okay. Apparently, according to this playlist, my most listened to episode of Casual Chats is Land of the Giants, which that doesn't count because people actually thought it was an episode of Land of the Giants. This was a suggestion by Kevin. It's a 1960s live action series where it's about giants that, you know, it's a group of people who are in the world that they were transferred into that has a bunch of giants and they're trying to get home. Kind of like Land of the Lost or Lost in Space or something like that. So yeah, apparently this was like the most listened to episode only because people thought it was an episode of the TV series. They did not think it was like, they didn't want to have like people like tuning in to people talking about Land of the Giants, which by the way, mostly Kevin talked about it, not me. So okay, so I'm gonna look for something else. Let's see. Oh wow, another podcast that's been gotten a lot of views, the Roald Dahl retrospective of the witches. Okay, so I think that's our most no, James and the Giant Peach is our most viewed discussion.
Is that the new one or the old one?
The old one.
The old one, okay. The one with the skewed ending.
Yeah. James and the Giant Peach is our most viewed on the Roald Dahl retrospective. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Dinosaurs. Okay, so all right. So not counting Land of the Giants, Dinosaurs is my most listened to episode of Casual Chats because nobody was complaining about like, this is not an episode of Dinosaurs. So I'm going to put that in there. So this is our 11th episode of Casual Chats. Kevin and I, we looked back on the original Dinosaurs TV series from 1991. This was when Dinosaurs was celebrating its 20th anniversary. So we decided, hey, let's rewatch it again. And so it was out on Netflix at the time. Now it's on Disney Plus. So I decided to rewatch all 4 seasons of Dinosaurs, and I was just blown away of just how still amazing it is. The puppetry is really, really good. The storylines are really, really captivating, and the commentary is just as relevant as ever. I'm still surprised that this was not successful when it came out on the TGI Friday lineup. I know a lot of people, when they think TGI Friday, they think of Perfect Strangers, they think of Full House, they think of Sister, they think of Family Matters, but they don't think of Dinosaurs, which is a shame because it's actually one of the earlier shows. I mean, I know Step by Step and Perfect Strangers came out a little earlier than that, but still, it's like, it's a show that desperately needs to be more recognized. I think that nowadays, you know, we have Earth to Ned, which is a puppet show on Disney Plus, and I've heard really good things about it because it's done by Paul Rugg, who's one of the writers on Animaniacs and the co-creator of Freakazoid, who worked on that show. So I've heard nothing but good things about it. I definitely want to check it out. So I guess a novelty like Dinosaurs was just kind of really out there for 1991, but I think we're more accepting of it nowadays. Especially with like
not only that, but Dinosaurs must have been incredibly expensive to produce. Because have you seen all the behind the scenes content for Dinosaurs?
Yes, I have.
Like, look at all the animatics that have to go into it. Look at like all the product designs and things like that. Also, they have to do like outdoor sequences, like inside studios and things like that. Like it's insane the amount of stuff like that. And yeah, that's the reason why I like these types of kind of shows. Like, you know, it's they're not very responsible really because like budgets just get thrown out the window. And it's kind of like, oh yeah, just go nuts. And that's the reason why we got like, you know, like Gladiators was so so epic, and why some of the other like, you know, more elaborate shows, you know, were so iconic because they just there was no ceiling to like how much money you could spend on these things. But then when someone had to come foot the bill, like, you know, that's the reason why we started seeing these shows getting cancelled or watered down. You know, like it's a shame. We'll never see that type of era of television again.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be on. It's going to be on streaming services nowadays.
I actually got to see the set for Earth to Ned a couple years ago because I got a behind the scenes tour of the Jim Henson Studios.
Oh, you did? Oh, please tell me how that was.
Oh, it was amazing. Have you guys ever heard of Adventures by Disney?
I heard about it briefly, but not very well.
Okay, so it's a vacation program where they take you to different locations, and this one was called Backstage Disney.
Okay.
Where you got to see the Jim Henson Studios, Walt Disney Animation Studios, and the Imagineering Studios.
Okay.
So the first day we met up in Hollywood, and then the second day we got to go to Jim Henson Studios, which is built upon where Charlie Chaplin used to film all his movies.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
And there's actually a giant statue of Kermit the Frog dressed as Charlie Chaplin's The Tramp.
That's awesome.
And when we were there, they had one of the phone booths from Great Muppet Caper on display. And the last thing we got to see was the set they were building for Earth to Ned.
Wow.
We actually got to walk on it a little bit, so that was really cool.
Were you able to take any pictures?
No.
I didn't think so because obviously, you know, strict rules, of course. But
Yeah.
wow, that's a great experience that you were able to get through that.
Yeah, and like when we got to Disneyland, we got to go behind some of the rides and see how they work.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Which ones?
Radiator Springs Racers.
Oh, okay.
Peter Pan's Flight.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Oh, wow, that's still running? Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then at the Walt Disney Imagineering Studios, we got to see them show footage from some of the international rides and how they work, like the Mystic Manor at Hong Kong Disneyland.
Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic that you were able to do that, Tim.
Yeah. It had about a group of 35 people with 2 guides, and they were great. All big Disney nerds. I mean, one of the guides had Buzz Lightyear tennis shoes on, and they even said Andy on the bottom.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that you were able to experience it. Now I'm actually more curious about checking out Earth to Ned to see how that one stacks up. I mean, I've seen Paul Rugg in a couple of videos that he's been posting from time to time. I think the video that a lot of people are knowing about him more recently, if you don't know about Animaniacs or Freakazoid, is you remember that video of him with his dog where he was like saying, how I can be able to relax myself when I went through a long day of writing. I just pet my dog and his dog is just like biting all over his fingers. And it is the funniest thing. I challenge anybody, if they're going to do a try not to laugh challenge, to watch that video with no context. And, you know, that dog, the way it reacts to his petting is hilarious. I think that video has reached millions on Facebook. So
I don't understand how people do try not to laugh challenges, because I just feel like one minute you say try not to laugh, I think, and the minute you show them something, I think your natural reaction is just to laugh.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah. It's
I think
different.
when you set it up like that, you're pretty much just teeing up to basically, you know, whack it across the course, as far as I'm concerned. So
yeah, kind of reminds me of Broadway has these compilation things of trying not to sing videos.
That would be really difficult because they would automatically sing. Yeah. Okay, so from what I'm seeing, my most popular from pilot to final product video is Rugrats. Even though it's probably the shortest video I've ever done, it is only 7 minutes long because the pilot is only like 5 minutes long, not a lot to say about it. It's pretty straightforward, but yet it's my most viewed episode of From Pilot to Final Product.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe I should just do shorter videos more often.
Well, I mean, like the reason I think there is a lot of intrigue, I think, about the Rugrats pilots when you really think about it, because it was the first Klasky Csupo kind of like endeavor into Nicktoons, and then
That's true.
Was it was well animated, and also it's one of the very rare pieces of animation that was down around about near the time I think they were still doing like Simpsons stuff as well at the time.
They were doing the Simpsons around that time. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so I think it's there is still some intrigue over some early Klasky Csupo stuff, really. So like it was pretty much the primordial ooze for like the original what we were going to eventually get in regards to animation. But so then it would really then kind of fizzle out after that. But it was the spark. So I think it has a lot of intrigue to it, at least in my opinion, anyway.
Sure. I think also the fact that when I did that video to start off three original Nicktoons month, a lot of people were asking me if I was going to do the Doug and Ren and Stimpy pilots and do the same thing. And I said, no, I will never do that because number one, they actually became episodes of their series. Usually when I do From Pilot to Final Product, I talk about pilots that have never been aired on TV. I mean, Carmen Sandiego is probably the only, and Pete and Pete are like the only exceptions. But here's the difference. You see, Carmen Sandiego has 2 pilots. And their rules are completely different. The style is completely different. Pete and Pete was the starting of the pilot season. So it wasn't picked up officially as a show. It was just, we're going to do 5 episodes off of the Pete and Pete shorts that were around in 1989. So it wasn't like officially picked up as a series until 93. The Pete and Pete episode that I talked about was out in 91, 2 years before the show was even greenlit. So those are the only exceptions. So Doug and Ren and Stimpy, I will never do a From Pilot to Final Product episode on because those were actually episodes of the show. and they were just fitting in normally as like a typical episode. I mean, the only difference is that Doug's episode is much more rougher than all the other ones in the series. You can definitely tell because Doug Can't Dance, as like it's really the first episode as opposed to like the second or third that they promoted it as. You can tell from watching Doug Back to Nematode and then watching Doug Can't Dance, and you're like, oh yeah, Doug Can't Dance is definitely the first episode, but they still aired it as an episode. And as for Big House Blues for Ren and Stimpy, it plays off like your typical episode of Ren and Stimpy. So there's nothing really much for me to talk about. So yeah.
You never talked about the pilot episode of Hey Arnold, did you? The
only time in which I talked about the pilot episode of Hey Arnold was with the origins of Arnold.
Yeah,
that's the only time in which I briefly talked about it because there was literally nothing else to compare it to. Because
I don't know if you brought this. I can't remember if you brought this within the video or not. But so there's an interesting thing about that because that particular story of Hey Arnold was actually brought up. It was actually produced 3 times.
Yes.
The first one was the comic. The second one was the pilot, and then finally became an episode in the show. So,
I brought it up in that video as well. Yes, it is based off of a comic strip that featured in Simpsons Illustrated. And instead of Arnold singing the I'm Crazy song, he actually sang the song that Michigan J. Frog would sing. You know, hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Yeah, he sang that song instead. So there's also it's in 3D. So if you try to look at it, you need to have 3D glasses in order for you to read it. So that's another difference.
Yeah.
So
it won't be first Arnold's 3D endeavor because he would then be part of like I think it was like Smell-O-Vision or something like that.
I think the Smell-O-Vision thing was. I think it definitely was a major part in like the Rugrats Go Wild movie and also some episodes of SpongeBob.
What?
Yeah, because it was.
I'm just talking to some of my friends. They invited me to do a live stream.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, friends joining us, Tim?
No, that was just my dad asking who I was talking to.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So, but in regards to Arnold's endeavor into 3D, like he also had like the 3D vignettes that they had when they were producing like the whole 3D gimmick where they were going to do on TV. And Craig told me that it didn't look all that great, and so I think he's a bit skeptical if Nickelodeon ever brought Hey Arnold back. That if they did it in 3D, it probably wouldn't look as great. So
just look at the new Rugrats on Paramount Plus.
Oh, the new Rugrats makes me weep. Like it's just it's
why
nice.
On earth do we need a remake of Rugrats?
I have no idea, but you know what? It exists.
Like I said before, and I'll say this a million times until the day I die. There are a lot of obscure shows that deserve a freaking fresh coat of paint.
Agreed. Speaking of which, let's introduce our other guest. So we have Christy Esterly, aka Diva from the musical Hell.
Oh,
so,
hi.
Hello.
Hi.
So thank you all so much for coming on by. I really do appreciate it.
No problem.
So we were just looking back on some of my most viewed episodes of my podcast and my videos. We just finished talking about my videos. I'm just looking back on some of the podcasts that I've done that has gotten the most views. So let me just bring back the screen. So let's see what else we got.
I was like, why are you doing that? Like, I think me and Christy, I don't think we've met. I don't think.
No, you guys haven't met. So this is Aaron Mehta from the Aaron Mehta Show, and also Aaron and Patricia. He's one of my many co-hosts.
Hi, Aaron.
And
hey, Christy. So what do you do?
I do bad movie musicals and also commentary on some good ones.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, so
she's one of the best musical YouTubers.
Yeah.
It's a very small niche, but
still
a very powerful niche nonetheless.
People enjoy it. That's the important thing.
That's very true. A lot of people enjoy it. So we had Christy on 2 episodes of my podcast. We had her on the Swan Princess podcast, where we talked about all the Swan Princess films. And then
I almost forgot about that.
That was torturous to say the least. It's like, after the first one, we have to watch a whole bunch of direct-to-video movies. It's like,
and they're still making them, as far as I know.
I know they are.
Yeah, exactly. Like I remember when Jamboree did the Christmas episode all by himself, and I almost felt like I need to give him emotional support.
God.
Yes. Like it's just good grief. I'm sure he lives on top of the pub as well, so I can guarantee he probably had a lot of drink after making that episode.
And for some reason, they are very they're very protective of the copyright on that one.
Yes, they are.
Those
They
are
very
the only
protective
two
of it.
episodes that I can't get up, even on Vimeo. So it's
You know what? It has to be sad when you feel like you have to copyright protect something that's so abysmal as like the Swan Princess sequels. Like, what are you doing with your life to actually, end up at that point?
Well, I mean, I
Like-
guess at that point they were like, okay, we need to take a break from the Alpha and Omega movies. Let's put out Swan Princess.
Good grief.
I actually read an interesting article from Richard Rich on why they decided to bring it back. I think I even mentioned it in the podcast. The reason why was because Swan Princess sales on DVD were becoming really high again. And so people were getting nostalgic for it. So that's why they decided to bring it back. And then they brought it back on 3D, and I just want to pour bleach into my eyes.
Why on earth would anybody want to beat a dead horse? No pun intended.
Especially since their most viewed video on their YouTube channel is that pitch that they try to do for the live action Swan Princess movie.
What?
It's just,
now that would be interesting to see.
I'm curious on how they're going to do that. Seriously, Go ahead.
In regards to the Swan Princess, I mean, like, I've never really publicly commented on the movie, but I mean, it's nothing special. I mean, like, Rothbard is a fun villain. I will give him that. But I mean, in regards to everything else just looks so like, well, Disney did it better.
Exactly. I think that's why it would be a lot more interesting to revisit that instead of, redoing, like Lion King and Pinocchio and all these other beloved classics that everybody, is like, we're fine. We don't need to improve this. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're perfectly
could
fine.
you imagine a live action Swan Princess if they did it? Like, compared to like what we've had recently with all the other live action Disney films. I cringe. That has golden raspberry written all over it.
Why on earth can't Disney be quote unquote more innovative rather than just churn out these
they just buy up everybody who is innovative and sell their stuff.
Because there's money to be made.
It's freaking vicious.
Am I lying? You show me the lie there. Come on.
That's very true, actually. That's very true. I
know, but I'm talking about
completely broken. I can
their
bet
business
money on
practice. What Disney's doing is freaking vicious.
Yeah. All right, we've already passed the hour. It's time to show off another congratulations video. So I'm just gonna pull it up really quick. But while I do that, the other podcast that Chrissy and I did together was the Cinderella, Rodgers and Hammerstein Cinderella trilogy. So that was the one with Julie Andrews, and we had
Leslie Ann Warren, and
Leslie
then the
Ann Warren
Brandy. So all three of the made for TV versions.
Yes, we talked about that as well. And both times were featuring our friends, that long-haired creepy guy and Inigo Yama 70, who, by the way, are not able to make it today. They are really busy, but they do send their congratulations.
They're fantastic. Unfortunately, their channel got dropped on YouTube, but they are on Vimeo, so you have to hunt for them. But please, it is worth it. They also guested on my Gem and the Holograms episode, which was a lot of fun. We had a great time tearing that to shreds.
Oh yeah, I remember that one, and that is still an amazing episode. I really enjoyed it. That was just unbelievable. So, all right, I'm going to play off the next video. So, hold on, give me 1 second. Let me just pull it up. Okay,
right.
So here we go. Let me just pull it up really quick. So, okay, here's our next congratulations video. Here we go.
Hey, Old School Lane, this is Mark Risley saying happy 10th anniversary. Any organization that loves As Told by Ginger as much as I do is okay by me.
All right, so thank you very much. So that was Mark Risley. He was the director of As Told by Ginger and various other shows over the years. So I give my sincere thank you for that.
That's an endorsement.
Yes. Well, I think that also the fact that out of all of the people who I interviewed over the years with As Told by Ginger, he was the only one who got back to me. So I'm really thankful for Mark to do so. I know it's quite a surprise. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure that everybody else is like really, really busy around the holidays. So it's not too much of a surprise, but no, the fact, I mean, he was actually the first person who actually gave me the video. So I guess he did it like really early. So again, I have to thank him so much for that.
Mind you, how fun was that live stream, by the way, for us told by
Oh
Ginger?
my God, that live stream that Aaron and I did together, the Has Told by Ginger 20th anniversary virtual reunion live stream. Yeah, that was a great time. Over 25 people showed up as guest speakers, and then we had like various people coming on by from all over the world who tuned in. That's still an amazing thing. Which, by the way, now that we're on that subject, I'm actually trying to see if I still have the document where we used to share content together. I'm actually curious to see if what was the website that we used to share our stuff together, Aaron?
It was oh good grief. It was I think it was your Old School Lane folder. I think it was. I don't think it's actually moved.
Okay. Well,
by the way, I
okay.
already. It's excuse me. My Power Rangers look back on the Power Rangers Christmas special is now live on YouTube.
Oh, wonderful. Cool. Glad to hear that. Well,
nice.
We'll definitely be able to share that once we have the opportunity to.
I'll share it and I'll share the link in chat. And excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, like going back to that live stream. I mean, we have two studios now here on our Meta show. We have Studio One, which is down here, which we just recently reopened. But now the deadly plague is back outside again here in Britain, so we have to close it back up again. But we moved everything up to Studio Two, which was our Let's Play studio, and so we did everything in there, and we had a few technical hitches and things like that. But we had a lot of fun, before it all kicked off, and then we just, we got to enjoy like all the behind-the-scenes stuff, and all the stories that happened, like during the show, and just talking about particular episodes. It was it's up there on Old School Lane, so yeah, it's a really fun episode, and I really enjoyed just being part of it. Also, my background is Hey Arnold. It's not necessarily as told by Ginger, so I was learning along with everybody else as it was all going forward, and so I mean, like I'm a huge late 80s 90s kid in regards to like all the content I grew up with, and so I have sort of kind of like an experience with that. But I think in regards to, I don't know like all the ins and outs of every single show. I think that's something I'm still trying to get to grips with at the minute. But Hey Arnold's kind of like my big thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's actually how we first met, was because of our love for Hey Arnold, where I was able to have him on my podcast and saying, hey, I need to have a fan who is really, really dedicated to Hey Arnold. Can I just invite you over? And he's like, yeah, sure. And so then afterwards, we had the podcast together, and then we just became really close ever since.
Yeah. And I couldn't imagine my life without you, Patricia. So.
Yeah, same here. Anyway, but yeah, speaking of, As Told by Ginger stuff, one of the many things that I was able to get thanks to my connections with the cast and crew and all that stuff was I got this thanks to Melissa. This was a project that we wanted to do together, but we just ran out of time. Was that we wanted to do a reading of one of the scripts of As Told by Ginger, and I actually have it right here with me. So this is actually one of the drafts of one of the scripts that they actually had. So this is the script, the draft of Hello Stranger. Thanks to Melissa Disney, who actually gave this to me. So. Yeah, I was actually curious. I think that we can also like interchange characters from time to time, but are you guys actually interested in maybe reading like a few pages of this alongside with me, so we can just
absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're not going to do the whole thing. We're just going to do like the more memorable scenes. So I'm going to go through, okay, let's start off with page 1. So we have a few characters. So we have Ginger, Dodie, Macy, and Ms. Zorsky on this one. So, okay. Christy, you can be Ms. Zorsky. Okay. I will be Ginger. Timothy, you can be Dodie. Aaron, you could be Macy.
Okay.
Okay.
And Tony, we'll give you something. We'll give you something with Carlin Hoodie a little later. Okay.
Okay. Totally.
Okay. Just so you know, I have absolutely zero knowledge of this series, so
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll catch up.
I'm just gonna play this for laughs, so don't take me too seriously either.
Okay. So, interior, Lucky Junior High hallway, day. Tight on Dodie and Macy, their eyes bright with interest. Okay, so Dodie, Macy.
Hey, Missy.
Hi, Mrs. Z.
On Mrs. Zorsky, the coolest teacher at Lucky Junior High, late 30s with dreadlocks and an artsy vibe, she smiles at the girls politely.
Hey, girls. Ginger.
Dodie and Macy part to reveal Ginger loading books from inside her locker. She smiles at Mrs. Zorsky guiltily. Hi, Mrs. Zorsky. Mrs. Zorsky puts a hand on her hip, assuming a stance of mock impatience.
So, did you decide between poems yet? Will it be Girl 13 or Sibling from Mars? The arts fair is rapidly approaching, and I promised a Foutly original in the flyer.
Ginger looks slightly embarrassed. I know, but I was thinking about writing a new piece. In the background, several paint-splattered students lug scenery from the arts fair down the hallway. They wave to Mrs. Z, who waves back.
Really? You been feeling inspired lately?
Not exactly, but I may be on the brink of some creative breakthrough. Dodie pushing in front, vying for Zorsky's attention. Dodie.
I know just what you mean. I was thinking that I should probably be featured in the arts fair too.
No question about that. No question.
Now, I hate to toot my own horn, Mrs. Z.
Allow me to do it for you. Toot, toot.
But I am somewhat of a genius on the potter's wheel.
The girl does an incredibly realistic ashtray and not a smoker.
By the way, this line never made it into the final product. I don't even know this line. This is interesting. Remember, this was a draft of the script, so they never made this never made it into the final portion. But, yeah. So anyway, continue, Dodie. Oh wait, that's
Soviet Russia smoke my cigarette smoke you.
Okay, Ms. Zorsky looks overwhelmed as the girls close in.
I'm thinking the crowd might really like to see me in action. I supply my own clay.
Did I mention that the school is still desperately in need of ushers?
The girls look deflated.
You get to carry a flashlight.
No reaction.
Well, think about it and work on that poem, Ginger. See you tomorrow.
Oh, who wants to be a stupid usher anyway?
Okay. Continue to... okay, 2 more lines.
It's a similar creation, Dodie. Pillbox hats and flashlights divided by dark auditorium equals undisputed power. Consider them discuss.
Dodie does not look so sure as we transition to Foutly House. I will just skip this part over, but yeah, that never made it to the final product. This is the first time in which I'm just reading this. I mean, because we were planning on just doing a read through of this. This is interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna skip through to the let's see what we got. Actually, we just let's go through the Ginger Darren portion. So and Tony, you can be Darren on this, and Timothy, you can be Ginger. Okay, so let me just scroll down through interior Ginger's bedroom moments later. Okay, so for those in context, she receives a letter from her mailbox. Oh, hold on, we have another guest joining us.
Oh, cool. What we got?
Okay, yeah, well, hold on, we got just 1 second. Let me just allow them in.
James, hey.
Hello, James. How you doing? He's just coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, his audio's
I
connected.
was gonna say I couldn't see him, so.
Yeah, he's just coming in right now.
Does this part of the script only require 2 voices?
Yeah, just only these 2 people right here. So it's
okay,
just
so I can
Darren
rest
and
my
Ginger.
terrible Russian accent then. That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. So again, going into context, Ginger receives a letter from her mailbox, and it is a letter to her father. By the way, if you're not familiar with the show, Ginger's parents are divorced, and this is the first time in a while that she's hearing from him. Okay, so and Tony, Timothy, go ahead. So interior, Ginger's bedroom. Moments later, Ginger sits on her bed, cross-legged, staring at the unopened envelope.
Hey, Darren.
What's happening?
Oh, you forgot Dad right here.
Dad.
There we go. Ginger jumps as an OTS thunk sounds. In the window, Darren's ladder has made contact with the ledge. Now you can say, hey, Darren.
Hey, Darren.
Darren entering the frame as he climbs up, moving to his post on the sill.
What's happening?
Ginger flashes her card.
Got a letter from Dad.
Seriously? What'd he say?
Ginger offers a sheepish half smile.
I didn't open it.
Probably for the best. Want me to trash it?
Ginger stares at Darren icily.
Icily.
Icily, yeah. I can't read. Go ahead.
I didn't open it yet, Darren, but I am going to open it with my dad, okay?
Okay, yeah. So, what do you think he wants?
I don't know, but we're about to find out.
Cool.
All right. So Jaime Toot is here with us. So hi, how you doing, James?
He says, trying again 1 sec.
Okay, no problem. All right, I'm just going to skip over to the next part because this is the Carl and Hoodsey scene. Carl is Ginger's brother and Hoodsey is Dodie's brother, and they have their own subplot, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Let's just finish off this Ginger moment. Same characters, by the way, same performers. Interior Ginger's bedroom, continuous. Ginger holds a card with a goofy cartoon of a dog dressed in a cap and gown.
Dear Ginger, congratulations on your graduation.
Darren scoffs in the window, rolling his eyes.
Yeah, graduation was only last June.
Ginger shoots Darren a look. He backs down.
But that's cool. Go on.
Ginger smiles a snide grin and continues.
I'm sorry that I haven't been around a whole lot in the past, but I would like to be in the future.
Ginger looks up optimistically, awaiting Darren's response.
Cool. Great. Then, but you have to admit, the man's got a funny way of showing it.
Darren.
I'm serious. Remember when you begged your mom to invite him to Thanksgiving because he said he wanted to come? Then she finally caved and said yes. And then
Ginger and Darren finished the sentence in unison.
He had to
cancel because something came up.
Wow, that was actually pretty good. Ginger drops the card on her bed gently.
So what's your point?
Darren looks a little nervous. This is dangerous territory.
What are we reading here?
Oh, yes. Hey, James. We're reading one of the first drafts of an As Told by Ginger script entitled Hello Stranger. I actually gotten this around the time when we were going to do we were doing the 20th anniversary virtual reunion live stream, but I didn't have the time to feature that on the segment. So I'm just showing them off. So yeah, there's a lot of cut content and words that were originally supposed to be on the show, but because this is a draft, they decided to like polish it up afterwards. So we're just reading through some of the highlighted moments of this particular script.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, so this is James, aka Jaime Toot. He does his own series from Pages to Pictures, where he looks at adaptations on books and movies and compares them.
Ooh,
and also you do and also, I believe you also do your own series of videos on Twitch where you and a group of your friends also look at movies.
Yes, the Drive-In Mutants.
Yeah, the Drive-In Mutants, yes.
Every Saturday, or in this case of next year, maybe every other Saturday, we live riff a movie for everybody's entertainment.
All right.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Great. All right, I'll let you guys continue. So, okay, Darren looks a little nervous. This is dangerous territory.
My point is that it's great, really great. I just hope, nothing comes up.
Ginger sighs and picks up the card, examining it again.
This time he left a number, and the card is pretty cute.
Ginger smiles hopefully as Darren crosses to the bed and examines the card for himself.
Sure, if you like purple dogs wearing cap and gowns, which I don't. But hey, that's me.
This line never made it into the final product. I don't recognize this one.
I have never seen this show, so
fair enough. Okay, so that's the end of that scene. I'm just going to skip over to the Carl and Hoodsey plot where they have the pet show. Basically the pet competition, which if you know what happens, you know what happens. So I'm just going to scroll all the way down. Let's see. Oh, actually, let me just finish up that Ginger plot right there. There's 2 lines really quickly. So this one is Ginger and Lois. So Aaron and James, I'll have you read this one. So Aaron, you can be Ginger, and James, you can be Lois. Interior, Ginger's bedroom night. Ginger in her pajamas sit cross-legged on her bed in a lotus position. Her eyes are closed. She massages her temples.
So this is me?
Oh, no, I'm Ginger.
Yeah, he's Ginger, you're Lois.
Poem is for the arts fair. Poem for the arts fair.
Sure. Okay. A loud knock sounds at her door as it cracks open. Lois pops her head inside.
Lights out, Ginge. It's really late.
Lois flips the light switch on the wall, leaving Ginger in partial darkness.
I got a letter from Dad today.
The light flips back on. Lois wears a look of practiced calm.
It's okay. I just made a coworker crack up.
Oh. Nice. Go ahead, Lois.
Okay. Oh.
Ginger props herself up into her elbows.
For my graduation.
Oh, well, better late than never, right?
Ginger shrugs.
I think he has a dog named Ben.
Makes sense. He's always related to animals. When we first started dating, he had a pet.
Ferret, I know. Pete, so what do you think I should do? I mean, I should call him?
Lois finally caves in. Lois finally caves to have a conversation and sits on the edge of Ginger's bed with a sigh.
Well, kiddo, grab a sandwich. This is going to be a long one. This may be the snake talking.
Yes, I'll get to the context in just a moment.
Do I need to know?
Yeah. It'll make sense, trust me.
Are you sure you're my mom?
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I think you should follow your heart. He may be a little flaky, but he's your father, and he's not a bad guy. At some point, you kids are going to have to decide what role he plays in your lives.
Ginger nods.
And just because he wasn't all that reliable in the past, well, that doesn't mean he's always going to be that way, right? I mean, people change.
Lois smiles weakly and pushes Ginger's hair away from her face.
Sometimes they do. Now get some shut-eye.
Lois crosses to the door and flips the light switch again.
Good night, Ma.
Sweet dreams. See you in the AM.
Lois' stomach gurgles loudly as she pulls her robe around her tightly and making her way to the hallway, closing the door behind her.
Sweet heaven help me.
After a moment, a flashlight illuminates the room as Ginger turns to her notebook. Chewing on her pencil, she thinks aloud.
Poem for the arts fair.
Beat, then writing.
If there's anything I'm going to get out of this, it's poem for the arts fair.
Yeah. You have one more line, Aaron.
Okay. Hello, stranger.
And end of Act 1. Okay, so I need to clarify the snake thing. Okay, so you see, Ginger has a brother named Carl, and he was making a dehydrated sea snake so that he could present to show and tell because he doesn't have a pet. And Lois thought it was lemonade because Carl put it in the refrigerator. And so she drank it, and now she thinks that there is a dehydrated sea snake growing inside of her stomach.
Oh my! You should have seen the freak out dream sequence that is in this episode. If
Yeah,
this is the episode
it's
we're talking
basically a
about.
reference of Alien. Yes. Ooh. It's freaky, but don't worry, there's no blood involved.
That ended up on one of my episodes of the Aaron Meza show when we were doing like all the reaction videos. Do you remember that?
I remember, and I had to explain the context because you yourself were confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, this line right here, "Sweet heaven help me," that never happens in the episode. By the way. All right. So yeah, that is a reading right there. And I'm sure that I'll have another one in just a moment, but I'm trying to see if
I was
there's...
enjoying the bit when Macy was a Russian spy. So like,
yes, everybody knows. By the way, speaking of
I don't know these people.
Speaking of James Bond, if you remember in that one episode of As Told by Ginger where they had like a James Bond reference in one of their end credits. So yeah, there was that. Trying to see if I have any other scripts because I think I did have like one more, but I don't
you have to
it
forgive me, everybody. That's kind of my thing. Every time we like do like you know those dating simulator games that you know like what's we got like Secure Spirit and like a Doki Doki Literature Club. Like I did when we do live streams of that, I just do silly voices because I can't take these things seriously. So
yeah. I remember like. Oh man, it was like just absolutely just insane because we were also I was trying to find out what the story was because I didn't know what the context of it was. And so I was just trying to figure out, okay, what's going on in the story? And, you know, as time went on, you know, we just delved into like this really weird stuff. And so again, I haven't even finished it all either. So I'm just curious about like, okay, what is going to be happening in terms of that? But yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, we had like a good time, like looking back on that video game. I mean, even though we haven't completed it yet, we definitely do need to at some point.
One of the things I appreciated about As Told by Ginger, it's one of the first cartoons I remember seeing as a kid that tackled heavy subjects.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't know it.
It's one of the very few shows that actually where you see the kids actually wearing different clothes every episode. Like you notice, yeah. Everyone seems to like have like a wardrobe of like, you know, the same outfit pretty much in cartoon shows. If no one's noticed, it's that's kind of unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they did it because obviously, you know, they needed to just worry about like, oh, we need to save up this amount of time, and you know, like it would have been a long time to animate a whole bunch of outfits, so that was also a reason why they couldn't do it. Anyway, but yeah, I think that what they were able to pull off was actually pretty astounding. Also, we're reaching over to the hour. I know that we were doing this a little bit later than we were supposed to, but we have another congratulations video that I want to share off. So while I do that, I'm just gonna pull up really quickly if there's any other questions or comments that anybody has.
You know what? I've not looked at the chat actually. What is going on?
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at the chat. If anybody has been asking questions, I'm sorry. If any of you guys have any questions for Christy or for James or for Timothy or for Antoni, please, you know, share away, ask away, whatever that you want to do.
Oh, where's the chat stream for this?
Oh,
it's on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's on the YouTube channel. I guess I'll probably need to share it at some point, but right now I'm just concentrating on, you know, getting my my screen going.
There's one question here if you want, Patricia. It's from Miranda Hernandez. Patricia, have you ever seen Kick Bukowski? Chris Savino was pretty much involved with it, and it's also a very underrated cartoon in my opinion as well.
No, I have not. I'm sorry. I've never seen Kick Bukowski. I'm sorry.
I've not seen it either.
That name brings me so much heartache.
Please explain it.
Okay, Chris Savino is the creator of The Loud House.
Yeah.
But it was revealed a few years ago that he was something of a pest a la Lassiter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was that whole thing.
Yeah, that was that whole incident. But what about Kick Bukowski? Did he create that show?
He was hashtag Me Too.
Oh, okay. Again, I've never seen the show. I know it's on Disney Plus because I have seen advertisement for it, but I'm sorry, Miranda, I have never seen the show, so I cannot tell you.
No, yeah, it was a Disney XD show.
Okay, gotcha.
Basically, it was a young kid trying to be like Evel Knievel.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I've never seen it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna share.
Like the amount of people who like say, "Have you seen this show? Have you seen that show?" I tell you what, I have a lot to catch up on. When
I do too. I'm sorry, everybody. I have so much to catch up on.
I've only just managed to get to grips with Amphibia, and we've only just managed to complete Gravity Falls.
We just finished Gravity Falls together. So.
And I really want to do Star versus the Forces of Evil because what I want to do is I want to like
do not watch season 4.
Do not watch season 4.
Well, what's wrong with season 4?
Season 4 tanks to the entire series.
Oh, did no, it's one of those incidents.
I'll watch it for context. So
let's just say let's just say its series finale aired the same day as the Games of Thrones series finale, and fans couldn't decide which was worse.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, in regards to, I mean, I want to watch like all the series because if Amphibia, I saw like a spoiler in Amphibia, which by the way, I've seen loads of spoilers in Amphibia, so I'm not really too.
Don't tell me
about
what
that,
they
but-
are. I haven't seen
Yeah,
all
but
of it.
there is a particular screen grab which seems to imply that all like the Owl House, the Ghost of Molly McGee, like all the worlds are like somehow intertwined with one another. So I want to like watch all the shows and try and get all the context, and so I'm ready for like when I see it and see like, oh hey, yeah, these are all intertwined.
Ghost and Molly McGee is great, and in its first season, it's already done 2 perfect Jewish episodes because Molly's best human friend is Jewish. So they did a bat mitzvah episode.
Yes,
and a
I forgot about that.
and a Hanukkah episode.
Yeah, also
So
I heard about that.
isn't that massively refreshing from Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights?
Please do not remind me of that.
Yeah.
People keep
Yeah, I was
asking if
gonna
I'm
say,
going
I
to
did-
do that one. I don't think I can.
Don't.
I wouldn't do it.
It's one of those. It's like I don't think I could sit through it just because that I have a
did.
problem with that level of gross out humor. So it's
I
like,
understand.
okay,
Adam's-
I can't
it's
do
Adam-
this if I'm going to be running to the bathroom when I'm trying to record.
It's animation, it's Adam Sandler, and it's music, and it's voice acting at its utter worst. That's basically what it is.
I sat through 8 Crazy Nights. At first, well, my history with 8 Crazy Nights is kind of complicated because I kind of liked it when I was about 13 years old. But now as a grown-up, I was just like, get me out of here. It's just, there was a good story underneath it, but I was just like, ugh. Davey was a jerk. He was a jackass. And Whitey was just freaking annoying. And I'm like, I even did a review / rant about it.
I am
6
so
years
sorry.
ago when I was in Austria.
2 words.
James, what are your
Shit-eating
thoughts on this?
reindeer.
What are your thoughts on this, James?
2 words. Shit-eating reindeer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that scene.
Yeah. Nah. Well, congratulations, video. I'm gonna post that next.
Yes.
Okay.
Please do.
Yes, let's do that. So let's see who the next person is.
Hey!
I didn't know Mark Hamill played guitar.
Happy anniversary, Patricia.
Hey.
Yes. So Craig Bartlett, the creator of Hey Arnold, Dinosaur Train, Ready Jet Go. So thank you for that, by the way.
By the way, just to let you guys know
Bravo.
that the Hey Arnold live stream is available on the Old School Lane channel and also is available as a podcast on the Arrow Meta Show feed. So also, if you ask the question to Craig Bartlett on the Hey Arnold anniversary show, then if you don't know if it's been answered, then that's on the podcast feed too. So
Yes.
you might want to go check that out.
Absolutely.
So Timothy, I would like to mention, if you thought that The Loud House, although it was a good show, as well as Kick Buttowski had a bad creator, quote unquote, bad creator behind it, you ain't seen The Cosby Show yet, buddy.
Oh, I've seen The
I
Cosby
haven't seen it in a
Show.
while, to be fair. I mean, actually, it's kind of funny because while I've been in school, a lot of people have been watching A Different World for film class. So I'm just genuinely curious about like the connotations in there. I mean, I haven't taken a lot of film classes because I'm a journalism major. So I've only seen that for editing classes. So I'm just genuinely curious about like that.
Well, regardless of the controversy, I mean, regards to Bill Cosby, I mean, like you could say that the Cosby Show was a dated concept anyway, because I mean, let's keep this in mind. It was around the same time the Simpsons were starting to take hold, and that was showing a more like ranted version of what family life was turning into at that time. Remember,
It was very much a transitional period.
Yeah, I would say the
stepping
same
in
thing,
as somebody who actually lived through that. But yeah, the late 80s into early 90s, we were kind of seeing that transition from the more optimistic family comedies like Cosby Show, Family Ties, what was it, Growing Pains, into
Family
the
Matters.
Simpsons and
Family
Roseanne
Matters,
and Married with Children. So
Right.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I think now you look back at these shows and it's like, good grief, everyone was in a trance. Like, a lot of people weren't having those types of experiences, like in real life, compared to what was on the television. Like, just, and now that Bill Cosby's been found out to be the person that he is, it just makes it even more terrible when you really think about it. Like,
Yes,
like,
I know, because the guy got out of jail. He's still a horrible person.
Well, I mean, like, just keep this in mind. This guy was once considered America's dad. And then
essentially,
yeah.
But from what I understand, it was kind of the open secret in Hollywood that he was, not somebody you wanted to be alone with.
Yeah, exactly.
If you were a woman.
Right.
Yeah, I remember Patton Oswalt tweeting that out when the allegations first surfaced.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, like, remember in all the award ceremonies when they would like make jokes about these particular guys, and like, everyone in the audience was just laughing it off, and little did we know they were actually dropping hints that these people actually were terrible. Like, it was, I look back at those YouTube clips now. It's like, oh, wow. Like, how horrible is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that James is here, I'm curious about this announcement that just happened in Don Bluth's official social media pages that happened a few days ago, where he's finally posting his autobiography.
Ooh.
Yeah. What do you think about that, James?
So this is brand new. This is just something that's being released.
Yeah, next July.
Next July. Yeah, I did get a look at the cover there. I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
I'd like to. I might have to pick up a copy of it.
Oh, I'm picking up. I'm pre-ordering this copy for sure.
I could probably imagine. I mean, like anything that. I mean, keep in mind, like I'm interested to hear what goes into this book, because the fact that he's hold on to it for this long, he must have some very juicy stories to tell from like being behind the scenes, and like I really like to know what. I mean, interestingly enough though, like I wonder how hard he's going to go down on Disney though, because it wasn't too long ago until like he buried the hatchet pretty much with the Disney Corporation. So I'd be intrigued to see how heavy-handed he's going to be with all the people he basically ended up falling out with when he left the Disney Corporation, went out on his own. So
he's just glad that he didn't see Waking Sleeping Beauty to hear what they had to say about him there.
I was gonna say, I've heard that there's bad blood on both sides of that particular feud. So I'd be interested to see what his side of the story is.
I'm just interested to see, like, because keep in mind, like Don Bluth. I mean, I know a lot of people are Don Bluth fans, and I'm not going to take that away from him. But I mean, keep this in mind, like a lot of the places he got involved with. I mean, like they went bankrupt and they just lost money. And I'd just be interested to see what was going on in, like, the business side of like the whole Don Bluth organization. Like, I don't know if he's going to elaborate on that or not, because. I get he was like on a crusade to like best Disney wherever he could possibly can, but like I don't know, like was he a rebel without a cause? Was he like a what was? I'd be interested to see what his mental state was, when he was going through like all those things.
Yeah, and the thing is, when Don Bluth is good, he's really good. You get like Anastasia or American Tail, but when he's
forget about
bad,
Secret of Jim.
Oh my goodness! When he's bad, you get a troll in Central Park. So I want to see. I want to hear some creative process stories. Like, what the hell went wrong there?
But I did.
I was gonna say.
Oh, go ahead, James. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
Okay.
I was gonna say actually Rockadoodle I still give a guilty pleasure pass to.
Sure.
Same with Pebble and the Penguin.
I would say I'm more
though,
lenient for Pebble and the Penguin. Sure.
Thumbelina is the scourge and bane of his career, though. I cannot.
Thumbelina was him trying to do Disney Princess and falling flat on his face.
The fact that they got Jodie Benson on board.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I've got 3 words for Thumbelina: marry them all.
Carol Channing, what on earth are you doing in there,
Carol
madam?
Channing singing that. I mean, how can you not love that? But apart from the fact that it's a terrible song.
It's
not exactly Langella Lansbury's Beauty and the Beast, is it?
Oh, go ahead, James. I'm sorry.
The world is what I got out of Thumbelina was, hey, you know what? The world is a horrible, horrible place where everybody wants to marry you.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the fairy tale, and that's the thing. If because this was like when Disney was, at least, starting to get a little more into the, more active princess role with Ariel and Belle and Jasmine. And then you have Thumbelina, who basically just gets carried from place to place, and occasionally, animals want to marry her, and she just complains about how hard her life is. And it's like, that's not, that was, maybe he could have got away with that in, like the 50s or something. But by the time it was like the 90s, it was like, yeah, that's not working anymore.
I think
even in the 50s, you couldn't get away with that. And furthermore,
that's true. You could get away with that in the 50s. You're absolutely right. But nowadays, you cannot.
I mean, there's so much about Thumbelina I can't remember. Like, it just feels like it happened and that was it. Like, I mean, I remember the awful "Marry the Mole" song. I remember like maybe 1-2 bits and pieces. But if you ask me to explain the Thumbelina story from like start to finish, I just can't. Like, it's just,
fair enough.
Yeah.
I've got a video. It talks you through it. Not much happens.
I can tell you this much
for the record, that's also the problem with adapting Thumbelina for the big screen, because the story itself is rather simple.
It is that story. And, unfortunately, Hans Christian Andersen, a lot of his stories are like that. I mean, Steadfast Tin Soldier is like that. Ugly Duckling is like that. The Snow Queen. Yeah, Snow Queen is actually, you actually have a really active heroine, but then, Disney decided they were going to change everything for that. So,
yeah.
I'm really glad.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This entire movie could have just been avoided if that damn pigeon had just flown Thumbelina back.
Yeah.
Giacomo. Yeah.
House.
Yeah. Yes. Stupid bird.
That annoying. Oh, you will find your lover.
You must follow your heart, Thumbelina.
Who else wants to roast that bird?
Could have at least flown back to her mom flown her back to her mom or something.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's just, like, someone should have like said at the start,
threatened that bird and said, "Listen, you better fly her back to her mom, or I'm going to make you my Christmas dinner."
It's actually funny because this movie is so confusing because you don't know how much time has passed because the seasons are going by really quickly. It's like
it's like they're starting out and like the fairy king and queen are like making the leaves gold, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh no, we can't hold the snows back any longer," and I'm like, it's like a day passed. What is
They want to keep the plot moving. They keep the plot moving, but hey, what else?
We like in Texas or Colorado where it's like you don't like the weather. Wait 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh!
It reminds me of a joke from Fairly Odd Parents where Cosmo says, "I can't believe we've had all this weather in one day."
Yes, it's kind of like it was like living in Florida all over again. Oh, the sun's out. Now it's raining. Now the sun's out again. It's only been an hour.
Can't confirm. I was just at Disney World in October.
I have been to Disney World.
Ooh, there's a question from Bernie Exeter.
Oh, what's up?
Just to run it by you guys again to wipe any bad taste out of your mouth. What do you guys think of Nacho Libre? Surprisingly
Nacho Libre. Okay, very loose interpretation. Very loose interpretation of the story of Fray Tormenta, who is a luchador who was also a Mexican monk. It was done by Jared Hess, who also did Napoleon Dynamite, and it stars Jack Black as Nacho Libre. It's supposed to be like a comedy, and I've kind of accepted it now, as opposed to like they should have just told the Fray Tormenta story.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess
when I think luchador, I think, a white guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think Rey Mysterio. I think Mucha Lucha. I think in more recent years, I think there's a lot of other luchador TV series that have become really popular, but yeah. I like Jack Black. I mean, he can be very funny if done in the right role. I don't think that this was right for him. I don't. I wish that they would have cast it like I know this was like in the and like when Jack Black was really popular. He was in like Shallow Hal. He was in pretty much almost every single comedy around the 2000s.
Wasn't this around the time of School of Rock?
Yeah, School of Rock.
Yes, that was
It
fun.
was like
Yes.
around School of Rock.
My
And
dad
also,
actually recommended that film
Nacho
to me when I
Libre
was very little.
wasn't Nacho Libre also a Nickelodeon movie as well?
It is a Nickelodeon movie,
Well,
yes.
Was.
I mean, like Nickelodeon movies weren't known for their quality at that time, were they? When you really think about it, and like.
And from the director of Napoleon Dynamite.
And yeah, the director of Napoleon Dynamite. Okay, let me get this straight. You want the director of Napoleon Dynamite to tell a loose interpretation of a well-known Mexican luchador who is also a monk and who happened to have been still alive when they were doing this movie. I think he's still alive though, but I think that
and it's also produced by a company that's known for fart jokes more than it is for anything else.
Right. And there was a part in the subplot
possibly
of the movie
go wrong?
where, I mean, there was a part in the movie where they were trying to have like a love interest, even though that at him as a monk, you're not supposed to be dating women, but you're supposed to dedicate yourself to God. Yeah. So there was that. And then it was like, oh, I cannot, be in love with you, even though that throughout the movie, they were kind of almost like flirting with each other awkwardly, sort of. But yeah, I mean, and then also you have that one moment where he's unmasked and then a whole bunch of the kids are like rooting him on, which I believe that when you're unmasked, didn't you like lose or something, or you're like seen as like
that's what I understand.
You're not supposed to show your face.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think according to tradition, apparently you only really unmask when you're done. So like, you will unmask it, in front of like people out of respect for them to say that, yeah, this is my career is now over and now this is who I am. And basically that's usually draws admiration from the crowd to say that you've had a long lasting career and that's, that's it. Right, right. Which by the way, WCW at the time during the 90s completely tore that up because they forced Rey Mysterio to unmask, they forced Juventud Guerrero to unmask and Psychosis to unmask. 90s American wrestling was not very kind to Mexican wrestlers by any stretch of the imagination. I still remember like the horrible piñata on the pole matches that Vince Russo used to do. They were disgusting.
That's terrible.
I know.
I will say this much about the movie because I only saw it once in the theaters. I was in college at the time. It was particularly forgettable. I don't know who this character is that they based it off of in real life, but the one thing that I got out of it at the very least that I kind of agree with is the message that if you choose a good mission to fight for, God will be there for you. I think that's a very strengthening message.
I do agree.
But,
yes.
But other than that, you have to get through Jack Black half naked.
That's the whole message of the guy himself. The reason why Fred Tormenta did this was so that he can be with the children. He was a dedicated man of God and he was helping the children out. Any money that he made was to help the children out in these orphanages. If they told that part of the story, I think it would have been really poignant, but they had to make it into a comedy because Jack Black was popular.
And to be honest with you, though, like, I mean, this might sound really controversial, but I prefer Jack Black's performance in Nacho Libre compared to Be Kind Rewind, to be honest with you. And Be Kind Rewind is unlikable.
We both watched Be Kind Rewind, and I'm sorry for those who like it. We were just not impressed with it.
I
actually saw Bernie not too long ago. Very great performance of Bernie, by the way. I was genuinely surprised. It was based off of a true story. And Bernie is like this really nice guy who, is always very friendly to everybody. And then there's a murder that happens. And everybody suspects that Bernie did it because he was really close to this old lady. And then he's just like so nice and so kind that people are like, nah, it wasn't Bernie. The woman just disappeared because she was like an old lady who was very, kind of stingy towards who she meets up with. But yeah, Jack Black knocks it out of the park. Like he is so nice in it, but he has this kind of devious side to him when you find out more about who he really is. And that's based off of a true story too. And I thought, wow, this is played off so much better. Wow. I don't know if you guys have seen Bernie yet.
No,
I've heard of it. I you mention it. I'd like to give that film a go. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, I don't know if you heard this, but my alarm went off. I got to get back to work here.
Oh, but listen, thank you so much for coming.
I got to head out too. It was really great popping in though. So everybody
my
have
gosh.
happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Free Ottermus. I love the sweater. Yes.
Otters are my favorite animals. Oh my gosh. I need that sweater actually.
Right.
That is wonderful.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Cheers, Jamie.
Good Good to see.
Thank you so much. Good to see you too.
The one Christmas jacket is the one Christmas sweater that I really want at some point is the one from Die Hard where it has like written in blood. I have a machine gun.
Yeah.
Ho ho ho! I really like that one. That one's hilarious.
I've never been one for the goofy sweaters, but that's an exception. I will buy 10.
Look it up. I will say.
Yes,
I've seen it. I want to go buy one. I really do.
Bye, James. Thank you.
James. So
that's actually a fun discussion right now because I know so many people call Die Hard a Christmas movie, which is cool.
Sure.
On HBO Max, they have a list of what they call holiday-ish movies, like movies set around the holidays. Like they include Die Hard, the first Gremlins, and Batman Returns.
Oh, that's actually really good because people say Iron Man 3 should be considered a Christmas movie because it also takes place around the Christmas holiday. So
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I think another great alternative, and it's a Christmas horror, and it's one of my favorites. It's called Anna and the Apocalypse.
I've heard about that movie. Yes, I think I showed this to Decker when we were doing Live and Wired together, where it's a zombie Christmas musical, and
it works.
Oh my gosh, I've heard about this, and I'm like, Patricia, I am just so intrigued with this idea.
Patricia, I actually found what you're talking about. Bernie, this was based on Bernhard Tida.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, apparently he
spoilers, spoilers.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I found it really fascinating just knowing.
It's a very interesting movie, by the way.
Yeah, he's a
for people. Yeah, people watch this. I mean it. I actually prefer it more than Nacho Libre. At least in terms of like a Jack Black performance that goes away from what he's typically known for.
If there's one thing I can say about Jack Black, looking at his filmography, I kind of appreciate he's not done the man in a dress type movies.
Okay.
Because that's something movies in Broadway are reckoning with right now, because some in the LGBT community have problems with stuff like that.
Okay.
Because like right now they just debuted a Broadway production of Mrs. Doubtfire.
Oh, I've heard about that, by the way. By the way, for those who tune into our episode of In Search of the Crystal Skull, where Aaron and I talked about Mrs. Doubtfire, we have heard so many times over the years that they wanted to bring Mrs. Doubtfire back. And then recently, Chris Columbus was brought in for an interview discussing about, is Mrs. Doubtfire ever going to come back for a sequel? And he's like, that pretty much was dead on arrival when Robin Williams passed away. So, yeah.
I know there were plans at one time to do a sequel where he follow his eldest daughter to college.
Yeah.
But Robin, as he got older, kind of took issue with the idea of playing the character again. Because
I guess it makes a lot of sense considering that I think that maybe he didn't want to have like a situation where you're trying to force a story into a character. It's kind of like how I've heard stories about Christopher Lee when he was talking about they're just bringing me in for Dracula because they would just write the stories first and then include Dracula second, and he was just not wanting to have that typecast again and again. And maybe Robin felt the same way, because here's the thing that a lot of people don't know about, and check out James's YouTube channel, From Pages to Pictures. I think his stuff is on like Dailymotion and Vimeo, because the stuff on YouTube has gotten stupidly complicated because of copyright issues. But he did a review of From Pages to Pictures discussing about Mrs. Doubtfire, comparing it to the book Madame Doubtfire. So alias Madame Doubtfire, that's what it's called. And I don't think that maybe there was a sequel to the book. I'm not sure, but I don't think there was, considering that even the original person who wrote the book didn't even like the movie. So, I mean, they would have to really stretch it in order for them to say, okay, we need to have a sequel and we're just going to have Robin Williams come in again. So, yeah.
Speaking about authors who don't like the movie of their books, P.L. Travers, that's one of the books.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going to bring her up?
Saving Mr. Banks is probably almost an example of how that played out. Tim would tell the whole story.
Tom Hanks.
Yes, Saving Mr. Banks is as good a story as you're going to get from Disney.
Yeah.
on the making of Mary Poppins because they still want to present Walt in a positive light, which I get because he's the founder of the company. But I love Walt, but let's be honest, he had his flaws.
Everybody does, to be quite honest.
And one of the biggest things that annoys me about that movie, it came out right around the time where Disney put in their no smoking policy, where they do not depict characters smoking in their movies. Yet Walt was an avid smoker.
He was, yes.
Oh, yes.
And that's also like, okay, I loved the new Cruella movie that just came out with Emma Stone as Cruella.
I've heard about it, yes.
But they can't show her smoking, even though her character is known for smoking.
Consistency much?
Yeah. What's up with trying
Funny,
to make things
okay, do you guys know the show Once Upon a Time?
Yes, I've heard about it, but I have not seen it.
Okay, so
Same.
Cruella was a character on that show, and the way they got around her not smoking was to give her magic powers that looked like smoke rings that gave her control of dogs.
Huh? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. Once Upon a Time is a very, very weird show.
I thought when I first saw the trailer for Once Upon a Time, I just thought, okay, they're gonna do like this huge collaboration with like a person moving in and like the fairy tales come to life. But I guess it's much more complicated than that.
Oh, it is.
I've always argued that they should do like when Ralph Breaks the Internet first came on and everyone was like raving about the Disney princesses all being together. That's the movie they should have done. I think that's what they should have gone with, and that would have made a ton of money. So
to your point, Patty, the show is complicated, and as one of my friends would say about the show, it doesn't have a family tree, it has a family bush, because everyone on that show by the end of it is related.
Of course they are.
Okay, Peter Pan is the father of Rumpelstiltskin.
What?
Yes.
What?
Poor fan fiction, buddy.
Go on.
And the Evil Queen and Wicked Witch are sisters.
Because those universes connect because reasons.
Yeah.
Rumpelstiltskin is married to Belle.
What? Like from Beauty and the Beast, Belle?
Because he's also the Beast.
Sure.
And they even recreate the dance.
Oh my god.
Jinkies.
The daughter of Snow White and Prince Charming is married to Captain Hook.
Nice.
Keepers.
Beautiful.
Her son is married to an alternate universe version of Cinderella.
Zoinks!
Okay. Yikes. Okay.
Oh, and a different Captain Hook from that universe is the father of Alice.
Zoinks.
I think we get the
And
point.
her
but
mother
I think
is Mother Gothel.
I think we get the.
I think we get
the point. But I think is it actually worth watching or not? I think is the
The first 4 seasons are worth watching.
How many
All right.
seasons are there?
7.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The last season
Sounds like
was
a healthy
reboot
run that it's been enduring.
Yeah, I probably sound. That's almost like Game of Thrones, actually.
But the way you're describing it, it sounds like it went off the rails at one point.
Oh boy.
It went off the rails
Don't
when they
remind
brought in
Game of Thrones
Frozen.
fans about the final episode, unless you want to see a river of flames.
I don't want to see
Because-
any more of that. I already went through it by seeing all the people's complaints. I think I'm done.
Yeah, it went off the rails when they brought in Elsa and Anna.
Oh, of course, because Frozen was popular, so why not?
Oh, I remember didn't they bring in the idea of a third sister or something like that? If I remember.
No,
correctly.
what it was is they brought in the actual Snow Queen as a villain that Elsa had to fight.
Okay, so the Snow Queen that Elsa had to fight, even though technically she was the Snow. My mind is blown right now.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like
Yeah, it's a confusing show.
It makes
love
Kingdom
it.
Hearts sound like plausible to storytelling.
Yeah.
Hey, I used to watch those weird shows because I'll admit it, I used to watch Riverdale, but then it got stupider.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Riverdale was just crazily melodramatic.
Oh man.
Anyway,
Same.
sorry.
It's just one of those shows like, this is dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed, Patricia. I've had some things behind me for the last couple of hours or so.
Oh yeah. So that's the stuff that we talked about in various podcasts. So
Well, actually, there are some things on this shelf that we have talked about, but there's one thing here that we haven't talked about.
Let's see what we got. Oh, the Sonic the Hedgehog 2, this poster right there.
Yeah, it's so this is the well, there goes Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Bye, Fantastic Mr. Fox.
Yeah, this is the Sega Mega Drive game, or Sega Genesis game, if you will, of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. So,
nice.
I put it on, because we were talking about Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is going to be coming out on in theaters soon. I thought this is a giggle. I thought I'd put this on the shelf.
Yeah. So if you are, I did a various Sonic podcast, but I did it with my friend Tom Carter, aka Index Sonic. So I have talked about my fair share of Sonic in the past. I did the long 2-hour discussion of Sonic the Hedgehog, then the looking back on the legacy of Sonic the Hedgehog when the franchise was celebrating its 25th anniversary. Then we talked about looking back on both of the trailers for Sonic the Hedgehog, both the really bad one and the one that looked promising. And then Aaron and we discussed about it in Search of the Crystal Skull on the movie.
Mm-hmm. So, hey, should we talk about Sonic the Hedgehog 2 coming up? Pretty much.
Yeah. I'm genuinely excited for this. Seeing the trailer really excited me.
It's amazing how we can go from that first bad trailer to this.
Yes, I agree.
You know what? If I was saying before that if this was the first movie, I'd be so hyped for it. Like this is what I would expect to see in a Sonic the Hedgehog movie. The poster, and then there's the movie to come out, the trailer to come out, and we're going to see Sonic, have to be less of a, this carefree teenager and have to be more kind of like this hero that needs to save the world. And now he's got Knuckles, as an antagonist, not just Dr. Robotnik. That's going to be played by Jim Carrey. And by the way, Jim Carrey, I think, it's funny. I would have liked Jim Carrey if he'd. If this had come out in the 90s and Jim Carrey had played Dr. Robotnik then, because then, Jim Carrey is not well known to be a well-rounded actor, I think, in that era of the 90s. And I think if he had the chance to do Robotnik and do it in the 90s, I reckon that we would probably be more, a bit more forgiving, I think, in regards to Jim Carrey's acting career, I think, rather than just being a zany comedical actor.
Man on the Moon was definitely a showcase that, hey, he can be a well-rounded actor.
Yeah. But
yeah.
I think Dr.
What about
Robotnik
number 23?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm going to head out, Patty. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you so much, Tim. Please, plug your stuff one more time before you go.
Well, as Patty says, I do a look at Disney, and my big thing I've been doing this year, and I talked about it when we did the outhouse, is I've been going through and looking at every LGBTQ plus Disney character.
Okay.
So far, I've covered, I want to say 45 to 46 characters.
Wow.
And only a few of them, like Luce and Amity, have been main characters.
Mm-hmm.
But things are starting to get better. Like the new West Side Story that is being released by Disney is going to be the first movie from Disney to feature a trans character.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Because they took the character of Anybody's, who was a tomboy in the original, who wants to be a jet, and made him a trans man.
Interesting.
So
I've been hearing a lot of people talking about that West Side Story remake and saying that it's really good, so I want to check it out.
So I'm excited for that. There's also some discourse about the West Side Story remake. I think in terms of the singing, some people don't particularly care for it.
Well, let's be honest. West Side Story is a very, very hard act to follow in regards to I still have goosebumps every time I watch the original movie. In regards to West Side Story, let alone trying to remake it or bring it back to Broadway or bring it back on stage or anything like that. It's just
that's
West
the
Side.
thing. Sondheim wrote difficult lyrics. And
definitely.
bless his heart, because he just passed away right before the
Stephen
movie came out.
Sondheim did pass away recently.
Yeah.
But on that same topic, I don't know if you guys saw, but Pixar put out an announcement that one of their projects will feature a trans girl in the lead.
Oh, I did not hear about this.
Interesting to see where they go with it. So
very interesting.
So the hope is
about
that they cast
LGBT
a trans voice actor.
Oh, that would be really good.
I think they would.
because-
I can't see why they wouldn't.
Yeah, they did it with Tokyo Godfathers, with the new dub of that movie not too long ago. So absolutely, I think that would be possible at this particular time.
But we go back to the characters you're currently analyzing at the moment. I mean, keep an eye open for Anne Boonchoi and Marcy. Like I mean, there's talk about them, and then also there's we don't know what the relationship officially is going to end up with between Molly McGee and Libby. So we're
well,
that's
funny you
still-
bring that up because Molly McGee did in its first season introduce a gay couple because Molly's history teacher, Mrs. Rupel, is married to another woman and she's played by Jane Lynch.
Of course she is.
Yeah. So I
And
mean, like,
now going back to the
cards on the
outhouse for a
table.
moment-
That's all I got to say.
Okay, fair.
Going back to the outhouse for a moment, Amity's voice actor just came out as pansexual.
Right. We did hear about that. Yes.
Well, all right. Good talking to you guys.
Oh, wait, before you go, Tim, I mean, I might as well just share it because, you're here. I want to do a quick little congratulations video that I did receive going into that discussion of like Owl House and such. So I received another one, so I'm just going to pull it up really, really quickly. Let me see if I can find it.
And also, one last thing, Timothy, are you down for if once 2B lands and we get through all the episodes, you down for doing that one too?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, cool. I'm really excited. All right, so right before you go, I'm just going to play off one quick congratulations video now that you're here, since it's pretty relevant to what we're talking about. Don't worry, I'll skip over to the next congratulations video, maybe at around 5 o'clock. So, yeah, I'm just going to do that really quickly. So here we go.
What's up? It's Avi Roque. I am here to congratulate Old School Lane podcast on celebrating their milestone anniversary, their 10th anniversary. What? Do I sing happy birthday? Do I say happy birthday? Congratulations. That was a very special song just for you. Woo!
All right, so that was Avi Roque. You probably know they are the voice of Rain Whispers on the Owl House. So thank you, Avi. Really do appreciate it. Go check out the podcast that we both did together.
They are amazing.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so
there's a question from
what other questions do we got?
Miranda Hernandez says, which Nickelodeon sister is better, Jazz or Debbie?
Oh no, I don't really care for Debbie, to be quite honest, so I'll just say Jazz. I mean, at least, even though that she is kind of like the annoying little brother to older sister to Danny, I mean, at least she does kind of like get supportive after a while. I mean, as for Debbie, she's just like your typical, oh, I'm a grungy teenager and I don't want to be here and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know that she does get better in the later seasons, especially when she knows about Eliza's secret, but yeah, I'll say Jazz.
Yeah, I think Jazz by a landslide because one thing to realize about Jazz is that academically speaking, she seems to be on the really, really right path. She's an honor student. She is very well-rounded for someone her age. Although she's like 2 years older than Danny. She does seem to have a great head on her shoulders.
Yeah.
And she really knows herself better than anybody else. She's not going to allow herself to subject herself to people who are not as bright as she is. I mean, I can't even imagine she and Dash Baxter as life partners. I'd rather ship her with Ghost Rider.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's interesting considering a lot of people would ship Jazz with Johnny 13.
Johnny 13 has Kitty.
I know, but this was before Kitty was introduced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember that episode where she fell in love with Johnny 13? It's like, oh, she's only using Jazz so that Kitty can be able to go inside Jazz's body.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. Anyway, so yeah, I would say, yeah, Jazz for me.
Yeah, Jazz Fenton by a long shot.
Yeah.
By the way, going to your experiences with the Cosby Show,
yeah,
have you ever watched it, and which are the episodes that you enjoy the most?
It's been a long time since I've seen the Cosby Show, so I'm just gonna. I can't really say that at the moment, so sorry.
I got to be honest, given the fact there's, there's so much, given the fact I think the show is dated now, and given the fact that the main character is not the guy I thought he was, it's kind of hard to kind of like reminisce on, the Cosby Show. To be honest with you, I think it's a product of its time. I think it deserves to be kind of left there, really, if for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the whole behind the scenes debacle that has been going on with Lisa Bonet. I mean, seriously, she started out as being like the crush of many young boys watching as Denise Huxtable, but it seemed like there's a lot of discourse about Lisa Bonet showing up late or not being in the mood to work on the show, and just a lot of things that were going on.
Well, that was just, it was mind you, a lot really hasn't changed all that much, really. Unfortunately, you still have people who, you think, they're on the camera and, everything's all fine and dandy. And then the next thing you know, they're flying off the rails. I mean, look at Amanda Bynes, for crying out loud. Where we thought everyone, she was all right when she was on the Amanda Show. And then all of a sudden she just, she walked away from that, and all of a sudden she just lost her mind.
I mean, imagine having to go through all of that, like being a child actor and having to, set a standard for a lot of other, young kids who are watching you. I'm sure that would drive anybody crazy. I mean, unless, of course, if you have a good head on your shoulders, and unless you have good people to help you out with, such as good parents and a good background, maybe an agent, and maybe you have the opportunity to go to school, then yes. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why child actors have left and decided to live normal lives, because let's be honest, I mean, everything in the Hollywood industry is just absolutely crazy. I mean, you have the lucky
I think
ones.
it ends up being a situation where if you can get a steady stream of work, then you're going to be good for the foreseeable future. But if you just can't keep yourself sustainable and people just aren't interested in you anymore, and you just rip along people the wrong way, and you either do one of the two things: either A, you walk away entirely, or B, you end up kind of on this very destructive cycle of just being constantly disappointed and then ending up going down a dark path. I mean, we've seen this thing happen so many times, with various other people, and it's sad, but it's a reality that I think that we have to deal with as people who look back on these shows,
But the irony is, Bill Cosby also had a doctorate in education in the 1970s, and even used that to pioneer the likes of Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids. I mean, it is kind of a shame, because whenever I thought about Bill Cosby, I thought of him as, yes, he had this facade of being America's dad, but looking at the allegations, especially spearheaded by Andrea Constand, it's like we look at him in a completely different light. Furthermore, during his tenure on the Cosby Show, he also made sure that education remained on the forefront. I mean, he made sure that the kids, especially, were tutored. I mean, take a look at
I understand
Bledsoe
that, Anthony, but it doesn't excuse what he did. It's that's his legacy taking forever. I mean, I feel the same way about there was a professional wrestler called Chris Benoit, he was a fantastic technical wrestler, and he wrestled all over the world. He was the Triple Crown winner in Japan. He won the World Heavyweight title at WrestleMania, and in that really iconic moment with Eddie Guerrero in the ring together, when and then Eddie Guerrero died, and then Chris Benoit completely lost his mind. He murdered his wife, murdered his child, and then killed himself. Unfortunately, whether you like it or not, it's just these things taint legacies, and you don't just all of a sudden say, yeah, he was a good wrestler, and we should just remember that. Let's not forget that he also, people did terrible things as well, and those things shouldn't be ignored.
Oh, definitely.
And so unfortunately, whether I understand that there's a lot of people who are probably in the chat right now who are probably reminiscent, including myself, who reminiscent and feel nostalgic for certain things. But I mean, unfortunately, we do have to rewrite history. I mean, there was a guy here in the UK called Rolf Harris, who he did Rolf's Cartoon Club. He did all sorts of children's, entertainment, and also did, he even drew a portrait for the Queen of England. And but when all the stuff came out that he was not a good guy, and all of that came out, you can't ignore this stuff. It's there, and to pretend that it never happened, or to discredit it anyway, I think is not a good way of a healthy way of even dealing with that. You have to accept that it happened, and we can only, unfortunately, we have to rewrite history here, because it's it's a harsh reality, but that's where we are,
Yeah. All right. I would definitely want to go over to our next segment of the show. So I mentioned this earlier in the live stream that I asked you guys to fill up a poll of what have been your favorite Old School Lane podcast and what have been your favorite Old School Lane videos. So I have the results right here from Google Forms, and I am just so genuinely curious about how this turns out. So for anybody who did take the time to fill out these forms, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. So I'm just going to share the screen right here, and let's see what the results are. I'm so genuinely curious. Okay, next. Okay, first question. What is your favorite podcast that has been produced and or associated with Old School Lane? Overwhelmingly, Casual Chats is the most. So 53.3% of you guys say Casual Chats is your favorite episode, favorite podcast from Old School Lane. It's a tie between Pix Mix and We're in Between for second place. And then third place is the Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast. So I guess it does make a lot of sense. So Casual Chats, it's the one that I'm probably known for the most. I've done now 175 episodes of this podcast, and Pix Mix. So yeah, I guess, Aaron, we'll talk about this together. So yeah, I guess a lot of people really do like our discussions on Pixar films and shorts together.
Yeah, it's the original concept of Pix Mix is that we weren't just going to do the Pix Mix, the Pixar films in order. We were going to randomly review them. So we had the random wheel, and we randomly reviewed them, and that was kind of like the fun thing about it, because you didn't know what type of movie you were going to get, from Pixar. All you knew you were going to get a Pixar film. So we started off with Coco, which is a really great place to start off with, and then unfortunately we ended with Brave, which wouldn't be a place where I would have liked to have ended up on, but that's where we are. But I think but the thing is that Pixar always still seems to give us something golden, which I really do appreciate, and so it's always a pleasant discussion to have with a Pixar film. But we got Dug Days coming up at some point, so we'll have to talk about that, no doubt. But I'm a bit saddened that In Search of the Crystal Skull has got 0%, because we were looking at bringing that back next year. So
nobody voted for In Search of the Crystal Skull, which makes me really sad, because we had a lot of fun doing Crystal Skull stuff, but yeah, nobody voted for that. Nobody voted for Turtle Talk, which makes a lot of sense, because that was a podcast that Kevin and I did back in 2013 and 2014. Only lasted for 13 episodes, didn't last very long. And that was due to the fact that Kevin and Christina were starting to become more serious in their relationship, so that's why it had to be shorthanded when it did. Okay, next question. What have been your favorite episodes of the podcast done at Old School Lane, Casual Chats, Pix Mix, Dream, We're in Between, etc.? Okay, here are the ones. Hamilton, which is the one that Aaron and I did together. Rescuers Down Under, that's the one that Aaron and I did for Crystal Skull. Disney Renaissance, that's the one that Chris and I did together. The Don Bluth retrospective, so that's a combination of Jaime Tude, Animat, Nero, Y-Boy, and I think those are the ones who have been mostly consistent in those Don Bluth discussions. Why Nickelodeon's Thanksgiving Fest, that's a video, not counting that. The 20th anniversary reunion live stream, I guess that's a video, that's not a podcast. Even though, to be fair, I did upload it as a podcast on Anchor and Spotify, so I'll count that. Pokemon. I have to be asking specifically on which one, because I did Pokemon 20th anniversary, Pokemon movies and OVAs, Pokemon anime. So I've done Pokemon 3 times. Monsters at Work for Pix Mix, and the Roald Dahl retrospectives, not Ronald Dahl. So it's Roald Dahl. Pix Mix, Cars 3. We're in Between, Far From Home. Disney, just Disney. And She Was Gone, We're in Between. Top 15 is told by, that's a video, not counting that. Again, they said the We're in Between cast live stream. The Invader Zim podcast that I did with Johnny. Chris Niosi's Tome, the Terrain of Magical Expertise, which was the online web series that I did with Y-Boy and Jim. Anything with Nickelodeon and anime, really. So that's a lot of them. The Yu-Gi-Oh podcast. Okay, that was the one that Eli and Isaac did together. Anything that deals with something I know the topic of. So, okay.
That could be anything. But
yeah, that could be anything.
One thing I noticed on there is someone mentioned Monsters at Work for Pixmix, and I tell you what, like talk about like baking a frozen pie, and like it being cold in the middle, like it's just I still look back at Monsters at Work and think, good grief, they missed out on such a great. Even then, I think they shouldn't even have done it to begin with. I mean, like everyone's been crying out for a Monsters Incorporated sequel, and the Monsters Inc. sequel, and they've never done it. And they've either like done a prequel, which nobody wanted, and then they've done a series, which I don't think many people wanted, and. And I get there's a lot of like, fan art and fandoms around Monsters at Work. And, there's a lot of people who do like the show. I do get that. But for someone who has been crying out to seeing what happened to, Mary or Boo, in, many years after the fact.
Yeah.
Like, and now that we're going to get a second season of this, of Monsters at Work, I don't know. Like, Monsters at Work kind of like started off okay and then rubbed me the wrong way, like in the very middle, and then kind of picked up towards the end. Was. I don't know what they're going to do with the second season. I don't know if they're going to concentrate back on, our protagonist again, or if they're going to go on a different story. I don't know, but I don't know. I felt deflated, I think, after Monsters at Work. Really, I didn't think the reason why I say that is because it was on Disney Plus, and keep in mind, like in Disney Plus, there's like other series that you can focus on, besides Monsters at Work. We were watching The Owl House at the same time.
Yes, we were
watching Monsters at Work, and we felt like The Owl House was yeah, exactly. WandaVision, like there was plenty of other well put together series that were on Disney Plus at the time while Monsters at Work was slowly being released, and it paled by comparison. It was almost like when I don't say it's exactly that. It's a bit cruel, but it's like, say for example, you had a game that was supposed to come out like as a launch title, like it was supposed to come out like on release of like the game console, but then it got massively delayed. And then during that time, you had other games that were similar, actually even better to that were coming out like month after month after month, and people were getting excited about that. Then your game finally gets released, but it's not changed since the launch, since it was when it was supposed to come out in the launch title, and it becomes the interest, it becomes okay, but not as intriguing as, say, the other games that you played prior to that. That's how Monsters at Work feels to me. It feels like if it came out, like, say, when Disney Plus first came about, or when it came out before everything else came to be, maybe it probably would have been something maybe a bit more intriguing or maybe a bit more interesting. And then we could have said, okay, well, now it's become dated because other better shows have come after it, which is just natural progression. I mean, like, just because the Flintstones is the first ever animated TV show doesn't necessarily mean it's the best show. Like other shows have come and done better, has put on better, production after the fact. But yeah, that's just how I feel about Monsters at Work. I feel like it's come out too late, it's come out too deflated, and there's other shows that are better than that you would probably want to watch first before this one.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what the next one is. What have been your favorite topics covered at Old School Lane? And I had various, choices. The overwhelmingly at 80%, animated shows is number one. So every time I talk about an animated show, it's the one that everybody's going to tune into the most. Animated movies is second place, and then third place is video games, which is actually surprising considering that video game discussions are actually some of my least viewed topics on when it comes to like my episodes of Casual Chats. I don't get remotely as many views as when I discussed about like the Game Boy Memories podcast or the Mega Man podcast, compared to if I was talking about like when we talked about Yu Yu Hakusho, or well, that's anime, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Or any type of animated show that has come out more recently or who came out a long time ago. So I'm just genuinely curious because video games have never been like anywhere near like my top most viewed episodes of my podcast. So that's genuinely surprising. I mean, maybe I'll talk more about video games in the future, but as for like animated movies and animated shows, I guess that's not too much of a surprise. Live action shows is also another one that's gotten some surprise too, even though I don't really talk about that very often. And the comic strips, even though I've only talked about 2 of them in my podcast. I talked about Calvin and Hobbes and Pearls Before Swine. So I definitely want to go back to that and cover that at some point. And then the lower ones is musical and plays and books. So
shout out to the person who said musicals and plays. You got far more culture than I think most other people do.
Yeah. I guess we're not going to be covering. Oh, Antoni's gone. I guess he dropped out. He'll be back. Anyway, so yeah, the next one. Which specific topics have been your favorite in Old School Lane? Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, Nickelodeon's number 1, of course.
Oh, of course, Nickelodeon's number 1. Who else would be?
Yeah.
But it's really I'm really surprised people really want to hear our opinions on Nickelodeon because, I mean, Patricia, you're far more positive about Nickelodeon than I have been in recent years. But, there's far, I have to admit, there's far better stuff going on Disney right now than there is at Nickelodeon. I mean,
to be fair, that's where a lot of people know me from, like back in like my Nickelodeon Slimecast podcast day. So they just probably transitioned from there to Old School Lane when I decided that I was no longer going to be going over to that podcast anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not surprised that people still want me to talk about Nickelodeon stuff, even though I try to steer a little bit more towards like other animated shows from other channels since then.
I was going to say, they want you to talk about more Nickelodeon stuff. Me, on the other hand, nah, they don't want to. They don't hear my grotty reviews. My thoughts on Nickelodeon the way they are now.
Fair enough. Okay, the second most listened to topic is Disney, which not too surprised. I mean, next to Nickelodeon, Disney has been like my most viewed stuff. Obviously, the Disney Eras podcast has been like one of my most popular series of podcasts I've done. And as you've seen from the preview, that I have the episode of Casual Chats ready to go, the Disney post-Renaissance era podcast that I did with Chris Moore. So that's been overwhelmingly popular. I'm really happy to hear about that. And the third one is older movies. So I guess, again, that's not too much of a surprise since I do talk a lot about older movies in my podcast discussions, and as well as like Crystal Skull and various other podcasts.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that the big 3 is still the big 3: Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and Disney. Nothing much has changed. Really. So.
Right. Yeah. Let's see what other ones. Cartoon Network and older shows are tied. Anime and cult classics are also tied. And the one that's the lowest by one person is shows and movies from other countries, which, oof. I'm kind of sad to hear about that, considering that I was actually.
To be honest, given the fact that there's currently an initiative right now for.
I do feel kind of bad for that particular and the shows and movies from other countries, because there are a lot of things that we're kind of missing out. Like we have to kind of think about filmmakers like Jan Svankmajer and Akira Kurosawa, as well as Jacques Demy. I mean, I bring those films up because in terms of Jan Svankmajer, he was very well known for Alice, and with Jacques Demy, he was very well known for the likes of The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, The Young Ladies of Rochefort, and of course, this very underrated pure musical film, Une chambre en ville, which is known in English as A Room in the Town.
Okay.
Yeah, well, keep us in mind that, there's currently an initiative in place right now from Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, and even Disney to, get more, foreign animators involved. Like, there's an initiative in Africa right now. I mean, Nickelodeon right now is wanted to do this whole, initiative where they want, like, Nicktoons from all over the world to, be created by different animators from, places like India and places like, in the Far East and things like that. So, I mean, give it time. It might not be too long until we start hearing about these people, because now they're finally doing cartoon shows for Nickelodeon, Disney, and Cartoon Network, and some of the other major networks. So, I've always said, the one thing I think Nickelodeon should do, they should do a channel where they have, an international version of Nicktoons network, where they get all animators, to do their own version of Nicktoons. They then do, maybe, their own dubs, and then they put them all into this network, and they give people, a refreshing, idea, different cultures and different, ways that, animation is done. And I think Nickelodeon would have a winner if they did that. I think because they can turn around and say, yeah, we're the world player in regards to animation. If you want to be, on the world stage, you have to be at Nickelodeon and be on the Nickelodeon International Network. You know, that'd be a great place to start. Highlighting this talent.
I think so. Yeah. All right. So the next question that I asked was, what topics would you like to hear covered at the podcast more often? Because I mean, I'm sure that people will be like, oh, we always talk about this specific thing. I want to hear you talk about other new things. So I asked you guys, and this is the responses that I received. And a lot of these are pretty much bots, because I know I had to delete a few of them because they kept saying the same thing over and over again. So I'm going to ignore a few of them. So just want to let you know. Okay, I'm not going to talk about the Free Britney movement because, well, I mean, remember this, I don't really talk about anything like political stuff or anything like that kind of.
Well, keep in mind, I think the reason why this came up is because on Aaron and Patricia, we talked about it as because, Britney Spears was part of our nostalgia. I mean, she was one of the girls in the Mickey Mouse, the Mickey Mouse Club on the Disney Channel, and with Justin Timberlake, and she's basically been the princess of pop pretty much through the 90s and all the way through the 2000s. Right. And what happened to her in regards to that conservatorship was a massive injustice. It was understandable to begin with, but it ended up turning up to it being an abusive relationship between everybody involved. So Free Britney, I think, has been an important step, I think. And, this is only the beginning. I think Free Britney is going to end up kind of exposing how bad conservatorships actually are. And keep in mind, a lot of autistic people like me and people like, other autistic people who might be listening to this live stream right now, we're all capable of being put under this, against our will. So I think this is only a tip of the iceberg in regards to Britney Spears. I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to come out through this, I think. And I won't be too surprised if we see Britney Spears, in front of Congress, describing how terrible her situation actually was. And, then the government starting to get involved because, what's going on right now is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, if you really want me to discuss about this in an episode of Casual Chats, which, by the way, I haven't discussed about this kind of topics since all the way back in the early years of Casual Chats. One of our first episodes of Casual Chats was on the Sandy Hook shooting. That was one that Kevin recommended because he felt it was such an important thing to bring up. So yeah, if you really want me to start talking about this kind of topics, then please let me know. Another suggestion is The Office, which here's the thing: which version of The Office, the American version or the British version? So I think
the Monsters at Work version.
Parks and Recreation.
Oh yeah.
Community.
Modern Family.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so most likely they're referring to the American version, which I would love to. That's a great suggestion, actually. It's on, I believe it's on Peacock, so I can be able to watch all the seasons of that and catch myself up. Stranger Things. Wow, that's actually a really good suggestion. I was originally going to watch.
I feel so guilty. There's some of these. Stranger Things has been on streaming for years, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been a Netflix. It's been one of the de facto Netflix exclusive shows.
And I've not watched one episode.
I was planning on doing it, but around the time in which it was premiering,
back in the time, Hey Arnold fans were even bugging me to watch Stranger Things. It was that type of show. Around
the time when Stranger Things was starting to become really popular, that was when my dad was sick, and I just thought, I heard a lot of people saying this, it gets really heavy, so I just couldn't at the time, but now I can, so I definitely want to watch it. All that, which by the way, I did discuss about. Now, if you're referring to now it says 1994 discussion, I did a podcast on all that. I don't know how much more I can talk about if I did another podcast on it. So yeah, I mean, unless of course I can talk about the reboot of all that happened last year. Yes, I will do it when the show is over. But as for all that 94, no, I'm not going to talk about that.
The only thing I could suggest that we do for all that now is try and contact people and see if we try and do a live stream of that.
That would be awesome. I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's gonna be hard to get people like Keenan and Kel and things like that. I mean, all the heavyweights that were in all that. But surely some of the backroom stuff and things like that, like people who were there at the time, and some of the younger kids that were involved now who won't be open to. Being part of the live stream and talking about what's it like behind the scenes and stuff. Surely they must
I would love that.
Up for that. Yeah, I think that's warranted at some point. I think to do a live stream for all that.
Okay, Nickelodeon, which I pretty much do already. So moving on, I would like to hear more about Nickelodeon shows, particularly 90s shows. Again, I already do that. Moving on, cult classics and underrated gems. Okay. This is a difficult one considering that I know a lot of people want me to talk more about cult classics, which by the way, just the previous one, cult classics, I know it made decent buck that they would hear me talk about cult classics, but if it's a cult classic that pretty much nobody has heard of, it's not easy to get a lot of views, which I mean, I know for that one person who's like, oh, I remember this one movie from the 70s that was overlooked because of this reason. I would love to talk more about that, but again, it has to be like a specific cult classic that I know a lot of people would really
also Patricia also, and I can be witness to this, is that there's only particular cult classics that I think that she's into, because I tried to get her to watch the entire series of Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars, and she could barely go like through 5 episodes.
I just couldn't. I'm sorry. Yeah. I could not.
So in regards to cult classics and underrated gems, I mean, I'm still trying to find episodes of The Dreamstone, and because that was an underrated classic, for a British TV show, and it was actually done by the London Philharmonic Orchestra as well. So the music for that is phenomenal. So we might maybe go to that at some point. The only thing is that the first 2 seasons are okay, but then the last 2 seasons are pretty terrible. So I think that's the only problem with it. So. Maybe if we do cult classic shows and underrated gem shows, we probably might want to do some dig deeping, but the problem is that there's other stuff that we need to get on with, so we don't really have time to kind of do that.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can only suggest that we make suggestions.
Now, unless, of course, we can be able to tackle these cult classics or underrated gems in some way, shape, or form, whether it be with Crystal Skull, where we talk about films. If you think that any of the films that we have been talking about are considered to be cult classics or underrated gems, like The Rocketeer or Rescuers Down Under, then that could be a possibility of how we can be able to wrap that around. And I know that a lot of people want me to
think about it. We actually did do that's one of the series of In Search of the Crystal Skull we did. We did underrated gems.
Yes, we
did.
If
you remember, yeah. So I'm trying to remember I'm completely forgetting what films we actually did for that.
The films that we did were Rescuers Down Under, The Rocketeer, UHF, and Be Kind, Rewind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, so I tell you what, I still love UHF. UHF.
Yeah, that one was a great one.
Film. Yeah.
Yeah, out of the 4 movies that we saw, that was our favorite.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is 90s TV shows, which I guess I have to be more. I guess I already do that a lot, but I guess if they want more of it, then okay, I could do that.
Maybe a suggestion would be 90s TV shows that not a lot of people have heard about. I mean, I've been scouring through YouTube and found out that there were, especially Black sitcoms. I mean, there's one starring Thea Vidal called Thea.
Okay.
There's another that stars Malcolm Jamal Warner. That's called, I think, Here and Now, where he plays AJ.
Okay.
And then there's Sherry.
Sherry.
Yeah, that's the name of the show. It stars. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I know that that's from 2009. But this one has James Avery play a dad figure, and it stars Sherry Shepherd.
Okay, cool.
Let's see right here. Oh, I mean, there's All American Girl starring Margaret Cho. It only lasted for 19 episodes.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll definitely have to, put that maybe possibly on the list of many things that I have to talk about. Okay. Lincoln Loud. I've never discussed about the Loud House in a podcast before, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what? We should at some point, because it's the one show that SpongeBob SquarePants hasn't cancelled yet. So also it also spun off La Casa Grandes as well, which I think is a love it or leave it kind of show. But we should definitely cover some topics maybe on the Loud House at some point. The fact that it's one of the I'm trying to remember if in regards to Nickelodeon, I think at least at the time, I don't think it had a lesbian couple in at the time, which the Loud House does.
Yeah.
And so I think it has been groundbreaking in some places, the Loud House. I think it does deserve some recognition in some places.
For sure. All right. The next one is As Told by Ginger. I've already talked about that show so many times. How much more do you want me to talk about? I'm sorry. I think that I cannot do any more As Told by Ginger podcast, unless of course.
What if they did a live action version of As Told by Ginger?
That would be Suburgatory then.
Okay.
All right, moving on. PBS shows from the 90s and early to mid 2000s. Okay, I can get across this because I have not discussed about PBS shows very often. I don't think I've actually, the only ones I have done is Carmen Sandiego. So I definitely need to talk about like Beacon's World or Bill Nye the Science Guy and Ghost Rider and Arthur and all those other shows. As for like the early to mid 2000s, I cannot tell you because I have no idea what aired around that time. So yeah, but that's a good suggestion though. PBS shows, I definitely need to put that down as a possibility. Villanos by Alan I. Terrell, which Aaron and I did discuss about on Aaron and Patricia, that finally it's becoming more available to people to watch. So
well, there's an English dub now apparently, so now it's become a bit more work thing. But just go back on the PBS stuff. I mean, like the history of PBS is actually itself, an interesting topic because I mean, it was at the point where Mr. Rogers himself had to go to Congress to like beg them for cash and like say that this is like something something that it should be saved. So
yeah,
I mean,
then Mitt Romney wanted to shut it down because it's like, oh, we need to shut down PBS, but don't worry, it's not like I don't like Big Bird, and then everybody just blew up because it's like you're taking down Big Bird, so
I guarantee
something that has taken years for it to be persevered, and something that Fred Rogers wholly defended, not with fists or violence, but with words. It just took, I mean, every time I watch that video with Fred Rogers, defending what the importance of his show is, it's like there's no agenda.
Yeah.
It just does it in a gentle manner. And it's pretty much changed the course of television history.
But the great thing about Fred, and this is something that we don't see in modern America today, that Fred Rogers was a highly religious man, but at the same time he didn't let his his religious beliefs get in the way of like trying to entertain and educate the young people he was trying to get his message across to.
Right.
He's unfortunately he's a guy that we will never probably see, unless things dramatically change in American culture anytime soon. So like it's like nowadays, like anyone who seems to be like massively evangelical seems to either want to grasp people for cash or wants to like ban abortion or whatever.
Pat Robertson, don't remind me about him.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. Anime. Okay, so they want me to talk about anime more often, which is very true. The last time that I talked about anime was the Studio Ghibli podcast with Zenith Warrior Princess and Philip Kanzarovsky. That was last year. So yeah, since then, I haven't really covered anime very much. But here's the thing. Anime can be very, very overwhelming to watch, especially if it's an anime that is over 500 episodes long or even 1,000 episodes long. Okay, I'm lying. Okay, I'm lying. Pokemon anime, that was something that happened earlier this year, but I wasn't really much into the conversation. It was mostly Malik and Devante who were part of it. But yeah, I guess it's true that I haven't really delved into more anime than I wanted to. I mean, we still haven't even finished a continuation of Yu Yu Hakusho yet. We haven't even talked about, I haven't talked about Bleach yet. I haven't talked about Full Metal Alchemist yet. I haven't talked about Cowboy Bebop yet. Yeah, there's so much anime that
Inuyasha.
Inuyasha. I have to talk about Inuyasha. Yeah, for sure. Especially since Yashihime is out.
I think given how big Crunchyroll is right now, and given how big anime is as a whole genre, like I think if you start it, I don't think you'll ever like reach the end of it. I think like there's just so much of it now.
There is.
Like, so I think you're probably better off just like, touching like, the top kind of like, shows, and then kind of like maybe
it's going to be full of Dragon Ball.
Probably will be, yeah.
Like, all of the Dragon Ball. Which, by the way, I will talk about it.
To be fair, there is more to anime than Dragon Ball,
I know, but that's always going to be like the most recommended anime that everybody's going to say. How do you first get into anime? Everybody's going to say Dragon Ball.
Dragon Ball, yeah, because that's what everyone grew up with. That's what was on Cartoon Network when they were doing the the Power Zone.
Yeah. I mean, you watch Dragon Ball for the fight scenes, but if you want to watch anime for the plot, stick to Cowboy Bebop, or better yet, want something more elevated, have your go at Monster. I
have not seen that.
I want to have something that balances the two. Have a go at either Trigon or Outlaw Star or both.
Yes, absolutely. All right, next one is Disney Channel shows, which, okay, admittedly, I have not talked about Disney Channel shows as much other than the Owl House, then yeah, I pretty much dropped the ball when it comes to Disney Channel shows. I haven't
was
talked
about
about
to say, like, I mean, given the fact that Disney Channel's only out now, like, and everything seems to be going to Disney Plus, I mean, like, is there any point kind of talking about? I mean, unless you're gonna like look at it from like a a Disney Plus perspective. I mean, like, is there any point to kind of like talk about Disney Channel shows at this
Oh
point?
yeah,
Because-
sure. I mean, like I think they're referring to like maybe older or newer Disney Channel shows. I've had a lot of people say talk about Kim Possible, talk about American Dragon Jake Long, talk about
Fillmore?
Lizzie McGuire, talk about even Stevens. So I've
Fillmore.
had people suggest that to me.
Talk about Fillmore.
Fillmore, that's another suggestion
Yeah.
that I've gotten. Yes.
Fillmore's a great show. I love Fillmore.
Yeah, yeah. I would love
Gosh,
to talk about
Fillmore is so criminally underrated.
Yeah.
No
I would
pun
love to talk
intended.
about that too. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, and I have to confess, I didn't really grow up with a lot of the Disney Channel sitcoms, so I'm sorry. So
Well, I mean, keep
have
in mind, Disney Channel, well, at least here in the UK, Disney Channel was a premium channel. Like, unless you had like a really beefed up subscription, you weren't going to get Disney Channel. So,
Right.
like, I don't think I got Disney Channel until a lot later, and when the subscriptions started to become a bit more affordable. So, like, the things I grew up with was Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon from time to time when it was available, and yeah, we just we grew up with basically the basic cartoon channels and cartoon shows. I mean, like Disney was only there if you were able to pay for it. That was what it was there for.
Right.
I mean, I visited the United Kingdom, and then there were like separate channels for Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, Disney Channel. I mean, there's a separate channel for Disney Junior where I caught Jungle Cubs. Toonami had its own channel where I caught DBGT, DBZ, and Justice League Unlimited and X-Men Evolution. Boomerang had its own channel. I should know because how I caught these is that I was staying with a host family in Oxford for 2 weeks. And when I, like after school, like learning British English, I would catch these shows and I was immediately immersed into each of them, especially when it came to reigniting my fascination and enjoyment for DBZ and to some extent DBGT.
That's really cool. Well, how long were you in Oxford for?
When I was 13, that was back in 2005. That was for 2 weeks. I stayed with a host family.
Oh, cool.
And then the second time I was there in Oxford, it was in a boarding school, and I was 14 back in 2006. That was for 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
That's really cool. So, I mean, I've been in Britain pretty much. I live in the north. So you can probably imagine like the north of England and the south of England are very two different sides of a coin, if you will. So, I mean, like, did you get a chance to go up north when you were in Oxford, or were you kind of stayed in the south pretty much?
I remember that I was situated in Abingdon, where my 2 week residence was. That's for a summer study program. And then I was in a language school for like foreign kids who were learning British English, like proper British English. I forgot the name of the school, but it was. But my experience there in England was definitely something that I will always remember. And I even managed to catch shows such as Allo Allo and Moesha.
Yeah, I remember Moesha actually. Yeah, and I think I'm trying to remember I don't remember it being all that popular really when it first came out, but it wasn't something that was massively talked about. I mean, like the classic British comedy shows were, and also me and Patricia talked about Father Ted, and we also talked about Faulty Towers, and we still need to go through all those shows. Actually, we're not going through Monty Python yet. We're not going through. Actually, we need to go for LOLO. Actually, that's and also Dad's Army as well. And there's actually a really controversial sequel to Dad's Army called Eight Ain't Half Hot Mom, and but it's not on TV anymore because it gives a negative portrayal of Indians. So
have you heard of Adulthood?
It rings a bell. I'm sure that's there somewhere at some point, but I think but we got a lot of British comedy to catch up on, me and Patricia. I think
we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
All right. Last
Along Way
suggestion
Down.
for. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was also this film back in 2014 that was called A Long Way Down, starring Pierce Brosnan, Toni Collette, Imogen Poots, and yeah, I forgot the other guy, but it was based off a book.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So
Cool.
the last topic that was suggested was behind the scenes, which I usually do that when I discuss about any topic, to be quite honest. And it's kind of hard to articulate like behind the scenes stuff, like its own topic specifically, unless of course if the behind the scenes story is like so vast, then maybe. But for the most part, I just usually have like behind the scenes is like its own small little section right before I discuss about the main topic itself.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think our commentaries are kind of fun to do. Like, when we like gonna do like a casual chat, say for example, like on Matilda and stuff like that. Like, we'll watch the movie and also we'll like talk about our thoughts on it while we're watching it as well. Like,
exactly.
I mean, those types of things are fun. I really like doing those.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, we also did one on Fantastic Mr. Fox too.
Oh yeah, we did. And oh, by the way, that's on the back of.
Yeah, and for those who are wondering, why don't I see it on YouTube? Is because, well, YouTube blocked it, and so the only way you can be able to listen to it is if you go over to my podcast feed. So
of course they did. So but I think maybe we should probably just put, people can be like listening to the podcast on that anyway. It's not like they're gonna have a YouTube open whilst watching the movie, are they? So maybe we should put them in as podcast maybe, and just have people say, yeah, well, if you want to listen to us while you're watching TV, then here you go.
Okay. All right. The next question. What topic would you like to hear covered at the podcast that has rarely or has never been covered? More Disney era retrospectives and 80s sitcom discussions. Okay. So Disney era retrospectives. Yes, we will cover that. As I mentioned before, preview of the Disney post Renaissance era podcast. I already showed it earlier this morning. So go listen to that when you're done watching this. And if you want to wait, then it's coming out on Monday. So that's going to happen. 80s sitcom discussion. That's an interesting one. So yeah, I definitely need to talk about like Punky Brewster and Roseanne and various others. So yeah, so that's an interesting.
And of course, let's not forget about Family Matters and the Cosby Show.
Yeah. Next one, more Nickelodeon content. I mean, I said rarely or never. I talk about Nickelodeon content all the time.
Especially the rare ones.
Yeah. Hey Arnold. No, I've already talked about Hey Arnold. Even though if you want to say, hey, to a casual chats on Hey Arnold, that's a different story. I've never done a casual chats episode on Hey Arnold. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Yeah, maybe I'll do that in the future. Fairy tale adaptations made outside of Disney. That's a good one, by the way. I remember all those bootleg Disney knockoff movies that I used to get, or movies that were trying to
like productions.
Yeah.
I mean, like not all of them were like legit, like trying to bank off Disney. Like there are some actually are based on grim fairy tales. With movie, TV specials and movies actually were released by who was it? Was it not Rip On? What was it called? I think maybe it was the Rip On. I don't know, but there was a Japanese company that partnered up with, I think it was an Austrian production company, and they did like all the grim fairy tales, and they did them in like 40-minute slots or something like that as like specials. I that just rings a bell. And they used to like release it like on the VHS cassettes.
Was it called Antoni Ripon?
Nippon.
Oh, okay, Nippon. Sorry. So I think it was. I think they did their own versions of like the Grimm's fairy tale movies. So maybe it's probably them you might want to cover at some point. I don't know, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've seen a few of them, but they're nothing to write home about. They're just your typical VHS filler, if anything.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm sure that when you talk about like fairy tale adaptations, I think the ones that I remember that is not Disney are like Happily Ever After, which is the one that Filmation did right before they went under, and then there was also The Princess and the Goblin, which I believe it was like a what animated film from what country was that? I don't remember, but yeah, I also remember that too, and yeah, I think I did see my fair share of like unusual ripoffs of like princess movies. So yeah, I'm actually curious about like watching different adaptations of fairy tales that are not Disney. So I could be a contender. Next one is
a joke that goes around that. So there's like they're waiting for a production company to make the one Disney the one princess movie that Disney will never ever make, and that's the princess who like protested it like her I think her king or dad like raising taxes for poor people, so she rode around naked on a horse. Like I can't remember the name, but yeah, people are making jokes about like when's the. Oh, sorry.
Was it Godiva or Lady Godiva?
Yeah, I think
Lady Godiva, yeah. Lady Godiva,
yeah. So
Lady Godiva, yeah.
Everyone's making jokes about like that. They're waiting for someone to like an animation company to make the one film that Disney will never, ever make. So
sure. All right, next one is Sabrina the Teenage Witch, which oh man, okay. So there are two versions. Well, actually, there's multiple versions of it because there's the animated one that came out during the Archie comic craze of like the 60s and 70s. And then there was obviously the 90s live action series with Melissa Joan Hart. And then there's the more recent one that just came out on Netflix, which is a much more darker take on it. So
yeah, which is kind of weird because the Melissa Joan Hart one, because that was released on ABC in the United States, but in the UK it was on Nickelodeon for some strange reason.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was I don't know why Nickelodeon picked that up, but okay.
I mean, I guess because, hey, we need to have a Clarissa Explains It All continuation that's not Clarissa. So here's Melissa Joan Hart as Sabrina.
Wasn't it because while it was on ABC, it was made by Viacom, so they still had like the rights to it in some way.
Yes, they
so
did.
I guess the reason why they could put it on Nickelodeon. Okay, then that probably makes sense. But you know what? I mean, like a lot of people do remember Sabrina the Teenage Witch from Melissa Joan Hart, so I think it would be something we should probably cover in the future. And
absolutely,
also, it stars B.A. Billy Gunn, who was a former professional wrestler in the WWF. By the way, at 60 years old, still wrestling to this day in AEW.
Wow.
And he's still ripped as well. Like he is still all muscle. Like he's a big dude. Like at 60 years old, like it's amazing. You should see him.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely need to watch all the Sabrina series. So okay, next one. Jim Henson, Sesame Street, Muppet Show, Muppet Movie / Projects. This is one that I kick myself because Kevin and I wanted to do Muppets so badly, but for some reason or another, we just never got around to it. So this has been on the back burner for years. We've desperately wanted to do some Muppet discussion.
Well, if I recall, I mean, when we were doing like the research for In Search of the Crystal Skull, I think some Muppet movies did come under that category. So yeah, so there will be, if we do In Search of the Crystal Skull, there will be times where we will be actually doing, Muppet stuff. So keep an eye out for that. So
yeah, and I guess it would be relevant for Sesame Street because of that documentary that's coming out on HBO Max.
Also, keep in mind, Jamboree has his Puppet Panic series as well. So like you can also check him out too for
there you go. That's also one as well. Yeah, the only puppet show that I've really talked about is Dinosaurs, and I haven't really gone much into puppets afterwards. I mean, I really do need to do that. So next one, again, Lincoln Loud. Okay, we know you want us to do the Loud House. We will do the Loud House.
I think I know who that is. So I think he's on Twitter. So yeah.
Okay, next one is very special episodes of cartoons. Now, when they mean by very special episodes, do you mean by episodes that tackled in a very specific topic or had maybe controversies with it? Or I mean, you have to be. I don't know what you mean by.
I was going to say, please don't say all cartoon all stars to the rescue. Like, I really don't want to do a drug PSA.
No,
to be honest with you,
I don't want to do that either.
I think what they're talking about is maybe they're talking about like when shows crossed over, something maybe like the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour, maybe.
Oh, like, so that would be like crossover episodes,
something like that, or like a particular event that happened within animation where all the characters got together and did stuff. Maybe I don't know,
or maybe it was a topic that was like really like risque when it first came out, like talking about like.
I think a couple of episodes that come to mind are. Some episodes of Static Shock, especially Jimmy and Where Rubber Meets the Road.
Okay.
Well, I think Jimmy would definitely be something that could be very relevant because, well, you might have to watch the episode yourself.
Okay.
Let's just say that it involves a kid who was relentlessly bullied and someone was about to get hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's been plenty of episodes like that, but I think Static Shock, I think, has always never been shy to go to controversy. Like there was the time that he went over to his friend's house and his dad was like massively racist. So like,
yes.
That's
of the father, sons of the father, yeah.
And also there was the episode where they got crossed over with Batman Beyond too. So
That's
like,
very true,
there was that too. So yeah.
All right, so the next one is a really long list. Oh man, Afghanistan, climate change, why McDonald's and fast food in general is bad for you, Green New Deal, whether or not OJ was guilty, whether or not Die Hard is a Christmas movie, whether or not Pluto is a planet, Capitol insurrections, the Free Britney movement. Oh, okay, okay. I think this is the same person who did the first one, so I'm gonna skip over this. Nobody likes a person who likes to spam. Come on. Okay, Kablam. Okay, Kablam, I definitely do want to do a discussion on. I think that it's been overdue for me to discuss about Kablam. The only time in which I did was the Nick Smissel discussions where I talked about, hey, Kablam tried to do this project, but it never happened. So yeah, that's the only time in which I've ever talked about Kablam. So I think I do need to do a full discussion of it. Next one is Villanos by N.I. Terrell. I know you already suggested it, so moving on. Next one is music bands. Music bands would be really interesting.
You know what? I think we don't give enough credit to music bands. I think in like, because keep in mind in all that, like like Nelly Furtado and various other like artists, were also provided musical entertainment to the shows. And also where there's a cartoon series where, we've had, like, say, for example, Sonny and Cher in the Scooby-Doo movies. And also we had like, various other, musical acts who also like guest starred in like particular, animated shows. So, maybe that's worth mentioning. I think maybe somewhere down the line. So.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
And then finally is Nickelodeon history, which that could be a possibility if I want to do like a full-on retrospective. But again, I have to really sit down and do tons of research on. So,
one thing it'd be interesting to talk about. I'm not sure if you covered this or not. Like when Nickelodeon before, the pre, Nicktoons era, like.
You're talking about the stuff from the 70s and 80s, yeah.
Yeah, like going into depth with all that stuff, maybe. And
we're talking about old Nickelodeon. We're talking about like even before it was called Nickelodeon. We're talking about when it was just a small pinwheel stuff. We're talking about like stuff around Columbus, Ohio, back when it was just a very small local channel where they had like Pinwheel and they had like Hocus Pocus and they had America Goes Bananas. I mean, I definitely need, if I want to talk about that, I definitely need to get Peggy Sue Clay on that one for sure. Or I can get Greg Stevens on that one, maybe going over into that discussion. So that could be a possibility.
Who knows? Maybe like, I mean, there's still people like from the Cosgrove Hall days that are still looking around. Maybe they'll be able to give you some like, in depth of like, the Avenger Penguins and like some of the Count Duckula or some of the like, the British shows that they decided to like import and play on the channel.
If that's the case, then I definitely want to ask them the question about the Nickelodeon pilot that they pitched, but that never got picked up. That if we can get a hold of somebody who worked on that, that'd be really, really interesting.
Well, they wanted to make Postman Pat, so like, they're not complaining.
Fair enough. All right. So next question. Who have been your favorite been your favorite people we've interviewed on Old School Lane? Overwhelmingly, voice actors and voice actresses is been, like the top ones. And I've definitely noticed that where if it's a voice actor or a voice actress that a lot of people know about, then they're definitely going to tune into it. Everything else is just like smaller compared to it. The second most one is show creators, which, we've had people like Craig, Mitch Shower, Joe Murray, Mitchell Kriegman. So there's also that. And then everything else is kind of like tied. You have live action actors, you have online content creators, book authors, TV and film writers. The one that's the lowest is musicians / composers, which, wow, I'm pretty sad to see about that. But overwhelmingly the voiceover actors and actresses are overwhelming. Who have been your favorites? Both blog and podcast. Craig is a favorite one.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, of course. Mitch Shower, the one who was in All That, I forgot her name. That's Lisa Foyles. Spike.
What a description.
I had a feeling it was going to be possibly that. Spike Spencer and Fred Seibert. The creator of Doug, that's Jim Jenkins. Paul Germain, Melissa Disney. Craig Bartlett and Emily Kapnick. Melissa Disney. I have not seen any. Thank you. For that response, even though you're probably not interested in interviews, that's perfectly fine, but thank you. Oh, this is an interesting one. The interviews with the fans from Old School Lane. So when Casual Chat celebrated its 5th anniversary, I actually invited a few of my followers saying, hey, are you interested in talking about, my years doing Casual Chats? And I invited them over, and yeah, that was a great time. I definitely want to do it again next year for the Old School Lane Casual Chats' 10th anniversary.
Cool.
So I'll definitely announce more about that when the time
also,
comes.
I mentioned in the chat by somebody, but will we ever cover Kids WB shows?
Ooh, Kids WB. That's a good one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or Fox
I don't know,
Kids.
Or Fox Kids, yes.
Yeah, there's one show that I feel I feel a bit uncomfortable revisiting, and that's Lunatics Unleashed, because that was a guilty pleasure back in the day, and I don't think it's gonna hold up to this day. I don't think.
I'm not looking forward to watching Coconut Fred if I have to watch it.
Coconut Freds.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I'm
my
not
gosh, I
excited
hated
about
it
that
when I
one.
was a
My
kid.
cousin used to watch Coconut Fred when he was waiting for Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm like, this show is stupid. Anyway, so yeah, thank you for the suggestions on favorite interviews of the podcast. Okay, I did. Which people would you like to hear being interviewed at the podcast that has rarely or never been covered? Chefs, cosplayers, singers, etc. Do you have any specific guests you would like to have over? Okay, this person gave me a laundry list of like all of these celebrities that I will never ever get a hold of, so I'm gonna skip that over. Okay,
yeah, just for fun, let's have a look through them all. Like, seriously,
Sure,
I
why
just want to
not?
look at them. Okay,
so we got
AOC. I don't think so. You know
No.
what? Arnold Schwarzenegger's actually been up for doing like a lot of like
That'd be
online
nice.
stuff. That'd be kind of cool to talk to him if we ever get the chance. But Aliana Paisley's like part of the squad, so she's like AOC. Barack, you know what? I really want Barack Obama to do an episode of Game Grumps. That'd be so hilarious if he did that. Like, I'd rather see him on Game Grumps than I would see him on Old School. In fact, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough.
And Bernie Sanders, we would have nothing to talk about with him, as far as I'm concerned.
By the way, apparently, according to a person who I suggested, hey, what topics would you like me, what kind of activities would you like to do for Old School Lane live stream? Apparently, Bernie Sanders responded to me, even though it was a troll.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Yeah, so Bill Gates, we're not interested in.
No.
Bill Nye would be a fun guest.
I would love Bill Nye. Yes.
Bill Nye would be a fun guest.
Yeah,
Bill
Bill
Nye
Nye the Science Guy. I grew up with this show when I was a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh, and Mason, and what about the cast of Beekman's World?
Oh, Beekman's World would be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Billie Eilish, I'd like to speak with.
Keep in mind, because the girl who played Penny, Santa Moses, was also the same actress who played one of the cousins in Home Alone, Tracy.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Billie Eilish. I don't know if I can ever get a hold of her.
Billie Eilish would be fun if we ever got her, but Britney Spears would be very interesting to say
that
the
would
least.
be really interesting.
Yeah, like mind you, I think we'd probably get a lot of unwanted attention. I think if we got Britney Spears, but I've never met BTS. I know they're like they're a K-pop band, but I have no idea what I wouldn't even know what the first question would be, to be honest with you, if I ever asked
Okay,
that.
yeah, that would be too difficult, to be quite honest.
Okay, Corey Bush, Elon Omar, and Rashida Tlaib, they're all part of the squad. And Jerry Seinfeld.
No. I wouldn't know what to ask, to be quite honest.
Oh, geez, that'd be tough.
Oprah Winfrey will be a fun guest, but
That would be
I think she spent more time interviewing us than we would be interviewing her, to be honest with you. So,
Exactly,
yeah. Millie Bobby Brown, I don't know who.
Oh yeah, from Stranger Things.
Oh, Stranger Things. I've not watched Stranger Things, so I'm not too sure. I do not want to talk to Elon Musk. I do not want to talk to Gordon Ramsay and Simone Biles.
That would be interesting. I would love to have an Olympic gymnast to come on by on the podcast. That would be interesting.
I hope she watches the same stuff that we watch. That's all I can say in regards to that discussion. Let's have a look at the other ones. Taylor Swift, not really.
No, not really.
Elizabeth Warren, no, not really. Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett?
I think he's got better things to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he has much better things to do.
I have to say, I would think Old School Lane, I think even the Aaron Meta show would have gone so far places if we ended up with the President of the United States, Joe Biden, on our lap, I have to say. I think that's something else.
Even though my mom jokes all the time, someday I'm going to have the President of the United States as an interview.
Yeah, who knows? Kamala Harris, I'm not too sure about. Liz Cheney, no. Adam Kensinger, who's he?
I'm not sure.
Gavin Newsom's a politician. Monica Lewinsky, we're never ever going to interview. Like, I have no interest in that. Ben Crump, I'm not too sure. Justin Trudeau will be funny. John Ossoff, I don't know about. Raphael Warnock, I don't know. Anthony Fauci, well, I'll probably ask him about vaccines and things like that, but probably nothing else.
BJ Ward would also be a nice choice.
Possibly.
Yeah. Gabby Hochul, I'm not sure about. Mark Milley, I'm not sure about. Miley Cyrus will be interesting to talk to. Lin-Manuel Miranda, I would love to speak with.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
He'd be a fun guy. Steven Spielberg will be an incredible guest because they'd be. I think that if we had Steven Spielberg, that casual chats would be 5 hours long. Like, we'd have to talk about everything. Animaniacs, like E.T., everything.
Jurassic
Park. Yeah. Funny enough, Greta Thunberg, I nearly got on the Aaron Meta show a while back, but because we wanted to talk about Autism Awareness Month, but she was busy on that month, so we couldn't get her. So gotcha. that was a shame. Yeah. So Greta is approachable if you know who to contact. Go further down. Is there any further?
Okay, no, so that's it for that person's suggestion. So let's go over to the other ones.
Some of them are actually pretty good, actually. I would like to talk to some of these people on the Aaron Meta show.
Yeah. Okay, cosplayers is a suggestion, which I'm actually curious because you know, I've actually seen my fair share of cosplayers over the years whenever I go to conventions, and they would put in so much time and hours and effort into making their costumes. Some of them even do it as a career. So it would be really interesting to get their own personal experience on that.
I've spoken to professional cosplayers in the past. There was one time there was this guy who was dressed up as like a massive, like, you know, Warhammer, like a soldier, but no, he was like on stilts and like he was like 12 feet tall.
Wow.
Like, I had to hold the microphone like up there to like interview him. Like, you know, I'd never stretched out onto the top there, but you know, kudos to that guy. He was so cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. The next one is Matt Brunette, host of Animation Look Back, which it would be nice to interview him. I had him as a guest discussing about the Sullivan Bluth Studios movies podcast, but I didn't interview him. So that could be a possibility, you know, especially since, you know, he's a well-known animation historian and he does voice acting. So possibly. Let's see if I can actually get a hold of him. Cree Summer. I was really close to getting a hold of Cree Summer for We're in Between, as well as the As Told by Ginger 20th anniversary virtual reunion live stream. Yeah, it didn't exactly work out. Lindsay Ellis and Emily Steele. Lindsay Ellis and Emily Steele. Interesting.
Lindsay Ellis will be a fun guest, but I got to be honest with you. I think we probably spend all the time talking about. I would like to talk about something like her feminist things that she talks about, but I got to be honest. It's going to be more kind of like me saying, "What was it like working behind the scenes with like Doug Walker and the Nostalgia Critic?" And like, you know, what was like all the ranty stuff that was going on.
Like that, yeah.
I know exactly, but you know, I feel like, you know, that's what all my viewers want me to ask her about, and I just don't think it would be that massively productive, really. So
yeah. All right. Next one is no. Thank you.
Don't know who no is.
No. Which people would you like me to hear being interviewed? And they said no. Do you have any specific? Do you have any specific guest? And they said no. Okay. Well, thank you. Next, Disney. Well, I can't interview Walt Disney. He's long since passed away. So
you know what? Actually, an interview with Walt Disney would be so intriguing, I think, to say the least. Like all the backstage stuff that he had to deal with and everything like that. And mind you, I think, given the fact that he had, was Disney still, was it at one point like he was, I can't remember what it was, but no, I can't remember now. There was some controversy that I remember with Walt Disney, and they had like an angry temperament or something like that. And I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, you have to be more specific when you're saying Disney. Are you talking about a Disney, like Disney Channel star? Are you talking about a Disney actor, actress, animator, singer, person who worked at the theme parks? Yeah, I mean, you have to be specific. Sorry.
Yeah.
Animators.
I think in this context, anybody who's worked in the Disney theme parks.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. Yeah.
You know, given all the controversy that's happened with, like, you know, Disney operator riders and things like that, like given the fact that they've been treated so badly sometimes, you know, in industrial disputes and stuff like that, I would actually like to talk to you know, one of those, you know, one of the people who works at that park and actually get like a behind the scenes like thought. Actually, one thing that's apparently the non-disclosure agreements apparently are coming up for, you know, former Disney cast members for, like, you know, playing princesses and stuff like that. So, like, you know, maybe they might be available for interview at some point. You know,
possibly,
like yeah. The one girl, you know, the girl that I met, you know, who played Princess Anna.
I remember.
We went to Epcot. Yeah, like I mean, as far as I'm aware, she's still working for Disney at the moment, so I don't think she's going to be talking anytime soon, but I would like to talk to her behind the scenes and say, hey, you know, you were the most popular Disney princess on YouTube at one point. Like, you know, how did you feel about that?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah. One of the reasons why I go to see her because, like, she was like, I saw her on YouTube, and she's so sweet with everybody.
Yeah.
So, like,
Okay,
she's really cool
next-
in real life. Actually, she is a good girl.
That's cool.
So,
That's cool.
yeah.
Next one is animators, TV directors, etc. Which, yeah, I mean, I definitely would like to talk more animators and TV directors in the future. It's just the problem is that they're so busy, and maybe sometimes that they're like restricted to NDA contracts that they can't really talk about their projects. That they have to keep everything silent. So
I guarantee you, we're not going to be talking to Rebecca Rose anytime soon. Let me.
Oh,
just say
absolutely
that.
not. Yeah. For those who are wondering, can you have her on season 2B discussing about the Owl House?
No, she knows too much. She knows too much.
We can't. Unless it's Amphibia, we can talk to Rebecca Rose about. That's a completely different story.
Even then, like, I'm not saying, given the fact that now she's a production associate, no doubt she'll be mixing with other people, like, who are also, like, you know, doing, you know, other projects. You know, she might not be able to talk about that stuff either. So, like, we don't know what her job actually entails.
I guess
so,
that's
like,
true. Yeah.
I talk about as well. Now that she's in, like, there's a possibility that, you know, the Owl House might not be the only thing she gets involved in. She might also get involved in something else later on.
Okay.
So, you know,
You're absolutely, I guess that's true.
her lips might be sealed for a considerably long time. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, moving on. The same person did the same thing over again. Nobody likes this. No, nobody likes a spammer. By the way, come on, don't do that.
Oh, they're funny. Come on, let's keep doing them.
Let's just move on because
don't encourage them, Aaron.
No, please don't encourage them.
All right then. All
right, next one is Dante Bosco. I would love Dante Bosco.
Bosco will be a fun guy. Well, I should tell you what. Remember when the whole change the channel thing started kicking off, and he was actually, you know, Dante Bosco was actually did appear with Doug Walker in an episode. So I remember I had to. I contacted his agent and said, "Look, you know, is he going to be appearing as any conventions anytime soon?" He said, "Yeah, he's going to be a one tomorrow." It's like, okay, make sure you know what to do if they ask about the change the channel stuff, because they're going to bombard him with those questions. I guarantee you. I didn't know if they actually did or not the last convention, the convention he did prior to the change the channel controversy, but you know, I'm really glad that I got to his agent before, you know, anything kicked off about that, because last thing I want is Dante Bosco is actually a really nice guy. I've heard from, you know, from behind the scenes. He's like, so I hate to think that, you know, people will be like, you know, writing on social media is like, oh, you know, we bombarded him with these questions and he didn't really answer the question, you know, yada yada yada, and like created all a bunch of stink up for nothing. So I'm glad I got to that.
Want to know something fun?
Kicked off. What was that?
What's that?
He's also a Zuko Katara shipper.
Yeah, he's also that too.
Yeah, he's a Zutarian. He's pretty much the captain of the Zutara ship.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me too much. Yeah, and I think we just lost Patricia. So anyway, I mean, I can still see. Oh.
I'm here. Okay, Alan Terrell, which I haven't seen Villainous, so I can't really say anything yet. Maybe Deshinta. Okay, Deshinta has been a guest on my podcast numerous times. Now, I know that he does his series of videos discussing about like Mega Man NT Warrior, and I know he talks about Gundam and he talks about Dot Hack. So if you're interested in me talking about that in regards, then that could be a possibility. And then finally, Patty LaBoucane Benson, writer of The Outside Circle. I'm not familiar with that, so okay. All right. Next question. Would you like to see live stream podcast interviews more often? Overwhelmingly, they said yes. So I'll be doing more live stream podcast / interviews in the future.
No, seriously, okay. I think we should, you know, I know there's spam, but I think we should have a go for some of these people, you know, like just see what would happen. You know, like
all right, yeah, we might as well. Okay.
No, don't go through them, but I mean,
no, not all of them, but at least the ones that weren't mentioned. Okay, so
Schwarzenegger we should definitely have a go for, because apparently he's been quite responsive to people wanting interviews and stuff. So like,
okay, so let's see. Okay, Dogface 208, aka Cranberry Juice Guy. I have no idea what that is. Charlie De Amelio, not sure. Olivia Rodrigo. Jen Psaki.
Jen Psaki's the White House. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get her.
No. Phineas O'Connell. Not sure. Right. Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks would be fun.
That would be good.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Katy Perry.
No.
Selena Gomez.
I don't know what I'd ask her.
She's okay.
Demi Lovato.
She's okay too.
Jojo Siwa.
I don't know how to feel about JoJo Siwa because, like, there's a lot of stuff that she's done on Nickelodeon I don't really like. So
Okay, James Charles, Jennifer Lopez, and Shakira. That would be impossible.
Shakira would be fun because I talked to her about Zootopia.
Yeah. Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and Kendrick Lamar. Again, I don't think that would be possible.
Well, you never know. Snoop Dogg's been streaming recently. You know, like he might.
Yeah, he has his own podcast, and I know he does a lot of streaming stuff. So sure. Larry Elder. I don't know.
Larry Elder was the guy who failed to become governor of California, even though he was a recall election.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. For some reason, this person really wants me to talk to politicians
and celebrities. I think he's basically just throwing in, you know, whoever he can and hoping that one of them is going to come good.
It's unlikely.
Yeah. Like Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon were not going to get anytime soon.
Absolutely.
I do not want to speak to Nicki Minaj. I think Nicki Minaj is a horrible person.
Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. I don't
know what I'd ask him.
Yeah. Stephen Colbert.
Stephen Colbert would be fun.
Lady Gaga and Ariana Grande. That would be really interesting.
I would like Ariana Grande is an honorary citizen of the city of Manchester, so she's sort of kind of like me in a way. So I'd relate to her on that level. So that'd be kind of cool to speak with her on that at least.
Yeah. So. Oh, Kate McKinnon. I would love to speak to Kate McKinnon. That would be awesome, by the way. She's one of my favorite SNL cast members. Vanessa Bryant, also another one. Michael Jordan. Oh man, if I got a hold of Michael Jordan.
Jeez. You know what? Actually, I would like to speak to Michael Jordan purely just about Space Jam. Like, I know he has a basketball career and stuff like that, but let's face it, Space Jam is the thing that you and I, kind of grew up with, and we would have some really intriguing questions for him about Space Jam, no doubt.
Yeah. Sarah Palin, Tina Fey. Okay, so. Which one is it? Is it Sarah Palin that you want me to talk to, or Tina Fey?
Oh, no. Tina Fey is the person who played Sarah Palin on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, I know that. That. I guess they should have done the other way around, where Tina Fey as Sarah Palin.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they did the same thing with Hillary Clinton, both with Kate McKinnon and Amy Poehler. So let me get this straight. You want me to interview cast members of Saturday Night Live playing as their characters, not as themselves.
That would be fun for but I don't know. I feel like kind of weep at the end of it, really.
Yeah. Cindy McCain.
Is that John McCain's wife?
I think so. Yes. Yeah.
Widow.
Yeah. Widow. Yeah.
Simone Biles in the women's Olympic team.
Again, that would be really interesting.
It would be, but unless they've grown up with the same cartoon shows that we have, I'm not too sure how engaging of a conversation it would be.
I mean, we'd always just talk about the process of trying to become great Olympists. And
who was the Olympic athlete who brought Merida into the Disney Royal Court all those years back? Who was that?
I don't remember.
Do you remember? They did a big ceremony for it, and they got her involved, and she did all the announcements.
Wow.
I can't remember now.
I don't remember either. Future Governor Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, that'll be the day.
Future Governor Matthew McConaughey.
That'll be the day. Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would actually like to interview him. He sounds like a really cool guy.
Drake.
As in Drake and Josh?
No, as in the singer, rap artist Drake.
Oh, Drake. Okay, then.
Yeah, he used to be known as Aubrey Graham from Degrassi.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna skip over. Malala Yousafzai.
Oh, Malala, yeah, she's funny enough, she's in Birmingham, so who knows? Maybe she might come on the Arameta show. So
possibly,
yeah.
Okay, Al Gore.
Well, I don't know how available he is really, and
okay, I'm not talking to any of the Kardashians.
No,
I'm not talking to any of the Kardashians.
They don't need any more attention than they need right now, as far as I'm concerned. No.
Yeah, sorry. And that's pretty much it. So yeah. All right. So that's all of it. So,
what about Janet Hubert, the original on Viv?
Oh yeah, Jenny Hubert. Okay, I don't have anything to say about that. All right, moving on.
O.J. Simpson, I highly doubt we'll ever interview.
No way. Okay, next question. Who have been your favorite Old School Lane co-hosts? Me. Okay, well, thank you very much. Aaron, you've actually featured a few times. So Aaron Mehta, the War in Between co-host. So shout outs to Casey and Ashley.
Apparently my name is Aaron Meta, as in Metha, which is the common misspelling of my name. I'm also known as
and by the way, Aaron.
So
by the way, Aaron, you also have the same family name as one of my favorite conductors of all time, Zubin Mehta.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, it's better than the communist politician in India that I usually get mistaken for. So that's nice.
Oh, and speaking of conductors, you know who'd be very interesting to have on your show? Marin Alsop.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Let's see, the Born in Between co-hosts. So shout outs to Casey and Ashley for that.
Oh, by the way, you're the top one, Patricia. Your their favorite co-host is you. So co-hosting with yourself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I have never done a episode of Casual. I mean, okay, I have done like maybe a few times in which I've had like Q&As, but I've never had like an episode of Casual Chats where it was just by myself, unless it was a Q&A. So I never like sat down and talk about a topic, you know, that I do alone, because I have to at least have a special guest with me.
Is there a long lost twin? I'm not familiar with, like, you know.
No, I'm not. Even if you are familiar with them, I would be familiar with them. So yeah, let's see. Chris, that's Rowdy. So shout outs to him. Deshinta, Rowdy C, and the Cartoon Hero. So shout outs to Deshinta and Cartoon Hero, and then Kevin. So awesome. Well, glad that Kevin was definitely brought up. Okay, these are the last two questions that I really was hoping that people would give me constructive criticism on. What constructive feedback / improvements would you like to see for the Old School Lane podcasts? And these were the responses. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much. Not available. Okay. More live streams. Okay. I definitely saw that people want to see more live streams, so I'll definitely consider that. Excuse me. Before each episode, it'll be helpful to have some background information on the topic being discussed, such as production information. So for The Little Mermaid 1975, produced by Toei Animation, predates Little Mermaid 1989 by 14 years, retains Hans Christian Andersen's original ending. I usually do have background information.
You do.
So,
like, you always provide, context before, you go into a topic.
Yeah, so I already do that. Nothing, which again, thank you. Show the faces of the guest stars, that is if they're comfortable. Again, going into live streams.
I will say that, I mean, do you notice there's a difference between when we did the first Owl House Casual Chats and then we did the second one?
Yeah.
And the second one we didn't do the first one we did with us with our faces and like being able to like, interact with each other physically. And then like the second one we just kind of like did. Like, I can't remember if it was over Discord or something like that. And like,
we did it via audio, yeah.
Yeah, the audio one wasn't as fun, I would say, as like, I still prefer the first one than I do to the second one, to be honest.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Well, we'll definitely, we learned our lesson when we did that, and I'm sure that when we do season 2B, that's when we'll definitely do live faces again.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is Nickelodeon. So more Nickelodeon. Okay.
More Nickelodeon, yeah.
An animated opening sequence. I can see that for a video, but for a podcast?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like the elaborate like animated intro, I think, is a bit overrated. Really, it's kind of like like on Disney Plus, we have like the skip intros, like like on all the shows. I feel like that's all I kind of do with like that. I mean, it's different for AVGN because like he has different intros for like every episode that he does. So like, there's a reason to kind of like watch it. But I mean, in regards to like having just a generic animated opening, I don't think you need anything like that, to be honest. I mean, that's just me. So.
Yeah. All right, next one is none. Thank you. Next one is a history about Alan I. Terrell.
Like, whoever that person was who listened to our podcast when we talked about Villainous, coming over to the UK.
I guess a
really
Villainous fan must really,
yeah,
a Villainous fan definitely wants us to talk about this show. So, yeah. Okay. The time you upload the podcast are not very good on my time zone. I know it's hard to find a good hour for everyone. Okay, I try to remedy this because I used to upload my podcast on 7:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 5:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I actually did a poll on this asking everybody okay, what is the best time that you guys watch my podcast? And overwhelmingly from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock is when they watch it. And so that's when I decided to post it at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, or 1 o'clock.
To be honest, though, like, you know, it's not big. It's not like it's still going to be available within those 2 hours. Like, you know, it's available all the time. So, you know, if it's not available to watch at that, you know, to listen to that point, you can still listen to it whenever you want. That's the idea of on demand. You know, like, so like eventually we are going to get to a point where, you know, at least here in the studio, we're going to start doing like, you know, live broadcasts again. But so, you know, until then, you can still listen to stuff on demand.
Yeah. All right. Next one is more Nickelodeon and Disney podcasts would be best. Well, it's already been overwhelmed by a lot of people, so I'll definitely consider that. Okay.
Like, you know, some of the stuff I've spoken to you with has either been Nickelodeon or Disney, hasn't it? So like,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah. All right. Last question. What have been the Old School Lane podcasts mean to you? I see people who are interested in animation and older TV shows that most people don't really talk about anymore. I appreciate the fact that Old School Lane is bringing back the good old days when it comes to TV and cinema. I'm a 90s kid and the 90s were awesome, so much better than the shows and movies today, especially as told by Ginger was what got me to subscribe to the YouTube channel in the first place. The Old School Lane the best comment. The Old School Lane podcast interviews have been really inspiring with the guests' words of wisdom and advice. The podcast hosts and everything are down to earth and approachable. It's everything on pop culture. They've been a great listen to as I get to relive my childhood memories and hearing your thoughts on it, giving me more of a new perspective and appreciation for it. They are truly amazing. A lot. You have strong opinions. They're pretty fun. It's interesting to hear various thoughts on stuff. All right. Well,
by the way, Chris Lincoln's the guy who like listens to our Twitter spaces. So
yeah, probably,
every time we do a Twitter space, he listens in. So yeah, shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out to him. Yeah. All right. So yeah, that is it for the podcast feedback. And probably in the next few hours or so, I'll go over to the video feedback. But I think we're almost at the time where we have another video to showcase. So let's see who the next person is. So let me just pull it up really quick. Let me just pull out something random. Let me click on that one. Okay, let me just pause for a second. Okay, here we go. Let's see who it is this time.
Hey Patricia, and congratulations on 10 years of Old School Lane. That is quite the milestone. Like seriously, it's kind of amazing to think of like one of the most challenging things when it comes to making anything online is just that persistence, to keep making it, to keep doing it. And it's not easy. It's a testament to just your discipline as a creator, following through. And I think it's incredibly admirable that you all have done 10 years of your show. So huge congrats. I look forward to the next 10 years.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
Saberspark.
Yeah, Saberspark. Yes. So for those who don't know, I actually interviewed Saberspark a few years ago discussing about, his personal Nickelodeon memories when he did his top 10 Nickelodeon shows. And he also did a podcast discussing about it alongside with his friends. And so I invited him over to talk about that. And shout outs to him. He actually released his new project, which is the reanimation project on Joshua and the Amazing Tree or something. So go check it out. I mean, I'm sure everybody at this point has already checked out.
What's going to be hilarious? Like whatever they put together is probably going to be far more animated than the actual movie itself. Like it's just that's just going to be so laugh out loud funny. To watch. Also, like he did a video recently. You ever seen those? Those VTubers? Like all those people being anime girls. Like on live streams and stuff like that. Like, he did a video on that recently. And,
okay.
And since he's done that, like, I noticed like there's actually like, oh, hey, there's all these people who do all this stuff. It's like, it's a lot more widespread than I thought it actually was, to begin with. So it's like, it started off in Japan, obviously, and then it's kind of made its way onto Western audiences. So.
Right. All right, well, I need to take another break. So I'm actually going to put up another video of mine to kind of offset, things. So I'm probably, going to post up, let's see what I can do. I'll probably do the, because I'm only going to do maybe a quick 5-minute break. You know what, even though that I still don't understand on how it became like my most viewed episode from pilot to final product, but I will show off the Rugrats one again, so that way I can be able to just take a quick break, get some water, use the restroom, and maybe get a snack. So I'm going to do that. So yeah. While that happens, I will be right back. Oh,
Cool.
hold on. Before I do, I'm gonna let another guest coming on in. So,
hey, James.
Hey, James.
Hello, James. He's just connecting, so let's just wait
Yeah.
until he connects again.
Oh, is it James or James's iPhone? Like, I don't know.
Hello, James's iPhone.
Hi. Hello, Patricia's laptop.
Hello. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take a quick little break. Actually, why don't you guys
Oh yeah, you take a quick break. I'll talk to James and
yeah, no problem. You guys connect with each other. We have some questions. I will be right back.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey James, how's it going?
Going good. Hey,
cool. So
hey,
what are you?
You guys can just call me Jim if you want. That's
Jim. Sorry, Jim.
To be formal. That's fine. How are y'all doing?
All right,
Jim. Jim, because did we do like I'm sure we've done casual chats together in the past. I'm trying to remember now.
One or two of them. Were you on the Owl House season 2?
Yeah,
podcast?
I was actually. Yeah.
That was us. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
And I did not get the chance to tell you this on that podcast, but you have a magnificent accent.
Thank you so much. By the way, Jim, what do you think of the news that Rebecca Rose is now a production associate of the Owl House season 3?
I actually didn't hear about that.
She confirmed it on Twitter about yesterday.
Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm happy for her. I'm looking forward to seeing what she has in store.
Yeah, I get Sonic Mania vibes from that. Like the fact that, they took some fans and, did a really good Sonic game for once. And, I felt thinking that, hey, let's bring the fans in and let's, give the Owl House the finale it deserves. Like, I'm sure Rebecca Rose, whatever she does, she's going to knock it out the park.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I agree with you there, bringing the fans in, because that's how you avoid a Star versus finale fiasco.
Oh, well, I think the further they can get away from that, the better, I guess. And also, keep this in mind, I've not watched Star versus the Forces of Evil yet. The only reason I feel like I want to watch it at the minute is
episodes of Star versus Evil.
Yeah, but the only reason I feel like I want to watch it is because I've seen a snippet of an Amphibia episode, which I don't really get spoiled on, but it seems to insinuate that the worlds are connected in some way, like Gravity Falls, Owl House, Amphibia, Star versus the Forces of Evil, and so now I want to watch all the shows to get an idea of oh, hey, is this all connected in some way?
Have you read this? There's this fan comic that posts occasionally on Twitter. It doesn't update often, but it's an alternate universe scenario where Ida remained in our world and married Stan.
Oh yeah, I've seen that actually.
Yeah, it's pretty amusing.
Well, yeah, so they're up to the part where I think Dipper and Mabel have found the portal behind the snack machine, rather than the
secret base.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then it makes me wonder though, what happens to Stanford then in the other dimension, or does that not happen now because of what happened with Stan marrying Marilyn?
I'm assuming that Ida probably would have helped them find a way to bring Stanford back, or maybe it from even never happening.
Yeah. I'd just be interested in how they'd explain that. I mean, we still got loads of comic to go until then, but I think with that and Mooring Mark, I think those are the comics that get me through the hiatus right now. So.
Yeah. I haven't been reading a lot of online comics. The one I check there is one I check out occasionally. I don't know if you read it. It's called 1990 something.
No.
It's a pretty good comic. It's by a guy named Jesse Barboza, and it's basically a slice of life strip in the vein of Foxtrot, or For Better or For Worse. That's set in the 90s, obviously, and every day in that every day corresponds to one day from the decade.
No,
he's tried to do it a couple of times, but this is he relaunched it back in 2020, and right now they're in he's nearing the end of a story arc where one of the characters was a finalist on Star Search. So yeah, going back for the old references there.
Yeah, I tell you what, I've got a lot of comics to actually go for. Actually, there's a girl out there called Foxart, and she's doing one called Theron's Tale. and it's about some like girls are like have been like putting like genetic experiments, and now they're trying to like escape out of this facility. But I said I'd read it at some point, but I never had a chance to kind of catch up with it. And then there's Jeremy as well, who does like his own comics as well. So like. It's annoying. Like I always end up in this situation of like, yeah, I will catch up with them eventually, and then you realize like you've got so much to catch up on. Like, how do you fit in like watching, reading comic books and then watching like all your shows on Netflix and Disney Plus and stuff like that? Like, it just starts becoming like a full-time job in a way.
Exactly. It's really upsetting when you find this comic that you think that you think would be interesting to read, and then you look into the archive and it's been going for like 18 years.
Yeah. It's like, oh, hey, I got this really interesting thing. How many episodes do I have to catch up on? Oh, 1,000. What? It's like, it's just, yeah. So, but, hopefully when I finally get through all the Disney stuff and then I get through all the Netflix stuff, I've watched a couple of episodes of Carmen Sandiego, but I want to watch it all the way through. And eventually I want to get on top of it. And but until I've got it with everything else, I can't really get there, unfortunately. So, yeah.
All right, I'm back, everyone.
Hey, welcome back.
I drink myself, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah.
All right then. So I actually have some questions for you, Jim. I actually decided to pull off some interesting facts. So, do you remember? Okay. Do you remember what was the very first episode of Casual Chats you were ever a part of?
Do I remember? Jesus. Oh boy, this is It wasn't Danny Phantom.
No, I don't think you were even in. Were you in the Danny Phantom podcast?
I believe I was.
Yeah, probably, but no, it wasn't Danny Phantom.
Oh, this is No, I'm blanking. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You were on the Pete and Pete podcast, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that was back in 2013 when we talked about the show's 20th anniversary. It was myself, Kevin, Alex DeCorville, and Alex's brother who showed up really briefly.
2013, good times.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually do have a list of all of the podcasts that you've ever been a part of, which you have been a part of 17 episodes of my podcast.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you that was episode 23. Episode 40 was the Avatar: The Last Airbender podcast.
Mm-hmm.
The PlayStation 2 Memories podcast was episode 49. Then there was the Pee-wee's Big Holiday episode, which is episode 58. Then there was the Good and Bad Reboots, Remakes, and Revivals, which was episode 61. Then it was Metroid, which was episode 62. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Dark Side of Dimensions podcast, which was episode 77. Then the Samurai Jack podcast, which was episode 84. The Pokemon Movies and OVAs, which was episode 103. The Yu Yu Hakusho podcast, which Antonio was a part of as well. That's episode 104. The Power Rangers podcast, which was episode 113. The Telltale Games, which was episode 116. Fully Coolly Progressive and Alternative, which was episode 129. Then a Goofy Movie, an Extremely Goofy Movie in episode 139. The Mario franchise, which was episode 151. Pearls Before Swine, which is episode 157. And then you were in a few, the Danny Phantom one as well. And then one that you also were a part of that I guess we don't talk about anymore. Anyway, then there was the Roald Dahl retrospective on Tom and Jerry, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Then there was Roald Dahl's The Witches. And then finally, you appeared as one of my characters in my podcast play Reflection.
Yep.
Yeah, so you were a part of a lot of my podcasts.
And I hope to be part of many more.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just genuinely curious regarding about the discussion of like my own podcast stuff itself. So I am going to definitely take a look into some other things. I think I did actually find the Little Seal Girl script, by the way. I was trying to look for it on my my computer, but I couldn't find it for the life of me, but I think I was able to find it. So I'm just going to pull it up really quick. Just a few hours ago, we did a reading of Hello Stranger. So I definitely want to do a reading on Come Back Little Seal Girl, which I do have. Let me just pull it up really, really quickly. I know I have it somewhere. So I'm just going to wait until Aaron gets back and then we can just start with the reading of that. So
This should be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here it is. Got it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look into it. So, all right. So yeah, this is another one that I received that we were originally supposed to do, but again, due to time constraints and due to the fact that we weren't able to do it. So here is the rough draft of As Told by Ginger's Comeback Little Seal Girl. So this is this is a rough draft, and also this is right here, which was not in the Hello Stranger script. This is the two songs that were performed, which was Courtney's World and Comeback Little Seal Girl, which obviously were they were done by the writers of the episode, Sarah Cunningham and Susan Philandry. And then Comeback Little Seal Girl was done by Sarah Cunningham, Susan Philandry, and Sylvia Kulim. This is Blast Over the Loudspeaker and Macy solo. Record date was March 18th, 2000. April. Okay, I can't read through that. Okay, so we're not going to do the whole script. We're just going to do like various scenes. So yeah, okay. So
I was gonna say, if you want me to play Macy Gorbachev again, I mean, like
okay, you play Macy Gorbachev. And Tony, you can do Ginger, and Jim, you can do Dodie.
Just let you guys, we've been messing around with these scripts. So I think the kind of like story arc we're going on is that Macy's been like kidnapped by the KGB, and now she's been replaced by a Russian spy.
Yeah.
So
that's fun.
Yeah,
I love that idea.
Yeah, so if you want to, okay, I'm going to give you Dodie. So if you want to play something with Dodie, be my guest. I'll do the narration. We're just going to do this one. We're going to do a few of them. So we're going to start off with the first bit of Act 1. So here we go. Interior, Lucky Junior High hallway, morning. Ginger, Dodie, and Macy move through the bustling hallway. Ad-lib chatter. Their attention is suddenly drawn to the end of the hall by the sound of
Chatter.
Angle on a hardworking student who plasters flyers on a bulletin board with lightning speed, pounding several rounds of staples into each. His work done, he whizzes off to his way, which doesn't happen, by the way. The flyer is already there by the final version of it. So anyway, here we go.
New flyers.
The girls rush toward the board as Dodie blurts out the pertinent snippets for documentation.
Science lab turtle still missing. Lacrosse club social on Wednesday. Beans and Franks stricken from. Wow, a whole shipment of math books was stolen from the teacher's lounge.
Beans and Franks are eliminated from the cafeteria menu. I won't. They can't.
Ginger slings a sympathetic arm around Macy's shoulder.
Hey, don't worry. Remember in 5th grade when you had to make the tough transition from tater tots to crinkle cut fries? You did just fine.
I did, didn't I?
Gotta keep that cover story straight. Oh my gosh, look. Sign-ups for the Lucky Junior High Talent Show start today.
They squeal with delight.
Yay.
This is a big year, girls. Look.
Okay, ahead.
This is a big year, girls. Our first ever junior high school performance.
Dodie stares at the girls dramatically.
Standing before me, here and now, do you hereby pledge to make this the most spectacular show in the history of our friendship?
I do.
As you Americans say, you betcha I do.
Then it's decided. This year we're going to win that shiny trophy we've had our eye on since kindergarten.
And baking soda mixed to a paste can bring luster to even the most tarnished of brass.
Okay, there we go. Let's cut it right here. Okay, first of all, let's talk about this beginning portion right here. Science lab, turtle still missing. Lacrosse club social on Wednesday. Beans and Frank stricken from that. This whole thing never happened in the final product. If you guys remember, it was just them walking over. They were just doing their chatter, and then they see the flyer for the for the talent show. So that whole thing about like, okay, we've seen, then we go, from that all the way up into here. This is a big year, girl, our first ever junior high school performance. So it starts here, and this whole Beans and Frank stuff never happened. So again, very interesting about what the draft is. And also this whole Baking soda mixed to a paste can bring luster into the most tarnish of brass. Again, never mentioned. So yeah, very interesting about how this first draft was. Okay, I'm just gonna skip around over to okay, let's do some Carlin Hoodsey stuff this time. So all right, so this one is the scene where Ginger, Carl, and Lois are seating around the table. So okay, let's have okay, let's switch it around. So Aaron, you'd be Ginger. Jim, you be
Well,
Carl.
I was Ginger last time, if you remember. So
Yeah, okay. And then okay, so Jim, you be Carl, and then Tony, you be Lois.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Interior, Foutley House, dinner table. That night, Ginger, Carl, and Lois are seating around the table eating dinner.
You know what the coolest thing about eating beets is? I'm trying to go for another Carl, as you can tell.
Oh yeah, Carl Weezer for Carl Foutley.
Yeah.
I like llamas. Okay, Lois shoots Carl a look of warning.
Cal, we're eating. I'm warning you.
What, Mom? I was just gonna say they're packed with vitamin C.
Ginger snarls at Carl and forks in a mouthful of beets.
And when you go to the bathroom, my throat cannot do that.
Okay. Lois drops her utensils.
That's it, Carl. I mean it. One more gross out and it's no dessert.
Well, what's dessert?
Yes, what is dessert? Oh yeah, Lois shoots Carl a look.
What? I may not like it. I may opt for the gross out instead.
Lois directs her attention to Ginger.
Ginger, would you care to direct the conversation in a more palatable direction?
Well, Tony, Macy, and I are going to ready for junior high talent show. That's worth discussing, kinda. Cookies!
Jesus. Did I mention that my teacher has a dead hand? She's bringing it in this week.
That's it, Carl. You lose. And it was German chocolate, so there.
It's not a dead hand, Carl. It's mummified. I had Mrs. Gordon's on the 4th grade.
You turned into Louis Armstrong there for a minute.
And I say to myself, what a wonderful hand.
Dead, mummified, what's the difference? All I know is it used to belong to her husband, and anyone who touches it is cursed.
Wait, hold on. Stop. This clearly was never mentioned in the version in the final product. So that's where the mummified hand came from. It belonged to her dead husband. That's dark.
That is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You know.
Like, and yeah, okay, so did she have to ask them to cut it off at the funeral home, or did she do it before they buried him?
Oh my gosh. Or maybe the hand was the only thing left that they were able to find.
Oh, Jesus.
This is darker than I thought.
Yeah.
No wonder they cut this from the final version. Okay.
You gotta hand it to her.
Oh my God. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's a total lie.
You ever touch it?
No.
So how do you know?
Lois clears the dishes from the table and loads them into the sink. Lois cuts 3 pieces of cake, placing them on small plates.
Great to know where my tax dollars are going. Love my hand. Some curriculum.
Mummification is educational, Mom. For example,
Carl leans in to torment Ginger, flickering his nostrils.
Did you know that part of the embalming process involved removing the brains? The ancient Egyptians used to scoop them out through the nose.
Ginger dropping her fork.
Mom!
On Lois, heading toward the table with the cake.
You just couldn't quit while you were ahead, and I was going to give it to you.
All right, end scene right there. All right, I'm just going to skip over and let's go over to the confession where they decided they didn't want to do the little Seal Girl performance. So, okay, let's see. Actually, let's go through that whole scene, even with like Courtney and Miranda, because there's some stuff there that was cut as well.
All right.
So, all right, I'm going to participate in this as well. I'm going to be Miranda because obviously. Let's see, Aaron, you can be Courtney. And Tony, you can be Ginger. And oh wait, no. Were you? Let's see. Actually,
I was already Ginger.
Oh yeah, I mentioned. Okay, you could be Dodie, and then Jim can be Ginger. Let's have that. Okay.
What would I do? What would I do for Courtney? I'm just thinking about that now.
Oh, you want to do Courtney?
No, like I'm just thinking about what would I do for Courtney.
Okay. Well, I'll let you think about it. I'm gonna try to do like some sort of bad impression of something.
How about you do Courtney as Miss Piggy?
No, I don't think I can do that.
I'm gonna try doing Gilbert Godfrey as Miranda.
Oh my god!
That'd be hilarious.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Tell you what, I'll do Courtney as a Indian call center scammer.
Okay,
So,
there you go.
Oh
there we go.
All right, here we go. So
here's hoping we don't get canceled for this.
Well,
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
the only person you can offend in this conversation is me because I'm half Indian. Okay, so
Right. All right, so here we go. Interior, Lucky Junior High bathroom. Dodie and Ginger are in the mirror discussing their routine. Dodie?
Oh, just a second.
Okay, Dodie, take your time.
I'm thinking we should flap our fins a lot faster in the second chorus just to get the energy rolling. What do you think, Ginger?
Yeah, I don't know, Doc. Maybe we should do the whisker lick and dick instead, for variety's sake.
Courtney and Miranda enter, interrupting the conversation. They primp at the mirror. Okay, Courtney.
Hello, Ginger. Nice to see you and your friends. Got your little skit all set for the talent show?
We got something in the works, but Courtney.
Ginger, don't be modest. We're planning something really spectacular, Courtney. I know you would approve. Now, I can't give it all away, but here's a hint.
Dodie beats her palms together and arfs loudly. The crowd is silent.
I'm sorry, I do not follow.
The little seal girl's silly. She's half girl, half seal. She sings that cute little song about friendship and fishing. Let's show them our jazz fins.
Dodie and Ginger do jazz hands a la cats with little black flippers suddenly attached to their hands.
I'm feeling a very unfamiliar emotion again, Miranda.
I think you may be embarrassed for them. I know I am.
That is a great Gilbert.
Thank you. Dodie and Ginger look humiliated as they slowly peel off their flippers. You see, Courtney, the little seal girl is a moronic icon from our youth that some girls used to obsess over. In the second grade, she had videos, a TV show, her own line of bedding.
Never
Courtney
heard of her. Oh,
Courtney
sorry,
looks baffled.
Never heard of her, but then I spent second grade in London enrolled in etiquette class, taught by a distant cousin of the Queen's chambermaid. And also I was doing some things that I can guarantee you are not virus scams.
You didn't miss a thing. I promise. It was just as bad as that time that I did Problem Child.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, that's the end of that scene. So now we
Okay.
can go over to that scene where Courtney and Ginger, Dodie, and Macy, Ginger and Dodie confront Macy saying they don't want to do the little seal girl anymore. So okay, let's switch it around. So whoever didn't do each character, go ahead and do it. So
Okay,
whoever-
so I'm trying.
All right.
I lost track of who I wasn't.
Okay, so Macy's a Russian spy, and
okay,
Miranda's Gilbert Godfrey,
and Dodie is the
Typical
illegitimate
Valley
offspring.
girl.
Yeah, the illegitimate offspring of Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie and Lumpy Space Princess.
There you go. Oh, yes.
and Courtney's an Indian call scammer.
Yeah.
We still haven't found anything for Ginger yet.
I tried to do Bugs Bunny, but I'm not that good at it.
Well, okay, Ginger's Bugs then.
Okay.
All right, tell you what, I'll do something I'll switch over this time. So Aaron, you do the narration. Or maybe we could have okay, who hasn't played anything for
I can do the narration.
Okay, Jim, you can do the narration.
Okay.
So I'll do Ginger. You can do Dodie, Aaron, and Tony, you can do Macy.
Okay.
I'll do her as Julia Child.
Oh, yes.
It's been a while since I've done my Julia Child impression. I remember when I did High Class Academy, and I did Miss Wentworth, so it's going to be interesting.
Right. Now, I often wondered, were you like trying to go for like the standard Julia Child, or were you trying to go for like Dan Aykroyd as Julia Child?
I think I was probably trying to do that. Yeah, I'd probably try to do that.
Right.
Because I think Julie and Julia, I think I read the book, so I had Julia Child in my mind.
Understandable.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Do you think Miranda's right that the little seal girl was over in the 2nd grade?
It's possible, though this is the first time hearing about it.
Do you think swings were over in the 2nd grade too?
No, that's just ridiculous.
The girl, okay, go ahead, Jim.
The girls continue to swing in silence.
Dodie, do you think we're too old for the little seal girl?
Before Dodie can answer, Macy approaches in little seal girl costume. It's made of black, shiny material with colorful sequin fish patterns sewn on randomly. She wears a tiara and a necklace made of realistic rubber fish. Tucked under her arm is a striped beach ball. She smiles with confidence at Ginger and Dodie, who stare with mouths agape.
Well, Macy, you've unlocked DLC.
Made out of hypoallergenic polyurethane blend to create the wet look. It's even got a little hidden pocket for nasal spray.
It's quite the sight.
This is nothing. Wait until you see the dance moves I've been working up.
Macy does a dance comprised of shimmying, swimming, mock diving, and shaking. For her finale, she drops to the grass on her stomach with her arms thrusting her upper body off the ground, like a seal. Macy, you're 21 years too early for TikTok.
Or if you prefer.
Macy demonstrates. Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Macy demonstrates awkward robot moves. Ginger and Dodie exchange horrified expressions.
Maybe we should reconsider.
Sure, I'm open to other dance styles. Anyone know how to foxtrot?
I mean, maybe we should consider our routine. The little seal girl is starting to feel
kind of babyish.
Macy looks stunned.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, see, Macy, we were talking, and maybe we've outgrown the little seal girl.
I think it's time for us to hang up our flippers, and I need to start smoking 10 packs a day.
Macy gasps and shakes with anger.
Shame on you! That spunky little girl with the infectious smell who just happened to be half seal has been our whole lives since the 2nd grade.
Exactly. We need to find something a little more 7th grade.
Macy turns stony, jaws clenched, eyes narrow.
But we voted on it.
Dodie looks apologetic.
Let's revote. All in favor of ditching the little seal girl for an active, slightly more mature, say aye.
Aye.
Ginger and Dodie each wave a hand lightly in the air.
Aye. You too, Dodie.
Aye.
Sorry, Macy. A vote's a vote.
I thought BFT stands for best friend tradition.
Macy, blood boiling, picks up her ball and tucks it under her arm.
Well, no friend says I when the other friend says, not I, you hear? I can only liken this to the time the little seal girl came up against a pack of overbearing walruses who meant to encroach her on her food supply. She didn't take it lying down, and neither will I.
Macy starts to storm off, then stops in her tracks, hiking a fist in the air.
You girl lives on.
We
Damn,
will
that was
bury them.
That was one hell of a runway tantrum.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, okay, where do I begin with all the changes that they did? So, let me just go back all the way. Let's go to the Miranda and Courtney scene. So, they did confront them in the bathroom, showing off their stuff with the little seal girl. But this whole thing where Miranda's was talking about like the little seal girl is a moronic icon from our youth that some girls used to obsess over. Never mentioned in the series, by the way. This whole thing about like, oh, she had videos and a TV show and her own line of bedding. Never mentioned. We don't even know in context where the little seal girl came from. All we know is that she was a character that has been in the show. So yeah, they have. I mean, the only thing that we do know that in terms of like the little seal girl, there is the ice show. There's dolls of her, but that's pretty much it. So I mean, I didn't know that the little seal girl was that massive. I mean, I know that there is also the there was a VHS tape that they did see of a midnight screening of that. I think maybe it was a movie or probably one of the specials, but that was only in the pilot. This whole thing about like Courtney saying, I spent second grade in London and enrolled in etiquette class, never mentioned because she was just like more confused than anything. Because the whole point of the story was that Courtney was just baffled that Ginger declined on being a part of her Miranda's talent portion together, where, that whole thing was there. And then the whole thing about like, where Ginger and Dodie were asking about like if the little seal girl was over in the second grade. That is also true. They were actually questioning about if things were like babyish. The whole thing about the swings being over, that's never mentioned. And then when showing off the costume is pretty consistent as well with how it is described with the tiara and the metallic figure material. This whole thing about like the hidden pocket for nasal spray, never mentioned. The hypoallergenic polyurethane to create the wet look, it's in there. The dance moves, not really that much. The whole dropping into her stomach and doing performance in like a seal, not there.
Yeah.
Also, oops, wrong one. You don't want to see my desktop. And then the whole robot moves, not there either. So, and also the suggestions like the foxtrot thing, not there either. They just cut immediately over to saying maybe the little seal girl is just a little babyish, and then they vote on it, which that does happen. And then this whole thing about the little seal girl discussing about like, remember when the little seal girl came against a pack of overbearing walruses who meant to encroach her with the fruit supply? She didn't take it lying down.
Yeah, it was Mace never mentioned anything like that.
Never mentioned, yes. So yeah. Again, very similar to when we read the Hello Stranger one. There was a lot of cuts that they did with the final one. So yeah, I think we're just gonna leave it right there. So yeah, this was a lot of fun doing another reading of this stuff. Sadly,
another chance.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just say another chance to show how horrible I am at impressions.
No, you're perfectly fine, Jim.
Same here.
Thank you.
Everybody did a great job. Also, if you're asking, no, those are the only scripts I have. So sorry, I don't have any other scripts from As Told by Ginger. Those were the only two I've ever received. So once again, shout outs to Melissa Disney, who was able to give those to me because we were going to be doing a reading together, but it just never happened. So yeah, but that was still pretty interesting, and just looking at how many changes happened. I mean, if anybody is interested in me actually doing a video on this, like because I have these scripts, I mean, I don't know if I could do it legally because I don't know if I would be like taken down, because I own something that's technically not mine. But if you are interested in me like dissecting the entire first draft of this script and finding out what got changed and what stayed the same, please let me know.
I think that would be very interesting, especially to a lot of hardcore As Told by Ginger fans.
Right. Especially since they don't get the opportunity to, look into this because, not every day that you have the opportunity to like look at these kind of like really obscure stuff, But no, I mean, I think that having the opportunity to having these scripts, I mean, I never even read them until just now because I had them sitting on my email for over a year. So the fact that I actually had the chance to say, hey, maybe I should actually just read this was actually pretty cool. Yeah, so I'm just going to look through any questions that anybody has. Let's see, you guys did a good job. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Thank you very much. You guys sound good with this script. It's interesting to hear the scenes that have been cut. Yeah, thank you very much, Steve, for the feedback and all that stuff. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I think the professional voice actors do a far better job than I think, a bunch of amateur live streamers, really. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not to say that, we couldn't have tried to do anything good by like our own self, but yeah, we're definitely not like professionals. So yeah, but still, I think that was actually pretty cool that, people were able to like, say, hey, this was actually pretty funny. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I have with me that I wanted to actually share.
Why are you doing that? Like, you mean there's quite a few people here who, would like to take questions. So if anyone in the chat,
yeah. If anybody has any questions, then yeah, please let us know. I actually still have some of the pictures that Darren McGowan shared regarding about like some behind the scenes stuff on As Told by Ginger, if anybody's interested in taking a look into this. I think this is some things that he actually did share for me. So if you remember, he did the storyboards for Butterflies Are Free or No Turning Back, where he did that segment with Carlin Hoodsey where it was like looking like the Red Room from Twin Peaks. He actually did give me the storyboards for that. I never got to show it in the live stream, so I'm going to show it off right here.
Miranda Hernandez says, so you once said that Ni Hao Kailan is basically a Chinese Dora the Explorer, right? I don't remember.
I mean, I would say like it's kind of like how in Dora the Explorer they were able to represent like Spanish culture. Ni Hao Kailan was able to showcase like Chinese culture. So I kind of felt like, okay, this kind of just feels similar. Not in the way in which it teaches, because that's not true at all. I mean, in terms of like, teaching about Chinese words, and I just felt like, okay, this kind of feels similar. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, and remember when you mentioned that in the late 2000s for Nickelodeon was very rough, which goes to tell me that even Nick Jr. has struggled very poorly around this time as well. And,
I mean, from what I remember when I did that research, I know that Blue's Clues was just ending and then Blue's Room kind of like took it over. And I think it wasn't until like Yo Gabba Gabba in which like Nick Jr. started to have like his main mainstream hits again. So that's what I was referring to when looking at it at the time. So yeah. Anyway, so this is the first scene.
And by the way, speaking of international dubs of Dora the Explorer, did you know that the German version of Dora the Explorer, as well as some international versions of Dora the Explorer, would have her translate certain words into English instead of Spanish?
Interesting. Very interesting. All right, so I got the first scene right here. So this is when Carl starts off with his dream, and we have Noelle Sussman in the background, and then it just flushes over to Polly Schuster. So you have, your typical storyboards where you have the sound effects in the bottom, and then you have your cutaway scenes, and then you have your fade ins and your fade outs and your close-up shots and all that kind of stuff. So that's one of them. I'm just going to scroll down for the other stuff right here. Okay. Then we have Carl, which is like looking at his himself saying, "Hoods, I got chest hair." "As well you should. We're adults now. There's hair everywhere. Look at my ears." "But we're 11. And then Hoodsy says, "Are we? Are we really, Carl? We don't act like it. We're mature, grown up, well behaved, and we practice proper hygiene. My good knee aches. Must be fixing to rain. I don't want to be a man. This is all wrong. I tell you what's wrong, Carl. And this is, we have the motion right here where Noelle is like looking from left to right, which you have, that way the animators can know what they're doing. I have to ask Darren what these dollar signs mean. I don't know what they're referring to. I'm sure there's probably like something regarding to like, this is going to cost a lot or something, but I have to ask him the next time I speak to him. Let's see what else. Okay, next one. That those ratty sneakers of yours, there's nothing more depressing than a grown man dressing like a kid. But Hood, save it, Carl. Now, come on, the bulldozer's about to level the doghouse. And then he's like, what? So, as you see, Carl is growing older after each moment. So then afterwards, we have this final scene right over here. Jazz music playing in the background. So yeah, I think that's all I got for this particular scene. Yeah. Then he just shared me pictures of all the people who worked in As Told by Ginger. So that was actually pretty cool. I'm just going to pull this out of the way. So let's see what we got. Michael Kenny, who we did have on the show, who was a director and also a storyboard artist. Rob Gooden, who we also had on the show as well for the storyboard artist reunion and the live stream. Monica Tomova, which we sadly never got a hold of, but I did hear nothing but good things about her. There's Sean Pendergrass, who we got in the storyboard artist reunion, and there's Darren's reaction. And then there's some pictures of him when he went to Disney World, and then there's some other pictures of the storyboard artist as well. And then there's some other stuff, which we did share in the live stream, right? By the way, these are all of the concept arts of the characters. We actually did showcase that. Somebody drawing a very voluptuous Ginger and also putting in post-it notes every time that they wanted to do some editing of the characters. Let's see if there's anything else. Yeah, pretty much all the stuff that I showed you was in the yeah, there's no.
Oh my gosh. There's second Miss Zorsky.
Where's yeah, I think Zekin Mazorski's around here. Yeah.
I kind of have a hunch why she ended up not showing in the final episode. Her character was hated.
Possibly, yeah. Let me see if there's anything else that he shared with me. High school yearbook during my last week, everyone in the crew signed it. I don't think he even opened the book. Oh, here's some other stuff that he shared as well. Some other storyboards. This is from Butterflies Are Free. This is when they were in the golf course, and this is when they were in the main office of the high school so that they can be able to get their class assignments. Let's see what else. Okay, there's a shot of the neighborhood, and there's some shots of the doghouse right over here. Let's see what else. Oh, I got some. Yeah, there's also the golf course as well, and there's the I guess this is the early stuff of Carl's dream, because you have the couch, you have the bird, there's the carpet from the red room, there's the golf course again, there's some stuff from the doghouse. Let's see if there's anything else. Compliments of Kip Noteshi, who was the background designer. Which shout outs to you, Kip. Let's see what else. If I have anything else right over here, I think that's. I see. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, that's all the stuff that Darren was able to share with me. I think Bob also shared with me some stuff as well, but I have to look all the way back if I need to look to see some of the stuff that he shared with me. So yeah, but that's pretty much all the stuff that we did showcase on the live stream, and some things that never made it into the final live stream. So yeah, I have a lot of other pictures of the of As Told by Ginger that were behind the scenes stuff that I definitely want to share sometime in the future. I don't know, for like a massive project or something, but yeah, we'll definitely wait and see what happens. So yeah, if there's anybody else who has any questions or comments, then yeah, please let us know, and we'll be able to answer them off. In the meanwhile, I think that it's almost reaching up to the point in which I definitely want to take a look at the feedback from the Google Forms for videos. So I did one on podcast a little bit ago, and now I want to do one on the videos. So it's very similar to the one that I did discussing about like all the questions, very similar, except that this is the video format. So I'm just going to share the screen right over here. So here we go. Okay. These are the questions. What has been your favorite video series that has been produced by Old School Lame? Overwhelmingly, 47% says the reviews have been. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be the analysis videos that were going to be my overwhelming views of, what people thought of it. But no, my video reviews have been the one that people have been tuning into the most. So I'm actually I guess I can probably just say that I'll probably maybe just focus more on reviews as opposed to doing analytical videos, and analytical videos take a lot of time to do, but apparently they want me to just do plain. Yeah, they just probably wanted me to do more plain video reviews. So I'll definitely consider that in the future. What has been your favorite videos done by Old School Lame? So video reviews. Thank you. Let's see, reviews and analysis. Again, thank you. The Where in Between okay, this is the same thing that happened in the last one where I pulled up the podcast one and that was like, hey, what are your favorite ones? And then they put my videos up. Now with the video survey, they put the podcasts up. It's like, make up your mind, people. Come on. So the Calvin and Hobbes retrospective is there, which that's a podcast. As Told by Ginger from Pilot to Final Product. Okay, that is a video. As Told by Ginger reviews and interview podcasts. Again, those are half podcasts. Rugrats season 1 and 2, those were podcasts, not videos. As Told by Ginger videos. What makes As Told by Ginger a groundbreaking note overlooked Nicktoon? Is Disney's Doug really that bad? Heroic Gem, Cyber 6 interview with Spike. Okay, that's a podcast again. The Hey Arnold reunion video. Okay, I can count that as a video, but it can also be working as a podcast too. Again, a lot of this stuff is podcasts, not videos. I mean, I know I uploaded as videos on YouTube, but they're mostly audio. So, yeah.
Just chalk that up to people not being able to follow directions.
Yeah, it happens. All right, next question. What have been your favorite topics covered in the Old School Lane videos? Overwhelmingly animated shows. It's the same thing that happened in the discussions of what have been your favorite topics for casual chats. Animated shows is very overwhelming. Everything else just doesn't even come close. What specific topics have been your favorite? And again, Nickelodeon, I'm not too surprised. It was pretty much overwhelming for the other one as well. What topics would you like to hear covered in shows more often? Okay, review older TV shows. I can definitely do that. As Told by Ginger and Forgotten Nicktoons. Again, I probably will slow down on the Ginger stuff because I think I pretty much covered it so much that, like I said, unless of course I want to talk about like behind the scenes stuff, I don't really have too much to say about the show itself. Nicktoons, 90s Nicktoons, Iowa. Was there something that happened in Iowa that I don't know about in terms of like exclusive content? If somebody from Iowa was around during 90s Nicktoons, were there anything specific or exclusive that was shown there that I don't know about? Please let me know. More movies and TV shows. Okay. PBS Kids shows, 90s toys and food. Okay, somebody also suggested PBS Kids programs as well. 90s toys, which I have to be a massive toy collector in order for me to like do videos on that. Unless, of course, if I have memories of the toy itself. Food. Okay, I actually did a video on food specifically when I did the Clarissa Explains It All cooking video when I made 3 dishes out of tofu. So if you guys want me to do more cooking videos, I can be more than happy to. Or if you actually want me to try food, then that might be a possibility. Although I think there's more people who do that trying food thing that I probably wouldn't even be remotely good at. More animated.
Not invite Gordon Ramsay whilst you're doing that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull off a Gordon Ramsay while I try, I don't know, Dunkaroos. Sure.
Let's be so glad Dunkaroos are back.
Yes, very true. I actually saw some Dunkaroos when I did some Christmas shopping. Let's see what we got. As Told by Ginger, new shows and movies. Again, it's been said many times already. Maybe some reviews or analysis videos on some shows that aren't Nickelodeon cartoons. Maybe, I don't know, a video comparing Recess and Lloyd in Space, both created by Paul Germain and Joan Solbacher, or maybe talking about the careers in various shows and projects made / worked on by some live action creators like Scott Fellows or Thomas W. Lynch. That's actually an interesting one because I have not done a video on any of Thomas W. Lynch's stuff or Scott Fellows' stuff. So that could be a contender in the future. I mean, I have done analytical reviews on stuff that's not Nickelodeon cartoons. I mean, I did the Proud Family videos, and I analyzed both of the Kwanzaa specials. Let's see, I did A Kid Called Mayonnaise, the Amazon Prime pilot that was created by Will McRobb. That was kind of like the spiritual successor to Pete and Pete. I did that one too. And yeah, I guess that's true. I haven't really covered a lot in terms of like things that are not Nickelodeon. It's actually funny because I want to do Suburgatory next. So I've been hinting on that for almost 2 years. And yeah, Suburgatory is going to be my next big video project. So stay tuned. And as for like Scott Fellows, that means I'll have to do like Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide and 100 Things You Do Before High School and Big Time Rush. So that'll be interesting. And then a video comparing Recess and Lloyd in Space. I mean, they're both slice of life cartoons created by Paul and Joe. The only difference is that, Recess is about a kid, about a group of kids who go out in recess and you interact with the other kids. Lloyd in Space is about kind of like this kid who is an alien and he interacts with his friends who are also aliens. So yeah, maybe aesthetically they're different, but I'm sure that probably the concepts are more or less the same, but I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look into it. Okay, Sold by Ginger, Pepper Ann, Hey Arnold, Amphibia, The Owl House, and The Loud House. Okay, I've gotten a lot of requests for Pepper Ann. I definitely want to talk about it, for sure. I've gotten so many requests saying it's kind of like a precursor as Told by Ginger, and I've been doing a lot of research on it lately, especially with people like Sue Rose and Tom Warburton discussing about it, and I definitely want to talk about it. I already did a lot of analytical videos on Hey Arnold. I mean, I don't know how much more I can talk about. I mean, there's one project that I have been working on for years regarding about Hey Arnold, and I know Aaron knows, but I've been trying for years to try to get this out of the ground. And I'm hoping that once I find the right people and once I get the time, I'll definitely want to finish it off. This will probably be like the last major Hey Arnold video I will ever do. So yeah, that's probably gonna, close that off. Amphibia, The Owl House, and The Loud House. Oh man, if I'm going to be doing videos on these, I have to really differentiate myself with everybody else who covers these shows, because these shows are really popular to talk about online. Like I have to do something so different that I wouldn't be like called derivative if I were to do it.
I mean, in regards to Amphibia, I mean, I wouldn't mind just doing just the basic casual chats on the show and just do what we normally do.
Yeah, they're referring to videos now. We're doing, I'm looking at the video survey. So if I had to do a video on Amphibia, it will have to be something completely different because, videos of Amphibia, The Owl House, and The Loud House are fairly common nowadays. So I have to do something that's out of the ordinary.
I gotta be honest, some of the more modern shows, like we were talking analysis videos a couple of hours ago, and they're pretty in depth now. And
I know they're really in depth. And if I want to do like Amphibia, then I have to look back on like years and years worth of documentation with like the pilot, and then getting it off the ground, and the ideas that they wanted to do, but that was cut. I have to listen to a bunch of interviews and podcasts with Matt Braley and various other people, so that's going to take a while. The Owl House, very similar. I have to look through like Reddit posts, I have to look through interviews, I have to look through concept art, comparing the beta versions, so there's a lot. And The Loud House, I mean, there's a lot of episodes, and I'll probably have to talk about the Casa Grandes too. So yeah, I mean, if I just want to do like even simple reviews, I still need to go through every single thing, and that's going to be a lot. Okay, next one. More videos on anime and new animated shows / movies such as Maya and the Three. Again, very similar to what I was saying. If I want to do something brand new, I have to really be different from a lot of other people. I have never done a video on an anime before, so I definitely want to talk about that. But I've been seeing lately that people who do videos on anime have to go through major copyright claims. You thought that the stuff that I went through regarding about Viacom was bad? No, the stuff was like ShowPro and like Funimation and Toei. That stuff is brutal.
It's a headache. it's a headache you don't need.
Yeah, that stuff
It's
is
the reason why
Definitely.
Vega struggled so much on
And even
YouTube. Eventually she
Toy.
lost the channel.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Next one is Hey Arnold again. I mean, other than like one final video I want to do, I'm not going to probably talk about Hey Arnold. Maybe I mean, I guess maybe I will probably do like a top 10 worst episodes, but other than that, and maybe even the final massive project I've been wanting to do for years, I probably will not do another video on Hey Arnold. I've already talked about it too much at this point. Next one is more Cartoon Network topics and any of the anime related stuff pertaining to the Anime Network, G4's Anime Unleashed, and Sci-Fi Network's Anime Monday, and now the defunct Funimation channel. Oh man, that would be a lot. That would be a lot. Again, going through like looking through the history of it and how they were able to get the license to have all these shows and all that kind of stuff, and see which shows were the best in these channels. Like, whew, that would be a lot, you know. Okay, next question. What topics would you like to hear covered in videos that have been rarely or never been covered? Okay, so somebody actually said Sabrina the Teenage Witch. So a video on Sabrina the Teenage Witch would be an interesting idea. I would definitely like that. Shows that were piloted but never got anywhere. So basically you want me to do Nick's Missile, but in video form, which I like that idea, actually. I wouldn't mind doing Nick's Missile, but instead of just focusing on Nickelodeon stuff, I can do all the shows. So that means I have to change the name. Instead of Nick's Missile, but then again, Eli Stone, aka the Hero of Tomorrow, does a show like that called Cartoons That Never Made It. But I could also do like live action shows or movies as well, because there's a lot of those too. I'll have to think of a name if I want to do something like that. It's like shows, movies, that kind of stuff that never happened. Okay, comic strips like Calvin and Hobbes episode. Okay, so you're
Missile.
Possibly. I have to think about it. Next one is comic strips like the Calvin and Hobbes episode. Comic Strip Critic did a series of videos discussing about like comic strips in depth, like with Foxtrot and various others. So if I have to do something like that, that could be a possibility. Caitlin's Way. Now, here's the thing. I wanted to do Caitlin's Way. If you remember, I did a live stream a few years ago where I was playing through Rayman Origins, and I was asking everybody, I have two ideas for upcoming videos. I want to do Caitlin's Way, or is Disney's Doug really that bad? And overwhelmingly, is Disney's Doug is really that bad was the winner. And so I never got around to Caitlin's Way. So Caitlin's Way, definitely. More voiceover artists and giving away rights to networks. Interesting. Again, I'll have to definitely do a lot of research on that. The Office, Forrest Gump, and Stranger Things. Okay, so The Office is talked about a lot. Again, depending on which version, is it either the British American version or Parks and Rec or Community or Monsters at Work, whatever, then yeah, I definitely have to probably like watch every episode of each season to do a discussion / review of it. Forrest Gump, if you're referring to the book or you're referring to the movie, most likely you're probably referring to the movie. So I think it would be interesting if I can compare the book and the movie. So there's that. Stranger Things, I usually don't like to talk about a show that I'm not familiar with until I've watched it completely. So if I do want to do something on Stranger Things, I'll have to watch the whole thing through. And I'll probably have to do it season by season though, because Stranger Things is not finished yet. Let's see, behind the scenes, concepts, and pilots. I kind of do that already with from pilot to final product, but if you want me to do more of that, I can. How cartoons tackle serious issues. Oh man, if I want to tackle something like that, I have to really, really, really do some deep digging into that and say it in the most uttermost respect. So that one is definitely one that I have to really consider if I want to tackle something like this. Maybe some videos on more of the obscure or less talked about Nickelodeon shows. Maybe you can finally get around to watching Welcome to the Wayne or I Am Frankie and do an analysis video on whether to find whether the original accusations of them being ripoffs of Gravity Falls and My Life as a Teenage Robot respectively were true. I have a feeling you'll have quite a bit to say about both of these shows, especially I Am Frankie. And pretty good suggestion. I'll definitely have to take a look into those in the future. Favorite animated theme songs or personal favorite animated movies list. Ooh, that's a good one. Kevin did his top 100 animated shows way back in 2012, and I never got to do mine. So maybe that's something I definitely will do in the future. And favorite animation theme songs. Oh man, I would have it listed by so many categories. You have Western cartoons and anime. Then you would have some with lyrics, some without lyrics. So yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff would be really complicated for me because I have I like both of them. I like theme songs that have good lyrics, but I also like theme songs that have excellent music. So that would be a tough one to get through. I mean, I have to watch through a lot of animated shows, which by the way, I remember it was myself, Aaron, and your friend Cassie. And we looked at a YouTube video where it was like every 80s cartoon.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It was a little Twitch stream.
Yeah, the Twitch stream that we did together. Yes.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. I'll probably have to look through like more animated stuff, especially stuff that I'm not familiar with, to see, okay, this is a good one. I'm going to put it on the list. So
I think the one thing I remember from that stream was the mohawk on the the 18. No, it wasn't the 18 anime. It was the what was it? The who is it? It was Mr. T, the animated show.
Oh yeah, in the Mr. T cartoon,
and
I remember.
He shaved a mohawk into his dog. If you remember that.
I remember,
yeah. Like the dog had a mohawk.
I enjoyed that cartoon when I was a 10-year-old.
Never seen it.
I just think it's ridiculous that he would go to the trouble to shave a mohawk into his dog, and say that, oh hey, this is I laughed out loud.
It's branding.
Yeah. It's crazy to think of how far that's animated stuff has come since then. So yeah, I think that it's kind of like the old saying goes about like, hey, remember when the animated opening was like the best thing about the cartoon because they put all their animation budget into it. So I mean, I definitely have to like think about it. Okay, in terms of like aesthetics, in terms of like the music, in terms of like all that kind of stuff, I definitely need to like sit down and say, okay, this stuff is good. This stuff is good. Okay, I definitely want to get to it. Okay, we have another guest coming on in. Best thing about the cartoon because they put all their animation budget. Hi, Chris. How's it going? Oh,
I was looking at that. It's an 18 that Mr. T cartoon again now. Yeah, like there's a big black mohawk on that dog. So he not only did he go to the trouble to shave in a mohawk, he actually dyed it black as well on top of his dog.
Coming on in. It was weird. It was weird to say.
I pity the fool.
Best thing about this cartoon. Hey Chris, how's it going?
Hi Patty. I apologize that it took me this long to get in. I know this was the day of your live stream, but I've been busy with a bunch of other stuff. I definitely wanted to at least call in for just for at least a short time.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine for sure. If you don't mind muting,
Chris, we can hear you like we can hear the live stream through your microphone.
Yeah. Would you mind muting that for a second? Best thing about this I'll let you figure that out. Anyway, so let's see what else we got.
This long to get in. I know this was the day of your last. I've been busy.
Chris, you're just repeating what you said just before.
Yeah. No, it's the live stream. That's what it is. He's just trying to work it out.
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you have the YouTube part on, so I think.
Yeah. If you just turn off the YouTube video, then
turn off the YouTube video. Yeah, just listen to us.
Yeah, there you go. I'll let you figure that out.
We're caught up in a time loop.
Yeah, definitely. That makes it easier.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. Yeah. All right. So let's see what the next thing is. Okay. G4's Anime Unleashed, Sci-Fi's Network Anime Blocks, Toonami, and basically all things anime related. So more anime. Got it. All right. So let's see what else is next. This is the last one. What constructive feedback / improvement would you like to see for the Old School Lane videos? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Yes. Do constructive improvements. As for which ones, do it. I don't know. I don't care. Okay. More live streams. Again, this was something that was suggested in the podcast one. So I definitely need to consider that more in the future. Maybe a smaller group of people in the discussion videos. I have a hard time focusing on everyone when there's 3 or 4 guests, and I have to go back and listen to certain parts again to catch anything I missed. Interesting.
So you only want discussions with 2 people?
Well, here's the thing. When I first started, I used to have like groups of multiple people. I would have like groups of 4, 6 people. The most amount of people I've ever had on a podcast was the Avatar: The Last Airbender podcast. I had 10 people on that one. So I don't do large groups like that anymore. So yes, I have definitely put that suggestion to heart, where I have a lot less people on the discussion. Unless, of course, if it's a topic that I really want to have a lot of people discussing about, like the Owl House. So yeah, other than that, I usually have a smaller group of people.
The average panel's usually like 5 or 6 people, isn't it? So like,
yeah, usually, or maybe 8, but
Yeah.
nothing more than 10.
Okay, I think I've actually got my audio settings fixed, and I want to apologize for us causing any problems with
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. You're perfectly fine, Chris.
Yeah, because at least I just wanted to at least drop in for a bit and do once again congratulate you on 10 years of doing this, and I really do appreciate all the times you invited me on for a number of these discussions and whatnot. I mean, of course the Disney casual chats we've done already were definitely a lot of fun. Even the times when we were covering movies I didn't know that much about.
Right.
I came off looking like an idiot on them and stuff.
No, not at all.
And of course, really appreciate that time we actually got to do a TV trash video together, actually live at Walt Disney World.
I remember, yes.
Yeah,
I actually mentioned that in my favorite collaborations discussion, which, by the way, I still owe you a crossover review. We were planning on doing Phineas and Ferb together, but then time constraints happened and we never got to do it. But next year, for sure.
Well, think of something, but sure, I've actually got quite a few people asking to do crossovers with me in the next year, and hopefully I'll be able to find time for you on all of them.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, but again, just like I said, I have some business too, but I definitely want to drop in and say, congratulations on all of this, and hopefully all of us can find ways to keep our work going for as long as possible. Just if we're entertaining just one people with every video, I'm thinking hopefully we're doing something to make the world a better place.
Absolutely, for sure.
Hey, catch you later again. Hope to see you guys again later at sometime in the future.
Absolutely. And everybody will be hearing you on Monday when we have the Disney Post Renaissance podcast up.
Oh yeah, and also Monday is also going to be like the release of the last TV trash of 2021. So quite a few stuff to go on there as well.
Awesome. Well, all right. Thank you so much, Chris. Take care.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Chris.
Yeah.
And also, me and Patricia, we got the season finale of Iron Patricia coming up as well.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, we also have that one coming up too.
And let's just say it's a very juicy season finale. So,
very much so. Yes.
Very romantic, I have to say.
Mm-hmm. All right. Next suggestions are animated versions of the hosts, which for video. Okay, so I know what they're referring to because whenever people do reviews on things, they always have like animated avatar characters, kind of like what Saberspark and various others people have done. So do you want to have like animated versions of me covering videos? I have to pay an animator to do it. And to be quite honest, I mean, I'm just perfectly fine being me. I mean, I haven't had anybody like criticize just me.
I think the easiest thing you could probably do is like do like the whole VTuber thing, which I don't think you want to do.
Because even then it's quite a bit to get someone to build you a rig and then have it signed up. And even if you just want to do something like Saberspark does and just have like different avatars that you switch to, you still gotta draw like a couple dozen.
Yeah, and I can't draw to save my life.
Expressions. And plus you have to edit them into the scenes to convey your emotion at the time. So that's more effort being put into the editing process.
Yeah. Speaking of editing, that's another suggestion. Get some better editing software, at least editing software that allows you to do overlays. I guess it makes a lot of sense because a lot of the stuff that I do talk about is definitely 4x3. And so I guess maybe the overlay to kind of like have people like look at something that's not just black screen would probably be more pleasing to the eyes. So that's a suggestion.
I mean, kind of part of the charm though, because like, it's old school. So like, everything was in 4x3 back in the day.
I guess
so,
that's
like,
true.
I don't know. Like,
I mean, I am starting to learn how to do Adobe Premiere. So I'm trying to get away from doing like Sony Vegas, which I'm trying to now learn a Premiere because apparently Premiere is like the standard when it comes to like doing editing on anything. So that's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, I have Premiere Elements at least. That's how I usually do all my videos.
Yeah. Let's see. I like to have timestamps for when the video begins and ends, especially background information for movies and TV shows people are unfamiliar with. Okay. You're right. I definitely do need to update my videos to put in timestamps. Like the Disney Zug is really that bad, needs timestamps. A lot of the Hey Arnold stuff need timestamps. Yeah, for sure. Definitely a consideration. Let's see. Just keep on going with casual chats. Again, this is for videos, not podcasts. Okay.
Well, this is going to be casual chats. You've done in videos as well. Like
I mean, like live streams, but I was referring to videos. And here's the thing: a lot of people have actually confused casual chats with my videos, and there's a bit of a mix-up between like videos and podcasts. So,
well, if you remember the Owl House, the first Owl House one we did was a video conference that we did. So like, so I guess you could say that in itself was probably a video. So like,
I guess that's true. Yeah.
As well, we should do more of those because I like the video discussions that we do. So
yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so definitely if we will consider that. All right, and the last one. What have the Old School Lane videos mean to you? Everything. I like that Old School Lane gives attention to classic Nicktoons that have been forgotten by most people that deserve to be remembered, especially as told by Ginger. As told by Ginger videos attracted me to the channel. They're really fun to listen to and see what images appear on screen. A break from the everyday. Make me love the world of animation more. Old School Lane more entertaining than Fox News, the Paul brothers, and Cardi B. Thank you.
Something right.
I did something right. Yeah. Nostalgia Trip. Their reviews on As Told by Ginger were amazing. That question doesn't make any sense. I think that's either a word missing or a word that shouldn't be there. I think you get the point when I ask that question. So yeah, I understand what you're trying to do, but please, nobody likes to be a jerk when it comes to grammar issues.
Grammar Nazi.
Next one, animation, both past and future with compelling stories. I don't know how that answers the question of what As Told by Ginger, what as Old School Lane videos mean to you, but okay. Watching Old School Lane videos cheers me up because the interview guests have been, that's a podcast though. I haven't done videos on interviews yet.
I think it would be really fun to do video interviews one day.
I definitely do, actually. Yeah, I need to do video interviews one day.
I think the reason why people are kind of like, because keep this in mind, not everyone's got like a YouTube Premium subscription, so not everyone can turn the screen off every time they want to listen to a video. So likelihood is they're probably just treating it as a video rather than treating it as like, as a podcast, if you will.
I guess
so. That's
so.
where the confusion is probably coming in.
Yeah. The videos and blog entries have helped me to form my own opinions about the shows I've grown up with and decipher how well they stood the test of time. All right, so that is the feedback for the video. So thank you guys so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I think it's that time again. We've reached over to having another congratulations video. So we have actually a couple of them left. Actually, just enough to kind of like space throughout this entire live stream. So I'm glad that we were able to have just enough to go through. So I'm just going to pull it up really quick. While you do that, while I do that, let me just put, okay. Here we go. So yeah, I think I only have 3 left. So I'm just going to pull them up and see who is next. I don't know who's next. So I'm genuinely curious to see what am I going to be pulling up. Let's see. Here we go.
Hey, it's me, it's Craig, formerly known as Stuttering Craig or Craig Skits or whatever, the guy who started Screw Attack a long time ago and now no longer makes videos on the internet. Well, I'll tell you what, I know something about doing something online for a long time. And I'll tell you this, doing something for 10 years is quite the accomplishment. So congratulations to you, 10 years at Old School Lane. Doing something, I'm telling you, that's hard. It's hard to do. So way to go with the determination, way to go keeping at it. And don't let anybody try to keep you down. Go get it. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Craig. That was
very wise words, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was Craig Skitsmas, aka Stuttering Craig, who you may know from his stuff on Screw Attack and Game Attack. And he did a series of his own solo videos right before he decided to just stop and focus on his own project online called the Collaborator Club. So yeah, thank you so much for that, Craig. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah. So we got what, about 2 hours and 50 minutes to go, I think.
Yeah, we just have about 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. Yes.
Ah, cool. Okay.
All right. So I think that a lot of people have been asking me for the longest time, hey, I think we guys should play a game next. So yeah, why don't we have something from the Jackbox games if anybody's interested in playing that?
Okay.
So yeah, if anybody has any suggestions of anything from the Jackbox games that we should play, then please let me know. So I usually have a lot of people saying they like Quiplash. A lot of people say they like Fibbage or even the regular Jackbox. So yeah, if anybody has any suggestions, then please let me know.
I'll be totally honest with you here. I've never played the Jackbox game, so I'm not
Me
too
neither.
sure what we have to do.
Okay,
here, so.
sure, no problem. I will help you guys out. So let's see. We'll do something very easy then. Let's do Lie Swatter, which is a game where you need to find out if something is true or false. So that will be an easy one for people to pick up, and also you can play up to 100 people in it, so everybody can join in.
Cool.
So let me just pull it up.
All right. I've been itching for another Jackbox game for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so push start. Okay, so I'm just going to switch over to Lie Swatter. Do lobsters pee on their heads? Did Japan vote the instant noodle on the top adventure of the 20th century? Or are you calling BS? So all you need to do is put in the Jackbox code. You just put in this website right here, which is jackbox.tv, and then you can be able to join in.
Okay.
Salutations and welcome to Lie
So yeah, all you need to do is just go to this website and
We can accommodate a huge number of players in a game. Just trust us, we totally can.
so I'm just going to put mine in. So jackbox.tv, and then you just put in the room code. So if anybody is interested in playing, then you're more than welcome to.
What's the room code?
PSQJ.
PSQJ.
Yes.
PSQ, so is it Papa Sierra, Quebec, Julia?
Yes.
It says press this button when everyone has joined.
Not yet. Not everybody has joined yet. I'm going to wait until other people are starting to join in.
I'm in.
Okay, cool. So we're going to wait until, we're going to wait for a little bit. So far we have about like, a few, how many people are on the live stream right now? We have about 12. So let's just wait for a little bit until more people join in. So let's just give it a moment. Yeah, we'll just go through this one, and then afterwards, when people are just getting the hang of it, then we'll probably switch over to another game. I definitely want to read through the a few more scenes of As Told by Ginger. I definitely want to go through like the Hello Stranger scene, and I want
I'll
to
be
go
right
through
back.
the
I gotta
Silver
check something
scene.
quick.
Oh yeah, sure.
All right.
Go ahead. Go for it. Yeah, I definitely want to do the Hello Stranger scene, and I want to definitely do the little Seal Girl scene when we have the chance, because I think that'll be really fun to kind of like wrap things up for sure. All right, I'm going to wait another 2 minutes, and then afterwards we can get started.
Yeah. Well, while you're doing that, I think if you want to follow me on Twitter, it's twitter.com/Aaron Meta Show, which is ARUNMEHTASHOW. If you want to ask me a question, I'm on Tumblr, which is aaronmetashow.tumblr.com. And also, that's if you want to find me on Reddit as well, I'm actually on Reddit too. So Aaron Meta Show is also my Reddit. So if you want to find me on there too, and I usually hang around with the Owl House crew, and usually hang around with the Hey Arnold people. So yeah.
All right. So we're gonna wait a few more minutes so people can be able to join in. So yeah, and as for me, if you want to check out my stuff, it is youtube.com/oldschoollane, facebook.com/oldschoollane. I'm on Twitter at Patty_B_Miranda. You can check me out on Anchor, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Radio Public. So yeah, if you want to check out some of my stuff, that's where you can find me. New episodes of my podcast will go there first, and then they'll loop in a few days on YouTube. And then afterward, if you're interested in checking out some of my other stuff, I've done a lot of other collaborative stuff with like Aaron from the Aaron Meta Show, and with Aaron and Patricia. I did the banter broadcast, which I also done as well. Let's see. I'm planning on doing some other podcasts as well in the future. I just reconnected with my friends John and Douglas from Who Loves Orange podcast, who I haven't spoken to in a very long time, and we actually reconnected with each other again. So I'm excited about collaborating with them again. And also, I'm excited about collaborating with Abdullah and Paul from yesterday's Capers. By the way, shout out to Abdullah, by the way. He is very, very sick. He just recently caught COVID. So please have him in your prayers that he recovers from this. He says he's currently feeling mild symptoms, but still, I mean, this stuff is no joke, you know?
Yeah, he's hoping he recovers quickly.
Absolutely, yes.
Is he vaccinated?
I think he is. So
Okay,
he just caught a mild version of it.
Yeah.
So I think
That's the important thing. If you get vaccinated, and likelihood is you're probably gonna be fine, and from COVID. So that's the important thing about the vaccine is that it not necessarily stop infection, but it might stop you from getting really sick from it. So
yeah. We just have to hope more people get vaccinated so that we don't keep having all these new variants.
Very true. Very true. All right, I think we waited long enough. I'm going to push everybody's in to get started.
All right.
So it's very simple with the game. All you need to do is just hit truth or lie if every statement. If you think it's the truth, you hit truth. If you think it's a lie, you push lie. Whoever has the highest points wins.
All right.
Okay.
7 crazy facts pulled from these fact categories. Every single Japanese emperor but one has died of poisoning. Use your device to pick whether you think the fact is true or a lie.
Huh. Obvious is obvious, I guess.
Galileo invented the telescope while in jail to look into a nearby convent.
These are some interesting ones.
Yeah, these are interesting. Yeah, they tend to be really weird questions, you know? Okay.
Carrots were originally purple, not orange.
I think I've heard about this one. That might be a possibility, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, it is true. Okay.
No, it's true. All right, then.
Yeah, it's they came in other colors, but then they started breeding them in orange to pay respect to the House of Orange.
This is a dog sled lane on a highway in Alaska.
No, in Alaska, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably say truth.
Ooh.
It's a lie. All right, then it's a lie.
It's a good thing I said it was not true.
The Aztec word for gold translates to excrement of the gods.
I don't know about that.
I don't think
that
so.
can't be real.
Yeah, what?
Oh, shit happens apparently.
Well, who would have known?
Before rear view mirrors, race cars had a driver and someone to look back for him.
Possibly. I mean,
yeah,
it was dangerous back then, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But then thinking about that, it's probably a lie.
Yeah,
I know it's true.
Yeah,
Okay.
that definitely was, yeah. First rear view mirror was used in the Indianapolis 500.
Mr. Rogers appeared in a Vidal Sassoon commercial.
Ooh.
A what?
It's a hair care product.
Yeah, it's a hair care product, yeah.
I'm gonna say it's not true.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lie.
Nah, that's a lie. I don't imagine Mr. Rogers
would
in
ever have done
a
that,
hair
no.
care product.
Yeah. At least they didn't try that dumb myth about Mr. Rogers fighting in Vietnam.
Oh, definitely not.
Are your next 7 fact categories.
All right, let's see what's next.
Balloons.
Balloons.
The Viet Cong used balloons to drop poison.
And I just mentioned myth, and I just mentioned
Ooh, I
urban legend
think
about the
that's-
Viet Cong. Maybe I am becoming psychic.
I mean, aren't you a mentalist?
Yeah, but I admit everything I'm doing is a trick. So
Oh, okay, gotcha.
so this is one of those things that just seems like it's weird when these coincidences happen.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Oprah was originally named Orpah.
Orpah.
No. Yeah. Like, it's just like at work a few weeks ago, someone wanted to put on a Christmas themed Spotify playlist.
Okay.
And I said, go ahead, just so long as there's some variety and not like 8 different renditions of Sleigh Ride in an hour. And the very first song that came up was Sleigh Ride.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ooh. Lightning can travel through wire after hitting a telephone pole.
Yeah.
Guess it makes sense.
Scary.
I guess that's only a problem if you still have a landline.
Sitting on banana peels every year.
I mean, unless if you get a concussion or something.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, yeah, you can hit your head pretty hard on the floor. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a bigger problem like in the 19th century when they were just throwing them on the ground.
Ugh, I hope not. Just the fact that that's skin crawling to me. Cockroaches that lay eggs on your ears, just ugh.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Well, let's be thankful for that.
Thank God.
Sweat stains are yellow because of high concentrations of urea in armpit sweat.
I'm not sure about this one.
I'm not sure about this one either.
I gave it a go.
Okay.
Oh, crud!
Prince Charles drives a wine-powered car.
What?
Gotta be a...
Nope.
No
If this
way.
is true, then
If it's
You're
true,
about
I'm
to find
What?
out. Yeah, it's true.
Shit!
Okay then.
Oh, not fair. Arun lives in England. He knew that one.
I didn't know that one either.
Well, it's okay
Either.
fifth, so I'm not going to celebrate too hard.
Well, we'll do another round after this.
Oh, goodness me.
Final round.
Yeah.
Will be about one category. That category is names of Salvador Dali paintings.
Oh, no.
These are really the names of Salvador Dali paintings.
Okay.
Oh, if I fail,
I need to refresh
love
my
Dali.
art appreciation class skills.
Of the Duke Crusader, Humphrey Bogart.
You know, if I fail, I'm a big fan of Dali. So if I fail this, I'm gonna be so embarrassed.
I'm just gonna press buttons. That's how I'm gonna get through it.
I didn't really cover Dali too much in my art appreciation class.
Oh, I like him and Magritte and Escher. They're my favorite of the surreal artists.
Okay.
The great
Oh.
Peter.
Lie.
That's what they called me in college.
All right then.
It features a floating head, a giant locust, other insane things. Of course it does.
Debris of an automobile giving birth to a blind horse fighting a telephone.
Did you ever hear the story about how Salvador
bet you this is a
Dali, when he was dating his fiance, he went to her parents' house naked because he wanted to show that he was above pretensions?
Really?
Really?
No, I have not heard about that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Pablo Picasso's breast served on a plate without the plate.
Without the plate, without the plate.
That makes no sense.
Sure.
That's like going to a McDonald's and asking for a burger, hold the bun.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Shirley Temple, the youngest, most sacred monster of the cinema in her time.
I don't know.
I don't think she made something like that. Oh, okay.
Shows a half lion, half human with Shirley Temple's face lying on a pile of bones.
Oh.
Of course it does.
So she's the animal crackers in the soup this time.
I think Clocks on Cliffs. I think this is
I
the
don't
one
think
I
that's
know.
Salvador. Yep. That was the Harold episode.
Yeah.
Eternal home of St. Peter.
What?
Neon giraffes.
Neon giraffes. No wonder why the Owl House hates giraffes.
Yeah. That would be a good band name, though.
Yeah. All right, let's see who won this one. Oh, me.
Hey,
Congratulations. Huh?
Way to go, Patricia.
Oh, that was a close one, yeah.
I came fourth. I'm happy with that.
Cool.
Middle of the road, not too bad for me.
Yeah. All right, want to do another round, guys?
Yes.
All right. Well, actually, let me see if anybody else wants to join in. So I'm just going to disconnect and put in a new room code.
Okay.
So if anybody who just joined us, by the way, hi. if you're interested in joining in on the play of Lice Water for the Jackbox Party Pack, then please come and join us.
Mm-hmm.
The room code is YRCTV, and the way to play it is go to
you get to play Jackbox.
Go to jackbox.tv. Yeah, according to what the live stream says, there's currently about 10 people live. So if any of you guys are interested in coming on by, then please do so. Everybody is
only 10 people alive. Oh my God, how bad was the war? If there's only 10 people alive left.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it has been we've been doing this for 10 hours, so I'm just surprised that people are able to stick around as long as they have, you know.
It was easy for me because I'm not at work at the moment, and so I'm I able to start this at 2 p.m. and then continue on with until as long as we go. So
yeah. Actually, Norbert suggests that we play Fibbage after this, which that's a great idea. We definitely should be playing Fibbage after this. It's a great game. It's definitely easy to pick up. It's a lot of fun too.
All right.
Anyway, so yeah, we'll do that. I don't think there's enough people for Quiplash because unfortunately, not a lot of people are tuning into the game itself. I mean, even though that there's still people there, I think they just mostly want to watch than anything. So
okay, well, we got 5 people. That's
yeah,
enough.
I guess we'll just usually with Quiplash, you need to have an even amount of players. So
all right.
Yeah. All right. So let's just get started because pretty much I don't think anybody's going to be joining in. So let's get started.
Sure.
Time for another game of Lice Water. You're going to see 7 crazy facts pulled from the following fact categories. Henry Ford kept a vial of poison in his hollowed-out wooden leg.
Again with the poison, we start things off with. There must be a theme going on.
Must be.
Okay.
New technology allows cows in heat to send text messages to farmers.
You know what? Anything is possible at this point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it said yes.
I'm more familiar with vegetables being traced by technology more than animals, so I'm not too sure about this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can't solve the climate change issue, but we can have find a way for cows to let people know when they're in heat.
Yeah.
Photo of a Picasso painting sold for $300 at an art auction.
An Instagram photo of Picasso painting. Not like the actual thing itself, just the photo. Okay, thank God it was a lie.
You go right with NFTs now, can you?
Oh, that's what I was saying.
We're expected to patch small leaks with thin slices of raw bacon.
If any,
That
I mean,
wouldn't
here's the
surprise
thing.
me.
You know, if anything, I'm actually still not even understanding the concept of NFTs, to be quite honest. I mean, I try to get around with
NFTs
it.
are
It's
definitely complicated.
I don't know. Is it commissioned art? Is it avatars? What
it's
are
like,
they?
It's the best way I've heard it described. Do you remember hearing when you were a kid, you heard about the Isle of Yap and how they had those giant stone discs that they use as currency?
Oh,
Some are so
sure.
big you can't even move them, but if you make a business transaction, then it's just like assume that you own that giant coin.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what NFTs are. You can't you don't have it personally, but you can just tell people it's yours.
Huh. That sounds really complicated.
It is. And you're expected to get money back on your investment by selling it to other people so they have the ownership. So it's basically a pyramid scheme.
Okay.
Yeah.
An Ohio bean making company named Jim's Beans.
Yeah, I mean, this and cryptocurrency, I still don't understand what they are.
I don't either. I tried to get into crypto when it was starting out back in 2014.
Yeah.
And all I managed to accumulate was 145,000 for the dollar.
Oh, okay.
And here's
Yeah.
where everyone stands at the end of round 1.
Don't know who NASA is, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm just when people talk about it, I'm like, sure, yeah, okay.
Robert Pattinson is related to Vlad the Impaler.
Okay, if this is true, that is the biggest form of irony I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, really?
No way. Really? That's
Well, I mean,
unbelievable.
God.
well, it's kind of like with
Uh-oh.
Genghis
First
Khan
dog on the
and
moon was named
it's kind
Bark
of like with Genghis
Aldrin.
Khan
That's
and
the
Attila the Great. They had,
I don't think so.
yeah, they had a lot of, they had a lot of conquest in bed. So
Wow, that's unbelievable. That's like Tom Hanks coincidentally being related to both Mr. Rogers and to Walt Disney.
cool.
That blows my freaking mind. The first waterbed. I mean, yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, and even if he did, he probably got it from somebody else.
It's actually south of South Korea.
Oh, come on, that can't be. That's an obvious trick question.
That can't be. Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah.
The Guinness World Record for most bottles of whiteout drunk is 1.
Who would do that? Like, no, don't risk your health, people. Don't.
We have people taking horse medicine. We already have people taking horse medicine. We don't need them to take whiteout.
Well, Andre the Giant used to drink like loads of bottles of wine before he went into
No,
a match.
no. Whiteout, Aaron. Whiteout. You know, the stuff that you
wine.
put in your paper to kind of like fix a mistake. Whiteout.
Oh, whiteout. Sorry, I thought you meant wine.
Yeah, not wine,
Yeah.
not wine.
Okay, now you had me kind of curious about like these weird family connections. So I'm looking some up now. Turns out Hugh Hefner.
I think anything
is
could be
related
possible.
I was like the other one correct on that.
Hugh Hefner is related to George Bush.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Hugh Hefner was related to George Bush.
Really? Huh.
Really?
Interesting.
How
Kind of
so?
reminds me about Don Bluth and Mitt Romney being related.
Yeah. And Lee Marvin, his heritage can be traced back to his ancestors can be traced back to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Robert E. Lee.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Aaron, you're on the lead now.
Oh wow. Okay.
Way to go.
Nice.
I've been playing this game twice.
Ozzy Osbourne is related to Jesse James.
For the final round, all the facts will be about one category. That category is real pro baseball players.
Oh.
my
I know nothing about baseball.
Okay, so
neither.
this ought to be interesting.
Yeah.
Committee member.
This is a real baseball player. I'm sorry.
He probably is, knowing.
I mean, that would probably be a name for a jockey, but not a baseball player. Okay, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Rusty Goose.
I can see this being a name for a baseball player, like somebody from like the 20s alongside with Babe Ruth. It's like, Rusty, you're up on bat.
Yeah, Rusty was a pretty old school name. There
I
we
was
go.
right, yeah. Rusty played for a number of teams in the 80s. Okay, I thought it was more like 20s.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll say yeah on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, no comments.
I know a good couple of players who are called Dong.
I'll give it a go.
They're Asian players. Oh, that's a lie.
Penny Man.
I'm just saying true for all of them.
Sure.
Whatevs.
I mean,
what if they're alive?
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb.
That's a lie.
I mean, one of them was true just a moment ago.
Edge Johnson.
Not touching that. Nope, not touching that.
That's Johnson. You know, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's a lie.
Dick Cox.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Really?
Really?
Dick Cox.
Should have stuck with Richard Cox, I think.
Yeah.
Remember when everyone was saying Dick Tracy? Like, I was saying
Yeah,
Dick.
I remember. Like, yeah, Dick Van Dyke was in this movie. There enough
Dick Van
dicks.
Dyke was in it.
Dick Sargent was in Bewitched.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know about that.
Okay. Oh crap.
Uh,
What's Wagner?
What's Wagner?
Okay.
Whoa.
Nice. In the 1890s. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
Oh, you won, Aaron.
Unbelievable.
Way to go,
How did I
Aaron. Way to
win?
go.
Nice.
Way to go.
Final scores.
Oh, it was really close too, by the way.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Nice
That's close,
job.
actually. Yeah.
I was
Didn't
actually
get
a
me
lot
this time,
better from the
Norbert.
previous.
All right, I'm gonna exit out of here.
Okay.
And we're gonna go over to Fibbage next.
Okay.
Okay, so it's very easy for Fibbage. So you're given a specific topic, and what you do is that you try to write an answer to try to fool the other players, thinking that is the correct answer. If they choose your answer, you get points. If you're able to find what the real answer is, you get a lot of points, and the one who has the most points wins. You'll get it as time goes on. It's very easy to understand.
Yeah, it's basically how well can you bluff?
Yeah, how well can you bluff? Yeah, how good of a liar you are. Yeah, basically that's what the game is. So anybody who is interested in joining in on Fibbage XL, you go over to jackbox.tv and the code is WMXW.
All right. What we
I think
got?
Norbert wants payback for when I stole that victory off him. So.
Well, let's see how good of a liar he is compared to you.
Wait, how do I get in?
Jackbox.tv, the code is WMXW. Same website.
I'm
You just
right
put in a
here.
different code.
Is it right there? Jeez. Hang on. WMXW.
Yeah, just take your time. We got time. We're waiting for other people to log in to see if they were interested in playing.
I think I'm leaning forward too much. My back in my starting to feel it. It's no help. I'm still recovering from my vaccine as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I took the booster about a month ago, and yeah, that knocked me out too.
Well,
I scheduled
Really like
mine for next Thursday.
Well, I got mine, and I had AstraZeneca before I had Pfizer.
Could you show me the link to the site so I could come in?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. It says it right here. Join on your phone or tablet at jackbox.tv. And this is the room code right here.
Jackbox.tv.
Yeah, jackbox.tv. Yes.
Yeah.
Jackbox.tv. I mean, I know I'm on here.
Yeah, it's the same thing that you did when we did Lie Swatter. You just put in a different code.
Yeah, so it's really just that website.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You don't switch out of it.
Okay.
Then you just put the code in, and then you just say, yeah. I mean, put your name in too.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, I got AstraZeneca as my two jabs, and then after that I got the Pfizer one just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was told that mixing that kind of stuff is not too much of a big deal. So I'm thinking about.
No, what it is it's actually beneficial. So my my immune system will now boost to about 70% in regards to the current variant.
Gotcha.
So so basically, but I was still going to keep away from people anyway. So
Right. Yeah. I don't have to worry about people until around early January when I have to go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
Everything okay, Tony?
Still trying to.
Did you go to the jackbox.tv website?
Yeah, did you go to jackbox.tv?
Hang on. Jackbox.tv.
Yeah. There'll be something at the top that will task you to enter the room code and your name.
I'm on the jackbox.com site for
No, not jackbox.com. Jackbox.tv.
Okay.
Yeah, the jackbox.com website will tell you more information about the games, but not the game itself.
Oh my. So Jackbox, let me try again. Oh.
Yeah, jackbox.tv. That's what it's called.
Okay. Give me a second.
Yep. Yeah, we got time.
While he's doing that, let's I was gonna look at the chat and see if
What?
Yeah.
Can't even get in here.
Try refreshing.
Let me try again.
What is anybody in? Are people asking anything in the chat yet?
How are we doing? We're doing.
Oh,
all
we're
right.
doing good. Thank you. I'm tired, but I'm hanging in
Here
there.
we are. Oh, now I'm in. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
WMXW. All right.
Yep.
WM.
Who's NL, by the way? I don't know who that is.
Not sure. Probably one of the people who are watching. All right, so let's get started.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I had a dream that we'd all be here. 6 players, I like it. This is going to be a hot mess. Let's do this.
Nice.
Cookie was always the best Jack host.
Yeah, I loved Cookie Masterson.
And that means you get 500 points for everyone you fool with your made-up
Mitty was okay too.
Yeah, sure. Smitty is a very popular one as well. All right, so one of our viewers is going to be the one to choose the first topic. Let's see what they choose. If they're even able to choose anything. Hugging. Okay.
Hugging. Okay.
First question. Time for a celebrity tweet. 1:07 a.m. the 2nd of August, 2013. At Taylor Swift 13 tweeted, "Thank you for tonight, Des Moines. I found endless amounts of blank on my arms from hugging lots of you tonight. Now, use your device to enter a bluff that you think will fool the other players into thinking it's true. If you can't think of anything in time, use the lie for me button for half the points. Do it now."
Okay, so you just enter a bluff that you think people are going to fall for. And yeah. And then the options will be posting up. And all you need to do is choose which one you think is going to be the one where it's the correct one. And you try to prevent the ones that are the false ones. Okay.
Okay, there are your choices.
Okay, so let's see what we got.
Cocaine.
A lot of these are pretty interesting, to say the least.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wait for one more.
Okay, let's take a look.
All right, let's see what they got. Endless amounts of travel on my arms. Glitter. All right.
But it doesn't matter how much glitter you use, you can only spruce up Des Moines so much.
I just put in a random word.
Somebody else's lives got picked.
Cornstarch. I am so interested about that one.
Category.
How does one find cornstarch?
I figured Iowa's known for corn, so
gotcha.
Cornstarch.
Or is the reigning champion of a sport that just involves keeping a blank in your pants.
This can go so many places.
Yes. What is funny about this game is that sometimes you'll enter something you think is completely out there, and it turns out to be the true answer.
Yeah, I've actually had that done to me a few times before, where I entered like, oh, it's this answer, and then it's like, oh wait, that's the right answer, and I had to think of something else.
Oh boy, torn between hamster and ferret.
It's really tough because it could be, well, I mean, other than one, I can definitely see this possibly happening.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
Oh, nice, Aaron.
That's my lie.
Ooh, cattle fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh, a ferret.
Oh, that's right.
Okay then.
Ferret legging. And Regis kept the ferret in his pants for over 5 hours at a time.
Ooh.
And I'm not sure what I'm talking about anymore.
Wow.
And the rest of the board goes unselected.
5 hours? Wow.
5 hours of having a ferret in your pants.
Jinx.
Yikes.
Is that a ferret in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
I knew you would do that one. All right, Aaron, you're next.
Okay. Let's go with
Devil. Okay.
Here's the question. El Calacho is a Spanish festival where people dress up like the devil and jump over blank. Type in your lies now.
El colacho.
Colacho.
Okay, which one's the truth?
Oh, jeez. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
If this is a real holiday, I'm just so interested on how they're able to celebrate this.
Who picked what?
Oh, Jim, you
that
got
Jim's
me.
like nuns. Nice.
Oh.
That's my lie.
Nice.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, no way.
Nice.
Lots of suckers on that one.
What?
Whoa.
Babies,
No
really?
way.
Therapists in about 15 years. And nobody fell for
All right, babe, we're going to Spain someday, and we're going to learn about this festival. I'm just curious.
Yes, we are.
I've
I've heard the running of the bulls. I know about the tomato one, but I've never heard of this one before.
Wait, what's the tomato thing?
You know, where people just throw tomatoes at each other.
That's a thing?
Yes, that is a thing. Yes, I think it might be Spain or it's my turn.
Okay. There you go.
Let's do fighting.
Cool.
Here's the question. Scottsdale Community College's sports teams are oddly named the Fighting Blank. Enter your lies now.
I haven't been to Scottsdale actually.
I don't think I've ever been.
Yeah.
If you can't think of something.
Someone's gone away.
Yeah. I guess they're either writing an elaborate answer or maybe they couldn't think of anything.
Okay, here are your choices.
Right. Oh, for goodness sake.
How original.
Yeah, we can tell. Well, we can tell which one's fake, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Oh no, it's not the Fighting Irish.
No, that's Notre Dame.
Oh, that is Notre Dame. You're right. I thought it was like two competing ones that are very similar.
That's my lie.
That's mine.
Oh, good catch.
Come on, guys.
Artichokes.
What?
What?
Whoa.
Okay. I mean, I've heard of weirder ones.
Fighting
Oh my god,
artichokes.
how am I winning these games? I've barely ever played them.
I don't know. I guess you're just lucky. All right, Jim, you're next.
Okay.
Okay, record.
Okay, here's the question. With 88 catches, Canadian Aaron Gregg holds the Guinness World Record for blank juggling.
Ooh.
Type in your lies now.
It's been a while since I've actually juggled.
I suck at juggling.
Yeah, I'm pretty rusty at it myself.
What happens if you put in like the same answer in for like, if people come up with like the same answer?
Where's the truth?
Okay, what we got? Okay. Ooh.
Oh boy. A lot of tough ones here.
It's a lot of interesting choices.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Oh, nope.
That's NL's lie. Oh god, that's a lie as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Jim.
I gotcha.
That one's mine.
I suppose this is a lie.
Nope.
That's my lie.
Yeah.
Got your back.
Oh, chainsaw juggling. Oh,
wow.
that's generic.
I mean,
yeah,
I have seen chainsaw juggling, but 88 catches, good grief.
Yeah. All you have to do is miss once, and then you're on a way. You're your way to the emergency room.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
You miss once and you're dead. That's basically what happens.
I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if it lands on your leg, you might have a chance to live.
Well, not a good life.
All right, you're next, Tony.
All right.
Peter. Okay.
Here's the question. Under Peter the Great, noblemen had to pay 100 rubles a year for a blank license. Enter your
Ooh.
lies now. Hit the live for me button if you can't think of something.
I think one of them's just gone.
Or maybe they're just really thinking about something.
Where's the life of me button?
Okay, which one's the truth?
I'm not sure about my one, to be honest.
Okay, let's take a look.
I highly doubt you need a license for that.
Oh,
Our
ouch.
lie. Oof.
When you
Anyway, how
choose
does this
the
actually-
computer's lie, you lose a lot of points.
That's my lie.
That's mine.
That's yours. You got me. Bachelorhood.
Oh, that's Jim's lie.
Ooh, I'm getting quite a few. I'm getting quite a few people.
Oh, a beard license.
Yeah. I actually typed that in for my first guess, but since it was the truth.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
people had to pay just so they can have a beard? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wonder what that's for inflation. You know, how much would I be paying today if I had to have a beard license?
All right, last round, guys.
All right.
One question left for all the marbles, and everything is worth triple. Good luck.
Okay.
Here's your final fibbage question. The fastest growing baby name for girls in 2012.
Ooh, what was popular in 2012? Okay. Oh, geez. What was popular? Lady Gaga, Twilight.
Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. Yes, Hunger Games. Yeah. Yeah, so many.
I made a random choice. I don't know if it's true or not.
I don't know when.
Here we go.
Okay, here you go. Find the truth.
Ooh, okay. This is good. Taylor for Taylor Swift, Katniss for Hunger Games, Arya for Game of Thrones. Oh man, this is really good stuff. Oh wow. Okay.
Oh yeah.
This is tough.
Very tough.
Okay, what did everyone pick?
There's cats in this.
Katniss is
Yes.
from Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Katniss Everdeen, yeah.
That's why I suggested it, to try and lead
Yeah.
people onto that path.
I wrote Isabella
life is
for
really good.
Twilight, not Animal Crossing.
I thought I was thinking Phineas and Ferb.
That's a possibility
That
too.
sounds an
Yeah.
lie. May.
Ooh,
No,
I
that's
guess
an
not
elf
May.
lie.
Oh, it is
Wow,
Arya.
that's the
Okay.
truth.
I guess Game of Thrones was really popular.
Yeah.
People out there. And we're done.
You win,
Ooh.
Jim.
Wow, nice one, Jim.
Thank you.
That
Well,
aria choice really helped you.
Yeah,
very
it did,
much
actually.
so. Want to do one more game?
Yeah, let's do one more
Actually,
game.
yeah, I do want to play this again. Actually, this was
All right,
really,
let's
really
do it.
fun.
Hi, I'm Cookie, and I'm going to warn you now. I get clingy. Well. 6 players ready to enter the Fibbage Dome. Brace yourselves. Let's do this.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna quit the game right now because somebody else just entered in.
Round 1.
Okay.
500 points.
Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody just entered in. So
Hey, Douglas.
I'm gonna restart the game again. So sorry, everyone. Let me just do that.
No problem.
Okay.
In the immortal words of Dr. Eggman, the more the merrier.
Yes, indeed.
Snoopy,
Speak-
as
speaking of-
usual, I see.
Speaking of that, I'm really hoping that in the next Sonic movie, there's at least one scene where Jim Carrey says either snooping as usual or I've come to make an announcement.
Yeah. By
I
the way,
think that's
hello,
expected
Douglas.
at
How's
this
it
point.
going?
I think he's still trying to join us.
Okay.
Hey, Doug.
Either that he realizes we're going to play Fibbage.
Ooh, what's going on here?
All right, I'm just connecting the Jackbox. Okay, so same thing, so just a different code.
Got it.
Ozu.
Uza Duba. If you know her from Orange, just the new Black and Steven universe.
Oh, Douglas just dropped out of the call. Maybe he's having connection problems.
Yeah.
I'm
it
sure he'll
is.
come back at some point.
Yeah.
Either that he wants to join. He's like focused on Jackbox first, and then after that he'll come back.
Maybe, probably.
Yeah. Anyone in the chat going to join us?
Yeah, please join us for sure. I mean, we got like 3 slots left.
Yep.
Norbert's come back. That's,
Okay.
Norbert's a cool guy.
All right, we'll just wait for Douglas to return, and then afterwards, we'll get started.
You right? And Nell's back in.
Okay, cool.
What does NL stand for? You can tell us in the chat.
Oh, it stands for Nasaya Lucero.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was one of our listeners of We're in Between.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I wonder if they're okay. I can't see Douglas on the chat though.
Yeah, looks like maybe his internet died. I don't know.
Yeah. All right then. Well, in the meanwhile, I guess we'll just get started until he gets by.
Yeah.
If
well, I
anything,
think
we can always just do.
we've got
hold on.
we've got like 90 minutes left, so I'm sure we'll fit him in
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah, well, he'll join in for the next game then.
About to change your lives for a couple of minutes. There will be 6 of you, huh? Well, that's music to my ears. More
Yeah.
specifically, adult contemporary music to my ears. Let's do this.
Hey, Douglas, how's it going?
Hi, it's me.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Doug.
How you doing? Is John going to be joining us pretty soon?
Yeah, he's coming on soon. He's getting it figured out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, we're just in the middle of playing through Fibbage. Yeah.
Use the fear that somewhere in the world a blank is watching you. Now use your device to type
So yeah, why don't you let people know who you are while we are playing the game?
Get stuck.
My name is Douglas. I'm from the podcast.
I'm sorry, we can't really hear you.
Oh, hold on.
I'm on my phone. That's why. Hold on. I can plug in my headset. Give me a sec.
Yeah, let me just lower down the game for a little bit. There we go. That should do it.
Hold on. Let me plug in my headset real quick.
Okay, yeah, you do that. Oh, hold on. We got John coming in.
John's coming in too.
Yeah, John's coming in too.
Okay, can you guys hear me better now?
There you go. Hi,
Yeah,
how
I
you
get
doing,
it, Doug.
Douglas?
Yay, Xbox
Hey.
headset. So I'm Douglas of Who Loves Orange podcast, the podcast. We've known Patricia for like 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah.
Can't believe it, right?
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And you just used to talk and kind of like big up each other's podcasts back when we were more active during what we are now calling season 1.
Yeah.
Because we just started season 2, so we're pretty excited about that. We won't be on long here today. We just wanted to come by, and congratulate you on 10 years. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it,
Absolutely.
Douglas. And I can't wait to collaborate with you and John again.
Oh, absolutely. John and I were talking about that. We're going to do a few more solo episodes before we start talking about having guests on. But
yeah,
like I said, it's we've kind of, and it's kind of weird to say, but we've kind of gone away from like the just Nickelodeon base aspect, and now we just talk about whatever we think is funny. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah, for sure.
If anybody remembers my voice, I was on the Avatar episode where we talked about Avatar and Korra. That was originally like a 4-hour long episode.
Yeah,
Cool.
and I had to we had to trim it down to almost 2 hours. Yeah, because everybody was just going all over the place.
Oh yeah, it was interesting, but yeah,
but that was a great time for sure. Well, yeah, we definitely, and then I became a part of your guys' website for about a year, right before you guys decided to take a break.
Yeah, we took a break for a good while. I don't know if John's on yet or.
Yeah, are you in, John?
Hey, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hey, how's it
Hey,
going,
it's John.
Hey, I figured it out. This is crazy. This is so cool.
How are you guys doing, by the way?
How are we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing good. I heard. Yeah. First thing I heard was me and Douglas took a break. That was a long break, Douglas.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I know that you guys were focusing on your music, so that does make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just I think that and just kind of creative burnout for a while, like kind of got to us. So.
Yeah, we only did like a few episodes of our podcast, but we had so many other like creative things going on at the time.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense considering that, having to juggle all those things at once can be really overwhelming.
Yeah.
Damn it, Norbert.
Roses soaked in vinegar. That's a good one, actually. So what made you guys decide to come on back?
That's a good question.
I think we both wanted. I think we both wanted something to do that was just fun together, and it was something consistent that we can do every other week, and it keeps our friendship kind of close. Douglas actually moved about an hour away, so we don't get to see each other as often anymore. So this keeps our friendship strong.
Yeah, I'm in West Virginia now, so.
Yeah,
Country road.
Originally from regular Virginia.
But that's actually the state song of West Virginia. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know states had songs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. But hey,
that's going to be our next podcast topic. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Congratulations on 10 years. That's so crazy.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I really do appreciate it.
I remember in 2016, I got this job at a sandwich place and I had to be there at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I first found you because I needed something to listen to in the mornings. And a Nickelodeon podcast was just like the perfect, most like exciting thing for me because I'd never heard of something like that at that time.
Yeah.
And so I listened to a whole bunch of, I think I went back and listened to every single casual chat you had.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was so much fun. And I got like sad when I ran out of them.
Yeah.
You did the Nick Jukebox thing, right?
Yes, I did the Nick Jukebox one, which I had to stop because copyright claims were bombarding me like crazy.
Oh, I'm sure. And your channel was like, it had everything on it. So you probably couldn't get those strikes, right?
Yeah, I had to go through like major strikes until finally there was a time in which I had a strike that was so bad it crippled my channel for at least about 3 months. And then I remember that. I just had to put in like trailers to things right before I uploaded stuff on another source for people to tune into.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was rough to say the least.
I have a question for you, Patricia. I was wondering, are you on like podcasts for Spotify or Apple Podcasts or anything like that?
Yeah, it's on Spotify, it's on Apple Podcasts, it's on Google Podcasts, it's on Stitcher. Yeah, just type in Old School Lane and I'm much more available on all these other podcast channels now.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I remember, I think the last time I looked, how long have you been like that? Because
only
at first
only
it was
2
YouTube
years.
only.
Yeah, only 2 years, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I was always wondering like why you never jumped on the podcast platform. It was strictly a YouTube thing.
Yeah, it took me a while to do it, especially since, I guess you needed to have like a partnership in order for you to sign into that, and I just didn't have anything like that. So I finally
okay.
did bite the bullet and say, okay, I really need to get myself more available. I submitted over to like iHeartRadio and to Stitcher and to various other places until finally I got more accepted into Mixcloud, and then oh wow.
Oh wow.
And then
That's
to, Anchor and all those places. So yeah.
Glad he got
That's really
fired.
cool.
I'm glad he got fired for doing that.
Well,
You
I
got a whole
female
game show
assistant because
going
I
on.
thought
I know,
that
right?
would have.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's the reason why I didn't jump into the podcast bandwagon like I should have. I probably should have done it a lot sooner.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't know you needed like to be accepted. Anyone can just jump on now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier now going through channels now that they have like DistroKid and guys like that who they just take care of it for you. So, although I've heard DistroKid is like now he signed some kind of contract with Spotify or whatever, and so like they have a lot of I got a lot of friends who they've had issues with stuff they submitted through DistroKid, like getting taken down off Spotify and stuff like that without their knowledge. And
oh, okay.
Yeah, so
maybe from inactivity or something.
I'm not sure. It's weird.
It's weird.
Squirrels.
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 Somebody pick squirrels.
Soccer moms. I don't know the question. I need to read that first.
The question is, there's a police force that is composed entirely of what?
Squirrels. Oh,
squirrels.
You should have bought a squirrel.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Patricia, have you ever had a kumquat?
Oh, Patricia.
A kumquat?
No, I have never had a kumquat before.
Oh, you got to have a kumquat before we can have you on as a guest on the podcast.
Okay, well, I'll find a kumquat in a supermarket. I'll do
Oh no,
that.
you think it's easy.
Oh,
my line.
Have you ever had a decapon?
No.
No.
Oh,
They're
wait.
Japanese oranges. They're like there's a mildly sweeter than regular oranges, and they don't have as like tart a flavor.
Okay,
They're only in
well,
season
I
for,
definitely
like, a
am
couple of months.
interested in that. Yeah.
Going after you, Jim.
So, what's with the kumquat reference?
Don't worry, you got to go listen to the podcast, Patricia. Then you get it.
Good point. Good point. You're right. Good point.
All right. Well, I've got to get going, so I just wanted to jump on and get congratulations on 10 years. You know.
Oh, thank you so much, Douglas.
Have a lot of fun for the rest of your live stream. Okay.
Yeah, can't wait to have more fun with you guys later on. Okay.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Talk to you guys later.
All right. See ya.
Bye, Douglas.
See you, Douglas.
See ya, Douglas.
Yeah.
Bye, Douglas.
Yeah. So, yeah. As for you, John, like, how you been doing since then?
Oh, I've been doing okay. I had a lot of life stuff to figure out, which I feel I have done, which is maybe like more open creatively, so I can do stuff like this again.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun. I like coming back was a lot of fun. We got episode 3 coming out soon, and probably this week sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to it for sure. Yeah. I
thank
need to listen to it and then get a kumquat, and then hopefully I'll be able to join you guys.
I think 3 of us have entered the truth in this one, I think.
Kumquat. Actually, I started talking about kumquats. I'm still a Nickelodeon kid at heart. They used to joke about kumquats all the time.
Oh yeah, like in the Amanda show when he called one of the person a kumquat. I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You stupid.
Yes, it does make a lot of sense. And I guess the orange of the Orange podcast doesn't have to be
How am
soda.
I the
it could
only
be
one who's got this
kumquat. So
right?
there you go.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm amazed that the real answer that we got just that there was only one that there was actually a variation on the real answer just by putting the word used in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Each
sorry, I missed
episode.
them. Yeah.
Each episode, Douglas and I have a different orange drink. So it's not
Okay.
just soda. So I think
Well, if you're gonna have Aaron on the show, you need to get Iron Brew.
Iron Brew. Yeah, that's nice.
we'll keep that in mind. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
50 degrees, 36 minutes.
I mean, I don't know how you're gonna get Iron Brew where you're at, but
You
I'm
can
sure you'll find
import
it
it.
online or something, and you just
Yeah.
have that on the show.
Yeah.
Comes from Scotland. You'll be able to find it.
There you go.
They ship anywhere these days, right?
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Cool. All right, Patricia, I think I'm gonna get going.
All right. Well, thank you so much, John. We'll definitely keep in touch. Okay.
Absolutely. Good luck with the rest of your life. I can't believe you've been doing this all day long.
Yeah, almost 12 hours.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow.
Did I miss the portion where you got lunch?
Yeah, you did a few hours ago.
You missed the portion. We got this really nice pizza, so you missed that too.
Darn it! I missed my virtual pizza.
We'll do lunch next time.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. Thanks, John. Catch you later.
Cheers,
Thanks,
John.
bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
Take care.
This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Oh, nice, Tony.
Oh, this is a lie. Patricia.
Nice.
Oh, I fell right into that one.
Oh, I got.
That's my one.
I keep falling for yours.
Disappointment Island.
Yeah,
That's the truth.
Disappointment Island.
Wow.
Or as I call it, season 6 of Lost.
You can put anything in there.
Yeah.
Oh, not enough to go from behind.
That's what you said.
All right,
you're nearly there.
Well,
So I think I'm gonna head out, but I really had a lot of fun joining in with you, Patty.
oh, thank you so much.
I had a lot of fun too.
Yeah, same here.
I'll take care
All
of
right,
yourself.
catch you later.
All right,
See ya.
cheers.
Yeah.
Oh man, I really feel like I've been missing out this entire time with Jackbox games. I really have.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Yeah, so the one that I have is the first one. It has a whole bunch of other games in there too. There is the Lie Swatter, there's the Fibbage. There's obviously You Don't Know Jack, which is like the craziest quiz show you'll ever play. Then there's Drawful, which is a drawing game, and then there is there's a lot of other Jackbox games in here that there's 8 in total. So
Right.
yeah, there's 8 in total. It's unbelievable, and each of them have their own separate games with trivia games and drawing games and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, if any of you guys are interested in my recommendations of what would be like good games to have on the party pack, like if this is going to be your first one, I would suggest the third one has great ones like Espionage, which is like you're trying to guess the percentage of various things. Trivia Murder Party, which is a good one. It's a quiz show, but if you get it wrong, then you die, but you get to come back because you'll be able to have a chance to live and to escape from the house that you're trapped in by a crazy lunatic. TKO, which is a drawing game that's involved with a t-shirt contest. Quiplash, which is a really fun game, by the way. It's just like you're given a situation and 2 people have to go up against each other on what will be the funniest quip, and that's a really good one. Another one that I would suggest that you also check out, if I was to give another one, definitely 1 and 3 are my recommendations for sure. For like, okay, these are like the really good Jackbox ones. Not that the other ones are bad, it's just that some of them do have sequels, which they do in fact improve on the games. But yeah, if you want to have like starter Jackbox ones, 1 and 3 are the ones I recommend.
Okay.
Yeah. They're on Steam, they're on Switch, they're on a lot of multiple game platforms, so you can definitely go check it out.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Great for parties, by the way. And yeah, and if you can't have any in person, then you can have like online parties where you can be able to have fun with people.
I mean, it is kind of, continuing when it comes to this pandemic, I think it is kind of logical to have games like this. I mean, sure, it's not really that great in terms of physicality, but come on, I think with this pandemic that we're dealing with, I think we could kind of make a compromise.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we've already reached. Oh man, we've masked the halfway point. So I'm going to play off another congratulations video. We have about 2 more to go. So the last 2 we're going to be playing in the last hour. So I'm just going to be sharing on the screen. So
Sure.
let's see who is next.
And I'm Shannon Garrity.
And we're wishing you a happy anniversary.
Oh, that was a quick one, but yeah, I think, let's see if just replay it. I think,
And I'm
yeah,
Shannon.
yeah, I think that's pretty much it. That was the 5 seconds.
And I'm Shannon Garrity.
And we're wishing you a happy anniversary.
Yeah, I guess maybe there was some. Yeah, I think there was like a technical issue, but yes, that
Yeah,
is.
I think his audio did cut off.
Yeah,
first.
that's that's okay though. That is Andrew Farago and Shannon Garrity. If you guys remember that we had them on the Calvin and Hobbes podcast. So yeah, go check it out. That one, that was actually one of my favorite ones that I did this year, where we talked about Calvin and
Anything they
Hobbes.
specialize in? Just so I
Yes,
get
they
some
actually
background.
do specialize in cartoon art. If you guys know that Andrew Farago is one of the curators of the San Francisco Cartoon Art Museum. And he also did the Ninja Turtles visual history book. And Shannon also does various comics online and has collaborated with a lot of people doing their own series of comics. So yeah, definitely go check them out if you have the opportunity to do so.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're about reaching the last hour of our live stream. I can't believe it. We've been doing this for almost 11 hours. It's unbelievable.
I mean,
All
it
right,
came
so I
out,
definitely want to, I'm sorry?
8 hours ago, so we'll see.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, I think that the last thing that I want to do, I definitely want to read off the last bits of the As Told by Ginger script. Let's go through the last portions of the story right before we end things
while you're
off.
loading that up, Maureen Marsler is another Owl House comic, and it's based on the episode of Justice League when they find Batman's like in the clutches of like that mind control thing that's
oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, like it's like Rain, and like she like thinks she has this perfect life with Ida, and but then she realizes that it's actually just all fake, and it's,
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Oh, by the way, phone call. Let's see who it is.
Oh,
hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. We're about the last hour in, right before we close things off.
Oh my goodness, you're like the Clark. Listen, I'm on my lunch, and I can't do that Zoom for the life of me. So I have a question to ask you.
What's up?
Okay. Are you busy tomorrow?
I have to check. Why?
Oh, well, I didn't know you had to pencil me in your busy schedule. Is there a way we can do a Skype thing, and I can put in a special for Old School Lane?
Sure.
There's something I want to say.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is a special thing. So I was wondering if maybe call me at 11 o'clock,
Mhm.
and then maybe we can see from there.
Sure, we can do that.
I don't know if I can do Zoom. If you have another app where we can do, like, I could do maybe FaceTime you or something.
Yeah, whichever that you can. Okay. If you want to meet up on Skype, we can do that too. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Because there's something special I want to do. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Don't stay up too late, you crazy kid.
Okay. Catch you later, Kev.
It'll be 2 a.m. by the time it's finished for me. So yeah, I'm a wild party animal. Apparently, still at 36 years old.
Oh, geez. Like, you guys are troopers, by the way, because you live outside of the country, and it's probably like 2, 3 in the morning for you guys. So thank you
It's
so much for
approaching
sticking on
2
through.
a.m., but so what? I'm sticking here until the very end.
Yeah. Well, I thank you guys for doing that. I really do appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to pull up the Hello Stranger script so that we can read off the last bits of it. So yeah, let's read off the let's see if I can pull up the last one. Hold on. Yeah, let's read off that last bit of that Hello Stranger script. So I'm going to do that really quickly. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, so I'm just going to share this on the screen. Hold on, let me just download it first.
By the way, I want to thank Patricia for having me on for this amount of hours to test out all the equipment here in Studio One.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, it's been really cool.
Yeah. You're very welcome. I hope that things worked out.
Yeah, definitely did. So
Okay,
I
so
think-
I'm
I
gonna
feel confident now, I have to say. So.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to scroll all the way down. Let's do let's see what we got. Okay, let's actually do the moment where they do the show and tell. So okay, here we go. So we got Mrs. Gordon, Brandon, Carl, and I think Hoodie says like a line in here or so. So all right, so okay, let's see what we got. Aaron, you can be Mrs. Gordon.
Okay.
We have Antoni, you can do Carl, and I'll do Brandon. All right. So I'll do the narration. So what do I want to do this time? I guess I could do Marge from High Class Academy. I haven't done that voice in a long time. So that'll be interesting. It's just a very low, raspy voice for me. So, all right.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay, here we go. Interior classroom, Lucky Elementary later. Tight on Mrs. Gordon, her face glowing with delight.
What an adorable little monkey.
Pull back to reveal Pet Day is already in progress. A smarmy Brandon Rigsby. Wait, Rigsby? I thought it was Higsby. I guess this was his name before they decided to change it. So
Yeah.
an interesting one. Okay. Brandon Rigsby as opposed to Brandon Higsby, but okay. Stands at the front of the room in colettes with hair neatly combed to the side and a proud smile. Beside him, his adorable little monkey balances on top of his cage.
He likes to swing and jump and play gotcha nose. And his most favorite food in the whole world is
Let me guess, Brandon. Bananas.
correct.
Carl and Hoodsy sit side by side looking bitter. Aaron, you can also come in for Hoodsy as well.
No duh.
No duh.
Some people think he's the smartest monkey in the whole world, but me, I think he's the cutest.
The monkey beams at Brandon appreciatively and blows a kiss.
He blew a kiss. The monkey blew a kiss. Did you see that, boys and girls?
Thank you, GLaDOS. Pan across the classroom of boys and girls, all holding their everyday domestic pets, fish, gerbils, cats, and dogs. They all look deflated, completely upstaged by the darling primate, except for Noelle Sussman, who has a freaking flamingo. Seriously, why no love for flamingo? Okay, go ahead.
Well, this has been an exciting day indeed. All the ballots are in, so I'll just scootle out into the hall and tally them up. Back in a flash with the battery low. Recharge.
Here.
Winner.
All right, you're
Oh, sorry.
battery charge now.
It hardly seems necessary.
Mrs. Gordon winks at the monkey and flashes him the thumbs up. He's a shoo-in. The monkey flashes the thumb back up. As Mrs. Gordon exits the room, the students begin to buzz, talking amongst themselves. Carl walks over to the monkey, looking hostile and aggressive. He scratches his armpit mockingly and makes monkey noises.
Oh, sorry. Is that? I'm. So, am I Hoodsy?
Yeah, you're Hoodsy. Yeah, you're Hoodsy. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Antoni's Carl. The monkey smiles at Carl politely and offers him a bite of his banana.
He wants to share.
Carl scowls at the monkey and grabs hold of the cage he is perched on top of. Carl shakes the cage, but the monkey just smiles and claps his hands. On Brandon, looking pleased.
You can't break him, Carl. He's just a good monkey boy.
Carl snarls at Brandon with a determined look as we cut to, and then we'll just skip over that and we'll go back into the interior for the classroom. Okay, interior, Lucky Elementary classroom, continuous. Carl drops onto the floor, writhing in pain.
Ugh, I'm down. He bit me.
Mrs. Gordon rushed into the classroom in panic.
What happened here? What happened?
Hoodsie is in a panic.
The monkey bit Carl. He broke the skin. I saw everything, man. Game over, man. Game over.
The monkey snarls and hisses at Carl, who still rolls on the ground, clutching his arm.
Brandon, is this true?
On Brandon, his face ashen as he stutters nervously.
I've never seen him act like that before. He was provoked.
It burns. It burns.
Somebody call an ambulance and take him to Aperture Labs for testing.
Hoodsie kneels down to Carl's level and sponges his brow with the back of his sleeve.
Hang in there, Carl. Help is on the way, man. Rigby, you're saying you're staring at a lawsuit the size of Texas Cowboy.
On Carl, a crazed glint in his eye as he begins to monkey call. Springing to his feet, he leaps around from desk to desk, wildly scratching his armpits and hooting. The monkey barks at Carl ferociously, foaming at the mouth, his eyes now beady and angry. He's turning into a monkey. Look. Mrs. Gordon stands over the monkey and shakes a finger scoldingly.
Bad boy.
On Brandon, totally crushed. Okay, so that's the end of that scene. So now we can finally go over to the last scene. Well, the next scenes, I guess we'll follow up this with the Hello Stranger reading and then the final scene together. So
I have crushed Brandon into a cube. He will now follow companion duties.
Nice. All right. So in this one, we need Miss Zorsky. I think we need Darren's parents and Dodie and Macy. I guess we can interact with each other. So this is one of the most infamous scenes in As Told by Ginger. So who wants to be the one to read Hello Stranger?
I do.
All right. I'll let you read. Okay. So you can be Ginger. Aaron, you can be Miss Zorsky. It's just a very short few lines, and then we can alternate between Dodie and Macy, okay?
Okay.
Because Ginger has the most lines in this, so I want Antoni to focus on it.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead. Let's see what we have. Where does it start? Right here. Okay, here we go. Interior Lucky Junior High auditorium, continuous. On stage, Ms. Zorsky smiles and addresses the packed auditorium.
Oh, sorry, is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Thank you all for so much for coming. I am sure you'll agree that some incredibly talented students here at the Lucky Junior High. We'd like to close the night out with an original poetry reading from a very gifted 7th grader, Ginger Foutley.
The crowd applauds as Ginger steps out on stage. Dodie and Macy pounding at their feet. Ginger approaches the mic with a nervous smile.
This is a poem for someone special. It's called Hello, Stranger.
Ginger looks down on her page.
Hello, stranger. You came just in time. I look for your face in a crowd or in line. Hello, stranger. Not a moment too soon. See that old picture's fading in the drawer of my room. Now toys have gone lost. Baby teeth have come loose. There were accidents involving stitches, spilt juice, report cards were shown. And one time I got sick, but it's nothing I couldn't catch you up on real quick. Hello, stranger. I saved you a place, and it hardly seems strange.
Ginger looks up and scans the crowd with her eyes. Ginger's POV. The crowd looks enchanted, but her dad is nowhere to be seen. On Ginger, her face falls a little as she realizes he's not there.
Now that I've seen your face.
Ginger looks down on her feet.
Thank you.
The crowd is silent for a moment, but explodes in applause as they fly to their feet. Ginger smiles appreciatively.
Yay!
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right. This is the last bit of the scene. So we have Miss Zorsky, Dodie, Macy, Mrs. Patterson, and Mr. Patterson. So we'll just and Darren as well. So I'm just going to scroll down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, those are the only ones who are. Oh, and the delivery person. That's also one. So let's see. I will do. I'll do Dodie and Macy. Aaron, you can do Ginger and Ms. Zorsky and Tony, you can do the delivery boy and Darren.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here we go. So interior, Lucky
What about
Junior
Mr.
High.
Patterson?
Oh, Mr. Patterson. You can do Mr. Patterson as you want. It's only one line.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Interior, Lucky Junior High Auditorium, backstage continuous. Ginger is surrounded by adoring fans, including Dodie, Macy, Darren, Mr. and Mrs. Patterson, and Mrs. Zorsky. Go ahead. So, I think Antony, you can do Mrs. Zorsky.
Okay. Well done, Ginger. Bravo.
I think I got the permanent chills, and I don't think they're ever gonna go away. I know someone you could see about that. I try to do the best Macy impression. I'm sorry. All right, so yeah, go ahead, Antony.
You were terrific, Ginger. Just great.
Okay, and Aaron?
Thanks, everyone.
You killed him out there, Tiger. Who's a fighter? Who a fighter?
Mr. Patterson, in his football jacket, had bad comb over and ruddy complexion, wrestles Ginger into a headlock, giving her an affectionate but brisk noogie.
Dad, let go. Let go, Dad.
Ginger smiles at Darren gracefully and rubs her scalp.
Great poem, Ginge. I mean, I think he really would have liked it.
Ginger looks down on her feet. Darren pulls off to the side a little.
It was really short notice, and it's not like he officially accepted, so he didn't exactly break a promise.
Ginger nods in agreement.
Thanks, Darren.
Okay,
Ginger
delivery.
Foutley. I have a delivery for Ginger Foutley.
On the delivery guy, carrying an enormous bundle of sunflowers, he approaches Ginger and hands them to her. The crowd flocks around her.
Whoa, thanks.
The delivery guy smiles and exits as Ginger searches for a card. Who are they from, Ginger? Who sent them? As it turns out to be one of those dead-end secret admirer situations, I will positively scream. Ginger locates the paper card in a tiny purple envelope and reads it.
Well, who sent them?
Ginger looks up from the card, her face flooded with emotion.
They're from my dad, all the way down to the grave. Oh.
Okay, last scene, everybody. So we need somebody for Lois, nurse number 1, Ginger, and Carl. So Carl is just made. I don't think we're doing anything for Carl. I think he's just, I think it's just going to be Lois, nurse number 1, and Ginger. So I'll do nurse number 1. You could have Lois and Tony, and you can continue with Ginger, Aaron.
Tony doing the voice.
Keep doing the echo. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, so here we go. Interior hospital room continuous. Lois and Carl lounge in her bed, illuminated by the glow of the television. Both in hospital gowns, Carl wears a brightly colored bandage on his arm.
Would you just bet already? Sheesh.
Nurse number 1 sticks her head into the room. Okay, you two Fouleys, we got all the lab work back and everything is fine. Both of you can come home in the morning. Carl looks alarmed. He shakes his head no and pounds his chest with a monkey grunt. You are tireless, Carl, truly. The phone on the bedside rings loudly. Carl picks it up and monkey jabbers into it. Interior, Patterson living room continuous. Ginger in PJs lounges into the Patterson pull-out couch holding the phone. Darren sits on the floor next to her, also in PJs, trying to insert a fresh pair of rubber bands into his headgear.
You told the patient.
You hold the patent.
You're the button on Weird Call. Seriously, put Mom on.
Ginger smiles as Lois's voice arrives on the other end of the line.
Hey, I heard you were dynamite. Standing ovation and everything?
Yeah, it was all right, but your baby sneeze. How's your baby sea snake?
Interior, hospital room continuous. Lois pats her stomach happily.
I'm happy to say there'll be no new additions to the Foutley family. I've been pronounced snakeless. But enough about me. I want all the details from Arts Night. And don't skip any of the good parts.
On Lois smiling in the bluish glow of the set, she waits for her daughter's reply.
Okay, but Ma.
Yeah?
I just wanna. That's for the flowers. Oh.
Fade out, the end. All right, that was actually really good, guys.
Pleasure, thanks.
Yeah. All right, so we have just enough time for one more reading. So I'm going to pull out the Little Seal Girl script so we can read off the last scene of that. I just want to focus on that scene of the Little Seal Girl. No more additional like things with like the school or the mummified hand thing. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about that another time, but I just want to get to like the Little Seal Girl portion of it. So all right, let's go scrolling all the way down. I think with this one, Chet is going to be another one that we're going to probably have to do that for. Then there's Miranda and Courtney. And then obviously Macy, who actually sings the Little Seal Girl song. You know what? Here's the thing. Jim requested me that I do karaoke. And I wasn't going to do karaoke because obviously copyright. And I'm a terrible singer. But you know what? Because this is the anniversary, I'll be Macy and I'll do the Little Seal Girl performance. Legit. No voice acting, nothing like that. I will do it. You're welcome. If you cringe, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Nah, I'm sure you'll do fine.
Okay, then. So let me just scroll.
Your time to shine after all.
Yeah, it's my turn to shine after all. I know. I know. You want me to also I know you want to do the Courtney song as well, but you know what? We're not doing it. Maybe another time. Okay. So here we go. We're gonna start off right here. So you guys do quickly Ginger, Dodie, and Macy. I'll do Macy.
We can't see the script.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Here we go. So the only thing with this one is here it is. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. I meant to pull out this one. There it is. Okay, this one. This is a quick one for. Okay, so we need Ginger, Dodie, and I think Miranda, Courtney, and Chet. I think those are the only ones that we need.
Okay, great. We got a lot of people.
Yeah, but to be fair, they're really short lines, especially with Chet and Dodie and Ginger will play in later on. So, and Tony, you can be Ginger this time, and Aaron, you can be Dodie, and
Okay.
And also we'll do with Courtney and with Miranda. So Aaron, you can be Miranda, and Tony, you can be Courtney. And then there's like two people in the stage.
Right. Hang on a second. So I'm Miranda, I'm Dodie, and who else am I?
Well, I haven't. I think those are the only ones, and I'll have Antoni do. I'll
Ginger,
do
Courtney.
Ginger, Courtney, and then there's Chet. So I'll let you do
Okay.
Chet. Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then there's like some people in the audience, but I'll do it. It's just only one line. Okay. Here we go. Interior. Lucky Junior High Auditorium, continuous. Ginger and Dodie at the curtains.
Wow, those masks sure look realistic.
She's even more captivating when there's multiple hers.
Angle on, the crowd of Courtneys as they strike their final poses. Angle on, Ginger and Dodie at the curtain.
Okay, Macy's up next. So here's the plan. It seems that she's bombing. When she seems like she's bombing, start pulling. And there is no such force.
Ginger nods and crosses her fingers tightly. Angle on. Macy waiting in the wings in full seal girl costume. She closes her eyes and does some breathing exercises. I am the little seal girl. I am the little seal girl. Macy hears the crowd cheer. The skating chorus line, including Courtney and Miranda, whiz past her.
Now for our very own Macy Lightfoot as the little seal girl.
Okay, we follow Macy as she nervously takes the stage. Angle on a tape player, a stagehand hits play. As the little seal girl song begins, Macy starts lip syncing and flapping her fins. Okay, here we go. All right, let me just get a little drink here. Okay.
Me.
I'm not gonna do that. Okay, here we go. Most folks think that I'm not real, 'cause I'm half girl and I'm half seal. I'm a little seal girl living in the real world, and it's so hard to get by, 'cause seals can't even cry. There you go. I'll do more, but yeah, that's the beginning of it. So anyway, angle on the audience. Audience member number 1. Is this a joke? It's so bad, it's almost good. Angle on Ginger and Dodie in the wings.
I don't know, Dodie. It's your call.
I think she definitely. Oh, I don't know.
Angle on the tape player as it suddenly shreds the tape. Angle on a shocked Macy as the song comes to a garbled end mid-sentence. On Ginger and Dodie as they take hold of the ropes firmly. On Macy as she gathers the courages and starts to sing. I'm a little seal girl living in a real world, and it's so hard to get by, 'cause seals can't even cry. Angle on Courtney and Miranda backstage.
Miranda, I'm having one of those unfamiliar emotions again.
Don't feel threatened, Courtney. She's got nothing on us.
Still, is it me? Or is there something terribly endearing about her?
Angle on the audience, paying attention now. Some girls wipe a tear away, and even boys shuffle in their seats touched. Angle on Macy, gaining confidence. But in this, boundless sea. They don't have the endless part. Okay, so I need to add that in because that's the way I know it. But in this endless, boundless sea, is there? Oh, they didn't put in. Is there no one?
They totally rewrote
like,
the song, didn't they? This
yeah.
time.
Well, here's the thing. This is a draft, so I'm just gonna put down what I know. So
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in this endless, boundless sea, is there no one who looks like me? I know I must stay chipper. One day I'll find a friend to hold my flipper. Macy thrusts out her arm, accidentally flinging her flipper into the audience. I'm a little seal girl living in a real world, and it's so hard to get by, 'cause seals can't even cry. Angle on faces of the audience, everyone is stunned. Angle on Macy as she barks and swims into her finale, ending in a seal pose. Balancing a ball on the tip of her nose, the crowd starts to cheer. Macy takes it all in. She smiles from ear to ear. Dissolve to interior stage, short time later. All the contestants are standing on stage. Courtney and Miranda look confident and smug. Macy towels off.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to announce the winner. Judges, may I have the envelope, please? I've always wanted to say that.
A student comes out and hands Chet the envelope. The lights dim, the drum roll sounds, and Chet opens the envelope.
And the trophy goes to Macy Lightfoot. Go.
You're gonna be joking, man.
Macy beams as Chet hands her the trophy. Courtney and Miranda gasp and fume. Okay, now you can say it, Miranda.
You're gonna be joking, man.
I'm Courtney.
Angle on the audience as they jump to their feet, giving Macy a standing ovation. Angle on Ginger and Dodie in the wings, jumping up and down.
Woohoo! Yay, Macy!
Yay, Macy!
Interior, Lucky Junior High Auditorium backstage. Moments later, Macy sits at the lighted mirror next to a giant trophy as she plucks out her seal whiskers one by one. Ginger and Dodie stand at the doorway tentatively.
We're really rooting. Sorry, go on.
Can we come in?
Macy nods stoically. Ginger and Dodie walk over to the dressing table.
We're really rooting for you. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going out to have a fag.
Go ahead.
You were great.
Okay, Dodie.
Oh, sorry, I'm just taking a drink.
Yeah, it's fine.
You undeniably stole the show.
Macy remains quiet.
I think if the little seal girl was watching tonight, she'd have been proud.
Macy breaks down. I'm sorry. I'm the one who broke the BFT. I forgot the most important letter, the T, which stands for tradition. And tradition says we stick together, seal girl or no.
We did stick together, Macy. The whole reason Ginger and I worked for curtain pullers is so we could drop it on you if you bombed.
Ginger shoots Dodie a look.
But you didn't bomb. You were great. The three of us will get him next year, BFT style.
Sorry, I was such a hothead. Group hug. The three girls hug. Courtney and Miranda enter and witness the moment. Courtney looks on admirably, but Miranda is still seething from their loss.
I might like to have a BLT of our own.
The girls file out, giggling and arm in arm.
How come we never hug Miranda?
Courtney!
I'm serious. Let's have a look-see.
Miranda winces as she pats Courtney on the back stiffly. Courtney closes her eyes, trying to commit to it.
There. That's quite enough of that.
Miranda turns on her heel and exits. Courtney adjusts her hair in the mirror and follows, hitting the light switch on her way out. Fade to black. The end.
The end.
All right. Ooh, that was quite a lot. So yeah, that was, people are actually saying that I did really good here. No cringe. So thank you.
You sounded great, babe. You know, you should sing more often.
No.
Yeah. You sound beautiful, babe.
Oh, thanks. I really do appreciate it. All right. So in about 5 minutes, I'll look at another congratulations video, and then we're going to play off one more right before we wrap things up. So yeah, I think that if I have any else I want to think about in terms of like Old School Lane, I guess the last thing that I need to think about is like the future. So what's going to be happening for Old School Lane in the future now that we've been here for about 10 years? So there's a lot of things that I've always wanted to do in terms of Old School Lane. There were a lot of projects that I never got around to, but you know, they just kind of like fell apart or just were put on the side for whatever reason. So I think I may have actually a title card of what was one that I really wanted to do that I never got around to. I'm going to pull it up right here on my computer. So,
by the way, have you thought about the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reunion? And have you watched that as well?
No, I have not. I definitely need to take a look into that when I have the chance, but that might be something I might want to talk about it in the future, but I haven't seen it yet. Anyway, so yeah, these are a few of the projects that I have wanted to do for quite a while, but I never got around to. So I actually mentioned this many times over the past few years about something that I wanted to do called Influential Marvel. Now, it has nothing to do with Marvel, by the way. So no, Influential Marvel was a series that I wanted to do discussing about like a particular show or movie or something like that, where it was like incredibly revolutionary for its time. And these are the things that were influenced by that particular show or movie or whatever. So that is why, so yeah, Marvel as in like the view and the awe of it, not Marvel as in like the comic book company. So I actually have I have two title cards that I actually got my friend Taylor Wyatt to do, AKA Y-Boy from Toon Grin. So go check him out if you haven't had the chance. So these are two that I want to do. I haven't got around to it. So behind the scenes stuff. So there you go. Okay, this is the first one. Influential Marvel on Azumanga Daioh. So I'm sure you guys already know, I am a huge Azumanga Daioh fan. I've always been adamant on how this show was really, really influential when it came to like popularizing slice of life cartoons, especially anime in Japan. So I've always wanted to talk about that. And I think I might want to go around to it next year because I think it is going to be celebrating an anniversary next year. And this is another one that I actually wanted to talk about 2 years ago, but I never got around to it. Iron Chef Japan. I know that this is something weird that you probably don't know about me, but I'm actually a huge fan of cooking shows. I follow food trends. I actually wanted to be a chef at one point in my life, but I never got around to it. So I actually got 2 books, and I'm going to showcase right here. Just give me 1 second. Well, I guess I don't have it with me at the moment, but I do have 2 books about Iron Chef Japan. One is an oral history on Food Network, and the other one is a book on Iron Chef Japan itself, on every single episode that has ever been released, even the ones that have never been released in America. So these are the ones that I've really wanted to talk about. So I actually wanted to do it for Thanksgiving, but I never, ever got around to it. So I definitely want to tackle these at some point in the future. Another one that I really wanted to talk about was some more heroic gem or junk. Now, I actually had asked Taylor to do a few title cards for me, and these are the ones that I have ideas of so far. So the one that I wanted to do as my very first episode of Heroic Gem or Junk, until I found out, oh wait, that would be really, really confusing, because I actually have to watch all of these series, is Wolverine and the X-Men. So I actually wanted to talk about this as well, but then I realized when somebody told me, did you know that it's kind of like a follow-up to X-Men Evolution? And I'm like, really? And then it kind of like was when I saw what the last episode was.
Oh,
so I need to watch the X-Men animated series. I have to watch X-Men Evolution, and I have to watch the X-Men movies in order for me to get a context of what's happening. Now, I don't have to watch all the X-Men movies. I just need to watch maybe the first 3 and maybe X-Men Origins Wolverine. So that's why I haven't had the chance to do this one yet. But I wanted to do this for the longest time. I really do. So I definitely want to do Wolverine and the X-Men as like one of the first episodes of Heroic Gem or Junk. So far, I've done 2. The second one that I've been wanting to do, and I wanted to do it last year, especially with the Snyder cut of Justice League, was this one. I wanted to do Heroic Gem or Junk on the Justice League pilot that came out around the late 90s. So this is a very interesting piece of history, especially when it comes to comic books. I really want to tackle this one. I have to do a lot of research on this one because it's a very obscure pilot that only aired maybe once, and it's never been like fully documented. So I definitely want to do this one. And then one that a lot of people already know that I want to do is Suburgatory. I actually have every episode of Suburgatory on my computer. So let me see if I have it with me right here. Yeah, let me just pull out the folder. Yeah, here it is. All 57 episodes of Suburgatory is right here. I've seen all of it. All I need to do is do a review of it. So yes, I do have it ready. I just need to sit down and do an entire script. And I'm planning on doing just a review of it, not an analytical one. Just a simple review talking about the show, nothing else. That would probably take less time, but still nonetheless, especially for people who probably have never seen Suburgatory. And they really want me to, talk about this and compare it to As Told by Ginger. They want me to ease it up for people who are interested in checking it out. This show was really hard to get a hold of for the longest time because it was not available on any streaming sites until recently. It was available on the CW. Like buying season 1 on YouTube was easy, but then buying seasons 2 and 3 were impossible. So I had to really dig deep in order for me to get a hold of all of these episodes. And then the final one, which I've actually been working on for over 9 years. This is the one that has been the one that has been working on the most. And the reason why is because in order for me to really get a context of how important all of these moments are, I have to watch through every Nicktoon from 1991 to 2007. I have to watch through all of them, and I have to know about the context, and I need to know about all the episodes and what they've done. The reason why, and this is something that I was influenced by my friend Mark Nicholson, aka Big Black Cat Man, when he did the AFI, or the American Film Institute's top 10 Westerns, where he discussed about it and he said, okay, I agree that this should be on the list. I don't agree that this should be on the list. It should be there for cultural significance. It should be there for historical significance. It shouldn't be here at all because there's no significance to it. So I have been wanting to do this one for almost 9 years, and it is one that I have been pushing back and back and back, but for sure, 100% sure, I want to do this. I'm hoping to do it next year, because I'll explain in just a moment on why. So, okay, I'm going to reveal this. So here we go. The top 100 Nicktoons episodes of 2007. So I've mentioned this numerous times before if you've checked out my stuff. So back in 2007, there was a huge call for the people at Nickelodeon to say, what have been your favorite episodes of all of these Nicktoons that had come out at the time? And so they put down, according to like Nick.com, saying, these are our favorite episodes. And I had decided I'm going to look back on every single one of them, all 100 episodes, and find out if they still deserve to be on the list or if they don't. I wrote down 5 different criterias. Number 1, how is the episode on its own right? Is it a good episode that you can be able to just watch alone? You don't have to have any notions of the show. Just a standalone episode, is it good in its own right? Whether it be funny, whether it be heartwarming, whether it be wholesome, whether it be scary or whatever. Is it good in its own right? Number 2, how is it compared to the rest of the series? If it's like one of the best episodes of the series, then it deserves to be there. If it's like a middle of the road episode that doesn't deserve to be there, then I would say, maybe when the show came out, when it was brand new, they were just working out the kinks of what would be like good episodes. Then, I would say, okay, well, this is when they first started. They've gotten better since then. Or maybe this was like the best episode that they'd ever done, in my personal opinion. And, they set the standard of what would be coming up over the next few years, or how long they ever ran. Number 3, how do they stack up to the other episodes that came out at the time? Because there are a lot of plots that are very similar. You have your hooky episodes, you have your heartwarming episodes, you have your breakup episodes. How does it compare to all the other ones that had aired at the time? Does it stand out? Is it derivative? Is it mediocre? Is it pretty forgettable? Or is it the one that set the standard? And it's the one that has yet to be touched by anybody. Number 4, how well does it hold up at that particular time period? Because you're looking at 16 years worth of content. Like, a lot has changed since then in that 16 years. Like, if you're talking about the original Nicktoons, like you're talking about like something for Doug. It's like, okay, Doug did this story, but then Hey Arnold did it better, or As Told by Ginger did it better, or Rugrats did it better. And then finally, number 5, how well does it hold up compared to everything else that came out afterwards? After 2007, with all the other Nicktoons that we have even today, with like Middlemost Post and It's Pony and Welcome to the Wayne and the Loud House and the Casa Grandes and Cora and TMNT and all that stuff, how does it stack up compared to like all the episodes that would come out later on? So that is why this has taken me almost 9 years to do, because it is so much work. Having to rewatch all the episodes of all these shows again, having to write down the criteria, having to jot down what has been similar and what has been different, and knowing about all the context of what happened at the time. So all 10 title cards are in this folder. Shout out again to Taylor, aka Y-Boy from Toon Grin. I'm not going to show you all of it because I can't show you everything I'm doing. So yeah, that is what I want to do next year. It's going to be a lot, but I'm hoping in the long run that we can be able to make it work.
You'll get through it.
Yeah, thanks.
I think if I were you, maybe you might have to start off with the top 100 Nicktoon episodes, but whatever you feel needs to go first for 2022, I know it's going to be up to you.
Yeah,
Just
I
suggestion.
definitely want to start off something smaller and then just build up from there. The Suburgatory video would probably be the one that it will be the smallest because I just need to do a review on that. Everything else is, and everything else is analytical.
I think
So-
I think it's definitely a great start in the right
Yeah.
direction to put Suburgatory not just on the map but behind you, so you could focus all the energy and time and focus on the top 100 Nicktoon episodes.
Mhm.
That's essentially starting out from this hill, climbing up that proverbial mountain, as it
Yeah.
were.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. I will admit, but you know what? I mean, I think that, you know, I've been able to make it this far, so I think we can be able to make it work. All right, so I definitely want to show off. We have 2 more videos left, so I want to show off one of them, and then we can show off the last one to kind of close things off. We have about 20 minutes to go until we end the stream after, you know, we are finished after 12 hours of doing this. I mean, you guys stuck with me all these hours, so thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna play off one of them right now. So yep, there we go. Let me just pull this up really quickly.
Patricia, this is Shamek too. I want you to eventually, in the future, talk about 2 shows that you missed. You haven't talked about Villainous and you haven't talked about Cranberry from Catalina Katrina. So I'm giving you time to think about it. Please understand that you had done lots of episodes of Old School Lane, and I appreciate you have a long list of episodes and stuff that you have done over the years, but mostly you have missed 2 animated shows during that time. And Cranberry and Black Hair are my favorites.
Okay. All right, so we got 2 requests, Villainous and Cranberry. So that is from Shamix 2. Hopefully we will get around to it at some point. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we got some questions coming in. One is from, well, we got 2 questions actually, from Kenley Lazard. Do you like Care Bears Adventures in the Care Lot? And do you like the Rugrats movie trilogy? Okay, so we'll start off with Care Bears Adventures in the Care Lot. I haven't seen Care Bears in so long, actually. I owned a Care Bears doll when I was young, but, and I think I did see like 1 or 2 of the episodes, but I haven't seen it in, I like, oh my gosh, like I haven't seen it since I was like really young. So
I think the Care Bear things I've seen are like the cards, and then after that, I think it was like the 2 movies, and I think that was about it, really. Not really like we never really. I mean, we grew up with like the Care Bear movies, but we never really grew up with like the Care Bear show or anything like that. You know,
I had the doll. So
oh really?
Yeah, I had a Care Bears doll, and I mean, here's the thing: I had a lot of like dolls based off of shows that I didn't really like watch. I mean, like I had a Pound Puppies toy, but I never saw Pound Puppies.
Yeah,
I had a Care Bears toy.
I saw Pound Puppies, but I never had the. It's funny enough, like I did see the TV shows, but I never owned the toys.
Oh, it was kind of like it was sort of like the opposite for like Care Bears and Pound Puppies. I did have a Miss Piggy Muppet Babies toy, but I actually did watch the show.
Okay. Because I watched TMNT, but I never bought any of the toys.
Like, I never had any of the toys either.
I watched the Care Bears movie, you know, where the plot involves a magician's apprentice, and then there are 2 kids.
Yeah.
And there was this this book that manipulates Nicholas into thinking that he's a great magician and he doesn't need anybody to care.
Yeah.
That was the movie I caught when I was about 9 or 10 years old. It's enjoyable, and it's something that I do kind of consider to be rather fun. As for the Care Bears TV show, I sort of had a sporadic viewing relationship with it. I haven't really caught it as much as I would have, but other than that, it's still a fun TV show.
Yeah, so I was aware, like we never had Care Bears
really
on
got
TV.
into it too much.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember we had the second movie. We had the one with like Dark Art and the you know, the whole the whole, you know, the people
Yeah, I
in the
remember,
camp and
yeah.
everything. Where apparently there's no adults in the camp that actually like look after the kids, so all the kids are kind of like running amok or something like that. Some crazy.
Yeah, that seems to be a recurring thing in like a lot of 80s cartoons. You have all these kids running around, but where are the grown-ups? It's like Transformers, you have My Little Pony. It's like where are the parents? Where are those kids' parents? Hanging out with horses and dogs and robots and bears. Yeah. Weird. Next question. Do you like the Rugrats movie trilogy? I would have to say that only one of them is like good, and that's Rugrats in Paris. The Rugrats movie, I'm sorry to say, I don't really care for that one. I know a lot of people do, but I just don't. I talked about this in the Nicktoons Movies podcast with Remington Keys and Kenny from the Nerd Talk podcast. But so long story short, I just didn't like the addition of Dill. I just didn't, especially since, you know, I was getting older and I already grew up with the original run of Rugrats. And I was like, why do they have to add him? I don't like him. And I'm sorry for those who felt that, oh, but that scene with Tommy about to spill, you know, put Dill on the banana baby food, that made me cry. I thought it was forced. I'm sorry. I just didn't care for it. Then there's Rugrats in Paris, which that movie does have its fair share of problems as well, but at least it had a really good continuation of like Chucky's story with like his mom and such. But there's a lot of like things that I do have my quarrels with, such as why couldn't the movie take place in Japan as opposed to
into that. I'm into that because Rugrats in Paris, although I love that film, out of all the 3 Rugrats movies, I thought it was rather misleading. Yes, there was Paris in some locales like the Arc de Triomphe and the Eiffel Tower, but the rest of the locales had more Japanese themes than actual French / Parisian themes.
Exactly, yeah.
Come on, the 3 sumo wrestlers, this screams freaking Japan.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Now, unless, of course, if there was maybe a phase in France where they were really Japan heavy, then I can completely understand that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think that there was a time in France in which they were really interested in Japanese culture or Japanese Art Deco or Japanese clothes or Japanese culture. I don't know. I mean, I've never been to France. I'm not familiar with that particular type of aesthetic. So if anybody,
unless there is a Japanese community in Paris.
Oh, that's a possibility. Yes, if there is a Japanese community in Paris and maybe they were focusing on that, then I can completely see it. But they should have included more Japanese people, if anything. Like,
I think there probably is, but I mean, in regards to Rugrats in Paris, I mean, it's well, it is there now, and I mean, like, I think, given also the fact that it was also like censored around Reptar, who's like, you know, this Japanese lizard. I think that's probably the reason why they probably like, you know,
yeah,
did what they
exactly,
did.
yeah. And I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to make like a poke at Euro Disneyland, which I understand that particular thing. Like, oh, you know, we're gonna have, you know, these sets of characters from another country, and we're gonna make a theme park out of it, but. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange though that it does have this strong Japanese aesthetic. And also the thing with Spike, the subplot of that is completely worthless. Like we focus a lot on him traveling around and then he meets up with a poodle. And I know that they become a thing in the series, but still it's like you could have dedicated more time to like.
I think that was a kind of like a pull on Lady and the Tramp a little bit, I think.
I know it was. I know it
its
was.
own short film.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, here's the thing about with the trilogy. Like, I mean, I don't mind the first movie. I mean, if it was just going to be like left at that, but the fact that they carried on with Dill in like the future seasons is like that was kind of a turn off for me. The second movie I think is the best out of the 3. I think we can all agree. But yeah, the third one was just Rugrats Go Wild was just
Rugrats Go Wild. It started off as a guilty pleasure when it was released as an 11-year-old. When I was 11 years old. But ever since I grew up, I think the quote unquote appeal started to dissipate even at that very same age. And that feeling of guilty pleasure has just turned into disappointment at best, loathing at worst.
Yeah,
I just
it's
think that
definitely it's definitely the worst.
I just think that Bruce Willis as Spike the dog is not really what I would say is like
Yeah.
the same guy
Chrissy
from Die
Hines'
Hard.
talents were sorely wasted. I've heard her in better days.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
rough
or
to
excuse
say
me,
the
and
least.
excuse me, and one of my, especially one of my favorite songs, "Mystery Achievement."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's rough, you know. I mean, I know what they were trying to do. Basically, it was supposed to be a TV movie called Rugrats Meets the Wild Thornberrys, but when they did test screenings of it, they loved it and they wanted it to be longer. So that's why it exists. Because test screenings from kids saying they wanted it to be a longer movie. So that's why that happened. And it almost killed the Rugrats franchise. And you know, that in preschool days. Ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, that
Rugrats
killed it off for
preschool
about a
days.
decade.
I had the misfortune of viewing it, and
no.
I felt really ill.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think you missed the question actually, Patricia. So there's someone asking, can you do a Pepper Ann? I think can you do something on Pepper Ann? Or that's now it's on Disney
yes,
Plus.
yes, I will. That was one of the suggestions on the video survey. So yes, I will do a video on Pepper Ann in the future.
Okay.
Good Lord, I loved Pepper Ann as a 9-year-old third grader.
Yeah.
And again, Pepper Ann was like one of the shows that Nickelodeon rejected, and Disney grabbed it with open arms and ran with it.
Yeah, because Sue Rose was doing stuff on Kablam at the time. She also did the Angela Anaconda pilot for Kablam as well. And so I guess around that time she pitched Pepper Ann to Nickelodeon, and they were like, no. I don't know if it was. I hope that it wasn't because they had a female protagonist, because I wouldn't go past
I wouldn't
that.
rule it out. Like we don't know why they turned it down, really. But
Imagine
you know,
this, you guys. Imagine this. Pepper Ann crossed over with the Weekenders and the Recess Gang.
Hmm.
I don't know. Like I'd have to be sold on that one a little bit. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of other I mean, there was a lot of interesting crossovers that Lilo and Stitch did. They crossed over with what was it, like the Proud Family. They crossed over with characters from Recess. They crossed over with Kim Possible. Yeah. So that wouldn't be a stretch if they were to do that. Anyway, yeah, I definitely want to do
that in fan fiction.
Yes. I'm sure that there's probably a fan fiction of that too. I definitely will. I'll definitely do a video on Pepper Ann for sure, sometime in the future. I have to definitely like sit down and really just focus on what makes Pepper Ann such a great Disney Channel show, and just a great slice of life show in general. Again, a precursor to what As Told by Ginger would be a few years later. Let's see. See if there's any other questions. Have you seen any of oh no, I'm sorry. Worst episode of any Cartoon Network show? Ooh, that's a good question, actually.
I mean,
I got tons. But you guys go first.
With Cartoon Network show, I think
I never really cared for like the later seasons of Dexter's Lab or Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, that's the later seasons, I think, of these shows, I think were not that great. I'm trying to think of a episode that's really like.
I mean, the one that I just
proper offended me.
the one that I was just like really just dumbfounded as to why did they do this was the Dexter's Lab Christmas episode. Like just the fact that Dexter thinks that his dad is Santa and he decides to like ruin everything, and it turns out Santa is real, and so he shaves him and he basically destroys the tree and the presents, and yeah, Christmas is ruined.
I made a video about it 7 years ago, just stating how much I hated it.
Yeah.
And there was like this one commenter who said that, oh, what are you talking about? It was all right. Get some fresh air. But you know what? When I look back at Dexter versus Santa's Claus, I was like, it was just really horribly mean-spirited. I mean, seriously, you have both characters completely in the wrong, especially in the ending, which just shows you right there. What's worse, some know-it-all ruining the holidays or rampant commercialism? If it's a critique on that, I would have bought it. But as an episode of Dexter's Laboratory, I kind of expected better.
Yeah, I did too. Let's see if I can think of anything else.
It says something that the snowball snowball fight episode from Dexter Slab makes a much better holiday special than the Christmas special itself.
Yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think with Cartoon Network, unfortunately, I mean, like, there's actually entire shows that are actually like, just bad. So I think kind of like overshadow like some of the weaker episodes or like some of the better.
My
shows.
gym partner's a monkey. I never really got into. I'm sorry.
Uncle Grandpa's
My
also
Gym
a pretty
Partner
terrible
Monkey.
show.
I actually don't mind Uncle
Pleasure,
Grandpa. Actually,
just yeah.
Problem Solvers.
Spider
is also
Monkey can go screw
a terrible
himself.
show.
Problem Solvers, never seen it.
Johnny Test, I hate. I hate Johnny.
Yeah, I don't
Test.
like Johnny Test either.
Yeah,
Johnny Test is a punk.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Mr. Pickles, like that's on Adult Swim, like it was okay for like an episode, but then when it just kind of like went on and on, it was yeah, they shouldn't have continued the show. Like yeah, Mr. Pickles was okay as like maybe a special, but not for like a whole series. Like it just the joke was kind of like already there really, and like it didn't need to be expanded on very further. If I was given a choice between Pibby and another season of Mr. Pickles, I'd bring up with Pibby, pretty quickly.
Yeah, especially since we talked about earlier that Adult Swim is in desperate need of some new shows.
Exactly.
I mean, we even talked about how Robot Chicken started.
Of Adult Swim is starting to feel like a crutch for Cartoon Network. I mean, I feel like it's always been a crutch for Cartoon Network.
Well, look at it now. Like, I mean, without Rick and Morty and without Family Guy and without the other shows that are on there, like that's slowly coming to an end. Like what's going to be left with Adult Swim? They need something new and they need something fast.
Yeah, they definitely do, especially since all the other streaming services are starting to post up adult cartoons and pretty quickly.
Well, their answer seems to be like bring back King of the Hill, which is going to be, well, I don't know how well that's going to turn out, to be honest.
Yeah. All right. Next question. That is from Nasaya Lucero. Have you seen any of the new Marvel movies or shows?
I got to be honest. The last movie I think I saw was Avengers. I think Avengers Assemble. I think it was. I mean, so I think I've not really been keeping up with like the Marvel movies all that much.
Yeah,
so,
I haven't
like,
either. I've been
I'm mostly
really
a
preoccupied.
DC dude.
Yeah, I haven't really seen all the other Marvel shows or movies. I need to catch up.
We'll get there eventually. We will do, but right now I want to catch up on like all the all the cartoon shows first, and then after that I'll branch out into doing all the Marvel stuff. So
yeah. Okay. This is a good one. Top next show you want to come to Paramount Plus or get Revival on Paramount Plus?
Well, I want another series. I want another season of Hey Arnold. I think we can all. I think I can definitely agree with that.
I'd love to see the Patakis on there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. One